My name's Crypto, and what you're about to watch is a compilation of all of my 100-day hardcore Minecraft challenges. You'll see me transform islands, build a mansion, and so much more. But let's begin with one of my all-time favorites, building a cozy underground base. Kicking it off on day 1, I spawned in a savanna biome where I instantly spotted a shipwreck. Before heading over to it though, I gathered a bit of wood as well as cobblestone and then made some basic tools along with a furnace and boat. With the essentials taken care of, I took a journey into the ocean and went full on pirate mode. And this shipwreck we found actually had pretty good loot. The first chest had a couple coast armor trims, a ton of food, and some basic leather armor. And the next one had a buried treasure map. And in the last chest, I found some emeralds and iron. Pirate mode is pretty fun, so I wasted no time hunting down the treasure using the map we found. And just like that, we have diamonds on day 1. Can't get much better than that. And the Minecraft gods continued to bless us because just as the sun was beginning to set, I ran into some sheep, so I was able to make a bed and sleep away the night before any scary mobs spawned. On the start of day 2, I spotted a village, and right away I found a bundle, which is pretty nice since it instantly fixed my cluttered inventory problem. And with that sorted, I grabbed anything else valuable that I could, like a saddle and brewing stand. The first step in building our underground base is digging a giant hole. But while we work on getting better gear to speed up the process, I decided to set up shop in one of the village houses. I also geared up a little by crafting a shield as well as an iron pickaxe and shovel. After that, I got completely distracted taming a donkey, but I couldn't resist since we did find a saddle. I then went around the village and grabbed some of the hay bales since we can use them to make bread, which will be a great early game food source for us. With that out of the way, I chopped down a couple of trees and then mined some surface level coal that I spotted. I then crafted a bucket and grabbed some water. I couldn't think of anything else super important that I needed, so I began mining. I first found a bit of copper and then made my way over to a larger ravine that was running through the village. In the ravine, I found more coal and iron, and then I made my way deeper into the cave system. I spotted a larger opening below, and despite there being at least 5 or 6 creepers and a bunch of other mobs, I decided to send it. It got a little dicey at times, but I clutched it up and took out all the mobs. With those taken care of, I continued mining more coal as well as copper. I ran into a bunch of skeletons that shredded me down to just a heart and a half. To make things worse, my shield broke mid-fight, which almost gave me a heart attack as I scrambled to dodge the still incoming arrows. Luckily, I managed to run away before I died. Despite the near-death experience, I wasn't ready to give up on mining just yet. But before going back, I started smelting our iron, made a new shield, and crafted a chest plate with the iron once it was ready. We're still severely under-geared, but at least we're a bit more protected. I managed to get safely past the area where we almost died, and I even found some dripstone, which is great since we can make a lava farm if we want to now. I also found my first lapis, redstone, and even better, more diamonds. I also found a spider spawner, but the loot wasn't too crazy. No worries though, since I continued mining and ended up finding a few more diamonds. As I was mining, my pickaxe broke, so I made a brand new diamond one. And since I had a decent amount at this point, I also made diamond leggings and boots. I really don't think my cardiovascular system can handle going down to a heart and a half again, so hopefully this will help with that. Feeling more confident, I spent the next 2 days mining as many diamonds as I could find. As I kept finding more diamonds, I stopped along the way to upgrade my armor, eventually getting to the point where I had full diamond gear with a few left over to craft myself a better sword. This cave has been pretty generous to us so far. We're already making insanely good progress. While we were down here, I also took the opportunity to mine some obsidian. And I went ahead and grabbed enough for both a nether portal as well as an enchanting table. And I couldn't help myself, so I continued mining more diamonds after that. I swear I'm not addicted to the blue stuff, I just want enough for a full set of tools as well as an enchanting table. That's all, I promise. By the time I got all the diamonds I was after, it was already day 9. But with that, I finally made my way back up to the surface. We barely survived that one, but it somehow worked out in the end. After getting back to the village, I organized my items, and here's a look at everything that we got. Using some of our remaining diamonds, I made an axe and shovel to finish off our diamond tool set. After that, I raided one of the villager houses for a lectern, and of course, all the books. Using those, I crafted a second lectern and then got to work rerolling trades with villagers. My goal was to get both an Efficiency 5 and Unbreaking 3 book for our pickaxe. Digging a giant hole without a beacon already sounds intimidating enough, so at the very least we need those 2 enchants to make it bearable. I got an Efficiency 5 trade pretty quickly, but it took me nearly 2 entire days of rerolling trades to finally get an Unbreaking 3 one, which was kind of painful. Something else that's kind of unfortunate is that we don't have nearly enough emeralds to buy them. Peak villager experience, honestly. Complaining aside, we should be able to get emeralds fairly easily by trading wheat with a farmer and sticks with a fletcher. And I felt like sticks were probably the easier option, so I spent the rest of the day chopping down trees to get a bunch of wood. So yeah, sorry trees, it's for the greater good. I turned all the wood into sticks and traded them for a bunch of emeralds. I was pretty sure I had enough to finally grab that Efficiency 5 book, but of course, the villager had somehow reset and was offering a completely different trade. So it was back to rerolling. He eventually ended up offering me an Efficiency 4 trade, and I was about to crash out from breaking and placing down the lectern, so I caved in and just bought 2. We can combine them, so it'll work out fine. We're definitely going to need more emeralds for that Unbreaking 3 book, so I converted another villager into a fletcher and traded every stick that I could. And that ended up giving me a little over a stack of emeralds. More than enough, but of course, this villager also decided to randomly lose their trade. I honestly can't believe how much of my life I've spent breaking and placing down lecterns at this point. And just like last time, after way too many rerolls, he offered Unbreaking 2, so I gave up and bought 2 copies. In order to combine all the books and add them to our pickaxe, we're going to need an anvil. So I made more furnaces and then began smelting the iron we got down in the mines earlier. And while waiting, I killed some time by cutting down both oak and birch trees. I also found some firefly bushes, so I picked those up too. And I couldn't help but get distracted getting even more greenery blocks like bushes, vines, and flowers. I went home after that, and the iron was all done smelting, so I crafted an anvil and then combined all of our enchanted books. Finally, I added the enchanted book to our pickaxe. With a proper tool in hand, I hopped on our donkey and set out on the search for an epic spot for our underground base. And conveniently, I found this weird looking cliff less than a minute away from the village, which I think will work perfectly. There was even like a natural moat, which is seriously such a vibe, so I made a simple oak bridge over it and then began digging a hole for our base. I then spent the next 3 days mining away. Pretty mind-numbing, but kind of in one of those grindy, nice ways to be honest. We got a decent chunk done, and I would have kept going, but my pickaxe was about to break. I ran back to the village, crafted a new diamond pickaxe, and tried to use it to repair our enchanted one, but of course, I didn't have enough levels. My next best idea was to try to get a mending trade, but it turns out there were no unemployed villagers left. To try and get the villagers to breed, I harvested some wheat, turned it into bread, and divided it out amongst them. I also ran around shearing sheep so I could make more beds. And after placing them down, hopefully that's enough to get some baby villagers running around soon. I eventually spotted a couple of the villagers doing their thing, and once the micro villager popped out, I did what I do best and chopped down more trees so we could get more sticks for emeralds. Looks like we got a second baby villager when we were in deforestation mode, which is pretty nice. What was not so nice is that I was nearly out of food at this point, so while we continued to wait for them to reach adulthood, I ran around like a madman with some flint and steel, instantly cooking every animal on sight. Perhaps a little inhumane, but it's such an easy way to get a bunch of food in the matter of minutes. With a decent supply of food obtained, I went back to the village and traded more sticks for emeralds. One of the babies had also grown up, so I started rerolling trades with him in the hopes of getting a mending book. I broke it so many times that my axe had no more durability, so I had to make a little detour to make an iron one. But after rerolling for most of the day, I got a mending trade. And I learned my lesson from earlier and instantly bought one this time before he changed his mind and offered me something else. And I also noticed that the other baby villager had grown up, so I turned him into a librarian too and picked up a silk touch book. I went ahead and added the mending book to our pickaxe. I didn't have enough levels to add silk touch, but no worries, we can add it later on. Now that we have mending on our pick, I wanted to go mining for quartz in the nether, so I prepared a little by making some gold boots and then went right ahead and built up a basic nether portal. Heading inside, I got a pretty decent spawn, so I ran around and mined quartz until my pickaxe was fully repaired. It really only took like 5 minutes, so this should be a pretty good method for fixing up our pickaxe whenever we need to. I went back to the overworld but got instantly jump scared by like 20 zombies. I've seriously never seen anything like this before. My 2000 IQ brain told me to quickly pillar up and sleep away the night, which resulted in all of the zombies burning to death. And thanks to the help of our iron golem, I took care of the rest of them that had helmets on. I just hoped that none of our villagers died. But with that crisis averted, I went back to our underground base and continued digging for the next 4 days. Okay, little progress update. I have a pretty good chunk done now, and as you can see, I've already started to plan out some of the different rooms. Seriously though, this is turning into such a big project. Taking a look at some of these chests, you can already see I have so many materials just from digging all of this out. But the craziest part is that this isn't even half done. I want this to be 2 floors, and this is only the first floor dug out. And the most insane part is that the second floor is going to be even bigger than this one, so let's not waste any time and continue digging. I swear, it looks like I didn't even do anything, but I just spent another 20 or 30 minutes mining, and my pickaxe is about to break again, so let's go repair it. Also, on a completely unrelated note, I have lost our donkey, so hopefully he turns up. Before I forget though, let's just swing by our house and grab, I have my gold boots right here. Let's throw those on, also put our shield in our offhand, and we should be good to go. Let's just jump through the portal. Why am I getting attacked? There's a zombie even in here? What is going on? What? That went right through him. Come on. Okay, this is how it's gonna be? Why is there so many zombies in here? It went through him again. Oh no, what is going on? Get off me. What? There's so many zombies in here, what? Okay, that was kind of crazy, but let's go find some more quartz. Got some right here. I don't know if it would have been faster to like make an iron farm and get a beacon and get wither skulls and everything, but I think this is going to work anyways for us. We're kind of already too far in at this point, so we'll just keep going with this method. Bridging over lava like this is seriously so scary. Let's just make it to the other side. We need more quartz. Okay, we're good, we're good. Give me all the XP. Why are these ghasts all up on me? Come on, give me the achievement. Ow. What? Come on. What? What is with these ghasts? Are you kidding me? Come on. It's getting a little embarrassing at this point. Give me, there we go. Okay, pro gamer, pro gamer. This little vein right here should probably be the last of the XP we need. Yeah, sweet. Okay, pickaxe is fully repaired. Let's go head back to the overworld. I really hope there's not zombies on the other side like last time. That was seriously so scary. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Let's quickly sleep though before any spawn. But with our pickaxe fully repaired, it's time to get back to digging out the giant hole for our underground base. It took nearly 6 entire days mining away with my pickaxe, but I managed to get the entire space cleared out before our pickaxe broke. The hole for our underground base is looking absolutely insane now. It's honestly a little intimidating how big it is, but I'm also really excited to start filling in the entire thing with a bunch of really cool builds. And the next step is going to be making a bunch of pillars, but there is no way that I'm doing that without spruce wood, so it's time for a little adventure to go find some. Before we get too carried away though, let's quickly see if we can make a better axe, because I really don't want to chop all of these trees down with a regular iron one. And luckily I have a few more diamonds left, so let's quickly make a new one here. I also should have some emeralds left over. Yeah, I have 23 here, and I have, well, I actually have quite a bit more than I thought. Let's maybe see if we can buy a few more books, and then we'll add them to the axe. Let's just grab one of these efficiency 4 books. I think that'll be good for our axe. And then these torches here are for our other villager, so let's grab one of these unbreaking 2 books as well. Heading over to our anvil, we'll combine the 2 books first, and then we'll add them to our axe. Perfect, just like that. I haven't seen any spruce trees yet in this world, so I think let's just pick a random direction and keep on walking. And I've already hit the ocean, so let's make a little pit stop here and craft a boat, and we'll keep on going. This jungle biome here looks awesome, but too bad it's not what we're looking for. It's not spruce, but dark oak is definitely my second favorite wood type, so just while we're here, let's grab some of this as well. Can you not interrupt my dark oak gathering session? Come on now. I was just finishing chopping down some dark oak trees. You can see I have about 7.5 stacks, as well as a bunch of saplings. But just out of the corner of my eye, I spotted what we were after this entire time. Good old spruce wood. So let's not wait and finally chop down this good old spruce. Oh, I love this stuff. It is so good. Oh, I'm so happy that we found this without too much trouble. I was worried we're gonna have to travel like 3,000 blocks or something, but this actually went pretty smoothly. And while we're here, let's just go ahead and chop down as many as we can, because trust me, we are gonna need a lot of spruce wood for this build. It looks like there isn't any large spruce trees in this area, so let's go ahead and plant some of our own, and hopefully these will grow up as I continue to chop down all of the small ones. Choppy, choppy, choppy. It just started to rain and oh, hey chicken. And it's also raining in real life right now, so I think it's about time to check in on my cats. Not you chicken, my cats. I'm gaming like a madman right now, but my two cats, Munchie right here is making biscuits. Make your biscuits. She's vibing. And then little Mittens is just having her, 10th nap of the day. Big yawn. But guys, if you haven't liked the video already, be sure to do it. It really helps out the videos, so I greatly appreciate it. But let's get back to some Minecraft. I just listened back to that and my phone audio is absolutely hot garbage, but anyways, let's keep cutting down some spruce trees. If there's any left, that is. Okay, finally we got one of the large spruce trees, so let's cut this bad boy down. And to save us some time later, I'm also going to strip a bunch of these as I'm going, just because it'll be easier to actually build the underground base later. But let's plant a few more of these big ones, and hopefully another one will grow super soon. Sweet, right on the start of day 44, we got another tree, so let's continue chopping. The trees began growing one after another, so I spent all of day 44 chopping them down, once again stripping a bunch of them along the way to make our lives easier later on. I would continue chopping down more if I could, but as you can see, my entire inventory is completely full of logs. So just to ensure we can grow a bunch back at home if we need to, let's just grab all of these saplings back, and then let's start making our way back to our base. I'm glad we didn't have to travel too far, just gotta make it across this ocean, and we should be super close to home. I think that right there is the shipwreck that we explored back on day 1. Finally, we're back at the village. Let's just try to drop off some of this stuff since my inventory is completely full. Also, it is getting so seriously cramped in here. I am really looking forward to getting all of this inside of the actual underground base. And I was just about to start building it, but low-key, I forgot that I need some oak logs, so let's grab a few of these and then we'll get started on it. I got a little over 6 stacks of oak logs, which should be more than enough, so let's just quickly grab some of these other ones that we gathered earlier, and then we'll get started on the actual underground base. Also, a little side note, this sheep is just straight up stuck here by the entrance of our underground base, which is pretty funny, but I think I'm just gonna leave him there. He can be guarding it, I guess. I'm seriously so excited to actually be building something instead of just breaking blocks, so let's finally get started on building up all of these pillars. This should be the last pillar. Ow. Let's just build this one up to, yeah, right there. And you can already see this space is really starting to shape up. We have all these different kind of like sections, I guess you could say, that we can fill with builds. It's still looking a little bare bones though, so I want to get started and actually get some staircases in here so we can easily access the top and bottom tiers. And I think a simple spruce staircase just like this will work perfectly. And let's just throw a torch back here and then fill in this gap with spruce wood. And let's also make sure that we fill in this side as well, just like that. And I left spots for 3 more staircases, so let's just repeat that design a few more times, and it should be looking pretty good for ourselves. All 4 staircases are in and... Okay, that's my cat. All 4 staircases are in and looking good, but I just realized that I missed 3 pillars here, so let's quickly place those in before I forget. Crisis averted, and now that we have all of the pillars in, I want to connect the tops of them with some spruce stairs just like this going all the way around. Just getting the last few stairs in, sweet, so we now have a ring going all the way around, and then I just want to start building an actual walkway going off of this. And let's just keep it simple and continue using our spruce wood. It took 50 days, but this area is starting to look like a real underground base instead of just some random hole in the ground. It still needs a lot more love, but let's get started on that right away by making some spruce fences as well as spruce trapdoors. And let's use them to make a nice railing going all the way around this, just so it looks a little bit more official. Already, that is looking so much better, much more official now. Now that the railing's done, I want to get started on building up a bunch more pillars for the second tier of the base. And of course, I am already out of all of the stripped logs, so we'll just have to strip these ones as we go. This one here should be the last pillar, and already this area is actually looking pretty good. And similar to before, I want to go around the entire thing, just placing our upside down spruce stairs. With every little detail that we're adding, this area is just shaping up more and more. Already, it's starting to look super awesome. The next thing I want to do is patch up these stone holes in the ceiling, but I still haven't managed to get silk touch on our pickaxe because it's too expensive. I have another idea though. First off, let's mine up a bunch of this coal. There's a bunch of it all in the walls, so we should be able to get a bunch super easily. Plus, I think I still have a bunch left over from digging earlier. And then I think this spot here will be the perfect area for a giant wall of furnaces. Okay, that looks kind of crazy, but also kind of cool. You know what? I still have so many furnaces. Let's also just make this section a wall of furnaces as well. You know, why not? This is like mega overkill, but I'm kind of loving it. And now that those are in place, let's go ahead and grab some more cobblestone. That should be more than enough, and we can just put it inside of the furnaces. Alrighty, I have 5 furnaces going with cobblestone in them, so we should be able to patch up these holes in no time. While we wait, I want to head downstairs, and I was thinking this area right here could be the perfect location for a bit of a mine entrance. So let's start digging this out. We've already spent like half the video digging, so we might as well just go ahead and do a little bit more. I ran into a bit of water, but I think that's fine. Let's just do a little bit of a 90-degree turn here and start digging down this way instead. I just made it down to deep slate levels, which is perfect since I want to try getting a decent amount of deep slate as well as tough, but my inventory is completely full, so let's go drop this stuff off and come back. And on our way back up, let's also place down a bunch of cobblestone stairs, just to make it a bit easier to come up and down in the future. Alrighty, let's quickly drop off a bunch of this random garbage. We don't need all of this right now. Now that our inventory is cleared out, let's head back down and try to get a decent amount of tough as well as deep slate. We're already getting a ton of deep slate just from digging down like this, so hopefully we also bump into some tough soon. Sweet, I just manifested it, just found some tough, so let's dig this up as well. Look what I just bumped into, more diamonds. Oh, it's a big one too. As you can see, I mined out quite a bit of space, even dug out a bunch down here, but we now have a bunch of deep slate and a lot of tough blocks. And we also got 7 diamonds as a nice little bonus. But with that in hand, let's head back up to our underground base. Back up at the top, let's just quickly drop off all of this stuff inside of a chest, since I want to use all of our stone to fix up the ceiling before I forget. So it should all just be ready inside of our furnaces here. Might be a little bit tricky. Let's just grab some, do I have some dirt in here? Yeah, let's grab some dirt for some temporary scaffolding. I eventually want to add some extra details to the ceiling, but for now, at least getting it all patched up with just the stone should look a whole lot better. That took less than a minute, but it's already looking so much cleaner. I definitely do need to add some lights to kind of get rid of all this darkness up here, but overall looking pretty good. I just want to make a stone cutter real quick, so let's smelt up some of this raw iron that we got when we were digging down below. We just need 1 iron ingot, so that's good, and let's just run over to our crafting table and craft it up. There we go, stone cutter. And let's go ahead and grab some of our tough blocks from earlier, and then just using our stone cutter, we can turn that into, I want to use some of the polished tough, as well as the tough bricks. We'll just start with that, and we can make more as we go. And my idea is to use both of these blocks together to create a really nice floor design. Something just like this. That's already looking so much better, but as you can see, we also have this area that's kind of dropped down lower. So to make the transition a little bit smoother, I'm just surrounding the entire thing with the polished tough stairs. I'm pretty happy with how that's looking, and for this very lowest section, I want to create a few more borders, but this time using polished deep slate. I have those in place, and it's much easier to see from the top, but as you can see, we have 3 sections, and I want to do this center one as like a big crop field, and these other 2 can be for flowers. Let's start with the crop farm first, and the first step is just going to be filling in this entire section with dirt. That was easy enough, and step 2 is going to be adding some water sources, so I think we'll do 1 there, 1 here, and probably just 1 more right there. I think that should cover the whole area. Just need to add our water, of course. I have 1 water bucket, so I'll just have to go grab some more real quick. Water source number 2. And water source number 3. I just realized that's not centered. Let me fix that or it will drive me crazy. Okay, that should be fixed. Yeah, okay, we're looking good. And then to cover these, I'm just gonna do a dark oak slab with a polished deep slate wall on top and a lantern. So let's just do that exact same design for this one, as well as the third water source right here. And then of course, we just need to turn all of this dirt into actual farmland. Crop farm is looking good, just need to grab some seeds and actually plant something on it. Swinging by the villager house, I should have a bunch of seeds in here. Yeah, 3 stacks I think should be more than enough. And I also have some carrots in here that we can plant. That'll be awesome. And while we're over here, let's just grab anything else useful that we can. I'll just bring all of this stuff, why not? Might need this redstone. We'll take the gold, the obsidian. I'll take this food too. I'll take some flowers. Might as well bring this wood and the food as well. Let's also bring the rest of these logs with us since we'll probably need them. Ooh, I have a bunch of iron in here too. Definitely taking that. And I'm trying to remember where our silk touch guy is. Is it this dude here? It is. Okay, I'm gonna buy one of these silk touch books. Instead of adding it to our pickaxe, I want to put it on our shovel. And that's just so that we can get a few grass blocks to put down in the base. Okay, before I get too carried away doing who knows what, let's finally fill in this crop field. I'll probably try to make a cool design with the crops later, but for now, let's just put our carrots in the corner. Now that we have grass blocks, let's fill in these smaller sections with it. And then I just want to fill in both of them with rose bushes. And I don't have enough, but luckily we can easily make some more with some bone meal. Adding some greenery was definitely a good option, brought a lot of life into the build. The next thing I want to make is some animal pens over on this side of the base, so let's begin by replacing the floor here with some grass blocks. That's looking pretty good, and the next thing I want to do is just connect the tops of all of these pillars using our stripped spruce logs again. And for a bit of a cleaner look, let's just use our spruce wood again to patch up the ceiling. I'm also trying to add a bit more structure by making it look like some kind of banisters, or I guess like joists or something kind of going across, giving the entire thing a bit more support. Let's fill in this little hole with stone before I forget. We have enough space for 4 different pens, so let's just divide them up using some spruce fences. And then for the front of the pens, let's do a fence on either side with 3 gates in the middle. And then for a cleaner look, let's place down some lanterns and get rid of all of these temporary torches. And let's also add a few lanterns on the ceiling to light up this space even more. Can even do one above the mine entrance, why not? Also, as I'm looking at this, I think a couple of upside down stairs in the corner will really help with that mine entrance look. And you know what? Let's also do an upside down spruce stair in these corners with a few trapdoors, and we'll do the same thing on this side right here. Yeah, that is looking much better, much more put together. Anyway, let's not get too distracted. I think these animal pens are done, so let's go try to find some actual animals to bring inside. I want to try getting all 4 of the different farm animals, so let's start with the chickens. Okay, nobody fall off the bridge, please. Oh, you're so close to the edge, just come down here. Okay, I think the chickens can just go in this first pen right here. Come on in. Awesome, chickens have been obtained. Okay, there's some cows over here. Let's try to bring these guys over next. I also love these new animal variants. We're in the savannah, so we have I guess it'd be the warm cows. There were some sheep over here too, so we can probably bring the cows and the sheep over at the same time. Please, nobody fall off the bridge. Why are they walking so close to the edge? We're good? All 4 are here? Nice. Okay, the hard part now is going to be dividing the sheep and the cows. Okay, cows out, sheep in, please. Stay. Oh, wow. Wait, that was actually so easy. Alrighty, cows, come into this third pen right here. Home sweet home. This is going pretty smoothly. We have our cows, we have our sheep, and our chickens. Just gotta get some pigs. And I think pigs are attracted to carrots, so let's just grab one of those. Okay, little piggies, no falling off the bridge, please. These new warm pigs look so funny. Let's just breed these guys, why not? I have carrots. First time breeding something too in this world. Let's go. That was so much easier than I thought it'd be. We have the pigs, the cows, the sheep, and the chickens. Alrighty, next order of business, we have got to figure out our storage situation because right now this is totally unmanageable. Okay, so first off, let's make a bunch of planks and then we'll turn this all into our chests. Is that going to be... yeah, that's probably going to be enough. And then I also want to make a bunch of the tough bricks. That should be good. And then I'm thinking we do a storage room kind of on that side as well as on this side. It'll be mirrored and it'll look super satisfying. So let's just start with this one right here. We'll first just kind of fill in some walls using our tough bricks. And let's also just make a wall where this pillar is to kind of divide up these two different sections. So using the pillar as like a divider, we kind of have two sections within the larger section of the storage system. And then of course, we just need to add a bunch of chests. The first side is done. Let's go repeat the same design on this side. Once again, we'll just start by patching up the walls with our tough bricks, and then we'll add all of our chests. Just putting in the last few chests, and that is looking pretty good. The one thing you might have noticed is that there's a bit of a gap here, and that's because I want to place glowstone in there, so it's time for a quick trip into the nether. This place stresses me out so much, but it has to be done. Also, I guess a couple of our villagers decided to take a trip out here, so good luck. Already I found a bunch of glowstone, which is perfect. I found a bit more here, so I'll just get this too just in case, but that should be more than enough. Okay, I got like 5 stacks of glowstone dust, which should be plenty, but just while we're here, let's try to find some quartz and repair our pickaxe. Alrighty, pickaxe is fully repaired. Let's get out of here. This place scares me way too much. Home sweet home, and now that we're here, let's turn some of this glowstone dust into actual glowstone, and then just place it down in this gap to fully finish our storage area. I guess it's not really finished because we still need to bring all of the items over from our temporary chests and put them into the actual storage system. And to make things a bit more organized, let's just go ahead and make a bunch of signs so that we can label the chests as we go. I just spent a couple of days organizing all these items and I finally got this mess up here cleaned up. While we're at it, let's also swing by the villager house and bring all of these items over as well. Finally got this house all cleared out. Let's go drop off the last of the items. Just have one more item to put away, and with that, our storage system is all organized. This thing is definitely overkill. I didn't even have to use that side at all, and I still have some empty chests over on this side. But as you can see, everything is nicely organized. We have like oak up there, saplings here, all of our ores. You get the idea, but it's all nicely put away, so we're ready to keep working on some other projects now. On the morning of day 69, I noticed most of our crops had grown, so I spent a minute harvesting everything. After replanting, I used the wheat to breed the cows and the sheep. And while I was at it, I sheared the sheep too. I then ran back to the village since I had left my anvil there and added a silk touch book that I still had to a diamond pickaxe. I also wanted to try and get Fortune 3 on a pickaxe, so I traded sticks with a Fletcher for more emeralds and then started rerolling trades with an unemployed villager I found. Just like earlier, it took way too long, but eventually I got a Fortune 3 book. It was too expensive to add to my main pickaxe, so I had to make another new one and add it to that one. So we're just kind of wielding 3 picks at once right now, but it is what it is. I checked in on our animals again, bred them, and then made my way down underground. There's a bunch of farms I want to build inside of our base, and after doing the math, I'm going to need around 9 stacks of iron, so it's time to lock in and get to mining. At least we have Fortune on a pickaxe now, which should really help speed up the process. I also bumped into some diamonds, so we of course had to pick those up too. And right beside the diamonds, there was a geode, so I took a minute to grab some smooth basalt, calcite, and amethyst clusters. I think we can probably use them to decorate the base. As I was pillaring up to another cave to get more iron, a skeleton shot me, and after falling to the ground, I got down to just 2 hearts. Luckily, I was able to hide and heal back up before I died. It was a pretty noob mistake to not have water in my hotbar, and we should also try to get feather falling soon too. That was really close, but anyway, I carefully carried on and continued mining all the iron I could find. And I locked in for all of day 74 as well and continued mining up a ton of iron. Once again, I bumped into a couple more diamonds, so you already know I picked those up. I continued mining until I got about 10 stacks of raw iron and then made my way back up to our base. It cost us a few days and almost our life, but this should hopefully be all the iron that we need. And with that finally obtained, I started smelting it all in our giant wall of furnaces. While waiting, I dyed some of the sheep light gray, bred them, and sheared them. I'm just trying to stockpile some wool so that we can make carpets and paintings later. And let's breed the cows too, since we're going to need a lot of leather to make an enchanting room. The iron was still smelting, so while we waited, I crafted some redstone lamps, a variety of dark oak blocks, and a few levers. The ceiling was looking really plain, so I used those blocks to add a nice looking pattern and lit up the entire thing using the lamps. I didn't want anything too distracting, so I think this was a good option. On day 77, the iron was finally done smelting, so I grabbed it out of the furnaces. With a ton of iron on hand, I crafted some lanterns, hung a few from the ceiling, and placed the rest along the railing that goes around the upper walkway. After that, I crafted some smokers as well as blast furnaces. We still have a ton of room on this wall, so we might as well go ahead and continue our furnace madness by filling a section with the blast furnaces and another one with the smokers. Even though it's not really the most creative design ever, I think it looks oddly satisfying for some reason. I began day 78 by taking care of our chores, which is of course harvesting the crops and breeding the animals. Once that was taken care of, I crafted some cauldrons as well as trapdoors so that we can set up a lava farm. And I think right in between our furnaces will be the perfect location. I built two identical designs in a simple industrial style, which I think fits the vibe of this area. Just missing one last thing though, the actual lava. I took a trip into our mine and luckily I found some in no time. Back at our base, I placed it in the farm. And we'll just continue to fill in the rest of the farm as it continues to generate more lava. I felt like I'd been doing a lot of grindy stuff lately, so I started day 79 by building a nice decoration for our base, a custom geode. It really ties into the underground base aesthetic and adds a bit more color to the area. After that, it was time for a little adventure since there's some blocks I want to use that we don't have yet. So first off, I dug up some clay that I found in a nearby river. After that, I came across a jungle, so I picked up a little bit of bamboo. And I already have some, but I also picked up any more sugarcane that I spotted. I then made my way over to a mesa where I mined up several stacks of terracotta. With that taken care of, I headed to a nearby desert I had spotted and gathered a decent amount of sand. I was pretty sure that was everything we needed, at least for now, so I made my way back home. Once we got to our base, I turned all of the clay blocks we gathered into clay balls. Not exactly sure why I even used Silk Touch on this stuff to begin with. Anyway, I put the clay as well as some sand into our furnaces, and while waiting, I expanded the lava farm and then bred the animals once again. I can't believe it's already day 82, it still feels like we have so many empty spaces to fill in, but I guess that's all the more reason to get straight to work. So without wasting any time, let's start filling in a bunch of these walls with terracotta, as I think it'll blend in nicely with all of the spruce wood. And it looks like all of our stuff is done smelting, so let's grab these bricks, and these ones should have, some glass in them. That is perfect. And now that we have some glass, I want to turn this entire wall over here into a giant sugarcane farm. So let's quickly craft the rest of the stuff that we're going to need. Pretty sure we're going to need some hoppers. I think we just need 30 of those, just like that. And then we're also going to need some observers. I think 30 of those as well, so we'll go like that, and there we go, 30 observers. Definitely going to need some pistons, so let's make those next, and I think we also are going to need 30 of those. And I think the last thing is just a few bottles so that we can make some mud. Alrighty, let's actually start building this thing. We'll do a double chest right there, and then a couple of stairs, and we should be able to just access this easily, and I want all the sugarcane to come right into here. And the way we're going to do that is with some hoppers, so we'll have a couple going in like that, and then we just need to extend this going all the way down. Same thing on this side, we'll just go hoppers all the way down, making sure that they're feeding into each other. The hoppers are all in place, so the next step is to just place dirt on top of all of them. The dirt is all in place, so I'm just creating a bit of a chute where we can put some water. Now that we have some water here, it'll be super easy to just convert all of this dirt into mud using a water bottle. For a bit of a cleaner look, let's do a row of spruce planks here, and let's also put some behind all of these pillars. The next step is to add all of the pistons, which will destroy the sugarcane. And then above all of the pistons, let's place an observer. And then behind all of these, let's do a row of blocks with some redstone dust on top. That's pretty much all the redstone done, so let's just patch up some of these gaps with spruce wood to get the whole thing looking a little bit cleaner. And similar to what we did on the other side, let's do some rows of slabs like this, and then we can light up the area using some lanterns. That's pretty much the farm done, so let's go ahead and add all of the sugarcane. And just so that stuff doesn't go flying all over the place, let's fill in this gap with some glass. And I think a row of upside down polished deep slate stairs will look pretty clean. But with that, the farm is done. We just have to wait for this stuff to grow, and then it'll all come right into this chest here. And while we're working in this area, let's also fix up this ugly looking spot right here. And let's just start by patching up this wall right here with some spruce, just keeping it nice and simple. That's looking much better. Let's also patch this up just using our stone. And then to light this area up, let's make use of our redstone lamps again. And then I inset it 1 block so that we can add a flower pot, and let's just put a dandelion in there. And then just to fill out this wall a little bit more, let's create a small table using scaffolding and birch stairs, and then we can place a pressure plate on top of that, and above, let's make a small shelf. And on top of the shelf, we can do a flower pot with an oak sapling in it and a double chest. It's pretty simple, but I think that looks a whole lot better. Let's get rid of this temporary torch though. Yes, much better. And let's just keep it simple by pretty much repeating that exact same design on this side as well. Alrighty, that's all in place. I did switch up a couple of the decorations, but it's pretty much the exact same design. This hallway area is still looking pretty empty, so I want to use the wool that we've been collecting to create a giant rug. And we should have a bunch in here, just going to be using the gray wool and the light gray wool. Just gotta turn it all into carpets though. And then I'm thinking we just go for a simple kind of checker pattern going all the way down. Okay, yeah, I really like how that looks. It's pretty subtle, but it definitely helps fill out the space a bit more. And you know what? We might as well just go ahead and repeat the exact same design on this side as well. The rug is in place on this side as well, looking very nice, but pretty much for this level of the base, we just have this room to go. So let's get right to it by first just patching it up using some spruce planks. And then similar to what we did on the other side, let's place some levers here, turn those on, and then we'll do our redstone lamps. And then for this one, let's just do a flower pot with some crimson roots in it. And we still don't have an infinite water source in our base, so I was thinking this location could work out pretty nicely. And for even more functionality, I want to turn this into a bit of a bamboo farm, so let's remove the ground and replace this with some dirt. And then on top of that, we can just plant some bamboo, and if we ever need more, we can just come down here and easily chop some down. I just dotted a little bit of glow lichen around, but with that done, I'm pretty sure this first level of the base is fully complete. And to celebrate, let's do something super fun and breed the cows. Also, I want to use some red carpet soon, so let's dye a bunch of these sheep red, and of course, shear them for their wool. It's kind of crazy in here, a little chaotic. And I just remembered that I'm also going to need a bit of blue wool as well. But with that taken care of, I think it's about time that we make ourselves a bedroom. I mean, it's only day 87, it kind of took us long enough. Put some glowstone here, a couple of dirt blocks, and then we can try to do a painting. Don't really like that one. Not too in love with that one. Yeah, I like the wither one, that one's pretty cool. And then on the back wall, let's place a crafting table on either side and some barrels in the middle. Above that, let's make a shelf out of spruce slabs, and on this side we'll put a leaf block, on that side as well, and then in the middle let's do some flower pots, just with some saplings in them. And then we'll do an absolute jumbo bed. I mean, let's be real, I am all alone, but hey, you know what, maybe someday somebody will join me. Probably not though. Jokes aside, I think this is actually a pretty cozy bedroom, pretty happy with that. Just one more thing, I actually just want to put a row of slabs right here. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Okay, I think this next one is going to be a lot of fun. I want to turn this entire space into an aquarium. So let's start with a row of upside down spruce stairs in between the bottom of the pillars. And then I'm thinking we just fill in the rest of the space with some sand. And then to make it a bit more interesting, I just added a few smooth sandstone stairs and a bit more sand just to bring up the terrain a little bit. And I want to light up the entire thing, so let's remove those blocks and then just do a row of glowstone going all the way down. And then let's add a row of glass here. I'll eventually fill in the entire thing, but I just want to start adding the water like layer by layer. So we can start that right now actually. Just making sure to waterlog all of these slabs so there's no weird pockets of air. I had to dig a hole above the tank to actually get this thing filled in without flooding our entire base. But with that, let's add a bit of bone meal down here just for a bit of greenery. If we ignore the dirt staircase, I think this is actually looking pretty good. So let's go get some fish and add them to the tank. There should be a river just up here. Yeah, I think I see it. So let's see if we can find some fish. Just found a salmon. Let's get this guy. Come back here. Sweet. Oh, I'm drowning. Okay, I see a few more salmon here. Let's get one of these guys. Alrighty, let's add these guys to the tank. Boop and boop. That's super cute, just seeing them in the tank like this, but let's go try to get a couple more, I think. Okay, there's a bunch more salmon here. Get over here, get over here. Got a couple more fish for the tank here. Boop and boop. And I think 4 fish will be good, so let's patch this back up. It's super fun having some fishy friends in here now. Definitely added a bit of movement and life to the build. Really happy with this one. I was thinking beside our aquarium, we could do a simple armor display. So let's make a bit of a base using deep slate. And then on top of that, let's place a bunch of armor stands. I didn't really have any special armor to display, but I think the alternating gold and iron looks pretty sick. And I was thinking beside the armor stands, we could display some maps. So let's grab some sugarcane for paper. We'll run over here, grab some redstone. We'll need some iron. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of compasses. Turn the sugarcane into some paper, and then use the paper to turn all of our compasses into some empty maps. Beside our armor display, I was thinking we could make a map of the area. So let's just remove these 9 blocks right here and replace them with glowstone. And then we'll just place item frames on those. And then let's reveal a map right where we are, just like so. And then let's have this one as the center. So we just need to reveal the rest of these 8 empty maps to get the rest of this filled in. Next one should be right here. Next one here. Boop. I'm kind of worried that I messed this up, but we'll find out. Let's try to place all of these down. Second row right here, and third row. And I messed it up. I made 2 of the same rows. I don't even know how I did that. Okay, time to make 3 new maps. No way, I just found our donkey while making the last of the maps. Let's go! Got our donkey back. I'm actually so hyped about that. For now, let's just put our donkey in with our chickens. There's plenty of space in here, so he's vibing. Anyway, hopefully I actually did this correctly this time. Let's take a look. Yeah, okay, that looks right. But I think that's pretty nice, just having a little map of our area inside of our base. Definitely a nice little touch. In this empty spot beside our map, I was thinking we could do sort of like a little storage area. So let's make a shelf out of dark oak and a little bit of a higher one using spruce trapdoors. On the top shelf, let's do a cartography table, a stone cutter. We can do a flower pot with a cornflower in it and a double chest. And then on the bottom, let's add another flower pot, a loom, smithing table, and grindstone. Just all those kind of functional blocks that are nice to have around. But with that in place, this entire wall here is completely filled in and looking super awesome. Okay, the next thing I want to make is our enchanting room, so let's grab some obsidian. I have a couple of books in here already. We'll need this paper as well. Gonna need a bunch of wood. I think I can just use some of this dark oak. Heading over to our sugarcane farm. Hopefully, I don't have a whole lot in here because I used a bunch of it to make maps, so I might not actually have enough to make 15 bookshelves. That's great. We can figure out the sugarcane issue later. For now, let's at least get all the leather that we need. Okay, with that in hand, let's go ahead and make our enchanting table. That's awesome. And let's turn all of the sugarcane into paper, and then we'll make as many books as we can. Yeah, we're gonna still need a decent amount of sugarcane so we can make more paper. We only have enough to make 6 bookshelves. That's not gonna cut it. I guess in the meantime, let's just use a bunch of chiseled bookshelves and then we'll replace them as we can. And I was thinking right beside our geode would be a good spot for it, so let's just go ahead and put a row of dark oak stairs. And then we can go ahead and fill in the rest of the ground just with some dark oak planks. And then in both of these corners, let's do some spruce planks with ladders on them. And then in the middle, let's do our enchanting table, and then we'll surround this with as many bookshelves as we can. The rest for now will just have to be the chiseled bookshelves, but that's alright. Yeah, it's definitely looking a little weird with those chiseled bookshelves, but let's just roll with it for now and hide some lighting up in the ceiling just using some spruce trapdoors. We'll swap these out with bookshelves as we can, but for now, happy to call this enchanting room done. I can't believe it's already day 95. I seriously need to lock in right now if I have any chance at getting this all done in time. But with that said, let's get started on our nether portal, and I'm just going to be using the redstone lamps again. We'll do one there, and just another one right here if I can get the lever in there. Just got to flip it, sweet. And good, yep. And then back here, we'll just put some polished deep slate, I think will look nice. And then we can put the actual nether portal just kind of in this spot right here. I think I have enough. Yes, perfect amount. That's actually awesome. And then just to kind of disguise the portal, let's do some polished deep slate there as well. And right here, and then at the bottom, we'll do some stairs. Up top, we'll do more of the full blocks, and then just a row of slabs just like that. And then for a little bit of decoration beside the portal, let's do some grass blocks enclosed with some oak trapdoors, and on top we can do some bushes. And then let's just repeat that exact same design, some grass, oak trapdoors, and 3 more bushes. And then all that's left to do is just light up the portal. It actually fits the space pretty well, but the sad part is that I need to go back in there because I am almost completely out of glowstone. Can't believe we're going back in here. Let's just get what we need and get out. Oh, here's our villagers again. What's up, guys? Let's just get some glowstone and get out of here as fast as possible. I got about a stack and a half of glowstone. I am really hoping that's enough. Let's go back home. We made it back with no issues. We are chilling, thank goodness. Let's quickly get more of this red wool. We're gonna need quite a bit of it. Now that we have a bunch of glowstone, let's go ahead and fill in all these walls near the entrance of the base using it. And then right at the bottom, let's make a simple shelf using dark oak slabs. And then we can simply go ahead and cover the glowstone with some of these really nice new paintings. Paintings are all in place and looking nice. Unfortunately, there is only 2 different kinds with this size, so there's a few repeats, but overall, I think I'm okay with it. And then we can further decorate these shelves with some flower pots, and inside of them, I just want to put some saplings in both the dark oak and regular oak varieties. Let's place some flower pots here as well, and we'll just do the same thing, some dark oak saplings with some oak saplings in the middle. Just adds a nice little pop of green. For these 2 walls on either side of the entrance, let's switch it up a little bit by using some terracotta instead. And then similar to before, let's hide a lever back there and put a redstone lamp. And then at the bottom, we'll do the same design we did near the nether portal, some grass blocks with bushes on top, and then just enclose the entire thing with some oak trapdoors. And let's repeat the exact same design over here. So we'll start with our terracotta, just like so. Get ourselves up a little bit, dig this out, do a lever, do a redstone lamp, grass block, grass block, grass block, 3 bushes, and a few trapdoors. Let's fix up the actual entrance now, and the first thing I want to do is just replace the bottom of these pillars with some barrels, just to make it kind of look like there's a little bit of a band or something around it. Just looks a little bit more reinforced. I'm not sure why I haven't done this already, but let's place down some stairs just so that it's easier to get up and down. Yeah, that is so much easier. We should have done that a long time ago. And then let's just patch up some of this stone, just try to make it look maybe a little bit more natural. I wanted to terraform this entire area, but honestly, it's day 98. I don't think I'm gonna have time to do exactly what I wanted, but we can at least get it looking a little bit better. And we can't build up too much terrain, otherwise Mr. Sheep will escape. For one final detail, and to help light up the area, let's just place a couple more redstone lamps flush with the wall. It's not the grandest of entrances, but it's what's on the inside that counts. And I just want to quickly check if we have any more sugarcane. Okay, nice, almost a whole stack. Let's turn this into paper, make more bookshelves, and expand our enchanting area. I also just remembered that I have a bit of sugarcane in here as well. And with those combined, I had enough to make 11 bookshelves, which should be enough for a level 30 enchanting setup, which is actually really nice. Let's just replace these ones as well, and that is looking so much better. And we are level 30, so we might as well go ahead and enchant something. I would like to get feather falling, or is there anything good for... Yeah, I'll take a looting 2 sword. Sharpness 3, looting 2, you know what, not bad. I just realized that that was a level 24 enchant, not 30. Whoops. I guess I need to move some of these bookshelves lower and maybe put some in the corners back there, but whatever, I can do that later. There is no way that it is already day 99, the time is just flying by. Okay, these guys are all pushing me around, but I'm just trying to shear all of these red sheep so that we can make some red carpet. And we've been stockpiling a good amount as well, so let's just turn this all into carpets. We'll turn this into carpets as well. And then let's just go ahead and place it pretty much going around the entire top walkway, just to add some nice color into the build. We had just 2 carpet left over after all of that, but I think this added a really nice highlight just kind of going around the entire thing and just helped break up all of the spruce. One last thing we can do before it's day 100 is expand our lava farm. I've kind of been neglecting this, sort of forgot about it to be honest, so let's just try to spread it out a little bit. I want to do a tour of everything on day 100, so let's go ahead and kind of just organize our items a little bit and get prepared to take a look at everything that we've built. Here we are on day 100. I had to throw the shaders on as I think it's gonna look super cool down there, but of course we have our little sheepy guy guarding the entrance. I kind of wish I could have done more with this entrance, made the bridge a bit better, done some more terraforming, but overall I think it's okay. Carrying on with the tour, let's head down here, and I just have to say it is looking absolutely epic with the shaders on. And around the entrance, I mean, we just built it, but you can see we have a bunch of paintings with a bunch of, flower pots and other little greenery bits, making it nice and welcoming as you come on in. Over in this corner, we have our aquarium that is full of salmon. I sort of wish that we added some other fish in here or other details, but this entire video, I was just so tight on time trying to get everything done, so this is kind of the best that I could do. Right next to that, we have our alternating armor stands here with the gold and the iron. If we found more kind of cool armor in this world, definitely would have displayed it here, but this is still looking pretty nice. Next to our armor, we have a map of the area, which doesn't really show much considering everything is built, underground, but that's their little bridge to kind of come into our base, and it's kind of nice just to have an overview of the surrounding area. The next module is just some kind of random little storage and whatnot, all those little functional blocks that are just kind of nice to have around. This next one is one of my favorites, a small little custom geode, which I think turned out super fun. Next to that, we of course have our enchanting table, which I think turned out nice, especially once we got more bookshelves in here, really helped with the overall look. In the center of this wall, we have our nether portal. I really like the darker kind of border going around it with the deep slate, but it also does contrast nicely with the terracotta and the bushes here. Our bedroom is also really nice and cozy, couple of paintings on the wall, and of course the big jumbo bed with a bit of greenery on the wall looks really nice. This wall here is kind of what I'm calling the smelting wall, since we have all of the different furnace types, plus a couple of lava farms. And unfortunately, I kind of neglected these things. I think they're only maybe like a quarter filled in each of them, but oh well, what are you gonna do? That pretty much covers the top floor, and then of course there's like 4 different ways to get down to the bottom level, which is really nice, really easy to kind of run around here and get to the different areas. In the center of the room, we have some crop fields, and I just alternated the wheat and carrots for a really nice satisfying design. And we also have our little flower patches, which don't really serve any function, but they added some nice color, so I'm glad we put them in. Over in this corner, we have our bamboo farm. I was originally planning on this being a brewing area, but I'll be real with you, I was kind of too scared to go explore a fortress. This entire wall here was for our animals, so we have our pigs, our cows, our sheep, and of course our chickens, and I just threw our donkey in there just so he had somewhere to be. And then right next to that, we have our mine entrance. This thing was super handy to have right here, got a lot of good resources down there. Right in the center of the room, we of course have a bunch of storage. I still haven't even used any of the chests over on that side, so it is a lot of storage. And then one of the last things to look at is our sugarcane farm here. It's a pretty decent sized one, honestly. Like, yeah, already we have 39 in there. We just emptied it like a couple of days ago, so it's a pretty good one. And then I probably could have done more with these kind of rooms on either side, but I just added the lamps and kind of a little seating area with some storage. I think it's a nice decoration and helped fill out the space. And then we pretty much repeated the exact same thing over on this side, but once again, I still think it looks pretty nice. Kicking it off on day 1, I spawned in a taiga biome, which is pretty awesome since right off the bat we can get the best block in the game, spruce wood. And after punching down a tree, I used the wood to craft a wooden pickaxe. Using that, I dug underground and mined up 3 cobblestone, and that's all we need to craft a better stone pick. With that in hand, I went back underground and mined more cobblestone. And after getting a decent amount, I crafted a full set of tools as well as a furnace. Now that we have the basics taken care of, let's go look around and see what else we can find. Along the edge of the water, I spotted some firefly bushes as well as sugarcane, so I picked both of those up. And after a bit more adventuring, I stumbled upon some sheep, which is perfect since we can make a bed now as well as get a bit of early game food. And right beside where I found the sheep, I spotted some surface level iron. And while I was in mining mode, I also collected some copper and a ton of coal ore that was also at the surface. I noticed my hunger was starting to go down, so I started cooking up the mutton we got from the sheep and then made a bed since it was already getting dark out. Honestly, the seed is treating us right so far. Pretty solid first day. On the morning of day 2, I grabbed our food out of the furnace and then put our raw iron in there and then enjoyed my meaty breakfast. While waiting for the iron to smelt, I killed some time by chopping down a few trees. And once the iron was done smelting, I crafted a brand new pickaxe as well as a shield. Now that we're a bit more geared up, let's try and find a cool spot to build our base. Along the way though, let's pick up anything else we find, like more iron, wildflowers, and I even found some cherry trees, so I chopped a couple of them down in order to get some saplings. Shortly after that, I found a few pumpkins, and then I spotted a ruined nether portal, so let's go check it out. The loot wasn't too crazy, but I did take the opportunity to grab the gold blocks. I continued searching for a suitable base location on day 3. While doing so, I found a village, so I borrowed all of their hay bales and also grabbed all the books I could find. And I even found a stone cutter, which will be pretty nice to have. From the vantage point of the village, I spotted this massive taiga biome, and I think it could be the perfect base location, so I began making my way over to it. I don't think I've ever built in this biome before, so I think it should be a fun challenge. And after scoping the area out, I think the spot will work great. The only issue is that there's currently a forest fire, so before the entire region turns to ash, let's fill in this pool of lava and get rid of all of the fire. That took pretty much the entire day, but I managed to get all of the fire put out. At least on the bright side, we have a bit of an open space where we can place down our crafting table, furnace, and bed. And I also made a couple of chests so that we can finally unload our super messy inventory. On day 5, I set up a simple sugarcane farm along the edge of the river, as well as a super small wheat farm just to get ourselves started. After that, I crafted some spruce fences and then set up a temporary animal pen. I ran around for like 5 minutes trying to find some of the cold cows, but they're simply nowhere to be found, so I guess some of the boring regular ones will have to do. I'm just kidding, of course, they're still cute, and after breeding them, I crafted some bread using the wheat we got from the village, and then I started smelting the rest of the iron. Once the iron was ready, I made a better axe, since I want to chop down a bunch of trees and get started on gathering up all the materials we're going to need to build a cool looking starter house. To get closer to that goal, I spent all of day 6 cutting down dark oak trees, as well as a few birch ones too. The iron axe we made already broke, and I don't really feel like gathering all the materials for the starter house with super slow stone tools, so let's go mining. I spotted an azalea tree, so let's dig under that and follow the rooted dirt trail down underground, as it should lead us to a lush cave. Along the way though, there was a skeleton and a couple of spiders, so I used my epic gaming skills to take care of those. After heading further underground, I ran into a lush cave as expected, so I gathered up some moss as well as some clay, since it might be nice to use some bricks in our starter house. I then got to work searching for more iron, since we're in desperate need of some upgrades. There's so many mobs down here, but I pushed through and gathered anything useful that I could find. Once I had a decent amount of iron, I made a little pit stop to smelt it all inside of some furnaces. And while waiting, I crafted a couple of bundles using string we got from killing spiders. If you haven't tried using bundles before, I really recommend it. Especially in the early game, it really helps a lot with inventory management. Anyways, once the iron was ready, I crafted a full set of armor as well as some new tools. With that, I'm feeling way safer, so let's continue exploring the cave system. And right off the bat, I spotted my first diamonds, which is absolutely awesome. As I continued mining, my iron pickaxe broke, so I decided to just use those diamonds we got to craft a better one. And I have no idea what's up with this cave system, as there's seriously so many mobs down here. But hey, at least there's also more diamonds down here, so I guess I can't complain too much. I also found a geode, so I took a minute to mine both a stack of smooth basalt as well as a stack of calcite, since we can probably incorporate them into our starter house. I mined even more diamonds and iron on day 10, but after nearly dying to some zombies, I figured it was about time to head back up to the surface before things go really bad. Just one last thing I want to do down here though is mine a few stacks of both tough and deep slate, since again, we'll probably need it for our starter house. I began making my way back home on day 11, but because I can't help myself, I stopped along the way to gather anything useful that I saw, like iron and lapis. Not gonna lie, got a little lost, and by the time I made my way back to the surface, it was already day 12. Once I reached our little starter base area, I organized my items, and here's a look at everything that we got from our mining adventure. And now that we're home, we better do some chores like breeding the cows again. While we're at it, let's also harvest and expand both the sugarcane and wheat farms. It looks like a few doggos spawned while we were mining, so you already know I had to use some bones to tame them. I brought them over to our base, and I have to say they instantly increased the vibes around here by like tenfold. I'm pretty much completely out of food, so before we starve to death, let's run around and use our flint and steel to instantly cook up some animals. I'm pretty scuffed at doing this, but I saw it in some speedruns, so I had to give it a try. I also did some manual river fishing to get even more food. And it was at that point that I spotted yet another forest fire, so let's put it out before it wreaks havoc on the entire region. By the time I got the fire put out, it was already dark, and like the dummy that I am, I didn't bring my bed with me, so let's quickly run back home before we get unalived. On the morning of day 14, I spent some time getting rid of all of the mobs that spawned during the night. With that taken care of, I started smelting the iron and copper that we got down in the mines. I also used some of our diamonds to craft a better axe and shovel, since it's really going to help with gathering all the blocks we need to build our starter house. And that's exactly what I want to do next, since I'm getting kinda tired of sleeping under the stars. Just as I was starting to collect some sand though, a thunderstorm started, and honestly, I cannot handle dealing with another forest fire, so let's just sleep and move on to the next day. Getting right back to it on day 15, I continued digging up a bit more sand, and I also grabbed a bit of sandstone too. Continuing with the resource grind, I mined a few of these mossy cobblestone boulders that are scattered throughout the taiga biome. After that, I cut down another large spruce tree because let's be real, we're going to need the wood. We're also probably going to need more birch, so I cut down a few of those trees as well. And it might be nice to use leaves as decoration, so I grabbed both dark oak and regular oak ones. And I'm also very much a flower enjoyer, so I picked up some lilies of the valley that I came across. After cutting down a few oak trees, I think we should finally have all the raw materials we need, so I went back home. Once I arrived, I began smelting some sandstone into smooth stone and sand into glass. After clearing a couple trees that were in the way of where I want to build our starter house, I figured I better take a second to harvest our farms and breed the cows again. With that taken care of, I started planning out the foundation of the house using tough blocks. Once I was happy with the shape, I started placing in some horizontal spruce logs, as I kinda wanna go for like a Tudor but also sorta cabin style house. Never really tried this style before, but I think we can figure it out as we go. And once the logs were looking good, I stripped them all down for a bit of a cleaner look. For the second floor, I began building up some pillars using regular and stripped dark oak logs. And to contrast the darker pillars, let's use some stripped birch wood in between them. Using the copper we smelted earlier, I crafted up some grates, which I think will work nicely for some windows. Unfortunately, I don't have nearly enough copper though, so if we choose to stick with these, we'll have to go get more. I mirrored the same wall design at the back of the house, but this time I tried using glass panes instead of grates, and I think I like that better, so I went back and replaced the windows at the front with glass as well. And now that we got a few grates back, I think we can use them for the first floor instead. With those walls in place, let's get to work planning out the roof line using deep slate tiles. It took a bit of trial and error, but I think I'm finally happy with the shape now. I want to tackle the next section of the house, so like before, let's build up some pillars using dark oak logs. Let's change up the heights this time though, just to add a bit more variety to the shape of the build. And we can also switch up the roofline on this section to help with that too. That's looking pretty good, but I can't help but notice the house is like 50% windows right now, so let's go back to the drawing board and see if we can cook something else up. And after messing around with the walls on all of day 20, I think they're looking quite a bit better now. I'm excited to get the house finished, but before we go too crazy, we better do our chores again. I mean, it wouldn't be a crypto video if we didn't breed the cows like every 2 minutes, now would it? Anyways, we pretty much have the build style locked in now, so I got back to work filling in the remaining walls. I also added a small extension to the side of the house with a small little roof on top of it to create more visual interest. Finally, all the walls are in place. And now that the walls are finished, let's fill in the rest of the roof using spruce. And to give it more of a rustic theme, I created some irregularities using full blocks, sideways stairs, and stripped spruce logs. I felt like the first floor walls were looking a little too plain, so I went around and mixed in regular and mossy cobblestone, tough bricks, and a tiny bit of andesite. And that got me in the texturing mood, so I also went around the roof again and mixed in some cobbled deep slate and deep slate bricks to give the trim a more worn down look. But with that, I'm pretty happy with how the main house is looking, so let's start adding some smaller details to bring it to life. First off, let's add a spruce door to create a side entrance. For the actual main entrance, we can use trapdoors to fill in the gap behind the archway, and then add a regular spruce door which blends in perfectly. The build could use a natural touch, so let's place down some flower pots in front of some of the windows and fill them with lilies of the valley. Last but not least, let's create some bushes using leaves for a subtle pop of green. It took a decent amount of effort, trial and error, but I'm feeling really happy with the house now. It's kinda quirky looking if I'm honest, but I think that adds to the charm. I'm really excited to get started on the interior, but before we do, let's take a second to harvest our farms again, and you'll never guess, breed the cows. With that dealt with, let's head inside and begin fixing up some of the interior walls. Once that was looking good, I dug out the ground to make room for an oak floor. That looks much better, but since the side entrance is a block higher than the rest of the floor, let's build a higher platform using deep slate and smooth basalt. And for this smaller room on the other side, let's continue the same theme by again mixing smooth basalt and deep slate. And because I can't help myself, let's add some texture variation to the oak section using some stripped logs. We're of course going to need a way to get to the second floor, so I installed a simple staircase using oak stairs. For the second floor, I went with our trusty spruce wood since that pretty much always looks good. After getting that in place, I patched up any weird gaps in the walls and then started filling in the ceiling, again using spruce wood. Now that the floors, walls, and ceilings are done, we can get to work on adding some of the actual details. I think upstairs is the best spot for our storage, so I placed down a bunch of barrels and chests that we can use to store everything. With those in place, we might as well get to work on bringing all of our items inside from the temporary chests we have outside. I'll organize everything later, but for now, I just want everything inside of our house. That also means tearing down our furnaces, crafting table, and bed. Let's place the furnaces back down near the side entrance, and we're going Harry Potter mode this world by placing our bed pretty much directly underneath the stairs. It's kinda cozy though, and the sun just set, so we can finally sleep with a roof over our head for the very first time, which is an awesome feeling. And on the start of day 29, I continued grinding away on the interior by first making a railing around the stairs using cherry trapdoors. After that, I placed some lanterns around the house and finally got rid of all of the temporary torches. Above the staircase, I created a shelf using spruce trapdoors, which I detailed with a barrel, chest, and flower pot. Next to the window, let's build a simple bench using extinguished campfires. And on the opposite wall, I think a painting will look great. To add a bit of greenery, we can make an indoor plant using a decorated pot and oak leaves. And to accompany that, let's make a small green rug. This little hallway area near the stairs is feeling super cozy now. Really happy with how that turned out. Moving on to the bedroom next, we can make a desk area using a lectern and birch stair. Above the bed itself, let's make another shelf using spruce trapdoors and decorate it with a cherry sapling and chest. Another idea I had was to display a clock so we know when we can sleep. And beside the bedroom, I built another indoor plant since I really liked how the last one turned out. The interior is getting close to being done, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's chores that need to be completed first. I harvested all of our wheat, expanded it to the other side of the river, and then used the wheat to breed the cows. And while we're outside, let's also find a few sheep and shear them for their wool. I then dyed the wool blue and used it to create a rug on the main floor of our house. Y'all already know I love a nice pop of color. To give this area a cozier kind of living room vibe, let's make a shelf using chiseled bookshelves and decorate it with a chest and flower pot. And we can fill it with some of the books we got from the village all the way back on day 3. The other wall is looking kinda plain now, so let's fix that with a big painting. For even more decoration, I placed down a barrel and added a flowering azalea on top. I felt like the furnaces were looking a little out of place now, so I reworked them a bit and then built a shelf above them, which I detailed with a double chest and cornflower. To finish off the main floor, I moved our clock over to a more visible wall and then added a book and quill to the desk. With that, the interior of our house is looking pretty sweet if I do say so myself. All that's left is this open area upstairs, which I want to be for our enchanting table. I don't think we have enough cows yet to get all the leather we need, so let's harvest the wheat and breed them again. Hopefully one more breeding session after this will do the trick. In the meantime, let's finally get started on organizing all of our items in the storage room. I even used some signs to help me remember where everything goes. To celebrate, let's do something super exciting. That's right, time to harvest the wheat and breed the cows. I just remembered we're missing something essential to craft an enchanting table, and that's obsidian, so let's take another trip underground to find some. Along the way though, I got distracted mining a ton of coal and iron since we're in desperate need of more. I also ran into a bunch of zombies, and one of them even dropped a carrot, which is kinda cool. We'll have to set up a farm for that later. What's even cooler is that the zombies were all coming from a spawner, so I was able to collect some loot from the chests. Anyways, I continued making my way lower into the cave in the search of a lava pool. And along my journey, I found a few more diamond veins, which is great since I'd love to make some better armor soon. Since my pickaxe is about to break though, let's sacrifice 3 of our new diamonds to create a new one before it breaks. No biggie though, since I found a bunch more while the search for a lava pool continued. It took forever, but I searched and searched until I finally found one. Let's use a water bucket to convert it to obsidian and mine it up. And I just went ahead and collected 30, which took pretty much the entire day, but at least we'll have lots of extra to build a nether portal and anything else we'll need. But with that in hand, let's finally head back up to the surface. I have to say, it feels great to be back home. I went ahead and organized my items, and here's a look at everything we got. We just went down for obsidian, but came back with tons of other goodies too, which is awesome. And since we got quite a few diamonds, let's craft a full set of armor. It only took us 38 days, but I'm feeling way safer now. Alrighty, let's do a big harvest of all the wheat and sugarcane, breed all of the cows again, and kill all the adults for their leather so we can make some bookshelves for our enchanting setup. Looks like I'm a few leather short though, but we can just steal a few books from our bookshelf and it should be all good. I then went ahead and crafted an enchanting table and 15 bookshelves. Before we place them down though, let's start cooking up the steak we got from killing the cows since I'm almost completely out of food again. And let's also smelt up the iron we got from the mines while we're at it. Okay, enough stalling. Let's place down our bookshelves upstairs and of course the actual enchanting table. And we of course gotta add some details to spice up the area, so let's create yet another shelf that we can use for storage and a couple of flower pots. An anvil and grindstone are also kind of essential, so I added those too. For the blank wall on the right side, I created a simple table using oak stairs and a slab, and on top of it, I displayed a dark oak sapling and cherry pressure plate. After that, I added a couple final details like a blue rug and painting to tie the room together. I'm pretty happy with how this space is looking now, and since we're currently level 32, let's try out our brand new enchanting setup. I decided to enchant our pickaxe and ended up getting efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3, which I guess is pretty good. I just had an idea, and that's to add a chimney to our house, so I got to work breaking down some clay blocks so we can smelt them into bricks. And when I took the iron out of the furnaces to make room for the clay, I got back up to level 30, so we might as well enchant a second item. This time, I tried enchanting a brand new shovel. I only ended up getting efficiency 4, which is alright, but really not that great to be honest. No worries though, let's get back to work building the chimney for our house. I used a combination of granite and bricks, and then capped it off with some campfires surrounded by trapdoors to get some nice smoke particles. That really helped bring out the cozy cabin vibes I'm going for, so super glad we took a second to add it. One final thing I want to do to finish our starter house is bring the 3 dogs inside that we tamed earlier. I think the first one can just hang out in the living room, the second one can chill in our bedroom, and the last one can relax by our enchanting table. But with that, I think it's about time to check in on my real-life pets. Lately, I've been using my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. It's pretty shameless, not gonna lie, but it helps out the channel a ton, so if you can take a second to do it, I'd really appreciate it. Anyways, getting back to Minecraft, I want to start creating some new builds to accompany our starter house, so let's start by clearing some space by cutting down some trees. And I'm also pretty low on materials, so this should help with that issue too. I continued cutting down trees on day 44, but of course my axe broke, so I just went ahead and crafted a new one since we still have a few diamonds in our storage room. With a fresh axe in hand, I spent the rest of the day as well as all of day 45 cutting down trees. We've got a nice big area cleared out now, which is awesome, but the terrain's looking kinda scuffed now, so I think it's time for some terraforming. First off, I removed most of the boulders that naturally generate in the taiga since I think we can build better custom ones. I'm going to need a lot of mossy cobblestone to build them though, so I went deeper into the forest and mined even more boulders. With a few stacks of mossy cobblestone gathered up, I went ahead and used my shovel to dig up a bunch of dirt we can use for terraforming. I pretty much killed my shovel in the process, but at least we have a bunch of dirt blocks now. Let's continue getting a few more resources we're going to need, like both oak and spruce leaves. While we're out and about with some shears, we might as well get a few stacks of shortgrass and a few vines too. After that, I went back down to the lush cave again to collect a few stacks of moss blocks. And while I was down here, I also picked up a bit of glow lichen. Hopefully that should be the last item I need to collect for the terraforming, so I began making my way back up to the surface. At our house, I crafted the last of the materials we're going to need. I have a feeling I'm going to need more dirt, but this should be enough to at least get us started. First things first, let's remove the old temporary sugarcane and wheat farms along the edge of the river, since at this point it's more of an eyesore than anything else. Speaking of eyesores, as cool as the podzol in the taiga is, I think it looks a little bit too messy for my liking, so let's remove a lot of it and replace it with regular dirt. The grass will eventually spread over it, and I think it should look pretty sweet. And at the same time, I smoothed out the terrain and just tried to make things look more natural. My shovel was about to break from all the digging, so on day 52 I enchanted a new one and then combined my two shovels to create a better one. And with that in hand, I got back to terraforming. I locked in for the next 3 days in order to get all the terrain smoothed out and looking good. Just ignore the weird looking gaps, as those spots are where I want to build our new custom boulders. And let's get started on that right away by using the blocks we gathered earlier to put some together. I tried sticking to the style of the vanilla ones, but I added more texture variation and variety to the shapes to make them more interesting. And then to really take things to the next level, I got to work on building a huge boulder along the edge of the water. I also added a subtle moss effect using leaves, moss, and shortgrass. All this terraforming took quite a bit of time, but if we take a look at the before and after, I'm glad we did it since I think the space looks way better now. I had the fun idea of integrating a nether portal into the largest boulder. So after using the obsidian we mined earlier to build it up, I blended it into the boulder itself using glow lichen and vines. I love how this created a kind of ancient and ruined look to the portal. Almost like it's been here for a long time and the vegetation is slowly taking it over. I'm nervous yet excited to see what's in the nether, but before we head inside, let's gear up a bit by crafting a diamond sword, gold boots, and a bow. But with that, I think it's time to face our fears and go through the portal. I got a pretty decent spawn with nothing too dangerous nearby, so I began searching for anything cool. First off, I mined some bone blocks that I spotted, since having access to a ton of bone meal should be pretty nice. After that, I grabbed some soul sand. Not sure if I even have a need for it, but I figured why not get some while I had the chance. Same story for this glowstone. I literally have no idea if I'm going to use it, but I mined some anyways. I'm starting to think I maybe just have a hoarding problem or something. Anyways, something that will for sure be useful is getting some XP by mining a bunch of quartz. Aghast tried to interrupt me, but I went full gamer mode and deleted him from our world. But after getting 30 or so levels, I decided not to push my luck any further and made my way through the portal and back home. Back at our house, I used the levels we got to enchant our axe, and I ended up getting Silk Touch and Efficiency 4, which is pretty good. Our base is slowly shaping up, but I think it's finally time to upgrade our scuffed animal pen and build a cozy barn for our cows. So without wasting any time, I got to work crafting all the items we're going to need, like chains, dark oak stairs, and deep slate brick slabs. And I also spent the entire next day crafting items too. Fortunately, we have quite a few raw materials from chopping down all those trees earlier, which made this process a lot easier. Sticking with the idea of making our life easier, let's place down and strip a bunch of spruce and dark oak logs to make the building process more straightforward later on. I know it uses up durability on our axe, but it's still worth it to me. And I think I've exhausted the supplies in our storage room at this point, so let's lock in and collect the remaining items we need. First, I chopped down some oak trees. And now that we have efficiency on our axe, it went by pretty fast. And using the wood we collected, I crafted some trapdoors. Everything else I needed was underground, so I went back to one of the caves we explored to collect a few stacks of granite blocks, and then I went deeper underground to mine some tough blocks as well. And with that, we should now have all the blocks we need to build an awesome barn. Just one last thing I had to do was shrink the existing cow pen a little bit since it was kind of in the way. Anyways, enough messing around, let's get to building. I wanted this build to match our starter house, so I used mainly tough and mossy cobblestone again for the foundation. To keep the space feeling open and to allow for better airflow, I used oak trapdoors as windows. For the roof itself, I went with a dark oak trim and filled in the rest using a mix of different deep slate variants to add depth and texture. With the main structure done, let's add some life to the build by creating some bushes using spruce leaves as well as some oak saplings in flower pots. And it's probably a good idea to add some lanterns for some lighting. I repeated the same design at the back of the barn, and then I switched it up a bit on the sides by using cornflowers instead. These are pretty nice though, since it adds a subtle pop of color. I'm happy to call the exterior finished, so heading inside, I got to work building a new stall on the right side using dark oak fences. I then moved all the cows over to the new pen, and then finally tore down their old one, which I have to say feels pretty nice to get rid of. And with that eyesore gone, I built a second pen on the left side of the barn. I noticed it was pretty dark inside, so I added a couple of lanterns hanging off of chains. After that, I removed a lot of the grass blocks and then filled the space back in with rooted dirt, coarse dirt, and granite to give the area a muddier feel, which I thought was pretty realistic for a barn. For a few final details, I added a crafting table near the entrance, and then on the back wall I placed a hay bale, barrel, and chest to fill out the space. Pretty simple interior, but I think in a good way, so I'm gonna vibe with it. However, with that said, I really want to put some of the new cold cows inside of the barn. We tried finding some all the way back on day 5, but didn't have any luck, so let's give it another shot. And after running around almost the entire day, I finally found some. I was able to get a few of them into some boats, so I spent the rest of the day transporting one of them down the river and back to our base. It's super fun seeing one of the new cows inside of the barn, but he definitely needs a friend, so on day 68, I went back and brought a second one to the barn just using the same boat technique. And now that we have 2 cows in here, I bred them so that we can see those super cute baby cow horns in their full glory. Okay, so I just kind of remembered that firefly bushes are a thing now, so I used bone meal to make a bunch, and then I dotted a few along the water in front of our nether portal. I'm pretty glad we got distracted doing that since the terrain looks even cooler now. To make our world feel more connected, I started day 69 by digging out some space for a brand new pathway. Once that was all dug out, I just had to collect a bit of horse dirt, which really wasn't that hard to find in the taiga, and then I got straight to work building the pathway itself. I also mixed in some rooted dirt and granite in with the coarse dirt to give it some nice texture variation. Since we got rid of our old crop farms a while back, I think it's about time we make some permanent ones, and I think this open space beside the barn will work great. I began by adding a few water sources, and then I covered them up with dark oak slabs, and on top of those, I placed polished deep slate walls and lanterns. With all of those in place, I began tilling the ground to create a large section of farmland. And for this one, I kept it simple by filling it all in with some wheat seeds. After that, I tilled the ground again, but switched this one up by creating 3 smaller sections. And since I had them, I figured why not plant some beetroots and carrots. I only had a couple, but eventually we should be able to get the farms completely filled in. It started to rain on day 71, but I had one more farm idea, so I first placed down a couple rows of podzol, surrounded them with spruce trapdoors, and then planted sweet berries on top to create some raised planter boxes. And I felt like getting out of the rain at this point, so I decided to take another trip into the nether to mine quartz again. I kept mining until I got up to level 36, and then I made my way back to the overworld. Back at our house, I did a slightly lower level enchant on my boots, which gave me Feather Falling 4, arguably one of the best enchants in the entire game. After that, I enchanted my bow and got Power 4 and Infinity. Pretty happy about Infinity since I don't really have that many arrows. I did my leggings next and just got Protection 4. and that brought me below level 30, but I decided to just do some lower level enchants on the rest of my gear just to make ourselves a bit safer. We can always use a grindstone and re-enchant stuff later if we want to. But now that we're more geared up, I want to try and find a fortress inside of the Nether, since I'd absolutely love to beat the game before the 100 days are up. I pretty quickly found one, but what's crazy about this one is that it's directly beside a bastion. I'm pretty sure this is pretty rare, so kind of a cool find. And since there's a bastion, we might as well explore it first and try and get some fire resistance potions, which will make fighting blazes a lot safer. I fought off piglins and brutes, looted all the chests I could find, and even traded some gold to get more items. I also really wanted to find a netherite upgrade template, and just when I was about to lose hope, one of the final chests that I opened had one inside. I'm super happy that we found that. And after trading the remaining gold I found with piglins, I ended up getting a few fire resistance potions and 12 pearls, which isn't too bad. I was pretty sure I looted the entire structure at this point, so I made my way over to the fortress next. Before I even got there, a blaze sniped me out of nowhere, so I just went ahead and drank one of the potions we got. That made things a lot easier, so I traveled over to the fort and began farming blazes to get some rods. I got a decent amount and wanted to explore the rest of the structure, but I accidentally hit a zombified piglin like a noob. I thought I could maybe fight through them, but a huge horde started chasing me down, so I figured it wasn't worth the risk and made my way back to the overworld. At our house, I organized all of our loot, and taking a look at all the items we got, I'd say this adventure was a huge success overall. I geared up a little bit on day 76, and then I took a minute to expand our beetroot farm since I noticed it had grown. After that, I crafted some Eyes of Ender, and then started tracking down the stronghold using the eyes. Along the way, I bumped into a jungle biome, so I took a little pit stop to get some saplings, melons, cocoa beans, and bamboo. After that little distraction, I continued following the eyes until it seemed like I was in the right spot. I then dug down, and sure enough, I ran into the stronghold. Right into a library too, which is pretty cool. I explored the library and ended up finding a couple of eye armor trims. And pretty close to the library, I discovered the end portal. And it has 2 eyes in it already, which is seriously so perfect since I only have enough materials to make 10 Eyes of Ender. Before we head inside though, let's see if we can find anything else cool in the stronghold. I came across a spawner room that kind of glitched into the stronghold, which was kind of interesting, and there was even a pearl in one of the chests, so I guess we have an extra one now. I also found a second library that had more eye armor trims, and there was also a pretty decent enchanted book. Besides that though, nothing too crazy, so let's stop stalling and light the portal. This is always a little scary, but let's head inside. While being careful not to stare any of the endermen in the eyes, I got to work destroying all of the end crystals so that the dragon won't regenerate health. With all of those taken care of, I started attacking using both my sword and bow. And it's a really good thing we got infinity on our bow because my aim is absolutely hot garbage. In the end though, it didn't matter since before long the dragon was defeated. And with that, I think we finally reached pro gamer status. I then collected all of the experience as well as the egg. I was considering looking for an end city, but there's still a decent amount of stuff I want to build at our base, so I want to prioritize that first. With that said, I went back to the overworld. Since I brought some obsidian with me, I made a nether portal so that we can travel home faster through the nether. I forgot to bring gold armor, so I had to be a bit more careful of piglins, but I managed to get safely back to our home base portal. And I have to say, it feels great to be back home. I organized my items since my inventory was a mess, and here's a look at what we got from our adventure. Instead of just throwing the dragon egg into a random chest, I had the idea to build a secret cave where we can display it, so I grabbed a few items I thought I'd need to build it. And I think integrating it into this large custom boulder we made will look super cool. For the entrance, I just created a simple arch using dark oak. The tricky part was blending it naturally into the boulder, but with a bit of time, I was able to get it to a point that I was happy with. Also, the firefly bushes look awesome at night and kind of light up the path leading to the entrance, which I absolutely love. On day 83, I got to work on the cave itself by digging out a larger area and then replacing the ground with the same block palette as our paths just to make our entire base a bit more cohesive. I then started roughing out the main shape of the cave using mossy cobblestone and tuff blocks. I also mixed in some cobblestone for even more texture variation. Once I was happy with the shape, I added in lots of slabs to smooth it out even more and make the entire thing look a bit more natural. And to bring more green into the build, I went back and added some moss blocks into the mix as well. For natural areas like this, it's really just a lot of placing and breaking blocks until things look the way that I want. It almost feels like the less I think about it, the better it turns out. Anyways, the main shape of the cave was looking pretty good at this point, but I had just one more idea for the floor, and that was to add a bit of jungle wood. I mean, we got some from our adventure, so why not? To make the cave look reinforced, I built some support beams using spruce fences. After that, I replaced all of the regular lanterns with soul lanterns to give the cave a moodier, more ominous feeling. And then for a bit of vegetation, I added shortgrass, moss carpet, and a few wildflowers just for a hint of color. I also dotted some glowberries on the ceiling to give the entire cave a more overgrown vibe. But of course, the whole reason for making this cave was to have a spot to display the egg, so let's place it on top of a lodestone to finish off the build. While making the cave, our crops had time to grow, so I took a minute on the start of day 87 to expand both our beetroot and carrot farms. After that, I put my helmet through our grindstone and tried re-enchanting it to get respiration. It took a couple of attempts, but I got it. The reason I want this enchant is so that we can do some terraforming along the edge of the river. When we did all that custom terraforming a while back, I was pretty lazy and left the land floating, so I want to take some time to get it properly connected to the bottom of the river. While doing so, I ran out of dirt, so I had to take a quick break to gather more. Honestly, this is probably going to be completely unnoticeable from the surface, but at least in my heart, I'll know it was done correctly. And once everything was connected up and smoothed out, I used a bit of bone meal to add just a touch of greenery. All in all, I'm glad we took the time to do this, as it just makes our base feel more polished. We've been doing a lot of terraforming, so I want to build a brand new structure. I've seen a few videos lately of people building firewatch towers, so I thought I would try making my own. And considering we've had to put out a couple of fires already, I think it's pretty fitting. I was pretty much able to craft everything I needed in our storage room, but I do want to use some mud brick walls in the build, so I made some mud using dirt blocks and a water bottle. Afterwards, I harvested our entire wheat farm. And while I was in farming mode, I harvested our beetroots again. I was able to get the entire section filled in after replanting, so I started filling in the last empty section of our farming area with beetroots as well. And of course, I expanded our carrot farm too. It's slowly getting there. Anyways, the whole reason for getting wheat was so that we could make packed mud, which I then turned into mud bricks, and finally mud brick walls. And with that, we should have everything we need to build the Firewatch Tower. I created the main frame almost entirely out of spruce wood, with just a bit of oak logs mixed in for texture variation. I then constructed the top of the tower using granite, tuff, and mud brick walls, and I included a bunch of windows for easy firewatching capabilities. In reality, the tower would be way taller, but I wanted it to fit in with the rest of our builds, so I kept the scale on the smaller side. Overall though, I'm really happy with the build, and it added some nice height variation to the area, which I like a lot. As we're quickly approaching day 100, I want to continue adding smaller details all around our base to get it looking as good as possible. I began by placing some sugarcane along the edge of the river, and then I used the classic string trick to stop them from fully growing. Just helps create a bit more variety. After that, I dotted more shortgrass around and also added a couple of flower patches to bring more color into the area. And since I had them on hand, I even added some drip leaf to the riverbank to make it even lusher. Continuing with adding more natural elements, I planted a few azaleas and blended them into the environment with shortgrass. And I had a bunch in my storage room, so I used leaf litter to smooth out some of the harder edges on the pathway. It's my first time trying this technique, and the result is subtle but pretty cool honestly. I'd love to add some bushes to the area, but I don't have any, so on day 94 I set out on a little adventure to find one. It didn't take too long since they naturally generate along riverbanks. Using bone meal, I made a bunch more and then collected them all with my shears. Back at our base, I planted them back down alongside some shortgrass to help fill in any remaining empty spaces. I also used bone meal to help blend things even more and added more flowers because why not?
I wanted our crop fields to be fully filled in, so I used bone meal to instantly grow our wheat, carrots, and beetroots. I'm feeling really glad right now that we got all those bone blocks in the nether earlier. And now that all the crops are grown in, this area is looking a lot more complete. On day 96, I made a new shovel and tried enchanting it a few times until eventually I got Silk Touch. With that in hand, I felt confident enough to grow a large spruce tree beside our barn. It generated a bunch of podzol, which I didn't love, but using our shovel, I was able to gather some grass blocks and then patch up the area to get it back to the way it was. Using bone meal once again, I made some glow lichen, which I collected with some shears. I then dotted it all around our base to help light up the dark areas. This should help a ton with making our base safer at night. During all of our adventures, I was able to pick up a couple of name tags, so I used our anvil to name one of them Lapis and the other one Harry. And of course, these are going to be for our dogs. This little guy will be Lapis, and the doggo in our bedroom will be Harry. I'm sorry, dog number 3, you'll have to be nameless for now. Anyways, we found 5 eye armor trims in the stronghold, so I crafted a smithing table, placed it downstairs, and then used the templates to add trims to my entire set of armor. I went for a blue on blue theme, which looks pretty sick, except for that it looks like I have giant blue eyebrows. But at this point, I think all of our builds are pretty much complete, so I crafted a few maps and revealed them to capture everything we've built from a bird's eye perspective. I wasn't exactly sure the best spot to display them, but after looking around, I think this wall next to our enchanting table will work perfectly. And as always, maps continue to be one of my favorite things in the entire game. On day 99, I went over to our barn and bred the cold cows again since I hadn't checked on them in a while. I want to tour the world on day 100, and I don't really have anything I super need to get done beforehand, so I spent the rest of the day building a secret room behind the painting in our living room. It's been a while since I've made one of these, but it was honestly pretty fun to throw together. And I left a secret message in here for all of you who made it to this point in the video. But with that, I put my items back into our storage room in preparation to tour this super cozy base. Alrighty, starting the tour in our starter house, we're on the main floor here. The interior on this house turned out pretty nice. It's pretty simple, but it's also pretty functional, so pretty happy with it. Upstairs is where we have our storage room. Everything is all nicely organized here. And then just on the back wall, we have our enchanting table. We actually still have quite a few levels left over, which is kind of surprising. But let's head outside and continue checking out everything else that we've built. So if we just head out the front entrance here, we have all this terraforming that we did along the edge of the river. But if we follow this moss sort of algae path further down, it takes us over to the custom cave that we made. I had a lot of fun putting this one together, and I really like the lighting with the soul lantern. It just created this nice kind of moody vibe, and it turned out to be the perfect spot to put our egg. And we also built our portal right into this boulder. I really like all the vegetation kind of climbing up the boulder and almost overtaking the portal. Just created this really cool kind of like ancient vibes, which I don't know, I just really like it. But if we head further up the hill, this is where we have our barn. I was super sad at first that we weren't able to find any cold cows, but luckily on our second try, we were able to find some. Right beside the barn, we have this small little sweetberry farm, which just helped fill out the space a little bit and also kind of helped tie into the taiga biome. And on the other side of the barn, we have even more farms. So we have our giant wheat one here, and then also these alternating beetroot and carrot farms, which just added some nice greenery and helped fill out the space. And I also really like how this watchtower came out. It should be like way taller above all of the trees, so you can see for like, you know, kilometers. But overall, I think it turned out pretty cool and was kind of something different that we could add to our base area, so I'm glad we added it. Kicking it off on day 1, and this island is pretty sandy, but there is a bunch of spruce trees over there, which is pretty awesome. I also just spotted a little bit of sugarcane right here, so I will definitely pick that up. I am so happy that there are spruce trees on this island, but you know what, let's go ahead and punch down our first tree. And now that we have some wood, you'll never guess we're gonna make a crafting table. We can place that down, and then let's make our very first wooden pickaxe. And I found a bit of like, I don't know if it's a cave entrance, but anyways, there's a bit of exposed stone, so let's mine some of this up. Cobblestone has been obtained, so let's make a pickaxe, an axe, a shovel, and we'll also make what is this called? Dude, okay, this video's already cooked. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, but this is a stone sword. Awesome.
Now that we have some tools, let's take a look around, and hey, look, there's some cows over here. That's really awesome. Not gonna kill these guys though, so that we can breed them and set up a farm later. There's also some sweet berries, so maybe we just use these as our starter game food source. Anything else cool on this island? I guess we have some turtles, that's pretty fun. More cows, very awesome. No way, is that a mushroom on a log? We just got the best seed in the entire game, let's go. Okay, jokes aside, I cannot find a single sheep on this island, which kinda sucks as I don't know how we're gonna get through the first night. Yeah, okay, it's already getting so dark out. You know what? I think we just need to dig underground and stay under here for the night. Not really much else that we can do. Hopefully we can find at least a little bit of coal or iron while we're down here. That'd be pretty nice. Okay, just bumped into some copper. I'll take it. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but alright. No way, I think I just ran into a geode. This is super cool. This is awesome though. We could definitely use this calcite and the smooth basalt to build a starter house. That'd be pretty fun. Looks like there's some zombies in the geode. Let's see if we can take these guys out. Get out of here, zombies. Still haven't found any coal or iron, but there's a bit of copper, so I guess I'll pick that up. Of course, it's like some underground cave. There's a bit of lapis. I don't know if you can mine this with a stone pickaxe though. Let's see. Oh, you can. Okay, let's not drown. Get me out of here. More copper. I guess I'll take it. All of this is underwater. I guess it kind of makes sense. We're like right under an island, but let's make a door. We can maybe use that to breathe under the water. Finally spotted some coal in one of the underwater caves, and using the door trick, we can breathe underwater and mine it up. It's already day 2, so I want to go back up to the surface and see if we can maybe find some spiders so we can get string to hopefully make a bed. And there's not a single spider. Great. Anyway, let's keep preparing for day 2, and I just spotted some more sugarcane, so let's just harvest that and maybe replant it along the water edge to get a bit of a farm going. Okay, since we don't have access to a bed, it's going to be essential to get a bit of a starter house going or some type of bunker, so let's cut down more trees so we can make one. Okay, by looking at the sun, it's already about midday, which means we have like 5 minutes until it's dark. Let's see if we can speedrun and make a house super quick. So maybe let's just start off with some pillars, maybe, I don't know, like 5 blocks tall, and then we can just strip those. And then let's skip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, and then we'll do another pillar right here. And then we'll do one more pillar, just like so. And we don't really have a whole lot of blocks to work with at the moment, so let's just use some cobblestone. Okay, we gotta be super quick. Let's fill in this wall as well. And of course, I ran out of cobblestone, so maybe let's just use some of this calcite and diorite for the front wall, you know, why not? The sun is already getting so low, we gotta be fast. Okay, maybe let's make some stairs, sure. And then we can go stair, stair, and then we'll do a double door just like so. Okay, that's looking not too bad. Okay, let's make a bunch of these spruce planks into stairs, and I'll also make some slabs. Okay, using these spruce stairs, let's see if we can do a super quick roof before it gets too dark. Maybe just use some slabs going up to the middle, and then we'll repeat the exact same thing on this side. Whoops, already misplacing stuff. Oh my goodness, it is already so dark and we are not done yet. Let me see if I can get this in before stuff starts spawning at least. Oh man, a bunch of mobs have already spawned, but I think we're safe up here. They shouldn't be able to get us. No way, there's a zombie in our house, get out! Okay, our roof is done, but I think there's a zombie inside. Oh no. I forgot to close my doors. Oh my goodness, there's a zombie in our house. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out. Oh, okay, I think we're good. Let's make some torches so we can light this up a little bit. Alrighty, let's place down a few torches in here. Not much of a house right now, but it's better than nothing. I hear so many zombies outside right now. This is so scary. Just trying to patch up the interior a little bit. I don't have any more cobblestone, so I guess we'll just use smooth basalt. And let's also get in a little bit of a floor, and I think we can just use more spruce wood. You know, it definitely needs some windows, but for a house built on day 2, it's honestly not that bad. Oh my goodness, why did I do that? Oh my goodness, I just let them in here. Why are they leaving though? Oh, that scared me so bad. Oh, okay, I think we're fine. Any zombies? Oh my goodness. Okay, I closed the door. We're good. Maybe I can do a little bit of a hole here. And there's so many zombies out here, but at least we're getting some early game XP. I'll take it. Okay, this is super dangerous. I have no armor and barely any food right now, but maybe let's see if we can find some spiders. I really want some string. And let's also grab some more sweet berries. Oh man, there's a spider over there, but it's being guarded by 2 skeletons. Are you kidding me? Oh, there's a couple spiders here we can probably get. Come here, spiders. Come on. Come over here. Ah! Oh, okay, I'm fine. Come on, drop some string. Drop some string. No string, are you kidding me? Cover it, cover it, cover it, cover it. This is the most scuffed start to any 100-day challenge I've ever done. What is going on right now? Oh, we got some string. Is there anything else out there? Come on, just let me grab this string. Okay, grab the string, get back in. Okay. Oh, all that for 2 pieces of string? I guess it is what it is. Get out of here. Oh, we got some armor. Sweet, we just got a leather cap. I'll definitely take that. Ah, more zombies. Okay, it's finally the morning, and I think most of the mobs have died off, so let's finally fix these doors. And now that it's daytime, you can get a little bit of a better view of this house. It's not the best thing I've ever built, but you know, for a couple of days, not too terrible. Now that I'm looking at it a bit better though, we can probably swap these for upside down stairs. I think that'll look a little bit better. And I also want to fix it up a little bit more with some cobblestone, so let's grab some of this up. And I just bumped into more coal too. That is absolutely awesome. Okay, I got more cobblestone, so let's place down our crafting table and make a furnace. And then we can go ahead, place that down, and then let's start smelting up all of this copper. And while that's smelting, I want to add a small chimney to the side of the house. So maybe let's do a couple of granite blocks like that, and then maybe a stair right here. And then we can probably raise that up to probably here is good. And then on top of that, let's do a campfire surrounded by trapdoors. And then to finish it off, let's do a wall right on top. And yeah, there we go, a nice little chimney on the side of our house. I like that. Okay, finally enough copper is done smelting, so let's turn this into, what do I need? A block of copper, and then we can turn this into some grates. And then I'm thinking we just punch out a hole right here for a window, and probably another one like right here would look good. You know what? Let's actually make that too tall. I think that'll look a little bit better. And as you can see, it is already dark out again, so let's try to kill some more spiders and get more string. Get out of here, spider. Drop some string. A spider eye? I don't want a spider eye. Give me some string. 2 more spiders there, but there's also a zombie and a creeper. This is so scary. Okay, come on, blow up. Oh! Okay, this is fine, this is fine. Get out of here. Okay, let me get out. Get me out, get me out, get me out. Oh, there's a creeper right there. I've healed up. Come on, spider, get over here. Okay, we got 2 spiders. I'm trying to lure them over, and then I'll kill them from inside of the house. Die. Oh yes, more string. We got 4 string, come on. Any more from you? Doesn't look like it. I'm all out of food, so I guess we're resorting to rotten flesh. Finally, we have 4 string, so we can make our very first wool block. This for sure has to be the most effort I've ever gone through to get a wool block, and the sad thing is we still need 2 more to make a bed. But you know what? Progress is progress. I'm a little scared to go outside without a proper food source, so maybe let's just keep working on the interior. I think the ceiling would look a little bit more interesting with a beam kind of going all the way across, just like so. My inventory is kind of a disaster, so let's place down a couple of chests and unload some of these items. It's finally the morning of day 4, and our house is slowly shaping up, but you know what? I think we need to get started on getting a bit of a better food source. So maybe let's grab a couple of sticks as well as a couple blocks of cobblestone, and I'll also take these wheat seeds. And you might have already guessed, but let's use these sticks as well as the cobblestone to make a hoe. Wow, there's barely like any grass on this entire island. It's all just ferns. This is so annoying. I want to get some seeds. A bit more grass right here. Please drop a seed. No, of course not. Come on, this has to drop a seed. Let's go. 2 seeds. Pop off. I'm not even kidding. I think I broke every single piece of grass on the island and only got 2 wheat seeds, but oh well, what are you gonna do? Let's just go ahead and set this up and plant down the 2 wheat seeds that we do have. Also, it looks like our sugarcane grew, so let's cut this all down and replant it to expand the farm. And let's grab some more of these sweet berries. This food source kinda sucks, but I guess it's better than the rotten flesh. I just had a 2000 IQ idea. Let's kill some of these salmon in the water. That'll be a way better food source. Come on, quit swimming away. Oh, I'm gonna drown, I'm gonna drown. Okay, we're good. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. This is gonna be a way better food source. The sun is already setting again, but I managed to get, what is this, 4 salmon and 15 cod, and I also got a couple of bone meal, which is kind of interesting. Didn't know you could get that from killing fish. Anyway, before too many bad guys start spawning, let's head inside and start cooking up some of this salmon. Finally, we have a better food source. This is kind of sketchy, but I want to see if I can lure some of these spiders over. Oh, okay, we gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Get me back inside. Oh my goodness, get me back. Okay. Okay, we got a couple more spiders over here. This is perfect. Come on, drop some string, please. Yes, more string. Please drop some string. Yes, more string. That is awesome. Let's go. But of course, it's being guarded by the skeleton. Kind of annoying. Okay, let's quickly grab the string and go back inside. Quickly. Sweet, we just got 3 more string. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but that is huge. Okay, there's 2 more spiders over here. Let's very carefully try to lure some of these over. Come on. Oh, okay, don't get too close though. That's right, follow me. We're getting stuck to the ceiling, but hopefully we can take them out. Yes, more string. This guy too, come on, get out of here. Okay, no string, but I'll take it. Another night has been survived, and we got 4 more string, so you know what that means, another block of wool. And let's just add it to our collection, why not? Of course it's raining now, but I had a couple ideas to spice up our house a little bit, the first of which just being adding some barrels at the bottom of these pillars. And then on the side of the house, I was thinking we could do a row of trapdoors, just like so. And let's also do the exact same thing on the other side as well. And then I was thinking we could add just a tiny bit of the smooth basalt to the walls, just for a tiny bit of texture variation. Maybe do a bit right there and right there. Pretty subtle, but it does add just a little something. And then I just wanted to swap out these diorite stairs with some cobblestone ones, as I think it'll look a little bit more in place. Yeah, that's looking better, and I also want to turn this into an arched doorway, so let's do a couple stairs like that, a couple trapdoors, and then put our regular doors back. It's a pretty subtle and minor change, but I think it does help. And then something else I was just thinking we could do is add some trapdoors here, just for a bit of like a more detailed trim to the roof. So let's also go ahead and do the exact same thing at the back of the house too. And maybe on the side of the house, we just add a couple trapdoors to look like a bit of a shutter. A little hard to see because of the rain, but I'm feeling pretty happy with how our starter house is looking now. And the sun is already setting again, so hopefully we can get the last of the string that we need tonight. Come on, spider, drop some string. I'm tired of not having a bed. Yes, more string, let's go. Come on, drop some string. No, a spider eye. Oh my goodness, phantoms. No! Get me out. Oh, there's so many skeletons too. Get me out. Oh, that was close. I low-key kind of forgot that phantoms exist. I always just sleep through the night, so I barely run into them. There's another spider. Yes, more string. 2 more string. We just need 1 more string. Come on, we can do it. I believe. Just need 1 more string. Come on, spider. Ow. Yes, 4 string. Oh man, I'm so happy. Let's go, we even got some extra string, 6 string, let's go. Finally, we can go ahead and craft our 3rd and final piece of wool. That took so incredibly long, but we now have enough to make a bed. But now that we finally have the wool, let's not waste any time and finally craft our bed. And the awesome thing is we have 2 extra strings, so we can make a fishing rod later if we want to. I'm not really vibing with the plain white bed though. Do I have any way I can make some dye? I guess we can use some lapis that we found earlier in the cave, so let's turn that into blue dye, and then we can go ahead and dye our bed blue. And I think this corner of the house will be the perfect location for our bedroom. Seriously though, I think this is the most work that I've ever done to get a bed inside of this game, but you know what? I'm so glad that we finally have one now. Anyway, I still have a bit of spruce logs, so let's turn those into planks, maybe we just do like that, make some sticks, and then we'll make a bunch of fences, as well as a couple of fence gates. And I definitely want to build a proper kind of like barn or something on the island, but for now, let's just set up a temporary animal pen. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's maybe just do a torch in all 4 corners, just like so, boop, and then we'll do gate, and there we go, animal pen. Also, looks like our sugarcane has grown up once again, so let's harvest this all. And let's just go ahead and expand this once more, you know, might as well, super easy to do along the edge of the water. And by the looks of it, at least one of our pieces of wheat grew, so let's harvest that and plant down these seeds. And I want to lure some cows over to the pen, but it's already getting dark. Oh my goodness, the phantom scared me so bad, but oh, why did that scare me? Okay, let's go to bed, and hopefully we don't have to deal with the phantoms anymore. Okay, but now that we have some wheat, let's lure some of these cows over. Come on in, Mr. Cow, welcome to your new home. I found 3 more cows, so let's bring these guys over as well. And there we go, we got 4 cows in our animal pen. That is super awesome. We're making great progress, but we definitely need to get some iron soon. And you know what, instead of just, you know, kind of digging down and finding some or locating a cave, I think it'd be fun to make a quarry. It's something I've been wanting to do for a really long time, and I think this area beside our house could be the perfect location. It took me a few days and definitely had me questioning why I decided to do this with stone tools, but in the end I got a pretty decent sized hole dug out for our quarry. It still needs a lot of details, but here's what it's looking like right now, and there's kind of two different levels. I did a staircase down to kind of this level, and then another smaller staircase down to where I found all of these ores. The next thing I want to do is patch up all of the kind of like sand as well as, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like the dirt areas, so I smelted a bunch of cobblestone into stone. Also, while we're in our house, let's grab maybe some of these spruce items, that could be pretty handy, and maybe some of this dirt, just in case. Also, if you're curious how many blocks I got from digging, we got all this sand as well as all this cobblestone. And while we're in our starter house, let's turn some of these logs into planks, and maybe we'll just make like a bunch of trapdoors and maybe a bunch of slabs as well. And I wish I had some iron to make a stone cutter, but for now I guess we'll just have to use our regular crafting table to make some stone stairs. Alrighty, so using these stone stairs, I want to make a bit of a proper staircase going all the way down to this first level. Something just like that, so we can easily come down, and then we have this section as well, so once again, let's just do some stairs going all the way down. And this bottom area kind of worked out perfectly where I ran into all these ores just on accident, so I didn't remove them and just left them here, so it looks like whoever is, digging this quarry ran into these and is still working on digging them up. I did, however, bring a few blocks of raw copper with me, and maybe we just put them, I don't know, maybe one like right here and right here, and then let's do the last one, maybe over in here will look good. And then maybe over in this corner we do like a crafting table, and I actually want to use that right now to just make a couple of barrels. And then maybe we do like barrel, as well as maybe just like a couple of slabs, just like that I think looks nice. And then maybe we add just a little bit more texture variation using some of this cobblestone. I think that'll look pretty good. You know what, I think this copper has to go. It's kind of right in the way of the staircase. It's kind of bothering me, so yeah, I think that's a little bit more open, a little easier to walk around and see what's going on. Maybe we just use a few of these cobblestone slabs to maybe make like a pile of stones here, maybe another one right there, sure. I'm pretty happy with how this bottom layer is looking, and then just to make it a bit safer, I think we should do a fence going all the way around this. Get the last few in right there, and yeah, I think that's looking a bit better, quite a bit safer as well. And then I think all of this sandstone as well as sand looks pretty bad, to be honest, so that's why I smelted all of that stone so we can patch it up. Okay, so the sand should be all removed, so let's fill this back in with stone, and I'm also just mixing in a little bit of cobblestone to make it a bit more interesting. Let's also get rid of this sandstone right here beside the staircase. I'm not really liking how this is looking. Patch it back in with our stone, maybe do a bit of cobblestone right here, right there, and just fill the rest in with stone should be good. It's all patched up and looking way better, but I think if we mix in some more of the cobblestone kind of around the rest of the area, it'll look a lot more in place. I'm trying not to go overboard, but I think something just like that is pretty good, just a bit of cobblestone mixed in to help break up all of the stone. We can maybe even help break up the stone a little bit more by maybe removing a few blocks here and filling those back in with some regular dirt. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think I like that. Maybe let's add a little bit on this side as well, might as well. Something else we definitely need is some lighting, so just adding a few torches kind of going around this fence. Let's also add some at the very bottom, maybe one right there and maybe right there, that should be good. And I know we already have staircases, but it might look cool if we add a few ladders around just to, add a bit more detail. So maybe higher up, let's add a ladder as well, maybe right here, just going all the way up to the very top. Yeah, I think I like that. It kind of helps break up the flat wall. Let's add a fence around this higher area as well. I mean, this is the one that we really don't want to fall off of. That's a far ways down. Much safer. Let's also just add a few torches going all the way around. Of course it's raining now, but I think our quarry is looking pretty good. There's just one more thing that I want to add right out here, and that's a crane, but I think these trees are going to be a little bit in the way, so let's chop these down. The trees are cleared, and I marked out a spot where I want to build this thing, so let's just start off with a spruce plank, and then we'll surround that with trapdoors. And then right on top we'll do a barrel, and then I want to do some stripped logs on top, so let's go 1, 2, and 3, and then on top of that we'll do another trapdoor. Back down at the bottom, let's go slab. We can break this one and then put the slab back right there, and then we'll go slab here, and then I need to get up a little bit higher and do another slab right there. That's kind of meant to be like the counterweight, and then on this side we'll have the actual arm of the crane. So let's go slab here, get ourselves a little bit higher, and then we'll do another slab right here. And then let's go slab, and don't need that one, can just remove it. This part might be a little bit tricky, but let's do a grindstone and then 2 fences below that. And then let's just finish it off with a slab right here, and then we'll do trapdoor and trapdoor. Definitely not the biggest or most detailed crane ever, but given the limited materials we have, I'm pretty happy with it. And I'm pretty happy in general just with how our entire kind of quarry turned out. It's maybe a little bit on the basic side, but we can always add more details as we continue to gather more resources. There is just one more thing that I want to add to our quarry though, and that's a staircase going all the way down to deep slate levels, so we can start hopefully gathering up some iron as well as diamonds and all of that good stuff. Oh, iron! Are you kidding me? Dude, the video is actually just like... the video is like scripting itself right now. This is awesome. That was actually so crazy, we totally just spoke that iron into existence. And you know what? Our staircase can wait. I just want to go right ahead and start smelting up this iron. And while we wait for it to smelt, it looks like some of our wheat has grown. I've kind of been expanding this in the background, but we got a decent amount now. And we should probably start expanding this as well. Maybe let's just do like 3 more rows of dirt, just like that. Grab our hoe and go ahead and till this all as well. And then expand this by planting our wheat seeds back down. And now that we have some wheat, let's finally go ahead and breed the cows. Top tier content breeding the cows, I know, but look at these baby ones with their little horns. That is so awesome. And while we're doing our chores, we might as well just gather up all of the sugar cane, you know, why not? I'm not gonna bother expanding it though this time. I think that'll be a little bit overkill. And unfortunately, I'm kind of back to eating sweet berries at the moment, so let's gather a few of these up too. I just had an idea. Let's plant a few sweet berries in front of the house. I think that'll add a nice little pop of color. I can't believe it's taken 16 days, but we finally have some iron. And let's use that to make a shield as well as an iron pickaxe. And then let's turn the last 3 into a bucket. Grab some water with our bucket, that is always handy, and let's go back down into our quarry and continue digging. I'm trying to get down to deep slate levels, but I would also love to run into a cave and, you know, hopefully find some diamonds and more iron and whatnot. That would be so awesome. And I just spoke that into existence. We have a cave right down there. Unfortunately, it's kind of guarded by a creeper right now. You know what? We have a shield. Let's just throw that on and jump down. Wait, where did the creeper go? I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, it seems safe for right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's not safe. It's not safe. Oh man, there's so many skeletons over here too. Oh, and a creeper. Oh my goodness, this could be bad. Blow up, creeper. Creeper, blow up. Creeper, blow up. Creeper, blow up. Creeper! Oh my goodness. Get out. Oh man, I don't know if my heart can take this. This is too much. Man, I have like no armor right now and I'm surviving off of sweet berries. This is so scuffed, but you know what? There's more iron, so let's mine it up. There's diamonds over there, but it's being guarded by this zombie right now. Get out of here, guy. Get out of here, Mr. Zombie. Oh, he dropped a carrot. Nice. Just got a carrot from that zombie. That is super awesome. New crop unlocked. But even better than that, we have our first diamonds. Let's go. Is it just one though? Come on. It's maybe a little bit hard to see, but there's some diamonds over there as well. Let's try to make our way over. Why am I caving with no armor right now? This is so dumb. Oh my goodness. Blocks. I need blocks. Give me blocks. No! What's hitting me? No! Please! Please! I'm scared. No, 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 no. No! Get out, get out, get out. Oh. 2.5 hearts. 2.5 hearts. No! No! No, please, not like this. Not like this! No! Get me out, get me out, get me out. Oh, there's diamonds there. Get me out, get me out, get me out. Get me out. Box myself in, box myself in. Oh. Dude, my heart is racing right now. And you know what? My shield is about to break, so let's make a furnace and smelt up some of this iron so we can make a new one. Okay, the iron is done smelting, so let's go ahead, turn some of this into planks and make ourselves a brand new shield. And then since we still have 2 iron, let's make a better sword. Okay, where'd the zombie go? Okay, zombie's over here. Come over here, guy. Get out of here, zombie. Get out. Okay, let's try to be sneaky. Let's just place down a torch right here and mine up these diamonds. Looks like it was only the 1 diamond, but oh well. What are you gonna do? Why is there so many zombies? Please leave me alone. I just spotted a couple more diamonds. Let's go. This is awesome. And finally, this one is more than just, you know, 1 diamond. Whoa, there's some water back there, okay. Okay, we're now up to 5 diamonds in total, and you know what? I only have 9 sweet berries left, so I think we gotta go back up to the surface. Might be easier said than done though, there are so many mobs down here. I was trying to leave, but I just bumped into a few more diamonds, so I guess I'll take them, you know? Why not? Let's get out of here though. I really hope nothing pushes me off the edge. Alright, I found where we came down, finally. That was one of the scariest mining adventures of my life. And I did bring a bunch of cobblestone stairs with me, so let's just place these down as we go back up so we can easily come down in the future. Staircase is all in place, and it's super awesome that we now know where a cave is, but I think we need to gear up a little bit more before we take that on again, because that was pretty sketchy. At least from that adventure, we got 10 diamonds and a carrot, a little bit of a weird combo, but you know what? It'll come in handy, so I'm pretty happy with that. And since we do have some diamonds, I think we should just go ahead and make a diamond pickaxe. And I think I'll just hold on to the rest of them for right now until I decide what I want to do with them. But while we're in crafting mode, I did want to use the rest of our string to make a fishing rod, as I think it could be a really good way to get a lot of useful items. Also, it looks like our wheat has grown again, so let's quickly harvest this up. And we got back enough seeds to expand the farm once again, which is super awesome. And you know what, since we got it, we might as well plant this carrot as well. But now that we have a little bit of wheat, come over here cows, it's time to get bread again. And the sun is kind of already starting to set on this beautiful day 18, but let's maybe just spend the rest of the day doing some fishing and see what we get. Fish number 1, just some cod, I'll take it. I only ended up getting, 3 cod and 1 puffer fish before it got way too dark out, but you know what, I'll take all the food I can get. That low-key got me in the fishing mood though, so I decided to spend the entirety of day 19 fishing as well. I ended up getting a bunch of fish, a bow with essentially 0 durability, some other random stuff, and an enchanted book with fire aspect 1 and protection 3. I began the following day by crafting a couple of smokers, and then I started cooking up all of the fish we caught. And honestly, I felt like I needed even more fish, so I just brute forced it again and hunted some down in the ocean. Maybe not quite as chill as fishing normally, but it's definitely faster. I started smelting our newly obtained haul of fish inside of the house, and while waiting, I harvested the wheat farm again, and you'll never guess, bred the cows. And smokers are super quick, so the rest of the fish were already done cooking at this point. And I had some time to think about what to do with our remaining 7 diamonds, and what I decided on was to make a pair of boots, a sword, and a shovel. But now that we have some proper food and slightly better gear, I think it's time to take on the caves again. Kinda scared after getting down to half a heart last time, but it has to be done if we want to continue progressing on the island. And after taking out a few mobs, I began collecting all the iron I could get my hands on. I also spotted several diamond veins under the water, so using the 2000 IQ door trick, I mined them up, as well as any other useful ores that I came across. And the really nice thing about mining under the water is that there aren't any mobs trying to kill me for once. But after I mined everything that was under the water, I continued exploring the regular caves where I came across even more diamonds. I got so many in fact that I took a little pit stop to craft myself a helmet and a chest plate. Feeling a bit safer, I continued my journey, venturing deeper into the cave on the hunt for even more diamonds. And once I found more, I crafted some leggings, and that means we finally have a full set of diamond armor. I probably got a little overconfident though, because I decided to take on a witch, nearly resulting in my death as her poison got me down to just half a heart again. But did I take this as my sign to go back up to the surface? No shot. With maybe slightly shaky hands, I continued mining like nothing ever happened. I'm glad I did though, since I found even more diamonds, iron, and one of the zombies I killed even dropped a potato, which means we now have access to yet another crop. The main thing I was in need of at this point was iron, so I ran around and mined as much as I could. And I even stumbled upon another large underwater section that had so much iron, but I am definitely not complaining. While I was down here, I also grabbed a few stacks of tough blocks, as well as deep slate that we can use for building later. And just when I was getting ready to head back up to the surface, I came across a lush cave. I didn't have much room in my inventory, but I grabbed some moss blocks and azaleas to bring back with me, as well as some clay that we can smelt into bricks. Something else I figured we should grab while we were down here was obsidian, so I mined enough for both an enchanting table and a nether portal. And I also grabbed a bucket of lava that we can use for smelting later. Anyway, just one last thing I grabbed on my way back up was some coal, which once again I found in one of the underwater caves. But with that in hand, I finally made my way back to the surface. That was close to 10 days of mining, but we have so many useful resources now. I started smelting the iron using the lava we collected, then crafted a new axe to finally complete our shiny blue diamond tool set. And it looks like our crops fully grew while we were mining, so I harvested everything, and then that's right, I bred the cows again. I am kind of getting bored though of breeding the cows in this boring old pen, so the next thing I want to get started on is building a barn over in this area. However, there's one kind of, obvious issue right now. There are a bunch of trees in the way, so let's chop these down. Also, I cannot believe that it is day 30. I feel like we just started this challenge. And I still want to fully transform the island, which means we have a ton of work to do and a ton of building, which should be super fun. I maybe got just a little bit carried away and cut down every tree, just a bit of deforestation. But check out how many logs we have for building now. This is super awesome. And don't worry, we'll definitely plant more trees back down later. I just kind of wanted to see the area that we're working with a little bit better. And you know what? These sweet berries really helped out in the early game, but I just keep running into them, so I think let's get rid of them for now. But now that we have the space cleared out, let's maybe kind of plan out where we want this. I'm thinking we just start off with a bunch of pillars, maybe do a 4-block gap there, and then right here I'm thinking probably 5, and then another 4. I went ahead and got the rest of the pillars in. I think this is going to be a pretty good size for our barn, not too small, but also not too big. The only issue is that this hill is a little bit in the way, so I'm just going to lower this by probably like 2 or 3 blocks, and then it should be good. That only took a few minutes, and the area is all flattened out, but next up, let's get all these pillars kind of fixed up and connecting all the way to the ground. And let's also raise up these other ones that are kind of closer to the ground already. That's looking way better, but I think we can take it even one step further by stripping all of these. Pillars have all been stripped, so let's go grab some more materials that we can use to build up the actual walls. Okay, swinging by our starter house, I know I'm definitely going to want to use some glass, for windows, so let's grab some sand we can smelt, and I also want a stone cutter, so let's grab some cobblestone, and then we can put the sand in one of our furnaces, and the cobblestone in another one. But you know what, while we're waiting for that all to smelt, let's just harvest some of this wheat, and that's right, come over here cows, it's time to be bred again. The sand is still smelting, but at least we have some stone now. Wait a minute, I'm an idiot, aren't I? I had stone in here the whole time. Whatever. Anyway, let's grab some of this. Well, I just need 1 iron ingot, and then we can use that to make a stone cutter. And then let's maybe just place that on top of our crafting table, and then I want to grab some of these moss blocks as well as a bunch of this cobblestone and the tuff that we got as well. Okay, using that moss, let's make a stack of mossy cobblestone, and then using our brand new stone cutter, let's turn maybe half of that into walls. And then let's also make a decent amount of tuff walls, and I'll make a bunch of regular cobblestone walls as well. And sweet, our glass is done smelting, so let's grab that, and then I want to turn some into glass panes. And then my idea is to do like a row of tuff blocks at the bottom, and then we'll probably do like walls on the side just like that, and then probably a nice big window right at the front. Something like that isn't bad. I'm thinking we can maybe even get rid of these ones and turn those into walls as well. That might actually look pretty decent. Let me get rid of that one real quick and let's see. Yeah, once we add the roof, I think that'll look all right. I repeated the same design on the other side, and right here in the middle, I kind of want to do like an arched doorway, so I'm thinking we come up probably up to here, and then let's go all the way over to the other side, and then let's get that connected up all the way down to the ground, and then in the corners, let's do upside down stair, and a slab. I think that's looking pretty good. Nice little arched entryway. And then right here, I want to do like a door that looks like it's kind of like open, like a barn door, of course, for, a barn. So we'll have that one kind of covering like half the entrance, and then this one will face this way. I think I really like that. Looks like the door is kind of like propped open, so we can easily come inside the barn. Anyway, let's continue with the walls, and on the sides, I'm thinking we just keep it super simple and use our walls going all the way down. It's a little bit basic, I'll be honest, but we can make it a little bit more interesting by mixing in some of the mossy cobblestone walls as well as tuff walls. It'll really go a long way in just adding a bit of texture variation. So maybe let's just add a couple of tough blocks right here, a couple more over here, why not? And we can also add texture variation at the front of the barn. I think that'll look really good. Pillagers, can't you see I'm trying to build? Get out of here. Get out of here, guy. I have full diamond armor. You can't touch me. I'll definitely use this banner to decorate the inside of our house though. Thank you very much. As you can see, I got the rest of the walls in just using the exact same kind of building technique, but there was just one more thing that I wanted to do at the front of the house, and that's swap out the bottom of these pillars with barrels just to look like some sort of strap or something going around the log. And next up, I want to get started on the roof, and I think I want to use diorite, but unfortunately I don't have like any at all, so it's time to go down into the quarry and gather some up. I'm not sure if there's any along our staircase. Let's take a look. Oh sweet, we might be in luck here. Awesome, there's some diorite. Let's mine this up. It's been a few minutes and I managed to get, how much is this? Close to 6 stacks of diorite. I think that should be enough. While we're down here though, I do want to see if we can maybe just grab a little bit more deep slate. I know we did mine some earlier, but I think we're going to need even more. Well, that pretty much killed the durability on our pickaxe, but with this, plus what we have in storage, we should have enough deep slate. And you know what, while we're here, I do have more diamonds, so let's just make a brand new pickaxe. But now that we have a new pickaxe and all the deep slate and diorite that we should need, let's go ahead and build up this roof. It took a decent amount of experimentation and time to get the shape right, but I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. And in a few spots, I was even able to mix in some calcite into the white trim for a bit more variety. I'll be the first to admit that this build is a little bit on the boxier side, but I really do like the entrance. I did, however, have just one idea to spice it up a little bit, so let's grab some of these spruce leaves. And it's going to be a super subtle change, but I think if we add a few leaves in front of both of these windows, it'll just add a tiny pop of greenery, which I think it really needs. And I think with that, I'm finally happy with the exterior, so let's get started on the inside. The first thing I want to do is, build some animal pens for the cows, so let's just do some fences going all the way across. That's looking pretty decent. Let's maybe just do a large gate on either side, so we'll do 3 gates just like that. And then we can repeat the exact same thing on this side, destroy these 3 fences, and place down some gates. And I did bring some lanterns with me, so let's do one right there, and then if we come over to here, we can probably do one right there as well. And then let's repeat the exact same thing on this side, boop, and another one right here, boop. And then I guess that means we can get rid of these temporary torches, should look a little bit better. And I'm honestly fine with keeping the interior super simple, but maybe let's just do a barrel here, a crafting table, and a chest for a bit of storage. And then above that, let's do a simple shelf using spruce trapdoors, do a few flower pots on top, and I don't really have any flowers, so let's just use some spruce saplings. And straight up, I think I'm happy with the interior just like this. Pretty simple, but nice and open for the cows. And speaking of the cows, we need to bring them over, so let's just grab a piece of wheat. And then if we put that in our offhand, we should be able to just break this. Oh my goodness, there's so many cows. Come on, cows, follow me. I did not realize it was going to be this many cows. I think we're losing a bunch, but we can maybe just do, a second batch. Come on, cows. They're kind of getting stuck on the door a little bit. That's kind of annoying. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Come on, cows, get in here, please. Oh man, the cows are just spreading out across the entire island. Come on guys, get inside the barn. That was like a million times harder than I thought it'd be, but I think I got every single cow inside of the barn now. Had to spread them out onto both sides, but I think that's fine. We only really have one animal on this island anyways. But now that all the cows are moved over, we can finally get rid of their old pen. This thing is, a bit of an eyesore, so we can finally get rid of it. And I haven't gone fishing in a while, so I'm kind of down to my last 2 sweet berries right now, so I think let's get all of this wheat, and then we can breed the cows again. Come on, cows, you know what time it is. Time to get bred. Can't forget about this side too. Come over here, guys. Feel kind of bad about this, but we really need some food as well as leather, so sorry adults, it's time for you to go. It's always a little depressing just seeing the babies left, but at least we got enough leather to make a level 30 enchanting setup later. But at this very moment, I think I'm probably more excited about the steak, so let's grab some of this coal and start cooking up all of this. Oh man, I'm so tired of eating fish and sweet berries and stuff. This is gonna be so nice. I was just thinking, since we finally have some lanterns, let's place one on the ceiling inside of our house and finally get rid of these torches. And you know what, I think our temporary sugarcane farm has kind of served its purpose for right now. Whoops, missed one, so let's get rid of this for now. But with that, we should have all the raw materials we need to make an enchanting table as well as some bookshelves, so let's do that right now. Okay, first things first, let's turn all of the sugarcane into paper, and then we can turn that into a bunch of books. And then let's maybe make our enchanting table first, just like that. And then the rest of these books we can turn into bookshelves. I'm super glad that we have these now. It's gonna be so nice, but the only problem is that we don't really have room inside of our starter house. No worries though, as that gives us an excuse to build yet another structure on our island, which I'm pretty pumped about, so let's get started on that right now. And one of the blocks I know I want to use is granite, so let's head down into our quarry once again and try to hunt some down. Awesome, there's just some right here, so let's gather some of this up. Okay, I got like 3.5 stacks, which should be plenty, so let's get out of here. And back at our starter house, let's use our stone cutter again to turn about half a stack of this into slabs. One of the other blocks we're going to need is bricks, and I went ahead a little bit earlier and smelted a bunch of the clay we got, so let's grab those. And then let's go back to our crafting table, turn a bunch of this, well, actually I'll just turn all of it into bricks. And then let's turn some of those bricks into slabs. Moving right along, I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to use some regular clay blocks as well as some of this calcite. And let's also take a little bit of this iron as well. And let's use the iron to make a couple of chains. And you already know I'm going to be using some tuff. It's one of my favorite blocks right now. I do, however, want to turn about half of this into, what are these called? Chiseled tuff bricks. I think that could be pretty fun to incorporate into our build. I'll also grab a bunch of this diorite. We have a ton left over from building our barn, so that's pretty convenient. And while we're in this chest, we might as well just grab a bunch of spruce. You already know I'm going to be using a ton of it. Before I get too carried away though, crafting a bunch of different spruce items, I do want to make a grindstone, and let me see if I can get this recipe right. I think it's a couple of planks and sticks, and then a slab? Yeah, perfect, grindstone. Okay, but let's get started on the spruce items now, and I do want to use a bunch of buttons. I think I'm going to need about 12. And then let's also make a decent amount of stairs, and I am going to need a bunch of slabs as well. And then I think the last thing I need is just a bunch of trapdoors. I think that should cover all the materials we need, and I was thinking up on the hill here could be the perfect location for this build, so you know what, let's get right to it. My idea for this one was to create a gazebo to contain our enchanting table. It's something a little bit different, but I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out, if I do say so myself. The gazebo itself is looking pretty sweet, really happy with how the texturing turned out on this one, but I was thinking we could add a light right in the center. Okay, I cannot reach that. Let's place a grindstone right in the middle, do a couple of chains, and then a lantern. That should work. And then with that taken care of, all we have to do is add our bookshelves going all the way around, just like so. And then we can place our enchanting table right in the middle. It's not the biggest build ever, but I love the atmosphere in here. Oh, it is so awesome. What's not so awesome though is that a pretty big chunk of the gazebo is straight up just floating, so let's place down some dirt and get this looking a bit better. Awesome, that only took really a minute or two and it looks so much better. And I have a bunch of levels, so let's finally use our enchanting table and upgrade our gear. Let's see, I wouldn't mind a feather falling enchant if we can get that. Fire protection, no, not really interested. How about this? Ooh, efficiency 4, that's pretty good. Before we lock that in, let's see if we can get something better on our shovel. Same thing. Okay, let's upgrade our pickaxe and let's see what we get. Only efficiency 4, not the best, but I'll take it. Okay, let's try our boots again. Can we get feather falling? Ooh, feather falling 3, I am definitely taking that. That is going to be so nice. Okay, and we still have enough levels to enchant something, and I'm thinking we do our shovel as I'm planning to do a bunch of terraforming soon. So let's see, unbreaking 3, oh, okay, really just unbreaking 3? Alright, I'll take it. Not the craziest of enchants to be honest, but this feather falling one will be really nice. I'm always falling off of stuff, so yeah, pretty handy to have. I was just walking by our quarry, and these torches are so ugly. Let's get rid of these and finally replace them with some lanterns. Simple change, but that is so much better. Something else I'm kind of getting tired of looking at are these old temporary crop farms, so let's finally get rid of this. Also, I think this turtle has been stuck here for like 20 days or something at this point, so turtle, do you need a little push out? There you go, buddy. And then let's get rid of this dirt as well, and we can replace it with sand. And I'll just use sandstone for these areas, just so it doesn't fall down. I also just had an idea of something that could look pretty cool, so in our starter house, I'm smelting up some sandstone, and then let's turn this all into slabs. And then if we surround this kind of like hump of sand with a bunch of these slabs, I think it'll go a really long way in smoothing it out and making it look a lot more natural. I ran out of slabs, so I'll have to wait for more of the sandstone to smelt, but I think something like that looks really cool. And while we're waiting for the rest of the sandstone to smelt, let's maybe build a few boulders, maybe something like that, and we'll do maybe a couple more right here, and then a few more slabs just like that. Just a small little boulder, but it does go a long way in just making the area look a little bit more interesting. Using that same building technique, I built 4 more boulders around the island to spice it up even more. I really like these boulders though, just kind of creates like a rocky atmosphere right on the beach, which is super sweet. Still gotta get the rest of the slabs in there, but as you can see, the sun is setting on this day 50, and to celebrate making it to the halfway point in this challenge, let's go check in on my cats. If you've never seen one of my videos before, I use my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the video. For real though, it goes such a long way in supporting these videos, so I greatly appreciate all of you taking a second to do it. Getting back to Minecraft, all of our smooth stone should be ready, which sweet it is, so let's turn all of this into some slabs. And then with that in hand, we should be able to get the rest of these slabs in. If this turtle will get out of the way, get out of here guy, please just let me place these slabs. Okay, this should be the last few right there, and nice, it's all smoothed out and looking good. But with that taken care of, I want to get started on building some docks. You know, can't have an island build without docks, so let's grab some fences, some planks, and then we'll turn all of these into slabs. Before we can get to building though, I just need to do a little bit of terraforming, mainly just lowering this kind of sandy hill by a couple of blocks, so let's get this done. It took an entire day, but I have this area looking pretty good now, so let's go ahead and build up the docks. I kept the dock itself pretty simple. We can definitely add more details later, but for now, just want to get the base shape in. And honestly, I liked this one so much that I built a second one kind of in front of the barn, but this time on a diagonal just to switch it up a bit. Oh man, this dock totally transformed this area, and the other nice thing is that the turtles really seem to enjoy it. And this other dock over here is also just such a vibe, super cozy, especially while the sun is setting. I want to keep working on filling out the rest of the island with builds, but the terrain is looking pretty wonky in some spots, so let's lock in and do some terraforming. And I also spent the next 5 days terraforming as well, mainly just trying to get the different areas smoothed out and looking good. And I would have kept going, but my shovel was about to break, so I used my very last diamond to craft a new one. I had 28 levels, so I did a slightly lower level enchant on it and got Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, and Unbreaking 3. I don't love Fortune on my shovels, but the rest of the enchants are pretty awesome, so I can't really complain too much. And with a way faster shovel in hand, I grinded out the rest of the terraforming. Took a lot longer than I thought it would, but checking out the before and after, it made such a huge difference. But now that the island is terraformed and looking good, I want to tackle this flat, open, sandy area next, and I was thinking it could be the perfect location for some farms. Gonna need a few materials to build it though, so let's head down into our quarry once again. And the first block we need is just some cobblestone, so I mean we can just gather this right here. And we don't really need like a crazy amount, I'll probably just grab like 2 or 3 stacks and that should be good. Cobblestone has been acquired, so I'm deeper. Oh my goodness! Look at that, we got some diamonds. Hey, let's go. I was just doing my little soundbite there, but hey, nice, I'll take some diamonds, thank you. As I was trying to say, I got some cobblestone, but we're also going to need some tough blocks, so I'm just mining some up. No way, I just bumped into more diamonds. This is so awesome. I just came down here for tough and we got so many diamonds. Look how many this is. We got 11 diamonds. That is so awesome. Okay, but now that we have a bunch of cobblestone and tough blocks, let's start planning out a border that the farms can be inside of. Should be the last couple of blocks right here, and we now have a wall going all the way around that can contain the farms. However, having it all just one block like this is a little bit boring, so let's switch it up by adding some full blocks on top as well as some slabs. And I also brought some mossy cobblestone walls with me, so we can probably dot a few of these around as well. Alrighty, I think our wall is looking pretty good now, but unfortunately you can't, plant crops right on the sand, so we gotta remove this all and replace it with dirt. Also, I'll be honest, this is a pretty big section for farms. I maybe kind of underestimated how big this was. Okay, all we should have to do is just remove these last few sandstone blocks, and then we should be good. As you can see though, that was about 20 stacks of sand, which means that's how much dirt we need to fill this back in. And taking a look inside of our starter house, I don't think I have nearly that much. Where's my dirt at? Yeah, my dirt's here. I have, not even 2 stacks, so we're gonna have to get some dirt from somewhere. Also, while we're in our house, let's grab a few of these diamonds that we got earlier, and let's just make ourselves a brand new pickaxe before I forget, since my current one right now is about to break. Okay, but with that sorted, let's get started on digging up some dirt, and I think the easiest thing to do is just going to be digging underneath of our existing terrain, as I don't really have anywhere else that we can gather up some dirt. And at least we have efficiency 4 on our shovel now, so this hopefully shouldn't take too long. Okay, that didn't take too terribly long, and I think I got all the dirt that we're going to need, so let's get this filled back in. Alrighty, the area is all filled in and looking good, and the next step is to add some water sources, so I think I'm just going to try to add as many as I can kind of underneath the wall, just so it's, hidden and looking a bit cleaner. This is going to be so many water sources though, this farm is absolutely massive, so this might take a few minutes. I have water sources going all the way around the perimeter, but we're also going to need some closer to the inside of the farm, so let's place those in next. There's a pretty good chance I'll have to adjust the placements of some of these, but for now, let's get them all patched up with some spruce slabs. And we can also patch back up the ones near the wall just using some dirt. But now that all the water sources are in place, let's use a hoe to turn the dirt into farmland. I'm not even kidding, that took 5 iron hoes to till the entire thing, but it's all good to go now. And these are all the seeds that I currently have in my hotbar right now, which is definitely not going to be enough to fill this entire thing in, but once it grows and we harvest it and everything, we can expand it and eventually get the entire thing filled in. And there we go, every single seed that I currently have is now planted. I'm really happy with how our crop field turned out, but I would like to accompany it with a small little farmhouse, and I went ahead and crafted all of the different items we're going to need, so you know what, let's just get straight to building. It's a super simple design just using granite walls and a deep slate roof, but I think it fits the area perfectly. And to give this cute little house a bit of functionality, I was thinking we could use it for seed storage, but first things first, let's just rip out this floor so we can place in a proper one. The floor is in place, and we don't really have a whole lot of room in here, so maybe let's just do a crafting table in the corner and a chest right beside that for storing our seeds, and that should be good. I also just added a small little pathway using dirt and coarse dirt to get it connected up to the dock, but with that, I think I'm pretty happy with this farmhouse. We do have a pretty decent amount of space right beside it though, so I was thinking we could make a small well, kind of ties into the farmland as well as the farmhouse, so I think it's a good spot for it. And I'm just going for one of my classic designs that I feel like I include in every single one of my worlds, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just gotta get the cover in place using some spruce stairs, get to the other side, do another row right here, and then we'll do a row of slabs and another one right on top. That's looking pretty good if I do say so myself, and I also went ahead and filled it in with some water. And then for one final touch, let's include a few flower pots, just to kind of look like some jugs that could be used to transport the water around the island. I think that was a really nice decoration to include in this area, but I was noticing the rest of this sandy area is looking kind of basic, so maybe let's just scatter a few barrels around for a bit more decoration. I think it'll really help out. So let's maybe do a barrel right here, maybe another one right there, and then on top I'll just place a trapdoor just for a bit more detail. Nothing too revolutionary, but just having a few barrels scattered around the dock makes it feel a lot more detailed. And you know what, we can't have a dock without a boat, so I think it's finally time that we build one. I don't know why, but I had a really hard time coming up with a design that looked good only using spruce wood. If we could just mix in like one other wood type into it, it'd probably look a lot better, but that's part of the challenge and part of the fun. Alright turtles, what do you think? Do you approve of my boat design? Just give me any sign of life if you approve. Okay, whoa, wait, I'm speechless, they approve. Let's go, W boat design. Okay, jokes aside, we can probably make the dock look a little bit more detailed just by throwing some of the regular boats around, if I can actually do this. Yeah, okay, we'll do one right there. Maybe another one at the end of the dock on this side as well. Oh, why is it so hard to place these? Okay, there we go, boat. Okay, come on, don't embarrass me, game. Let me place this correctly the first time. Let's go! Third time's the charm. While we've been busy building, it looks like our crops had time to grow, so let's do our first big harvest. After replanting, I was able to get about half of the entire thing filled in, so we're slowly getting there. I want to build a ton of custom trees, which is going to require a lot of leaves, so I've set up all these kind of, areas on the beach where we can plant a bunch of the large spruce trees without any of our, nice dirt landscaped area turning into podzol. I don't know why this looks so weird. Oh wow, one just grew right there, but I was just saying, I don't know why this looks so weird, but this should get us a lot of spruce leaves, plus, you know, a lot of spruce wood as well. Okay, we're gonna need like a ton of shears to collect all of these leaves, so I think let's just grab an entire stack of iron and we can make the shears as we go. This right here is one of the bushier trees. Let's see how many leaves that we get. Okay, that first tree has been totally cut down, all the leaves have been collected, and we got, oh wow, like 4.5 stacks? That's actually pretty good. But as you can see, a bunch of the other trees have already grown, so let's lock in, get to work, and collect a bunch of leaves. Hang on, I just had an idea that should make this whole process a lot easier. Let's do a quick enchant on our axe. You know, just having some efficiency on it should make this whole process go by way smoother. And with a better axe in hand, I spent the next 3 days gathering leaves and chopping all the trees down. And now that we had a ton of leaves, I got straight to work building up an entire custom forest. I went with fairly basic trees, but I mixed large and small ones together to make it look more natural. While building the forest, our crops had a chance to grow, so I took a minute to harvest everything again and expand the farm. And this time I ended up having enough seeds to get the entirety of the farm filled in. In fact, I got so many seeds that I made use of the farmhouse we built to store the extras. The next thing I wanted to get started on was building some pathways, and since we had just gathered a bunch of wheat from the farm, I figured I'd start by making some packed mud. In order to craft it though, I also needed some mud, so I used a water bottle on some dirt to make some. And with a good amount of both wheat and mud gathered up, I crafted the packed mud. Another block I needed for the pathways was granite, so I took a trip underground again and mined up several stacks of this stuff. While I was down here, I also wanted to grab some gravel for coarse dirt, but I remembered that our shovel has Fortune 3 on it, meaning if we try to dig it up, we're only going to get flint, not gravel. So I went back up to the surface, crafted a new diamond shovel and enchanted it, but of course I got Fortune on the new one too. Still determined, I put it through a grindstone and enchanted it again, got efficiency 3 this time, which is good enough, so back underground again, I started digging up all the patches of gravel that I could get my hands on. And after getting around 7 stacks, I headed back to the surface. And since I also needed some regular dirt for crafting the coarse dirt, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone by digging out the spots where I wanted the paths to go. Once the areas were all cleared out, I crafted the coarse dirt, and I also used some of the granite we got earlier to make some slabs. But with that, I was pretty confident I had everything I needed to build the pathways, so I wasted no time and got them all placed in. While I was at it, I couldn't help myself, so I built a few more boulders to improve the overall look of the island. We still had a pretty big open sandy area that I thought could be perfect for a sugarcane farm, so I started by planning out where I wanted all the sugarcane to go using some dirt. Once I was happy with the layout, I began digging out holes for the water sources. And after getting the actual water in place, I removed all of the temporary dirt blocks. And with those gone, I was finally able to plant all of the sugarcane. For a super clean look, I hid all of the water sources using sandstone slabs, which blend into the surrounding sand perfectly. And with that, our sugarcane farm is done. I can't help but feel like our island is still a little bit empty, so let's build a few more houses to get it filled out. We just need a few materials before we can build them though, so first up, I went back to the geode we found all the way back on day 1 and mined up some calcite. After that, I grabbed a couple of stacks of diorite, and then deeper underground, I picked up several stacks of deep slate. Using those materials, plus a bunch of items I had stored inside of our house, I spent 3 entire days crafting all of the different items we're going to need to build 4 brand new houses. And to make my life a little bit easier, I sorted the items I'll need for each house in a different chest where I plan to build them. But I guess now that we have all the materials sorted and ready to go, let's get to placing down some blocks. One of the toughest but most fun parts about this challenge has been trying to come up with unique designs despite having such a limited amount of blocks at our disposal. I think this limitation definitely made me think outside of the box for these designs though, as I still wanted all of the houses to be different yet matching in a way so that the entire island looks cohesive. Holy guacamole, I cannot believe it is already day 97. I feel like there's still so many little details that I want to add, and first things first, let's grab some of this moss and a bunch of these bones as well. And then let's turn a few of these bones into bone meal. Okay, awesome, and now that we have that, let's head down into the quarry and use this moss and bone meal to generate some azaleas, which I think could be an awesome decoration for the island. And I'm pretty sure the fastest way to gather this stuff up is just with a hoe, so this shouldn't take too long. Alrighty, just like that, I have, what is this, 12 regular azaleas and 10 of the flowering ones, which should be good. Back up at the surface, I think a few kind of in front of our house could look pretty good. And let's maybe do a few by the crane here as well. I think this is a pretty good spot. And this area in front of the barn is looking pretty empty still, so maybe we do a few here as well. And maybe a couple on top of the hill near our gazebo, you know, why not? Okay, you know what? I still have a ton of bones left, so I think let's just go ahead and turn all of this into bone meal, and then we can use this to fill out any kind of remaining empty sections. I'll probably get rid of most of the tall grass, but I think this will just help the area look a lot more natural. And the awesome thing is we should get some flowers as well, so we can plant these back down and make some flower patches too. So for example, maybe we do a little patch of poppies beside the gazebo here. I think that could look pretty good. And maybe in front of the barn, we do a little patch of dandelions, could probably look pretty good. And I think these are the only two flower types that we can get on the island, but you know what? I'll take what we can get. But anyway, let's just continue kind of spamming bone meal all over the place, getting a ton of flowers and grass all throughout the area to make the entire island feel a lot lusher. I just had a totally awesome idea. I should have a bunch of leaves left over. Okay, yeah, I do. Let's maybe grab 2 stacks. And then I think I should still have some coal left. Okay, I have a little bit. But anyway, let's throw this into some furnaces. We can get some leaf litter, and we can also use that as some decoration. But while we're waiting, let's continue spamming bone meal all over the place. Can even add a bit of the short grass down in the quarry, why not? Give this side a bit of love as well. And let's even add some at the very bottom. It'd probably look good if we even add a little bit of the grass right on the pathway too. Can't forget to add more flower patches as well. I'm kind of feeling a patch of dandelions over here. Okay, let's see, is our leaf litter ready? Kind of. I'll just take it, I guess. We're kind of running out of time. And I think the obvious spot for these is underneath of our custom trees, so let's spam these all throughout the forest. And I think it could also look cool if we maybe dot a little bit along the edge of the path where the sand is, just to kind of blend the line between the sand and the pathway. Don't really have a whole lot, so we'll have to do it pretty sparingly, but just a little bit should go a long way. Could also probably work for the dock. Like you can see how harsh this edge is here, but if we do a bit of the leaf litter, just kind of blends it out a bit. I also have a bunch of ferns that I collected when I was doing all the terraforming earlier, so let's dot a few of these around the area as well. Let's maybe do like a couple right here. This area right here is still looking pretty empty, so maybe let's do a few here as well. As you can see though, the sun is already setting on this day 99, so I think it's about time that we tour everything that we built on the island. And I turned on the shaders just so we can kind of, you know, see everything in its full glory, but I'm really excited to take a look at all of these builds. And I think let's just start down at this end. We of course have this little farmhouse that we made, and inside, you know, kind of basic, but we do have all of our seeds in here. Right beside our farmhouse, we have this little well design, plus, you know, more decorations like these barrels, and of course our super awesome boat design. I'm not sure if I totally like this boat. It could probably be a little bit better, but you know what? I did the best that I could. Plus, I think the turtles approve, so I shouldn't be too hard on myself. But further along the dock, we have these couple of houses. I really like this one with kind of the moss at the bottom, kind of working into the tough blocks. And then this roof is pretty interesting. I'm not really sure if I've ever tried this before, but I did like a spruce trim with diorite in the middle, but I think it looks pretty good, honestly. And then right next to that, we have another house. You know, this one's also pretty cool. Has a little balcony here, a bit of hay, you know, just being stored underneath it. And yeah, pretty nice. Kind of ran out of time to, oh my goodness, there's creepers in there. Okay, just, okay, I just wanted to light it up in there, but okay. Jeez. Okay, let's just ignore that and continue our tour. We of course have our starter house here. This thing was super fun to just throw together really early on, but I think it honestly turned out pretty cool. Probably should have decorated the inside a little bit better, but you know, it was super functional in here. Just had like everything we needed right on this wall, our bed in the corner, and you know, displaying our little banner collection. Something else that I think turned out pretty fun was this quarry. Believe it or not, I've never made one before, but you know, we have our little crane design kind of overhanging these 2 different levels, and you know, a bunch of ores kind of scattered around and everything. Really cool. Okay, further along the pathway, we have yet more docks, and then right beside that, we have our barn. I think this barn turned out pretty cool. It's a bit bigger than the barns that I usually build, but I think that's a good thing as the cows have quite a bit of space to roam around. And then right beside our barn, at the very end of this pathway, we have yet another house. This one's, you know, pretty simple, but I like the stone facade, and then I just tried to, you know, add little details like these trapdoors and barrels and stuff, just to break it up a little bit. And then right behind that house on the beach is our sugarcane farm. I really like how this thing turned out. You know, it's pretty basic, but it's super satisfying having the water sources hidden. Just looks super clean. And then we of course have this entire custom forest that we made. Such a vibe walking through here, especially with the shaders. Really happy with how this turned out. And on top of this hill, kind of right in the center of our island, is our enchanting gazebo, and I'm pretty sure this is my favorite build on the entire island. Kinda went for a build style that I've never really tried before, but it's super cozy in here. Oh man, it's even starting to rain right now, extra cozy. But right beside that, we have another house. This one's, you know, pretty basic, but I did include a couple of windows in the roof there just to make it a bit more interesting. And the sun is already beginning to set, but we have just one more build over here, and that's our giant crop field, which I think turned out pretty nice. But before a bunch of scary mobs start spawning, let's take a little sleep, and with that, we've survived all 100 days. Alrighty, here we are on day 1. Looks like we spawned in a savanna biome, so let's not waste any time and punch our first tree. The tree has been punched, so let's go ahead, turn that into some planks, make a crafting table and some sticks. Then we can go ahead, place down our crafting table, and make our first wooden pickaxe. Just spotted some sugarcane, so let's go ahead and gather that up, as it'll be pretty useful for getting an enchanting setup later. And I just spotted some exposed stone, so let's go ahead and mine some up with our wooden pickaxe. Just got a decent amount of cobblestone, so let's go ahead, make a few more sticks, and then we can use these to craft ourselves our kind of starter tools, so a pickaxe, axe, and a shovel. And let's also make a sword, as well as a furnace. There's also a few sheep over here, so let's unalive a few and get some wool so we can make a bed. We also need some early game food, so this should help with that too. And it looks like there's quite a few fish in this river, so let's maybe get some of these guys too for even more starter game food. And there's chickens too. Looks like we're having a 3-course meal here. I'm already starting to get hungry, so let's go ahead and grab a few more logs. And then we should be able to turn those into a smoker. And let's just place this down and we can throw our food in here. I just realized I don't have any coal, but sure, we'll use some planks for now. And there is a little bit of a cave right beside here. Oh, sweet, there's some coal right here. Might be a little bit dangerous. It's so dark in here, but let's grab some of this coal. Got a decent amount of coal, so let's go ahead, switch out these planks for those. Maybe I'll keep a little bit just to make a few torches though. And as you can see, it is already starting to get dark, so let's go ahead, make a bed with that wool that we got, and we can sleep away the first night. Already day 2, let's grab some of this cooked mutton and enjoy a little bit of a meaty breakfast here, and we can also go ahead and start cooking up some of the salmon. And since I have a bit of extra coal from down there, let's go ahead and make a few torches. With a few torches in hand, we should be able to see where we're actually going down here, so maybe we can find a bit of iron. That'd be pretty nice. Sweet, it looks like there's some here. Is it more than 1 though? Okay, 2 at least, that's not too bad then. 3, let's go, let's go. Unfortunately, this cave is super small, already ended right there, but I did find a bit more coal, so let's go ahead and grab this up. I also found a bit of copper, so you know what, might as well just go ahead and grab this too. I'll smelt everything down later. For now, let's just grab our smoker as well as our crafting table and continue our adventure. Along the way, we can just grab anything cool that we find. For example, these tulips are pretty. Yeah, they're pretty pretty, so let's grab some of these. Why not? We can use them to decorate our base later. Just found a ruined nether portal. Does this one have a chest? I'm not seeing it. Oh, it does. Sweet, we got some early game armor, as well as a bit of food and some horse armor. Nice. Let's go ahead and put this armor on before I forget. It's better than nothing, that's for sure. A little bit of cursed floating dirt there. Nothing to see, let's carry on. Oh, spider, scary. Leave me alone, please. Please leave me alone, spider. Please. Okay, we're good. I don't know why that spider scared me. We're chilling. Just spotted some iron in the corner of my eye, so let's go ahead and gather this up. Definitely can't go wrong with having more iron. Can't believe the sun is already setting once again. Let's go ahead and sleep away the night. I just bumped into this jungle biome, so let's go ahead and chop down a few trees and gather some saplings, just in case we want to use this wood to build with later. Bamboo might also be pretty nice to have, so let's just grab some of this too while we're here. Can use it for like scaffolding and stuff, so yeah, should be pretty nice. Look what I just spotted. There is a pale garden up there. I'm pretty sure that's like one of the rarest biomes, so let's go check it out. I don't think I'm gonna risk it waiting for night to, you know, get the creaking heart and stuff, but I will go ahead and chop down a few of these trees and get some saplings so we can use pale oak in some of our builds. I got 11 saplings, which should be plenty, and I noticed there was also a few dark oak trees down here, so I'm gonna chop down a few of these as well. Just got done chopping down a bunch of trees. I got close to 2 stacks of dark oak logs and 15 saplings. That should be all we need, so let's continue exploring for a good spot to build our base. And no way, I just spotted some spruce trees up here. Let's go. Definitely picking up a few of these. My inventory is like completely full right now though. Piggy, can you get out of my way? I gotta think of something I can get rid of. I guess I can get rid of this wool as well as these feathers. Don't super need them right now. So now that we have some space in our inventory, let's chop down a few of these trees. Just got a few spruce saplings, so we should be good to go. And I just noticed this awesome terrain down here. We have a mountain as well as a cherry blossom biome and just a really cool valley kind of running through the entire area. So I'm thinking somewhere down in the valley will make a great location for our base. I've been scoping out the area for a good little while now, and of course it's raining now that I'm trying to show it to you, but I think this area right here is gonna work. Oh, what's up, Wandering Tea? Do you have anything cool? Not particularly, but I'll take some free leads, so goodbye. Anyway, now that we finally have somewhere to kind of call home, I went ahead and put all my items in here, and I want to go ahead and actually start smelting all of this iron that we got. And then we can go ahead and use that iron to make a shield, and I'll also make a bucket as well as a sword. And I should probably just go ahead and make a new pickaxe as well as a regular axe, since we're going to need those too. And now that we're a little bit more geared up and have a place to call home, let's go collect more resources. Already I spotted a cave and it looks like there's more iron, but it also looks like there's quite a few bad guys, so we'll have to be careful. But first things first, let's go ahead and gather up this iron. Also found a little bit of coal, so I'll take this too, you know, why not? It's a little scary, but let's head further into the cave here. Get off me, skeleton. Goodbye. And goodbye to you too. There's so many zombies down here. What is going on? Blow them up, creeper. Oh yeah. I can't remember the last time that I found emerald ore like this, and I'm not sure if I can mine it with a cobblestone pickaxe, so let's smelt up some of this iron. Put some in here, put some in here, and right in here. Let me smelt my iron in peace, zombies, please. All of the iron is done smelting, so let's go ahead and turn this into an iron pickaxe. And we have a bit of extra, so let's go ahead and make a helmet as well as some leggings and some boots. And let's go ahead and just throw those on before I forget. It's far, far away from the best armor out there, but at least we have a full set now. And with an iron pickaxe in hand, let's go ahead and gather these emeralds. I'm trying to make my way deeper into the cave so we can hopefully find some diamonds, but along the way I'm stopping to gather any coal or iron that I find, as it's going to be pretty useful to have on hand. Oh, double baby zombie, get me out of here. Double baby zombie, please. Dude, why are baby zombies like the scariest thing in this game? Get away from me. What was that? And how am I alive? What was that? What just happened? Jeez. Well, okay. I think we're okay. I swear the mobs in this cave are like on something for real, but at least there's a ton of iron down here to make up for it a little bit. I totally forgot to grab water when I was at the surface, so let me just quickly try to grab that. Yeah, that might come in handy. You know what? Let's use this water to drop down lower, as I would really like to get some diamonds soon. Also, there's a zombie. I'm scared. Go away, zombie. So many mobs in this cave. I do not know what's going on. Not sure what I'll need it for, but I'll take some redstone. Check out what I just found. Our very first diamonds. Sadly, looks like it's just one, but you know what? I'll take it. This ancient city down here is pretty crazy. There's like a mine shaft going right through it. I'm terrified of this place though. I am definitely not going down there. I will, however, pick up more diamonds. Thank you very much. Holy, I don't think I've ever seen that many creepers. That is so many creepers. What the heck? I'm just gonna blow them all up. Blow up, guy. Blow up as well. I think I took care of most of the creepers, so let's go ahead and mine up all of these diamonds, as there's quite a few down here. I also spotted this massive thing of iron, so I think I'm gonna mine this up too. I mean, just look how much iron ore this is. This is gonna hold us off for quite a while. There's even like entire blocks of raw iron. This is sweet. I think I got most of the iron, so let's go ahead and continue mining up more diamonds. And it seems like there's quite a few down here, which is pretty nice. There's also a ton of mobs though, so we need to be careful. Give me more of the shiny blue stuff, me likey. Yeah, this is a little sketchy. We have a witch down there as well as some zombies. I might just run away. Oh, this is so sketchy. Please. The witch almost got me. Please. Oh, that was so close. Oh, please. Please, 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 let me. Oh my goodness. Get me out of here. I think that's it. I think our diamond run is done. I was gonna try to get more, but I don't think my heart can take much more of that, to be honest. Okay, well, I guess I'll get a few more if they're in my way, but, you know, I think we gotta get out of here. This is starting to get a little bit sketchy. I have never been this excited before to see the sunlight. I am so happy to be out of there. And it ain't much at the moment, but finally, home sweet home. I went ahead and organized all of my items, and here's a look at everything that we got. Not too bad for just a few days of mining. We got a ton of iron, so let's go ahead and just start smelting it all inside of our furnaces. And we also got a pretty decent amount of diamonds, so I want to go ahead and make a full set of diamond tools. We still have 14 left over, so let's just make a chest plate. It's still not perfect, but you know what? It's a big improvement, and at least with these better tools, we can collect materials a lot faster for our house now. And that's exactly what I want to get started on next, so let's grab some of these spruce saplings and plant them, since you already know I'm going to be using a ton of spruce for this build. And while we wait for this spruce tree to grow, let's make an iron hoe so that we can start setting up a bit of a farm. Gonna need some water though, so let's run down to the ocean and grab some. We're also gonna need a bunch of seeds, so let's break this grass to gather some up. And then let's just flatten out this area so we can build the actual farm. Let's start with some water sources, just like so. Should be able to skip about 8 blocks, sure, that should be fine. And then we can use our hoe to till all the ground. The water sources are in place and the ground is all tilled, so we can finally plant all of our wheat seeds. And a sugarcane farm is also a good idea, so let's just set that up right beside our wheat farm. Just getting started by adding all of the water, and then we can just simply plant all of our sugarcane right beside that. And this is also a good location for a bit of an animal pen, so let's just build a simple one using some spruce fences. We're gonna have to wait for the wheat to grow so we can actually lure some animals over into the pen, but already we have a sugarcane farm, a wheat farm, and soon to be animal pen, so we're already making great progress. And while we wait for the wheat to grow, let's go ahead and chop down this large spruce tree since it's already grown. The tree is all chopped down, but I'm gonna go ahead and plant another one since I don't think 2 stacks of logs is gonna be nearly enough for the size of house that I want to build. Can even plant a few smaller ones too, why not? I just did some rough math and I think I'm gonna need 14 stacks of cobblestone, so let's work on that next. 14 stacks of cobblestone isn't like a crazy amount, but with an unenchanted pickaxe, it's gonna take us at least a little bit of time. That didn't take as long as I thought it would, and as you can see, I already have all of the cobblestone that we're gonna need. Another material on our list is andesite, so while we're down here, let's gather some of that up too. And already I've spotted some, so let's go ahead and mine it up. And I think I'm gonna need about 6 stacks of this stuff, which isn't as bad as the cobblestone, but as you can see, my pickaxe durability is already getting a bit low, so that might be a bit of an issue. I mean, our pickaxe is nearly about to break, but I managed to get almost 7 stacks of andesite, so we should be good to go. Most of the cobblestone we gathered, I actually want to be regular stone, so let's just go ahead and throw this all into our furnaces, grab our iron out of there from earlier, and we'll have to do probably a couple of batches since I want the rest of this to be stone, but at least that's a good start. And while we were mining away, it looks like all of our wheat grew, so let's harvest this all. We might as well go ahead and expand the farm as well using the seeds that we got. And on the topic of expanding, let's also harvest our sugarcane farm. And after expanding that one, we pretty much got the entire thing filled in, which is great. And with some wheat in hand, we can lure a couple of cows over to the pen and breed these guys to get our animal population going. Our farms, as well as the animal pen, are looking great, and as you can see, our spruce trees grew, so let's take a minute to chop these down. And to save us time later, I'm also just gonna go ahead and strip a bunch of these logs while I'm at it, as it should make the building process a bit easier. The trees are all chopped down, but of course, we gotta replant since we're probably gonna need even more than that. Because of how big I want this house to be, it's gonna have a lot of windows, so let's go ahead and gather up a bunch of sand that we can smelt into glass. Sand has been obtained, and just while we're in the river, let's go ahead and grab some clay that we can smelt into bricks. I think I got all the sand as well as clay that we're gonna need, but before I get too carried away smelting it all, let's finish smelting all of this cobblestone. You know, kinda gotta do one thing at a time here. In the meantime, it looks like more spruce trees grew, so let's chop those down. And now that we have a bunch of spruce wood, let's do some crafting. First off, I'll just turn a bunch of this into our spruce planks, and then we're gonna need a ton of trapdoors. Okay, maybe not that much, maybe, yeah, a stack of trapdoors should be good. We're also going to need a few slabs, probably 18 is good, and let's also go ahead and make maybe just 8 stairs. And I think the last thing we need is just a few doors. I'll probably just go ahead and make 9, and yeah, that should be enough. And that should cover all of the spruce materials, so let's just throw them all into this double chest to stay organized. Don't mind me, just gonna breed the cows real quick. And I guess while I'm over here, I should do my due diligence and expand our farms again. And just like that, all of our chores are taken care of, so let's continue gathering more materials. And I really want to smelt the clay as well as the sand, but I'm completely out of coal somehow, so I'm just going to gather up some of this stuff that's at the surface over by the ocean. More coal has been obtained, so let's smelt all of the clay as well as the sand. And then using a bit of the stone that we smelted earlier, we can make a stone cutter. Can go ahead and place that down, and then let's turn some of this stone into stone bricks. And we're also gonna need some stone brick walls as well as stone stairs. And while we're at it, we can also make some andesite walls as well as andesite stairs. That covers most of the stone type blocks, so once again, let's just throw it all into this double chest. We're also gonna need some granite, but I found a bit near the ocean, so I'm just gathering it up. Whoops, there goes our pickaxe. That kind of sucks, but I think I should have a few more diamonds. Yeah, I have 6 left, so let's just go ahead and make a new pickaxe. It appears all of our stuff is done smelting, so let's grab these bricks as well as the glass. And I'm gonna turn some of the bricks into, what is this, just bigger bricks, I guess? Yeah, sure. And then pretty much the rest we can turn into flower pots. As for the glass, I want to dye it white, so do I have any... Okay, I do have some bones, that's good. We can turn that into bone meal, and then turn that into white dye. And then of course we can just make white stained glass, and I'm going to turn that into a bunch of panes. I plan to decorate the build with some short grass, so let's just gather some up using some shears. While we're in shearing mode, let's also just gather up some oak leaves. This biome is so weird, look at this, it's just snowing in this like 2x6 area. Snow, oh, it's powdered snow. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Okay. We're also gonna need some spruce leaves, so let me just gather some of those real quick. I am burning through my resources right now, but let's also go ahead and make some campfires. Carrying right along, let's craft a few lanterns. We're getting kind of close to having all the materials we need, but there is still just a few more things, like for example, some oak wood, so let's chop down a few trees. That's right, it's choppy time. I'm also so happy that they added fallen logs to Java. That is so awesome. I just got done chopping down some trees, and out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a village, so let's go check it out. What in the world? All the villagers are just in this little fenced off area. That's actually so funny. Sorry guys, you want out? Oh, too bad. Now I'm free to loot their houses, mwahaha. Anything in here? A blast furnace? Sure, I'll take it. Anything in here? Oh, a couple of emeralds and some potatoes. Not too bad. Definitely gonna grab all these hay bales. I'm pretty much completely out of food, so we can make some bread with this. Oh wow, there's even like houses right on the water. That's actually pretty cool generation. I like that. Could make like a little fishing village here. Found some carrots and some beetroots and stuff. Definitely I'm gonna take this stuff. A brewing stand could definitely come in handy. There's even a house down in this cave. This is honestly a pretty cool village. I think I got most of the useful stuff, so let's head back home. Also, that was so close, I almost just hit the edge. Using some of the wheat I got from the hay bales from the village, I'm just gonna make some bread since I'm pretty much out of food now. I always like using flowers to decorate my houses, so I'm just gathering up a bunch of the cornflowers as I think a nice pop of blue will look really nice. I also want to use a little bit of mud bricks in the build, so first things first, let's make a few bottles. We can then place down some dirt beside the water here, and then using our fancy schmancy water bottles, we can turn this all into mud. And breaking the mud is one of my favorite sounds in the game. It's so squishy and satisfying. I love it. And then we can simply combine the mud with some wheat to make packed mud. But we're still not done, as I want to turn this into mud bricks. And then last but not least, we can use our stone cutter to turn this into mud brick walls. The last of the materials we need are going to come from underground, specifically a lush cave. So just to gear up a little bit, I'm going to make, how do you make these? Yeah, I'm going to make a couple of bundles so we can gather more materials without cluttering up our inventory. But with that said, I think I'm just going to run around until I find an azalea tree, and then hopefully that'll take us to the lush cave. Finally, I found one. I've been traveling for like 20 or 30 minutes at this point. I was not prepared for that. I do want some of these leaves, so I'm just gonna grab some while we have the chance. And there's no time to waste, so let's dig underneath the tree and hopefully we'll bump into a lush cave soon. We're starting to get into deep slate levels, so hopefully we'll hit it any time now. Okay, that's a little scary. Let's just drop some water down there, but hopefully that's a lush cave. Oh my goodness, that scared me so bad. Oh, that scared me so bad. Now that we've found the lush cave, I want to go ahead and grab a bunch of these different blocks so we can use them to decorate the house. And I also want to use a lot of mossy cobblestone and mossy stone bricks in the build, so let's gather up a bunch of this moss so we can actually craft it. Go away, zombie. Leave me alone, please, zombie. Thanks to the lush cave, we now have a ton of useful materials that we can use to build the house. But with that in hand, let's head back to the surface and go back home. And there she is, home sweet home. I mean, maybe not much of a home right now, but you get the idea. And now that we're here, let's use some of the moss blocks that we got to make a bunch of mossy cobblestone, as well as mossy stone bricks. And then using our stone cutter once more, we can make some slabs. I think we're gonna need some stairs, as well as some walls. And we can also turn some of the mossy stone bricks into walls as well. We pretty much have every single resource now, which is pretty crazy, but there is still just one more thing that we need. And that material, and that material is a bunch of deep slate, so let's head down underground once more and gather some up. Okay, we're down in deep slate levels now, so let's go ahead and mine a bunch of this up. And if my math is correct, I need 20 stacks of this stuff, which is going to take a really long time. This stuff takes way longer to mine than like just stone or something like that. It took a few days and almost all of the durability on our pickaxe, but oh my goodness. Dude, that jump scared me so bad. I'm just trying to get through my voice line, like come on now. What I was trying to say is that it took a few days and pretty much all of the durability on our pickaxe, but we now have all the deep slate we need to build the house. Back at the surface, I turned the deep slate into a variety of different stairs and slabs, and with this, along with all the items in this double chest, we should now have all the materials we need to build our house. I built it primarily out of stone to give it a grand look, but I did include a few spruce highlights just to switch it up a bit so it didn't look like one giant blob of stone. As for the roof, that's what we got all the deep slate for, but I did try to add just a little bit of interest and color by adding a bit of mossy cobblestone as well as moss with grass on top of it. Our house is looking pretty sweet now, if I do say so myself. But unfortunately, as cool as it looks on the outside, the interior still needs a lot of work. Before we get too carried away though, let's take a second to breed the cows again. And you know what, on the topic of animals, I think it's about time to check in on my cats. I've been mining and crafting, but my cat, Mittens, over here is just chilling. Can you say what's up, Mittens? Why does she look like that? But anyways, let's go find my other cat. Yo, let me hit this jackpot real quick though. Oh, geez, jackpot, just like that. Let's go. Okay, I think my other cat, Munchie, is under the bed. Oh my goodness, it's disgusting down here, but Munchie, can you say hello? Or are you just gonna stare into my soul? But as always, this is your reminder to like the video. It really helps out the channel, so I greatly appreciate it. As cute as my cats are, it's time to get back to work, and the next thing I want to do is remove some of these grass blocks so we can place in a floor. Okay, the area is flattened out and looking pretty good now, and I'm thinking we start with this section right here, and I want this to be for storage. And let's just start off with the floor, and we can keep it super simple and use some dark oak slabs. That's looking pretty good, but there is a bit of a gap right here, so let's just fill that in using some spruce planks. And then for the ceiling, I'm feeling some spruce wood, you know, can never go wrong with spruce, so let's place that in. Okay, that's not too bad, but it did create a bit of an awkward gap above the ceiling. And truthfully, with how big this house is, I think it's totally fine to not utilize this space and just cover it up with some stone. Pretty simple fix, and I think it's looking a whole lot better now. I did have one idea though, just to add a pillar kind of in the center of the room to help divide it up. We can fill in this gap with some oak planks, and it should be looking pretty good. And now that we have this area set up, let's break these old temporary chests and move all of our items over. I got everything transferred over, and as you can see, I also spent a little bit of time organizing everything. So this bottom chest has all of our useful items, you know, like ores and armor and tools and stuff. And the chest above that has all of our wood materials. The next one has all of our dirt, gravel, sand, and clay. The next one has all of our natural blocks like moss, flowers, saplings, and leaves. On the other side, we have even more items, so this bottom chest is for all of our different stones. The next one has all of our deep slate. The one after that has all of our different crops. And this last one has all of the different kind of drops you can get from mobs, which is looking kind of sparse right now. And the great thing is that these 8 chests are still empty, as you can see, so we can keep expanding as we continue to gather more materials. Really happy that all of our items are organized now, and I want to continue getting the rest of the floor in place, so let's break down this stuff here so we don't, cover it up. And just for now, I think we can use this open space so we can do our bed there, crafting table, our stone cutter, and then the furnaces we can just place down here. And I still have a decent amount, so let's just continue using some dark oak slabs. Pretty basic, definitely need to add more details, but at least we have a nice flat surface that we can walk on now. And for this final open area, I was thinking we could use granite, dirt, and rooted dirt to create a bit of like a colder sort of like, I don't know how to describe it. I'll eventually build a wall to kind of further divide up these 2 different sections, but for now, I think it's looking pretty good. I really want to get an enchanting table soon, since our gear kinda sucks right now, to be honest, so you know what time it is? Time to breed the cows. And I guess that means I should harvest all of the sugarcane as well. We're also gonna need some obsidian to build an enchanting table, and I think I have some, but okay, I only have 2, so we're gonna have to go get some more. I usually really enjoy mining and exploring caves, but with how many times I've almost died this video, I'm low-key kind of scared. Okay, I found a lava pool, but it is kind of exposed, so let's carefully gather some of this up. Baby zombie! I always forget how long this takes to mine without an enchanted pickaxe. It's kinda crazy. I grabbed enough for both an enchanting table as well as a nether portal, so let's get out of here. I totally forgot to bring my bed with me. Let's run home before anything kills us. Now that we have some obsidian, let's breed these cows one last time. I'm sorry cows, but I need leather, so goodbye. I took care of all the adult cows, so let's go do some crafting. We're gonna need some sugar cane, so let's grab all of that, and we're also gonna need some wood, so... let me just use some oak and I guess some dark oak. First off, let's turn all of the sugar cane into paper, and then we can make a bunch of books. I don't think we need that many. I think we need 46. Is that the magic number? I'm pretty sure. And then we can make our super useful enchanting table. And then we need a bunch of planks, so let's turn that all into planks, and then we can make, a bunch of bookshelves. And I think if we just set it up over here by this window, that'll look pretty nice. So let's start with 5 bookshelves. And then just so I don't mess this up, let's place our enchanting table, and then I'll come over like this, same thing on this side, and then maybe 1, 2, 1, 2. And if that's correct, this should give us level 30, and it does. Sweet. And I only have 1 single diamond left, which is, a little bit embarrassing to be honest, but I think we can enchant that. So let's run back to our enchanting table, throw that in there, put a bit of lapis, and efficiency 4. Bruh, just efficiency 4, kinda lame, but alright, I'll take it. Truthfully though, it's not that bad, as I want to get started on some terraforming next around the mansion, so it should really speed up the process. I mean, look at this, our house is pretty much floating in some spots. That is looking pretty bad. We gotta get this all fixed up. I also want to get rid of all of these snow patches, but considering that it's snowing right now, it's probably just gonna come right back. And there's also areas like this where the terrain is like really close to the roof line, so I want to lower those a bit. And to make the terrain look more interesting in a few spots, I want to try including some of the moss blocks, as it just makes it look like the grass is kind of going all the way down to the bottom of the block. It's going to be pretty subtle, but in the end, I think it's going to add a lot to the terrain. I think it would be really cool to have kind of like a stream or a river flowing down this hillside, so I've started digging out a bit of a channel. Might be sort of hard to see, but let's continue this down going all the way to the ocean. Before we add the water though, I want to build some custom boulders kind of around the area to enclose the water a little bit better, so I think it's time to go down underground again and gather up more materials. I would also love if we can find more diamonds, as I'm currently back to using an iron pickaxe, which is a little bit embarrassing. I'm almost completely out of coal, so first things first, let's gather some of that up. We're also going to need more andesite, so let's gather up some of that before we get too deep into the cave. Let me mine andesite in peace! There goes our iron pickaxe. Good thing I brought more iron with me, so let's just go ahead and make a new one. Another block we need is tough, and luckily there's a bunch right beside the hole that we dug out to get all that deep slate earlier. Already went through pickaxe number 2, let's make a third one. A few minutes later, and we now have 5 stacks of tough blocks, which should be more than enough. And while we're down here, let's try to find a few more diamonds, preferably without dying. Okay, probably... Oh geez. Okay, yeah, this way I'm not gonna go that way. I see some diamonds down there. This is probably such a dumb idea, but I'm gonna go try to get it. A little scary kind of being in the deep dark right now, but for diamonds, I'm gonna do it. Looks like the risk paid off as we got 6 diamonds. There's even more diamonds there, just gotta take out this zombie first. Looks like it was just the one, but I'll take it. Leave me alone, baby zombie. Finally out of the deep dark, but it looks like there's even more diamonds over here, so let's continue gathering them all up. Go away, spider. Just found even more of the shiny blue stuff, let's go. Really not trying to get jump scared by a creeper again, goodbye. This area of the cave has so many diamonds, this is awesome. My iron pickaxe broke again, so let's just make a diamond one now that we have more. Just found a spider spawner, let's see if there's any cool loot. A saddle and some other junk, sure, I'll take it. You know, my shield is about to break, so I'm gonna be smart for once and make a new one before I forget. Can't touch this, can't touch this. Okay, he touched me. Look how many mobs there are in this cave, it's so crazy. Found a bunch more diamonds in the ceiling, let's go. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm having way better luck mining right now. There's a ton of diamonds. I'm stressed out. Blow up. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. 2.5 hearts, get me out, please. Please get me out. We gotta go get our revenge because there was more diamonds back here. I'm not giving up. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Oh, the spider's gonna... Oh, please. Oh, that was so close. I don't know how I'm this washed up. Can the skeleton just go away already? Finally. Okay, now it's the zombies' turn. Come on. I think all the mobs have finally been dealt with, so let's get these diamonds. We were able to get 26 diamonds, which is pretty solid, so I think let's not risk it anymore and head back home. Leave me alone, skeletons. I just want to go home. I found a few more diamonds in the ceiling though, so I'll definitely grab those before heading back. I'm also just gonna grab a little bit more coal since I pretty much used all the stuff we mined earlier to make torches. That was a super successful mining trip, but I'm also really glad to finally be back at our house. I'm hearing a bunch of mob sounds, and I'm pretty sure it's coming from up there. Let's go check. Okay, it sounds like it. Let's be a little bit careful. Any mobs in here? Got my shield out. Okay, there's a skeleton and a zombie. Are you serious? 2 skeletons. I thought I added torches up here earlier, but I guess not. Okay, should be good now. Anyway, now that we finally have more diamonds, let's go ahead and make the rest of the armor that we need. And I also have a decent amount of experience, so let's try enchanting some stuff. I'm thinking first we try our pickaxe. What do we have? Unbreaking, please give me something else as well. Oh, Fortune 3, Unbreaking 3, you know what? I'll take that. Fortune is really nice, but I would like to get Silk Touch as well, so maybe let's just go ahead and make another pickaxe. We have quite a few diamonds at this point. Heading back to our enchanting table, let's try this again, throw our pickaxe in there. Efficiency 3, that's kind of bad to be honest, but let's try. Are you serious? Just efficiency 3? That kind of sucks. I still do have quite a bit of iron, so let's go ahead and make an anvil, and then we can place that down and combine our 2 pickaxes. Let me just make sure it's not cheaper this way. Whoa, 18? Okay, no, I will definitely do 5. And before I forget, let's also put our armor back on. It took us 63 days, but we now have a shiny blue set of diamond armor. If you remember, the whole reason for going mining in the first place was to get materials for boulders, and as you can see we have all the andesite and tuff that we need, but I am gonna need more stone. We only have 5 blocks right now, so let's just quickly go gather some cobblestone that we can smelt into regular stone. It would have been nice to get Silk Touch on one of the pickaxes, just so that we don't have to smelt this stuff all down, but at least we have efficiency now, so it should go by faster. I got a bunch of cobblestone, so let's throw it all into some furnaces. And I'm also getting a little bit tired of eating bread, so let's cook up some of this raw beef. While we wait for that to smelt, let's grab all of these moss blocks as well as the pale moss. And I think I'm also going to need some short grass. And I'll also grab some, we still have a bit of mossy cobblestone left, and I'm going to craft a bit more too. We can probably turn like a stack of this into mossy cobblestone, and I think that should be good. And then using our stone cutter, let's turn some of the mossy cobblestone into slabs. And we're also going to need some andesite slabs as well. While we're at it, we can also make some tough slabs too. Since we found some, I figured why not use some pale moss. So let's throw some down there, use some bone meal, and then we should be able to just gather this all up. Guess I probably should have done that like in a cave or something to not mess up the terrain, but whatever. And we really don't need a whole lot. I think 48 should be more than enough. And perfect, it looks like all of our stone is done smelting, so let's grab that all. And of course, let's grab all of our steak. That'll be really nice. And then using the stone, I want to go ahead and make, what do we need? A few stairs, and we'll also make a bunch of slabs. This should be all the materials we need, so let's finally go ahead and build up all of the boulders. I wasn't expecting it to take 8 days, but I managed to get all the boulders built. While I was at it, I also finished up the rest of the terraforming to get the area looking more polished. I love how these boulders turned out. It really fits this kind of terrain just with how steep it is. And I also tried to make them look really overgrown by using a lot of moss and mossy cobblestone. And to add to that even more, I want to place some grass even on top of the boulders, which is possible since I used a bit of the pale moss that we found in the pale garden. Now that all the boulders are in and looking good, I think we can finally add our water to create this sort of stream, sort of waterfall looking thing going all the way down the hillside. And I was thinking we can just kind of have it coming right out of this sort of hill, maybe like at some sort of like, I don't know, like underground water source just kind of like seeping up out of the ground. I don't know, doesn't really have to make sense. I think it'll look cool. This top layer should be pretty easy since it's all on one level, but once we get to the hill, things might get a little bit crazy. Yeah, now it's gonna get weird because I want it all to flow nicely. Like I wish there was water there. Can I do maybe a water source right on it? Sure, that'll work. I might just be dumb, but the water physics in this game just kind of like don't make sense to me sometimes. How do we get that filled in? Yeah, okay, that looks fine. It's good to hear. Maybe we do another one right here. That should fix up this area, I hope, and probably another one right there. It already is reaching the ocean, which is perfect, but I want to fix up the rest of these areas. Like, look at this. It's 1 block wide. I don't think that looks too good, so maybe put some water there, maybe some in this corner. I got it all fixed up, and it's flowing nicely all the way down to the ocean. I really like how this turned out. Just the bright blue water in contrast with the boulders creates a really nice effect. And while we're kind of in water mode here, I did leave a bit of a hole so that we can build a pond, so let's just start filling this up from the bottom. And just like that, it's looking pretty good, but it definitely needs some details. Let's maybe add some sugarcane, maybe 1 there, 3 here, and 2 there. And we can simply just stop this from growing all the way using some string. And then maybe along the edge, we just do some short grass and maybe a few of the new bushes. I think that'll look pretty nice. And then for a small pop of color, I'm thinking some red tulips will look pretty nice. And then taking a little swim, we can use our water bottle to convert all of this dirt into mud. It's a pretty simple trick, but it should help make the pond look deeper than it actually is. And then for one final detail, let's just use a bit of bone meal. We can get rid of some of it. Don't want it to be too overgrown, but something like that I think is looking pretty good. And just like that, we have a cozy little pond beside the entrance of our house. I think it would also look nice if we convert the bottom of this stream into mud, so let's do that right now. It looks like maybe flowing water doesn't convert grass blocks into dirt, which kind of sucks because you can only actually turn dirt blocks into mud, not grass blocks, so I'll probably have to break these all and convert them into dirt. And I think it'll just be faster to convert all of this into dirt first, and then I'll convert it into mud after. Okay, these should hopefully be the last few blocks. That took way longer than the pond. Honestly, it is pretty subtle, but I think it helps with the overall look. And I'm hearing zombie noises again. Are you kidding me? Is there more? Oh my goodness, there's more zombies in my builds. Can you just leave me alone? Get out of here, guy. Go away, go away, go away. Alright, that's on me again. Gotta add a torch in here, my bad. I've been noticing the snow keeps reappearing, so I just had the idea to replace it all with moss carpet, and that should hopefully stop it from showing up again. It's a little bit noticeable, but it blends in way better than the snow, so I think I'm gonna leave it. The next thing I want to get started on is building some pathways around our build, so in preparation, let's grab some of this gravel so that we can make coarse dirt. And I might need a little bit of regular dirt as well, so let me grab some of that while I'm here. And I guess with both of those in hand, we can just go ahead and craft some coarse dirt. The next material on our list is granite, so let's head back into the cave once more and try to gather some up. Looks like there's a bunch right here that we can gather up fairly safely, so let's get a bunch. A few minutes later, and I have 6 stacks of granite, which should be more than enough, so let's head back home. Back at our house, we can turn some of the granite into slabs, and we'll also need a bunch of stairs. Something else we're gonna need is a bunch of rooted dirt, but I still have a bunch left over from the lush cave. And we still have a little bit of jungle wood that I think I got back on like day 2 or 3, so I want to try using this as well. And using that jungle wood, let's make some slabs, and we'll also make a few stairs. And that should be all the materials we need. Just one more thing to do, and that's dig out some of these existing grass blocks just to make room for the pathway. And once the area was all dug out, I went straight ahead and built the actual pathway. This one was a little bit tricky just because of how steep the terrain is, but in the end, I think it turned out pretty sweet. We now have a pathway going from the main entrance of the house over to this kind of side entrance, as well as one going all the way down the hill. And if we follow this pathway down the hill, it kind of ends right here, and we have this almost like lookout point where we have a really great view of the ocean. And to detail this area a little bit more, I was thinking we could use a couple of stone buttons to look like maybe some like rocks or pebbles on top of the pathway. And then beside that, let's do a barrel with the trapdoor on top, as well as a spruce slab. And to light up the pathway, I was thinking we could make a few lampposts. So I'm just gonna do a deep slate, what is that, a polished deep slate wall at the bottom, 3 dark oak fences, and then a slab on top, and a trapdoor on either side. And then to finish it off, we can do lantern, and yeah, I think that looks pretty nice. I added 2 more of the exact same lamppost design further up on the hill, and I'm really liking how this area is looking now. And out of the corner of my eye, I just spotted some ocean ruins, so let's go check those out. Let's see, it looks like there's a chest here. What do we have in there? Oh, a buried treasure map. Nice, I'm definitely gonna go check that out. I should have brought a brush with me though, because it looks like there's some suspicious gravel. It looks like there's a bunch of ocean ruins here. Is there another chest in this one? Okay, I gotta make sure I don't drown here. Impaling 2. Okay, let me not drown. Let me not drown. What else was in this chest? Some coal is actually not too bad. I'll take that as well. Any more chests? Is there a chest in this one? Let me see. There is. And okay, you know what? More coal. I'll honestly take that. I just ran back to the house as I want to make a brush so we can get that suspicious gravel, and I think we just need some copper as well as a feather. Do I have any feathers? I do not. Okay, that's fine. Let's start smelting this copper, and then let's go find some chickens. Come out wherever you are, little chickens. Finally found a chicken. Sorry, buddy, but I need a feather. Our copper should be ready, so let me grab that, and then hopefully I was correct about the recipe. I wasn't. Oh, what do I need for this thing? A brush? I'm missing... I need a stick. Okay, that's fine. Okay, just grabbed a stick, so we should be able to make a brush now. Perfect. With that in hand, let's head back to those ocean ruins. I'm not even sure what loot we can get from these, but I guess we'll find out. And just so we don't drown, let's use the door trick, and we can finally brush this. Looks like it's a pottery shard. That's pretty cool. Got more suspicious sand here. Looks like an emerald. Not too bad. More right here. A piece of wheat. Are you serious? I mean, this is too much effort for this kind of lame loot, I'll be honest. A piece of coal. I guess I'll take it. Another pottery shard. I'll take that. Pottery shard number 3. Very nice. Pottery shard number 4. Let's go. And I think I just spotted a chest that I haven't found yet. What's in this one? Oh, another buried treasure map. Sweet. And coal and some wheat and stuff. Nice. I feel like there should also be a chest in this one. I feel like I missed it, or maybe it's buried or something. Let's try. Okay, we'll put our door down first, and yeah, of course, there's the chest right there. A mending fishing rod. That's not too bad. And I think I've located all the suspicious sand at this point, so let's reveal this treasure map and try to locate it. Wait a minute. This is just a regular map. Am I tripping? Okay, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe that was just a regular map. I do have this other one though. Let's try this one. Oops, not open the chest. Let me try that. And this isn't a buried treasure map. The game's trolling me. Okay, whatever. I guess no buried treasure for us. Maybe it's trying to lead us to this chest, but that would be kind of weird in my opinion, but okay, whatever. That was a fun little side mission, but let's head back home. I think the coolest thing we found was the pottery shards, and I do have some, I have some bricks, so let's try making some decorated pots. What's the recipe for these? It's like a square triangle thing, right? Yeah, okay. Let's maybe make 3, and then I think we can just add this to it. Is that how it works? How do you do this? Okay, maybe I have to place it down first and then add it on? No. Oh man, I am such a noob. I just looked at the wiki, so I think the way to do it is you do bricks like that and then you can add it. Yeah, okay, so that works. I want to make one of each of these, so we'll do this Mourner pottery shard, sure, and then we'll do 3 more bricks like that, and then this is the plenty pottery shard, perfect. And then I don't know if I've ever seen these in game before, so let's just place these down, and that looks really cool, honestly. Also, I think I've been calling them shards, but I guess they're like pottery shards. I think I'm saying that right, I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I have been getting way too distracted. The next thing I want to get started on is building some custom trees, which is going to require a lot of leaves, so let's grab some iron we can use to make shears. I'll maybe just make like, I don't know, 3 pairs to start, and then we can make more if we need to. And instead of growing our own trees kind of around our base, I think it'll be easiest to just go hunt down the actual trees that we need, so let's go on a little adventure. And we're gonna need a little bit of birch and oak, so let's grab some of that just right here. We're also going to need some spruce leaves, so let's gather some of these up. And close by to where it all began on day 1, let's go ahead and grab some acacia leaves. And just like that, we've got a ton of leaves, so let's go back home. And I guess there is one tree type that we'll have to grow, being the azalea tree, so let's just make a few of these and gather the leaves with our shears. Okay, that should cover all of the leaves that we need, but we also need some materials for the trunks, so first things first, let's grab up some sand. Okay, also slight distraction, check out that cave over there, that thing looks super cool. We're also going to need more mud, so let's use our water bottle trick once again to create more. Go ahead and gather that all up. It's really now just going to be a matter of crafting, so let's turn that into packed mud, and I also grabbed some birch wood, so let's turn that into, what do I need? Birch fences, that's right. And I almost forgot, we need to turn this packed mud into mud bricks. And last but not least, let's turn a bunch of these into walls, so we'll do sandstone walls, we'll turn these into mud brick walls, and we'll also do some granite walls. And with all of those materials, plus all of the leaves, I think we're finally ready to build some custom trees. Whoa, I just like popped off like some Dr. Seuss type stuff there, but let's go. I think building one right beside the house here will look pretty good, so let's just start with some logs. I think we maybe should bring this up like, what is that, 5, 6, and I'll do wood for this one, 7. And then this might get a little bit tricky, but I want to do some walls. So if we go like that, and then we'll do probably 2 more, just like so. And then on top of that, I think just like 3 fences if I can place it, sweet. Try to get back down without taking too much fall damage, ow. And there she is, the tree is done. I'm only kidding, of course, we gotta add the leaves, but I really like this simple kind of trunk shape. It's obviously, you know, Minecraft, so you can only get it so smooth, but I like how it's thicker at the bottom and thinner at the top. I went ahead and placed in all of the leaves, and you can hopefully see better now the style that I'm going for. And I'm really quite happy with how this tree turned out. I used spruce leaves kind of near the bottom to almost look like a shadow, and then I blended that into the acacia and azalea leaves. And I even used a few of the flowering azalea leaves for a tiny pop of color. I do, however, want to build a few different types of trees just to keep it a bit more interesting, and I think it'd be really fun to build kind of a smaller one right along the edge of the river. And yeah, I think that looks really cool. It's almost like a miniature version, or like, you know, a younger version of this bigger tree, so I really like that. But now that we have kind of the build style locked in, let's go ahead and build a bunch more trees. It took an entire day, but I built 9 more trees, pretty much creating an entire custom forest in the process. I could not be more happy with how these trees turned out. It just makes the whole area feel so much more immersive and cozy. Anyway, I want to get started on adding more details to kind of the ground around the trees, so I'm thinking we just grab a bunch of short grass that we can use to detail it. And I really do like these new bushes, so I'll grab any of those that I see as well. Also, there goes my shears. You know, it's a good thing that I'm a 600,243 IQ planner and brought some iron along with me so we can make more. Pillagers, you think I'm scared of you now that I have full diamond armor? Get out of here. Goodbye, pillager. I think it'll also be pretty nice to decorate the area with some flowers, so let's grab some of those too. I found this super pretty meadow biome, which has some kind of different types of flowers, so I'll definitely be grabbing a bunch of these that we can use to decorate as well. We have a bunch of blocks that we can detail with now, and I'm thinking we just start by placing back down a bunch of the short grass. It's fairly subtle, but I added short grass all over the place, and I really like the effect it gave. Just the whole area feels a lot lusher. Next up, let's try bringing more color into the area by adding some flower patches. I think some orange tulips over in this area will look really nice right beside this lamppost. And we can even use some of the bigger flowers. For example, I think the lilacs will look really nice in this open patch beside the river. I really like the purple color that you get from alliums, so let's add a few in between the trees. Yeah, I really like those, and we can maybe add some red tulips on the other side of the pathway. I think that'll look pretty nice. This area right here is still looking pretty bare, so maybe we just do more of the orange tulips, as I really like these ones. We can even add more details that aren't necessarily flowers. For example, I think some sugarcane will look really nice beside the river. And that just got me thinking we should definitely add some firefly bushes around the river. I don't think I have any, so let's go see if we can find some. And that was pretty easy. I just found one in like 20 seconds. I also just spotted some pumpkins. We could definitely use these for some decorations. Alrighty, before I get too distracted, let me see if I have more bones, or okay, I can just take the bone meal, that'll work. And then if we place down the firefly bush, we should be able to just use the bone meal to make a bunch more. Super easy. Let's just use our shears to gather these back up. And now that we have a few, let's just dot some along the edge of the river. I think a few here will look pretty nice. Let's do some parkour, ow, and maybe just put a few over here. Maybe a few right here will look pretty good, and maybe even a few on the other side of the river. And I don't want to overdo it, so maybe let's just do a couple more right there, and we can call it good. Before I forget, let me use these pumpkins that we found, and I think just right here in front of our house will look pretty nice, and this could also be a great opportunity to add a bit of lighting. Okay, I think it's finally time to address the elephant in the room, and that's that it's day 95, and this is the current state of our interior. But don't worry everybody, I can totally fix it with one single detail. Boom, a banner, and the entire thing is now detailed. Jokes aside, this interior is massive, and I think if we want to detail it, it'll have to be part of a 200-day video, so let me know if you want to see that. Anyway, I still want to add a few more details. Let me see if I have some stone. Okay, I do. I think I'm just going to need like 6 stone. I'm also going to need just a little bit of wood, so let's grab a couple planks. And then I'll need a little bit of coal as well as some iron. Alrighty, using that stuff, let's first turn this stone into stone brick walls. And then we can use these planks to make some sticks, and then we'll turn that into torches. And then using the iron, we can turn all of those into lanterns. Back outside, I was thinking we could do a wall here and there, and then we can just place a couple of lanterns right on top. I think I like that, so let's do the exact same thing for this side entrance. And then I want to add some lighting to this left section of the house as well, so let's maybe do a wall here and a lantern, and then, okay, story leaves, you gotta go, let's do another wall right here and a lantern. And I want to add a bit of lighting to the roof as well, so maybe let's do one there, and then let's just bridge over using our dirt, and then we can probably place another one right there. Sweet. Just gotta get rid of all this temporary dirt. Look at these pillagers, they're trying to get into the house. Alright guys, come in. You want the smoke? I'll give it to you. Whoa, do they all have enchanted crossbows? It's a little scary. Get out of here. Goodbye. I've been seeing a bunch of horses all around the mansion, and I think I do have a saddle as well as some armor, and I guess I'll take a lead. So let's go see if we can tame a horse. As you can see, there's a bunch of horses right beside the mansion, so let's maybe tame this guy here. Okay, this horse is kind of slow, I'm not gonna lie, so maybe let's see if we can tame another one. Maybe this guy here, he looks cool. Still not the fastest horse ever, but way faster than that last guy, so let's use this one. Oh yeah, and I brought some horse armor, didn't I? Let's throw that on, and yeah, our horse is looking super snazzy. And now that we have a horsey friend, let's go on a little adventure. I spotted a really cool cave over here earlier, and I really just want to kind of pop my head in and check it out, so horsey guy, stay over here. And I think it's easiest to see from the water, but this is just like such a cool entrance to a cave, so I want to see what's inside. Yeah, this is a crazy looking cave. Look at these like pillars going from the top to the bottom. That is super cool. Looks like there's maybe some bad guys down here, but let's jump. Already getting attacked by a skeleton. Go away, guy. And the creeper showed up too. Can you blow up? Goodbye. Well, this is pretty cool. It's like exposed to the surface. This thing is more of like a ravine than an actual cave. It would be so fun to like transform this thing and build some sort of like village down here. That would be really cool. And it looks like this thing does go deeper though. Maybe we can find a few more diamonds. I mean, you know, why not? And that's why not. It's a dead end. Pretty cool generation, but you know what? I don't want to risk it and get like blown up by a creeper on day 98, as that'd be pretty embarrassing, so let's get out of here. Come on, Mr. Horsey, take me home. And I guess our horse can just kind of hang out behind our house here, so we'll just lead him to this fence post. And you know what? If I remember correctly, we did find a fishing rod in the ocean ruins. I did, yeah, and it has mending on it too, which is very nice. So I was thinking that we could spend all of day 99 fishing and see how much loot that we get. There we go, got our first fish and got the advancement as well. This is a great excuse to use the pond that we built. This is a great idea. And that also reminds me we could do a little bit of river fishing as well. Okay, the sun is already beginning to set, so let's see what we got. Really not the best loot, to be honest. Got a fishing rod with 7 durability, a piece of string, puffer fish, and some cotton salmon. I was kind of hoping for like an enchanted book or something cool like that, but oh well, what are you gonna do? I cannot believe it is day 100. I feel like this challenge has flown by. But to celebrate making it to the very end, let's take a look at everything that we built. Of course, at the back of the house is where we have all of our farms, so our sugarcane, wheat, and our cow pen. And I guess our horse is back here now too. What's up, little horsey? The back of our mansion is pretty much the exact same as the front, but you know what? At least it's, detailed and not just like some flat wall or something. I think this has to be one of my favorite terraforming. Are you kidding me? Is it raining right as I'm trying to do the tour? I was trying to say this is one of my favorite terraforming projects that I've ever done. This river just turned out so cool flowing down the entire hillside. Especially when we surrounded it by all these boulders and trees and stuff. It's just so lush and such a great vibe. And then right at the bottom of the pathway, we of course have our lookout point. A little hazy right now with all the rain, but still looking pretty good. And you know what, I was kind of annoyed at first that it was raining, but this is such a cozy vibe walking up the pathway here and just having this great shot of our mansion. This is so cool. I had such a fun time putting this one together. I am totally not used to building houses this big, but it was a really fun challenge.
Kicking it off on day 1, I spawned in a forest where I spotted a spruce tree, so I immediately started punching it since it's my favorite wood type. Using the logs, I made a crafting table and a wooden pickaxe. I then dug down and mined enough cobblestone to upgrade to a stone pickaxe. With our upgraded pick, I mined more cobblestone as well as some coal ore that I bumped into. With those materials, I crafted a full set of stone tools and a furnace. Now that we have some basic gear, I set out to search for more resources. I first came across some sweet berries, so I gathered a few up, and then I began making my way over to a dark oak forest that I spotted. Since this is my second favorite wood type, I spent a couple minutes chopping down a few trees and collecting some saplings. The sun was already getting low at this point, so I have to lock in if I'm going to find any sheep before nightfall. But of course, along the way, I got distracted killing a chicken and collecting a pumpkin. By the time I found some sheep, it was already dark, so I quickly unalived a few, dug a hole underground, crafted a bed, and slept away the first night before I get blown up by a creeper. I woke up starving on day 2, so I cooked up some mutton in my furnace and enjoyed my meaty treat once it was ready. I then continued my adventure with the goal of finding a jungle biome, stopping to gather anything useful along the way like more food, sugarcane, and flowers. I spotted a cave, so I made my way down and mined up some coal, copper, and most importantly, my first iron. After smelting the iron down, I crafted a shield and a brand new pickaxe. We're already making great progress. I continued mining for the rest of the day and then made my way back to the surface on day 3. After adventuring further, I finally found a jungle biome, so I took a minute to chop down some trees and grab a few saplings. While I was at it, I also collected some cocoa beans, bamboo, and melons. I continued exploring the jungle in the hopes of finding the perfect spot to build our base. However, while searching for a suitable location, I came across an acacia tree, so I stopped to get a few saplings. And not far from there, I also found a couple cherry trees, so I gathered a few of those saplings as well. It's only day 4, and we already have 8 different wood types, which is absolutely awesome. And what's even more awesome is that I think I finally found the perfect spot to build our base. After placing down a couple of chests, I unloaded my inventory. After that, I planted some sugarcane along the edge of the water since it'll be useful for getting an enchanting setup later. It's going to be way too hard to build anything with how many trees there currently are, so I crafted an iron axe and then spent the rest of the day contributing to deforestation. At the start of day 6, I tilled an area along the water's edge and planted some seeds to get a simple wheat farm going. Since I had some raw iron from mining earlier, I threw it all into a furnace, and while we wait for it to smelt, I cut down more trees. Once the iron was ready, I crafted a brand new set of tools along with some armor. Now that we're a bit more geared up, let's go search for more resources. I first came across more iron, so I took a minute to mine it up. After that, I found something way better, a village ripe for the taking. The first house I checked out had a brewing stand, which is pretty sweet. There was also a ruined nether portal inside the village, where I looted a golden apple and a few other goodies like a silk touch shovel. Next, I headed to the blacksmith and grabbed a free grindstone, but more importantly, the chest inside had 3 shiny blue diamonds. I kept ransacking the village and picked up a stone cutter, some potatoes, a bell, and a few emeralds. I wanted to keep exploring, but my inventory was full, so I made my way back home and dropped off our items. After that, I took a minute to craft some jungle fences, and then I built 2 small animal pens. I then quickly ran back over to the village and stole all of their hay bales. While I was there, I also took some of their other crops, like carrots and beetroots, since I think they could be useful for decorating our base with. Now that I had some wheat, I lured a few cows into the first pen. I managed to bring a sheep over at the same time, but of course I'm going to need 2, so I went back out in search of another one. It took a little while, but I eventually found a few more. And after bringing them back to their pen, I bred them as well as the cows. On the start of day 10, I used the diamonds we got from the village earlier to craft a diamond pickaxe. After that, I harvested all of the sugarcane and expanded it further along the edge of the water. With that chore out of the way, I went on the hunt for a cave since we're in desperate need of more resources. I eventually found one and began mining anything useful that I spotted, like iron and lapis. As I made my way deeper into the cave, I spotted some dripstone, so I took a minute to gather some up so we can use it to create a lava farm later. Anyways, I continued mining and eventually found more diamonds, which is absolutely awesome. What's not so awesome is how many mobs are down here, but I think if we're careful, we should be alright. I continued mining all the diamonds I could find, which eventually led me to a spider spawner where I found a name tag and some other loot. After finding quite a few more diamonds, I took a little detour to gather up some tuff, deep slate, and granite, as I plan on using some in our starter house. And while we're down here, we might as well get enough obsidian for a nether portal, as well as an enchanting table. I only have 3 pieces of bread left, so before we starve to death, let's head back up to the surface. Along the way though, I grabbed a bucket of lava, as well as any more diamonds that I spotted. I had to resort to eating rotten flesh to survive, but I eventually made my way back to the surface on day 14. After getting back to our base, I organized my items, and here's a look at all the goodies we got. I'm getting tired of eating rotten flesh, so I made more bread, and then took a minute to breed the animals, as well as expand our wheat farm. On the start of day 15, I set up a temporary lava farm in the water. I think I'll try and build a more permanent one later, but for now, this'll do just fine. Since we got a little over a stack of diamonds from our mining trip, I crafted a full set of diamond armor as well as tools. This is always such a great feeling in a brand new world. Now that we're more geared up, I want to build our starter house, so I got to work crafting all the items we're going to need, like brown concrete powder, campfires, and cherry trapdoors. I then went down to the river and gathered up some clay so that we can make bricks, as well as some sand, which we will need to make glass. While they smelt in our furnaces, I got more items ready like granite walls, jungle trapdoors, and dark oak slabs. I took a break from crafting on day 17 to breed our cows again and harvest both our wheat and sugarcane farms. I even extended the sugarcane further along the edge of the water. Next time we harvest it, we should definitely have enough for our enchanting setup. After that, I used shears to gather up some oak leaves. At this point, both our clay and sand was done smelting, so I crafted both flower pots and glass panes. There's still just a few more materials we need for the starter house, so I planted a large spruce tree and grew it right away with some bone meal. I cut it down and then used the wood to craft doors, fence gates, stairs, and trapdoors. Since we found a silk touch shovel at the ruined nether portal, I used it to gather up some of the podzol that generated when we grew the spruce tree. One of the last materials we need is stripped jungle logs, so I killed 2 birds with 1 stone by chopping down trees to clear space for our house while stripping the logs along the way. What I'm about to do next will shock you. That's right, I bred the cows again and harvested our wheat farm. Jokes and chores aside, I got to work flattening the area where our house is going to go. Since I want to use some packed mud in the build, I used water bottles to convert the dirt we just gathered into mud. I finished making the mud on day 20 and then combined it with some wheat to make packed mud. And I also turned just a little bit of it into mud brick walls. That took longer than I thought it would, but we now have every single block that we need to build our starter house. I decided to try building a Mediterranean style house since I thought it would fit the jungle theme perfectly. And since I've never really built in this style before, I looked at a lot of reference images to get the ideas flowing. The main thing I noticed is that these houses typically have a lot of pillars and fairly flat roofs, so I made sure to incorporate those elements into my design. A lot of the pictures I found also had vines growing up the walls, so I created one using ladders and oak leaves. Continuing with the smaller details, I added a few lanterns to light up the outside of the house. After that, I added a bunch of flower pots to bring more color and life into the build. At the back of the house, one of the walls was still looking pretty flat, so for a nice detail, I built a planter box using podzol and cherry trapdoors, and then I filled it with sweet berries. After adding even more flowers, I moved to the inside of the build and placed in a simple floor using tuff blocks. To get access to the top of the tower that's on the side of the house, I first built a pillar using stripped dark oak logs. Once I was at the top, I of course got distracted adding even more flowers, but once those were in place, I built a spiral staircase all the way back down to the main floor. For some reason, I find it kind of satisfying to walk up, but anyways, let's add a lantern up here just so that nothing spawns. And with that, I'm happy to call the exterior of the house finished. I'm eager to get started on detailing the interior, but before we do, let's take a minute to do our chores again, which are of course breeding the cows and harvesting the wheat. With that out of the way, I got to work inside by building a staircase to get to the second floor using spruce stairs. And for the floor itself, I used my classic design of alternating slabs and trapdoors. I also built an interior wall to divide up the two main sections of the main floor. On day 24, I dyed some of the sheep blue and sheared them for their wool. I then built a blue rug in the main room for a nice pop of color. Next, I created a bookshelf on the back wall, which I think fits the space perfectly. I love adding tables to my builds, so for this one, I used cherry stairs and scaffolding to put together a cozy dining area. After adding a few furnaces, which kind of resemble ovens, I got totally distracted adding one of the new paintings above the table. Getting back to the kitchen, I created a more defined floor using polished tuff. After that, I added some smaller details like a lantern, pressure plate, and flower pot. I felt like the rest of the floor was looking a little too bland, so I mixed in a bit of cobblestone to give it some nice texture variation. To finish off the main room, I thought it would be fun to display our original iron armor that we crafted all the way back on day 6. And I also finished off the tower by replacing the torches with a lantern for a cleaner look, and then I added a bit of secret storage under the stairs using barrels and a chest. On the start of day 27, I bred the cows yet again, and because I was feeling crazy, I also harvested the wheat farm. Back inside, I decided to skip the other room on the main floor for now, and instead focus on setting up our main storage room upstairs. I started by lining the walls with barrels, and then filled in the gaps between them with chests. While building, I heard a wandering trader outside, and since he was offering pale moss, I bought some using the emeralds that we found in the village. After that little distraction, I built a railing around the stairs to ensure I don't fall down on accident. And after dyeing my bed yellow, I set up a simple yet cozy bedroom in the corner of the room. Since the sun was already beginning to set, I slept away the night in the comfort of our starter house for the very first time. That had me feeling super refreshed on day 28, so I continued detailing by adding a couple of flower pots on a shelf, which I filled with saplings. And to fully complete the room, I created a red rug, which I think tied everything together perfectly. The last area we have to decorate is going to be our enchanting room. In preparation, I bred the cows one last time and then unalived all of the adults for their leather. Seriously though, it's always so depressing just seeing the babies left. While I was at it, I also harvested the sugarcane since we're going to need a lot of paper. Now that we have everything we need, I crafted an enchanting table as well as 15 bookshelves. I noticed I was almost out of food, so before building the actual enchanting room, I ran over and collected some lava from our farm. I then put it into one of the furnaces to cook up all of the steak that we collected. Heading over to the enchanting room, I first placed down all of the bookshelves and then our enchanting table. And after checking, it gives us level 30 enchants, which is absolutely awesome. For some functional details, I added a grindstone and a double chest. I wasn't loving the look of the tough floor in here, so I swapped it out for dark oak, which I think looks way better. And because I can't help myself, I mixed in some spruce logs for a bit of texture variation. For the final details, I added a painting on the back wall, an anvil, and some flower pots on top of the shelves for a little natural touch. With that, I'm happy to call the enchanting room done, so I finished off the day by bringing all of the items inside from the temporary chest we have outside. I then spent all of day 31 organizing my items, and all of day 32, and all of day 33. A little mind-numbing, but now that it's done, it's super satisfying to see all of our items sorted. Now that everything is neatly put away, I'm happy to finally call our starter house finished. It took a while, but I think the end result was totally worth it. To celebrate finishing our house, let's take a minute to check in on my cats. If this is your first time here, basically the way that it works is that I show you my cats, and in return, you have to like the video. Seriously though, it helps out the channel a ton, so I really do appreciate all of you taking a second to do it. Getting back to Minecraft, the first thing I want to do is some enchanting, since we currently have 33 levels. I started off by making a brand new axe, and after enchanting it, I got efficiency 4. I also enchanted my boots since I saw I could get feather falling. An absolute must for me considering how often I fall off things. Using our newly enchanted axe, I spent all of day 34 in choppy mode, cutting down a bunch of trees. I got interrupted by some pillagers, which was a bit annoying, but by the end of the day, I had a decent amount of space cleared out. Now that we finally have more room to build, I want to create a mine entrance of sorts. I'm going to need some materials first, so I went underground and mined up some cobblestone, granite, gravel, and dirt. With that in hand, I grabbed some lava from our farm and threw a stack of cobble into one of the furnaces so we can get regular stone. While waiting for that to smelt, I planted a few trees on the other side of the river since we're also going to need some wood for the build. After that, I made a trip underground once again, but this time it was to mine up some tough blocks. And I even found a few diamonds while mining, so that was pretty nice. Back at our base, I grabbed the stone since it was all done smelting, and then I used my stone cutter to make some stone bricks as well as walls. While I was at it, I also crafted a bunch of the tough blocks that I'm going to need. After that, I used my shears to gather some ferns, and I also picked up a few vines. Some of the vines were even floating, which is a bit cursed, but let's just ignore that and finish off the day by gathering some jungle leaves. Since we got some pale moss from that wandering trader back on day 27, I used bone meal to make some more. After that, I chopped down the trees we planted earlier now that they've fully grown. Using the wood, I crafted some slabs, stairs, and a couple buttons. And with that, we should have everything that we need for the build. I prepped the site by clearing out the old sugarcane farm, then extended the land into the water a bit using dirt. For the build itself, I had the idea to create a circular hut that we can create a mine entrance inside of. I used a mix of gray blocks for the walls, and then went with a dark oak roof to match our starter house. To give it a lush jungle vibe, I added some leaves, flowers, and ferns around the build. And to light up the entrance, I added a lantern. To be completely honest with you guys, I think it looks a tad bit derpy, but let's just call it character. I'd like to get back up to level 30 so we can do more enchanting, so I grabbed some lava and threw a stack of raw copper in one of the furnaces. Hopefully that will give us enough XP. Moving inside, I started digging a hole to create the actual mine entrance. And to give it more of a muddy feel, I replaced the ground with coarse dirt. I then used cobblestone to create some boulders, and to further sell the idea that this is a mine, I scattered a bit of raw copper around. Continuing with the details, I added a couple of lanterns, and then for a small natural touch, I dotted some short grass around. After that, I created a better looking ceiling using jungle wood. I felt like the walls were looking a little plain, so I created a couple shelves using spruce trapdoors to give us a spot for some storage. After adding a few extra details, I'm happy to call the mine entrance done, so the next thing I want to do is dig out a room where we can build a more permanent lava farm. I was almost done digging out the room, but my pickaxe was nearly out of durability, so I took a quick break from building to get a new one. Luckily, after grabbing the copper out of the furnace, we got just enough XP to get back up to level 30. I enchanted a brand new diamond pick and got Fortune 2, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3, which is pretty sweet. Using our faster pickaxe, I finished digging out the room in no time. And once it was fully dug, I built a simple floor using granite, coarse dirt, and regular dirt. I then grabbed the cauldron from our temporary farm and used that, along with a few new ones, to build a bigger farm in the room. Of course, we also need dripstone for the farm to work, so I placed that below a row of smooth stone. And since we'll need to place lava at the very top, I used copper trapdoors to create a little cage to safely contain it. After replacing the walls and ceiling with whatever blocks I had on hand, here's how the room is looking. Finally, we can grab the lava from our old farm and tear this thing down. With that eyesore gone, let's add the lava to our new farm. I only have 2 buckets of lava to fill the farm with at the moment, but once it generates more, we can get the whole thing filled in. You might have noticed I left a hole in the side of the room, and that's because I want to build a staircase here that goes all the way down to diamond level. I dug down until my inventory was full, and then I began making my way back up. As I went, I also placed down cobblestone stairs to make it easier to go up and down in the future. And after getting back to our lava room, I unloaded my inventory. I also noticed one of the cauldrons was full, so I harvested the lava and put it at the top of the farm. With that dealt with, I got back to work digging the staircase lower and lower. As I was doing so, I ran into a lush cave. I didn't want to get too distracted though, so I grabbed some moss and glowberries and then continued digging down. I stopped once I reached Y-53, and then I made my way back to the top, while of course placing down stairs along the way. Now that our mine is all set up, I spent a few minutes putting away my items, since my inventory is an absolute disaster right now. Once that was dealt with, I checked in on our lava farm again, and I was able to get the entire thing filled in, which is awesome. I'd like to go to the Nether soon, but of course we have to go in style. So my idea is to build a giant custom jungle tree to hide our Nether portal inside of. I need some room to build it though, so I started by removing our old wheat farm. I want to build a proper one later, but for now, I really just need it out of the way. Our animal pens were also in the way, so I built a couple new ones a bit further out and transferred all of the cows and sheep over. With the animals relocated, I tore down the old pens, and now we've got plenty of space to work with. Next up, let's gather all the materials we're going to need. I first headed over to our tree chopping area and collected some acacia leaves with my shears. And while I was at it, I also grabbed a stack or so of dark oak leaves. I then chopped down all of the trees and replanted them, since they were looking pretty goofy with half their leaves missing. After that, I got to work collecting a bunch of jungle leaves, since that's what the majority of the tree's canopy is going to be built out of. I think I went through like 5 pairs of shears, but I eventually got enough. The last item I needed was glow lichen, so I made a bit using bone meal. And with that, we should have everything that we need to build our custom jungle tree. I tried to stay close to the vanilla style, but gave the trunk a much more dynamic shape and mixed in some dark oak for extra color and texture variation. As for the canopy, I used like 90% jungle leaves, but I did sprinkle in just a tiny bit of acacia and dark oak leaves to make it look a bit more natural. All that was left to do at this point was light the nether portal that I hid at the base of the trunk. I'm super happy with how this build came out, but it's time to face our fears now and head into the nether. Before going in though, I did equip a gold helmet just to make it a bit safer. After heading to the other side, I spawned in a soul valley where I immediately almost died due to a ghast. And my bad luck didn't stop there, since I think I accidentally hit a zombified piglin with an arrow while trying to kill the ghast because out of nowhere a bunch were attacking me. Luckily, I managed to fend them off without dying, so I went on the hunt for quartz since it's an easy XP source. And after spending the entire day mining, I got up to level 36, which is enough to enchant 3 things. I returned to the overworld on day 51 and enchanted a pickaxe since I saw we could get fortune 3. I also enchanted an axe and ended up with fortune 3 and unbreaking 3. For my last enchantment, I went for a shovel and got efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. While I was at it, I also combined my 2 axes to create a better one. Now that we have some better tools, I crafted bundles for the very first time, and then I made my way down into our mine as my next build project is going to require a lot of tough blocks. While I was mining up the tuff, I even stumbled across more diamonds, so of course I mined them with our brand new Fortune 3 pickaxe. I kept hearing zombie noises, and after checking it out, it turns out there's a zombie spawner super close to our mine. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can be bothered to turn it into an XP farm, but regardless, I made use of the bundles we crafted to store the loot without cluttering up our inventory too much. After finding a few more diamonds on day 52, I made my way back up to the surface. Back at our house, I spent a couple minutes organizing my items, and here's a look at everything that we got. I then used the remainder of the day to dig a bunch of dirt since my next build is going to require some terraforming. I also plan on using some mossy cobblestone for the terraforming, so I went back to that lush cave we found earlier and gathered a few stacks of moss using a hoe. I also gathered more cobblestone since I don't think I have enough in our storage room. After finally crafting the mossy cobblestone, I put together a few other items we're going to need, like a variety of tough slabs and some walls. My plan is to build a retaining wall along the edge of the water, so to make things a bit less painful, I did a lower level enchant on my helmet and got respiration too. Now that we have everything that we need, I first extended the land into the water using dirt blocks. I also tried to make it a bit of a smoother curve, as I think it'll look a lot better that way. Once I was happy with the shape of the land, I built a border around it using a mix of tough blocks along with regular and mossy cobblestone. After that, I raised the border a little higher using a combination of the different tough slab variants. All that's left to do now is extend the border all the way down to the bottom of the river so it looks like a proper functioning retaining wall. I'm seriously so happy we got that respiration enchant on our helmet, or this would be such a pain. The retaining wall is looking pretty cool now, but let's take it to the next level by building a few docks extending off of it. I used the same block palette as the wall itself, but introduced some granite and mud brick walls to help break up all of the gray. And just like with the wall, I extended the docks all the way down to the bottom of the river so that they make sense structurally. I was pretty happy with how they were looking at this point, so I spent the rest of the day cleaning up the terrain under the water. Mainly just removing any weird patches of clay and smoothing things out a bit. I didn't go too overboard since it's underwater, but I did add a bit of seagrass with bone meal to help tie everything together. I think I'll eventually build a proper custom boat to fully complete this area, but I'm feeling lazy right now, so a small bamboo raft will have to do for now. In preparation for my next build, I headed down into the mine and grabbed some lava buckets, which I then used to start smelting cobblestone into regular stone. Once some of the stone was done smelting, I crafted it into stairs and slabs. My plan for these materials is to build a small oasis behind our house. There's already a natural pool of water back here, so I think it's the perfect fit. I started by digging the pool of water bigger, and then I surrounded it with sand. After that, I filled the whole thing in with water and then built a few boulders. And for a natural touch, I added bamboo, sugarcane, and flowers. I kind of like how shallow the water is, but to give the impression that it's just a bit deeper, I converted all of the dirt into mud blocks using a water bottle. And with that done, I used bone meal to add seagrass, which made the whole area feel super lush. And because I can't help myself, I mixed in some andesite into the boulders. I'm clearly just addicted to texture variation at this point. I'm not sure if I've really shown it off yet, but our house has a back entrance, so I created a small pathway from it leading down to the water. And with that, I'm happy to call our small oasis done. Building that pathway behind our house reminded me how much I love creating paths in my worlds, so I spent the next 2 days building one to connect everything that we've made so far. I first started by planning out where I wanted it to go using path blocks. Once I was happy with the shape, I removed some sections and then replaced them with coarse dirt, brown concrete powder, as well as a bit of mossy cobblestone and tuff blocks. And then for additional detail, I added grass and ferns, as well as some stone buttons, which kind of look like small rocks. After finishing the path, I noticed there was a small open space in front of our house, so I added a few flowers and then built a bench using extinguished campfires and spruce trapdoors. To capture all of the progress we've made so far, I want to create a map of our base. Conveniently, I was able to fit everything on just 2 maps. And after contemplating where to display them, I decided the bottom of the spiral staircase was the best spot since it fits perfectly. As always, there's just something so satisfying about seeing everything we've built from a bird's eye view. We've been doing a ton of resource gathering and building, so I figured I would take a day off and do some fishing on one of the docks that we built. It was honestly super relaxing to just slow things down for a minute and remind myself to enjoy the journey. And if you're curious what an entire day of fishing with an unenchanted fishing rod gets you, then here you go. The best thing I got was definitely the enchanted book that has sharpness 3 and blast protection 4 on it. I was kinda torn between what to use the book for, but in the end, I decided to add it to my sword. Getting back to the grind, I spent the rest of the day chopping down trees to make room for our next build. After cutting down a few more trees on day 68, I flattened the area a bit and filled in any weird pools of water. Now that we have an open area to work with, I spent day 69 building a stone border using cobblestone, tuff, and gravel. Once I was happy with it, I dotted a few acacia leaves around the outside and also used some bone meal to make the entire thing look more natural. My plan is to put a giant wheat farm in here, so the next thing I did was hide some water sources under the wall so that the farmland will stay hydrated. And I also added some water sources closer to the center of the farm, which I covered using dark oak slabs. Now that all of the water is in place, I used our hoe to till the rest of the ground. After that, I placed glow lichen on top of all of the slabs to light up the farm and also to prevent mobs from spawning. All that was left to do now was fill in the farm with wheat seeds, and I ended up having enough to fill in about 2/3 of it. Once we harvest everything for the first time, we should definitely have enough to fill in the whole thing when we replant. I feel bad for our animals still stuck in their boring old pens, so let's fix that by building a giant barn for them. It's going to require a gigaton of materials though, so without wasting any time, I went down underground and spent an entire day and night mining deep slate and tuff until my entire inventory was full. I ended up getting 32 more diamonds in the process though, so I guess I can't really complain. After heading back up to the surface, I used the tuff and deep slate we just gathered to craft a bunch of walls and slabs. While I was at it, I also crafted some granite walls and stone bricks. Next, I wanted to gather the wood materials, so I headed over to our tree chopping area and cut down a dark oak tree along with a couple of spruce trees. And I also stripped the second spruce tree while I was at it to make things a bit easier when it's time to build the barn later. After replanting the trees, I made my way back home and used the wood to craft all of the different spruce items we're going to need, along with all of the dark oak ones too. Continuing with the wood materials, I stripped down some jungle logs as well as oak logs, again just to make things easier later. After that, I went down underground again and mined up some iron since I basically had none left in our storage room. Once I had a couple stacks, I went back to the surface, stopping along the way to get some lava from our farm, which we can use to smelt down the iron in one of our furnaces. While waiting for that to smelt, I went on a short adventure to gather more flowers to decorate the barn with. And I also grabbed some short grass with my shears while I was at it. Back at our house, the iron was done smelting, so I used it to craft both lanterns and chains. We nearly have everything we need now, but there's still just a few more things, so I first went underground and used bone meal to make more pale moss. I also want to use some mud bricks in the build, so I went ahead and harvested our entire wheat farm. And you can tell the resource grind has been real since it's almost all fully grown already. And after replanting, I was able to get the entire thing filled in, so the farm is looking super awesome now. We also need regular mud to craft mud bricks, so I used a water bottle to convert a couple of stacks of regular dirt.
And with that in hand, I finally crafted some packed mud, which I then turned into mud bricks and mud brick walls. After 10 days of straight resource gathering, we have every single material we need to build the barn. I started off by planning out the perimeter of the build, then laid down a path using the same design as the rest of our pathways. And I even mixed in some moss blocks to texture the grass. I also went ahead and built the animal stalls inside the barn using spruce fences. For some reason, I challenged myself by placing the entire build on a 45-degree angle. It definitely made the design process a lot trickier, but I think it fits the space better and adds a more unique look overall. To help break up the shape of the roof, I also added a second tier at the top, which I think really improved the overall feel of the build. As always, it's the small details that are really going to bring the entire thing to life, so I started by adding some flowers in flower pots at the front of the barn. I liked how those were looking, so I also added some to the back of the barn as well. Continuing with the barn aesthetic, I built a small pile of hay using hay bales, as well as some bamboo to make it look a bit more detailed. I feel like random storage always looks good, so I added some barrels and chests outside to help fill out the space. I created a similar design inside, but switched this one up by also adding a crafting table and flower pot. After that, I hung some lanterns off of chains as an easy way to light up the interior of the barn. And it's also probably a good idea to add some lighting outside, so I placed a lantern above the side entrance and also hung some off of the cover that extends off the side of the barn. All that's left to do now is bring the animals over from their old temporary pen. Not gonna lie, I definitely lost a few along the way, but regardless, it feels great to have the barn feeling more alive with some animals in it now. And I think I'm equally excited that we can tear down the old animal pen and finally get rid of that eyesore. And with that, I'm happy to finally call the barn finished. It was a challenging build, but I think the end result was more than worth it. With that done, I finished off the day by organizing my items back into our storage room, and then I planted a couple of dark oak trees on the other side of the river. We're quickly approaching day 100, and there's still quite a few builds I want to create, so I locked in and quickly began chopping down trees to make room for our next build. My plan is to make a custom jungle temple, so after I finished clearing the trees, I began the resource grind by first going underground to mine a few stacks of cobblestone. On my way back up, I grabbed more lava, which I then used to smelt some of the cobblestone into regular stone. I then spent the rest of the day crafting a bunch of the items I'm going to need. And after crafting a few more materials on day 88, I saw that I needed more moss and tuff, but before going down to the mine, I thought it would be a good idea to repair my pickaxe since it was about to break. With that taken care of, I went back to the lush cave once again to collect more moss blocks. I then found a deposit of tuff and spent the rest of the day mining it up until my inventory was full. I went back home on day 89 and crafted the remaining items we needed, like polished tuff, stone stairs, and mossy stone brick walls. And with that, we should have everything we need to build the temple. Just one last thing to take care of before starting, I filled in this random pool of water that was in the way. Okay, finally, let's build the jungle temple. I went for that classic pyramid look with a staircase on all four sides, leading up to the very top. And I spent a lot of time on the texturing, which I think helped make the build look more ancient and just more visually interesting overall. To finish it off, I added a covered section at the top, which I think gave the whole structure a really grand look. My original plan was to kill the ender dragon and display the egg at the top, but sadly I'm a noob and just don't have enough time for that, so instead I put a cake on a cherry wood pedestal. Surely that's an equivalent substitute. Jokes aside, our new builds are feeling a little disconnected at the moment, so I spent the remainder of the day planning out some new pathways. Once I was happy with the shape, I used the same building techniques we used previously to really bring the paths to life. It's such a great feeling to have everything we've created connected up now. I thought for a fun detail beside the path, we could build a small well, so I started by creating the base using stone brick and mossy cobblestone stairs. I then built a couple supports using jungle fences, and then built a cover using spruce stairs. To spice the build up, I added a couple decorated and regular flower pots, and then completed the build by filling it with water. It's a simple addition, but I think it fits the area perfectly. I mentioned back on day 60 that I wanted to build a custom boat, and considering we're only a few days away from day 100, we better get started on it. I began by crafting all of the items that I was able to, and then I made my way over to our tree chopping area to get more dark oak wood. And once nightfall approached, instead of sleeping, I made my way into the nether, as we're also going to need some blackstone. I'm not exactly sure where a bastion or basalt deltas biome is, so I figured the easiest way to get some would just be to trade gold with piglins. There's only an 8.71% chance of getting blackstone, but luckily after a decent amount of trading, I was able to get some. Back at home, I used the blackstone to craft the last of the materials we needed. And just like that, we have everything we need to build the boat. I went for a steam-powered boat as I thought that would fit the area best. I'm not too sure how realistic it is, but I added a wheel paddle at the back, which would in theory propel the boat forward. And as always, I tried to include as many small details as I could to give the build character. I feel like this boat really helped take our dock to the next level, but to take it even one step further, I added algae growing along the edge of the wall. I primarily used jungle leaves, but I also mixed in some moss for variation. Plus, it let me place grass on top, which added a nice extra detail. And I think it really helped bring the lush jungle vibe into the water too. On the morning of day 97, I grabbed some seeds and bamboo and set off on the search for birds and pandas. I had to venture a few hundred blocks into the jungle, but I eventually found a parrot. Just look how cute he is perched on my shoulder. And not long after that, I stumbled upon a panda. Judging by his snotty nose, I think it's one of the weak variants. There was also a second panda nearby, which I believe is just one of the default ones. I then began the grind of bringing them back to our base, and honestly, I had no idea pandas were this slow. At this pace, there's no way I'll be able to get them all the way home before day 100. I think the only realistic way to do this is to transport them through the scary nether. I quickly made a bamboo box to contain the pandas, and worried about running out of time, I frantically ran back to our base. Once I got there, I brought the parrot up to the top of the tower so he'd be safe, then grabbed the 4 obsidian I had in my storage room. I'm going to need 10 in total though, so I mined the corners off of our existing nether portal to get 4 more. That brought me up to 8, and for the final 2, I used water to convert some lava from our lava farm into obsidian. After mining it up, I finally had all 10 blocks I needed. I then made my way back to where we contained the pandas, and then built the world's most scuffed nether portal. Inside of the nether, I spent the rest of the day building a tunnel where we can safely transport the pandas. By the time I finished building the tunnel, it was already day 99, so it's now or never. And spoiler alert, what you're about to witness is easily the most tragic thing that has ever happened in one of my videos. As I was trying to break the boat that the pandas were in so I could get them into separate boats, I accidentally killed one of them. I'm honestly just speechless. I can't believe that just happened. There's simply no time for mourning though, so with tears in my eyes, I slowly transported our lonesome panda through the nether, questioning how I could let this happen to our innocent panda friend. And as the rain poured down on us, almost like it knew what just occurred, I moved our panda into an empty pen inside of our barn. I did give him some bamboo as an apology for unaliving his brother though, so I guess that makes us even. Anyways, on a brighter note, I want to tour everything that we built on day 100, so in preparation, I finished off the day by putting away my items in our storage room. Alright, so I thought we'd start the tour in our starter house, and that's mainly because I want to take a second to update the map. As you can see, when we made this, we only just had a few buildings here, so let's first take down this map. This one's not really going to have a whole lot of changes on it, but this one should have absolutely, massive changes on it. That looks super awesome, and I especially love that everything was kind of able to fit just on these 2 maps. While we're here, I also just want to quickly go to the top of our tower and name our parrot, and the name I decided on was Cat. Look how cute little Cat is here. Okay, let's get started on the main tour by first checking out this dock area. I think it came out super cool. I especially love all this algae growing along the edge. It just made the area feel so lush. And I'm really happy with how this boat came out. I tried to include a lot of fun details like buttons on the side here,
and I even used brown glass to try and smooth out the shape of the boat even more. Heading further down the path, if we take a left here, this leads us over to our oasis. This build was kind of simple, but I think it helped fill out the space, and again just really bring that lush jungle vibe into the area. And right beside our oasis is our custom jungle tree. I had a lot of fun putting this one together, and I also like that it served as the perfect spot for our nether portal. And right next to our tree, we of course have our mine entrance, and this also served as the perfect spot for our lava farm. I'm really glad we built this, as it just saved us so much time and effort from having to mine up a bunch of coal. Heading back up to the top, let's continue further down the path, as this is where we have our barn. This thing was pretty tough to design on the 45-degree angle, but I think it came out pretty cool. I especially love these kind of barn doors at the entrance here. Kind of look like they're just open, makes it nice and inviting to come in. And of course we have our lonesome panda here. I'm honestly just so choked up still about his brother dying, but you know, stuff happens, it is what it is. I mean, we might as well name him though, and for this one, let's just name him Chicken Jockey. I mean, we probably should have bred the animals up a bit more since the barn is looking a little empty, but I'm at least glad they have a lot of room in here, so I'm pretty happy with that. If we head out the side entrance of the barn and walk further down the path, we of course have our little well that we made, and just past that is our giant wheat farm, which was pretty helpful for crafting all of that packed mud and whatnot. And just on the other side of the wheat farm is our super cool temple. I really wish we had time to kill the ender dragon and put the egg up here, but as you can see, the sun is already beginning to set, so as we have a really nice view of everything that we built from here, let's take a little nap and sleep away the night, and finally we survived all 100 days.
Kicking it off on day 1, I spawned on this weird sandy area just beside the island, so after collecting some sugarcane, I went over to the actual mainland and chopped down my first tree. Using the wood, I crafted my first wooden pickaxe, and then dug down to get some cobblestone. With the cobble, I crafted all of the basic tools that we need, as well as a furnace. I also stumbled upon some iron while digging, so I went back with my upgraded pickaxe to gather it up. After smelting it down, I made some shears and then went looking for some sheep. I really want to get some wool so that I can make a bed and sleep the night away. I only found one sheep, so while I waited for it to grow its wool back, I continued exploring the island. I spotted a shipwreck just off the coast, so I crafted a boat and made my way over to gather the loot. I found more iron, coal, wheat and potatoes, and a treasure map. After going pirate mode, I made my way back to the island and sheared the sheep again, which luckily gave me 2 wool, so I have enough to make a bed now. And I was getting hungry at this point, so I made some bread with the wheat that we found and then slept away the first night. I began day 2 by making some chests for my items and then went looking for the buried treasure using the map that we found. And funnily enough, it ended up being right beside where we spawned. And it did have pretty good loot, but I really would have loved to get some diamonds, but oh well, what are you gonna do? Before heading back to the island, I wanted to reveal the rest of the map because for some reason, leaving them unexplored just kinda bothers me. While doing so, I stumbled upon another shipwreck where I found moss blocks, a bunch more iron, some armor templates, and another treasure map. Sadly, the treasure map was for the same one that we already found, so I continued revealing the rest of the maps and then went back home. Back at the island, I unloaded all of my items and then crafted a full set of iron tools as well as an iron helmet and shield. I spent some time cutting down trees and then finished off the day by setting up a simple sugarcane farm as well as a potato and wheat farm. On day 3, I went full lumberjack mode and spent the entire day cutting down trees to make room for builds. In the process, I got 3.5 stacks of oak logs and close to a stack of birch logs, which I'm sure are gonna come in handy. I started off day 4 by crafting a bunch of fences and fence gates so that we can build 2 small animal pens. The larger of the 2 will be for cows, and the smaller one for chickens. Conveniently, there were a couple of chickens close by, so I lured them over to the smaller pen and bred them. Next, I went looking for some cows, and I would have loved to bring the sheep over as well, but sadly, this wolf had other ideas.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
After grieving over the loss of our sheepy friend for a few moments, I carried on by bringing a couple of cows over to the pen and breeding them up. We're going to need a lot more building blocks, so I started digging a quarry where we can gather a bunch of resources. It's looking like a pretty boring hole right now, but if we add more details, I think we can get it looking pretty cool. I took a short break from digging the quarry at the start of day 5 by expanding the sugarcane farm and breeding the cows and chickens. After that, it was back to digging and making the hole look natural. A lot of this cobblestone is temporary, it's just all I kinda have to build with right now, so we'll switch it out with other blocks later. It's still looking pretty rough at the moment, but I put in a few pillars to look like it's supporting the ceiling. I want to extend a staircase all the way down to diamond level, so I started digging further down. I went back up to the surface, but it was dark, and I didn't want to risk dying to any mobs, so I spent the rest of the night digging further and further down, picking up any valuable resources that I found along the way. I went back up to the surface on day 6 and dropped off a bunch of my items since my inventory was full. After that, I expanded the sugarcane farm and then checked on our crops as well as our animals. Heading back to the quarry, I started adding more details to the entrance, like barrels and chests, patches of coarse dirt, and more pillars. I want to mainly use coarse dirt for the ground, but I'm all out of gravel, so on day 7 I went to the ocean to gather some up. I also found some iron and lapis while I was at it, which was a nice bonus. With a bunch of gravel obtained, I could now make more coarse dirt and begin replacing the rest of the ground. I really wish I had spruce slabs to use in between the coarse dirt, but sadly there's no spruce trees on the island. Honestly, not having spruce wood might actually be the hardest part of this challenge for me. I figured granite slabs would work decently instead, so I gathered some up and replaced the cobblestone slabs. The quarry is starting to look decent, but I'm not quite happy with it yet, so I continued detailing on day 8. I added more barrels into the wall, which I thought looked pretty cool, and then I spent some time adding a bunch of texture variation into the walls, as well as using slabs to smooth out all of the hard edges. I used my shears to gather up some grass, and then dotted it around the outside of the entrance, as well as a bit inside. After messing around with things for a few more minutes, I was happy with how it was looking, so I decided to keep digging down until we reached diamond level. I continued digging into day 9 and ended up running into a trial chamber. I'd love to explore it, but I'm way undergeared right now, so I left it be for now and kept digging down. As I was digging down, I found my first diamonds, which was awesome. I continued digging and stopped at Y-57 to do some strip mining. I was able to find a few more diamonds and then decided to craft a diamond pick since mining all of this deep slate with an iron one is starting to drive me just a little bit insane. I spent the rest of the day mining, but sadly I wasn't able to find any more diamonds. However, I was able to gather a bunch of deep slate and tough blocks, which is going to come in handy for some future builds. On day 10, I made my way back to the surface, and I placed stairs as I went so that it'll be easier to come down here next time. Back at the top, I dropped off all of my items, and then spent some time harvesting the sugarcane and crops. I expanded the sugarcane all the way along the coastline, and honestly, this is probably overkill, but at least once it all grows, we should have more than enough paper for 15 bookshelves for our enchanting setup. We're also going to need leather to make bookshelves, so I bred the cows as well. I think it's finally time that we begin our starter house, so I did some basic terraforming to make room for it, and then began planning where I wanted the walls to be. With the first floor walls in place, I dug out a spot for the front door, as well as some windows. I continued working on the house on day 11 by building up some pillars for the second floor. After that, I spent some time planning out the shape of the roof line. I went for a deep slate brick trim, and then filled in the rest of the roof with oak wood. With the roof in place, I built up the chimney using cobblestone, and then started replacing some of the deep slate in the first floor wall with oak logs. At the start of day 13, I took a quick break from building to breed the cows, and then I went hunting for some clay in the ocean so that we can make bricks. I started smelting the clay and then got back to building. After contemplating what I should use for the walls on the second floor, I decided on stripped oak logs at the front, and then for the sides, I used a combination of diorite, polished diorite, and birch logs. It's a little bit of an odd mixture of blocks, but honestly, I think it kind of works. With the build palette of the house locked in now, I got to work filling in the remaining walls on day 14. To give the house some character, I also built a small balcony at the back of the house overlooking the water. As it started to rain, I finished the chimney using cobblestone and tough blocks. At the top, I placed a couple of campfires and surrounded them with oak trapdoors. To cap it off, I used cobblestone slabs. It's a pretty simple design, but I think it fits the house pretty well. Next, I spent some time texturing the first floor walls with a variety of deep slate, tough, and cobblestone blocks. Our house is getting pretty close to being done now, so I added the windows as well as the doors. I started day 16 by breeding the cows, and then got back to detailing the house by placing some buttons on the sides of the logs, and because I can't help myself, I also added some texture variation into the roof using birch stairs and cobbled deep slate. Next, I made some flower pots and collected some leaves so that I could add some bushes in front of the windows. I really love how this adds some color to our house. I removed the grass blocks behind the house to make room for a patch of coarse dirt. In the process, I had to get rid of the crop farm, but that's alright since I want to make a bigger one soon anyways. I finished detailing the back by adding a bit of short grass, and then got to work creating a path leading from the house over to the quarry entrance. I absolutely love connecting my builds with paths, it just makes the whole place feel so much more alive. And to blend the path into the surrounding environment, I used a bit of short grass. After breeding the cows again on day 18, I got attacked by a skeleton and my hearts actually got kinda low, so I decided not to risk it and went inside to get started on the interior of the house. First off, I removed all of the grass blocks and then replaced them with oak planks. After that, I built a staircase so that we have a way to get to the second floor. For the floor itself, I built it using birchwood, and honestly, I'm surprised that it doesn't look too bad. I feel like not having access to spruce wood is really forcing me to be more creative with my block choices. Speaking of blocks, I'm almost completely out, so on day 19, I made a shovel and then went down into the mines to gather more blocks. While I was down here, I also gathered iron so that I could make more armor. Hopefully this will help us not get too shot by skeletons anymore, which, let's be honest, is pretty embarrassing. I spent the rest of the day strip mining and was able to find 7 more diamonds, which is great. On day 20, I went back to the surface and used those diamonds to craft a sword and axe. It's really nice to have full diamond tools now. I need more wood to finish the interior of our house, so I continued my deforestation project by removing another huge section of trees. I think we should have all the materials we need now, so I got back to building. First, I added a railing to the stairs using oak trapdoors so that we don't accidentally fall down, and then I got to work fixing up the ceiling. After that, I added some furnaces to this corner, and then got to work detailing this wall by the window using a crafting table, stone cutter, and a bunch of barrels. And for a final touch, I added a flower pot and lantern. This wall here was looking pretty boring, so I used this very creepy new painting to fill out the space, and then went to sleep while this villager stared me directly in the soul. Once the nightmare was finally over, I added a couple more windows into the wall to make the space feel more open. After decorating that wall, I finished off the second floor by adding a couple of shelves to fill out the space. Moving down to the first floor, I added a crafting table and decorated pot beside the front entrance. As the sun was beginning to set, I heard a wandering trader outside, and even though I couldn't see him, I was still able to trade with him for a vine, which will come in handy for making stuff like mossy cobblestone. I also sacrificed the llamas for their leads and leather, as I'm kinda desperate for resources on the island. The next thing I added was a carpet using lapis blocks, since I don't really have any wool right now. After adding a few more decorations, I hid some lighting in the corner by the stairs using an indoor plant. To finish off the room, I added a painting above the bed, and then had the idea to display the treasure map that we found all the way back on day 1. Last but not least, I began moving all of my items inside, and I'm organizing everything as I'm going so that it'll be easier to find items in the future. I finished sorting the remaining items on day 24, and it's super satisfying to see everything neatly put away. With the starter house now finished, I was pumped to get started on our next project. Without wasting any time, I began prepping the area by doing some basic terraforming and harvesting all of the sugarcane along the coastline. On day 25, I began constructing a large dock along the water using oak slabs. I decided not to build it completely straight as I thought that'd be a bit boring, so it took me some trial and error to get the shape right. I finished getting the basic shape of the dock in place on day 26, and then as I like to do, I got totally distracted terraforming this small hillside. All I was trying to do was smooth out the terrain, as well as create a bit of a flat spot that we can use for future builds. I got back to work on the dock the following day by planning out where I wanted the pillars to go using dirt blocks. Once I was happy with the locations, I built up pillars using oak logs. And we still need some smaller docks that are actually stretching into the water, so I started building those next. Once I knew where I wanted them to go, I widened the docks to 3 blocks wide. The diagonal ones look just a little bit goofy, but overall I'm really happy with the main structure of our dock. I wanted to move on to adding more details, but I was all out of oak wood, so I spent the rest of the day cutting down more trees. To detail the docks themselves, I first extended fences all the way down to the ocean floor to support them. After that, I created a small railing of sorts using oak trapdoors, and for a bit of texture variation, I mixed in a few birch slabs. For some final touches, I added a barrel and chest, as well as a boat. With one of the smaller docks done, I got to work detailing the rest. Of course, I ran out of wood again though, so I cut down more trees on day 30 and then got back to detailing. I also mixed in some stripped oak and birch logs into the surface of the dock to add more texture variation. I'm quite limited with what blocks I have to build with right now, but I thought this helped make it look less like a giant blob of the oak plank texture. To help fill out the space, I added a bunch of barrels and chests scattered around the area. And I also added some fenced sections just to add more variety. And as the sun began to set, I finished the day by connecting the dock to our path system. I'll probably add more details to the dock later, but for now, I'm happy to call it finished. On the start of day 31, I set up a simple vine farm using oak fences and oak planks. After that, I felt like making our mine entrance look more in place, so I created large boulders surrounding it out of tuff and cobblestone blocks. To create a lush vibe, I blended everything together using oak leaves and short grass. I spent the remainder of the day extending our path up the hill, which is going to lead us to the location of our next build, and that is going to be a giant wheat farm. I got to work marking out the perimeter using cobblestone, doing a bit of basic terraforming along the way to make sure that everything was looking good. Once I was happy with the shape, I started building up the cobblestone walls a bit higher, making use of slabs to add jogs and height differences, which make the wall look a lot more natural. I finished off the day by connecting our path to the entrance of the farm. I continued building on day 33 by adding texture variation into the walls using deep slate and tuff blocks. My pickaxe was about to break, so I made a pit stop at our house to make a new one with the last 3 diamonds that we have. After I finished adding all of the texture variation, I dotted oak leaves as well as short grass all around the outside of the wall to give it a natural touch. Moving inside of the walls, instead of just having one giant blob of wheat filling the entire thing, I used path blocks to divide it up into some different sections. I then got to work adding water sources and tilling all of the dirt. A lot of the water I was able to hide underneath of the walls, which is nice since it's out of sight and also isn't taking up any of our crop space. To traverse the 2 levels, I put some slabs so that we don't accidentally trample any of our plants jumping up and down. After tilling the rest of the ground on day 35, I then planted all of the wheat seeds that I currently have. I had the idea to replace the oak trapdoors on the dock with copper ones, and I also added trapdoors on top of all of the pillars, and I think it looks a lot better now. It really helped add more color and break up all of the oak. On day 36, I decided to actually use the dock for once and take out a boat to explore the ocean. I spotted an ocean monument, but I'm still way under geared, so I stayed away. I did find another shipwreck though, which had some carrots. I'm honestly super stoked to unlock another crop, and we can also use these to breed the pigs on our island. Feeling excited, I immediately went back home and planted the carrots in our new farm so that we can get some more. While those grow, I checked in on our cows and bred them again. And to finish off the day, I cut down some trees as I'm constantly running out of wood whenever I want to build something. So much so that I spent all of day 37 cutting down trees as well. To all the tree huggers out there, you may want to close your eyes as I ended up cutting down every single tree except for this one that has a beehive on it, as well as this large one by our starter house, as I think it looks pretty cool. Don't worry though, we'll add a lot of trees back later. Now that I could see the terrain better, I used this as an opportunity to do some basic terraforming all over the island. I spent all of day 39 and 40 terraforming as well. I did my best to smooth everything out and get rid of any weird jogs that I was seeing. Unfortunately, my shovel broke and I don't have any more dirt, so I decided it was time for another mining trip considering that I don't have any more diamonds. Before heading down though, I killed the stray cows that were roaming around since I'm almost out of food. I also took a few minutes to do some other chores, like expand the wheat, carrot, and vine farms, and then I also bred the cows again. With that out of the way, I gathered everything that I thought we would need for our mining trip and then went down below. I was able to find 5 more diamonds before running out of torches, so I went up to a higher level and strip mined for some coal. I'm really low on a lot of resources because somehow it's day 41 and I still haven't found a legit cave to explore, which honestly is pretty frustrating. After gathering a bit more coal on day 42, I went back down to diamond levels and continued to strip mine. After finding a few more diamonds and crafting a new pickaxe, I finally ran into a cave. After dealing with this creeper and chicken jockey, I went exploring. I continued mining on day 43 and was able to find more diamonds. And while I had the opportunity, I also gathered up enough obsidian for an enchanting table and nether portal. I spent the rest of the day gathering up all of the diamonds and iron that I could find. I ran out of torches again and was pretty desperate, so I used some furnaces to turn my logs into charcoal so that I could make some more. While I was making a pit stop, I also made a new shield, as I really don't want to risk this breaking while I'm in the mines. Now that we're geared up again, I went on the hunt for even more iron and diamonds. While mining, I stumbled upon a skeleton spawner that had pumpkin and melon seeds, and it's really awesome to unlock even more crops. And I did take the saddle and horse armor that were there too, even though it's probably going to be useless. I also took the opportunity to mine all of the mossy cobblestone so that we can use it in our future builds. After that, I continued mining until I ran out of torches and food. It was a pretty successful mining trip. In the end, I got 25 diamonds, pretty much a full stack of iron, and a bunch of gold, lapis, and redstone. I went back up to the surface on day 45 and dropped off all of my items. Afterwards, I did my chores again by expanding the wheat and carrot farms and breeding the cows. Finally, it was time to get back to terraforming, so I spent the rest of the day finishing off the top of the hill. At the back of the island, there was a sharp drop-off, so I got to work building some custom cliffs to fill the gap. I went for a pretty simple block palette of cobblestone, tuff, and deep slate. And then to tie everything together, I dotted some oak leaves and short grass around the area. Honestly, I liked it so much that I got to work filling in this other gap that I found using the same building technique. I finished the cliff up on day 47, and after a few final touches to the terrain, I'm feeling really happy with the shape of our island now. I wasn't 100% sure if this was worth all the time and effort, but if we take a look at the before and after, I think it's safe to say that it was. The crops had some time to grow while we did all the terraforming, so I took some time to expand the farm again. I also collected all of the vines and then tore down the temporary vine farm as it's a bit of an eyesore. We might need to make another one later, but since we got a lot of mossy cobblestone from the skeleton spawner, we should be good for now. I finished off the day by organizing my items and smelting down the iron from our mining trip. The next thing that I want to make is a barn, since I feel bad for our animals stuck in their boring pens. After gathering up all of the materials I thought I'd need, I began to plan out where I wanted the walls to go. That's when I remembered I wanted to use some moss blocks for this build, so I took a quick pit stop to make some. I bone mealed one of the moss blocks that we found on a shipwreck to make a bunch of it. I continued building on day 49, and of course it started to rain, but I pushed through and got a big chunk of the barn built up. Unfortunately, I ran out of diorite though, so we're going to have to gather up more so we can finish the roof. On day 50, I went down into the quarry and mined diorite until my pickaxe was almost broken. At that point, I went up to the surface to drop off all of the diorite as well as make a new pick. Since I was in the mining mood now, I decided to just spend the rest of the day down here mining a bunch of blocks so that hopefully we won't keep running out whenever I want to build something. I also found more iron and coal while I was at it, so that was a nice bonus. To celebrate making it to the halfway point in the challenge, it's time to go check in on my cats. Munchie is looking clueless as ever, and Mittens is enjoying her 10th nap of the day. If you're enjoying the video so far, please remember to subscribe and hit the like button as it really helps out the channel. With a bunch of building blocks gathered up, I went back to the surface and dropped off my items and then got back to building. I finished the main exterior of the barn and it's really starting to shape up now. My favorite thing about the build is probably the deep slate roof with the diorite trim. I think it's a great combination. One of the blocks that I want to decorate the barn with is hay bales, so I gathered up a bunch of the wheat from our farm. While I was at it, I also expanded the wheat into some of the other sections of the farm. I stayed up too late, so I started day 52 by killing some mobs and then got back to work adding some final details to the barn. First, I added some hay bales to this corner as it was looking kind of bland. For this big flat wall at the back, I detailed it with decorated pots, oak leaves, and a bunch of flower pots with saplings in them. Next, I got to work adding some lanterns to light up the inside of the barn. On the back wall, I created a shelf using polished granite slabs and then detailed it with chests, a lantern, and hay bales. Using fences, I divided the inside into multiple pens for our animals. On day 53, I finished the interior by replacing some of the ground with coarse dirt. With the interior done, it was finally time to bring our animals over, so I started with the chickens. After bringing them to their new home, I got to work bringing the cows over, which was a lot more difficult because of just how many there are. I got most of them into the pen, but I was struggling with the last few, so I had to sacrifice them for the cause. Honestly though, I've been surviving on apples for like the past 10 days, so it'll be nice to have some better food. After removing all of the old pens, I found a couple of pigs and brought them to the barn as well. With our barn finished, I got to work connecting it to the rest of our builds with a path. I thought a pond would fit perfectly in the gap between the paths, so I got to work digging a hole. Once I was happy with the shape, I filled the entire thing with water and then added some grass and sugarcane around the perimeter for a pop of color. And if you didn't know, you can use string to stop sugarcane from growing taller, and I utilized that trick here to give the whole thing a more natural look. As the sun was beginning to set, I noticed that this area was quite dark, so I placed a few lanterns along the dock. On day 55, I spent some time expanding both our wheat and carrot farms, as well as adding some lanterns throughout the area. I was able to get almost the entire thing filled in with crops. There's just one small section of carrots that needs to be filled in, but I ran out. Speaking of running out, I'm almost completely out of wood again, so before that happens, I thought it'd be smart to set up a simple tree farm. I first placed rows of slabs 7 blocks above the ground. These should hopefully stop the giant trees from growing, which are a real pain to cut down. While I was building, a wandering villager spawned, so I checked out his trades. I could have unlocked beetroot seeds, but let's be honest, those are like kinda useless, so I did what had to be done and removed him from the island the only way that I knew how. After that little interruption, I finished off the farm by placing down a bunch of saplings. And with our tree farm finished, I went over to the barn and ended the day by breeding the animals. The next thing that I want to make is an enchanting house, so I got to work building it up on day 56. I'm getting really tired of mining everything so slow, and my tools are breaking all the time, so this is far overdue. By the time I was done getting the walls and roof up, it was already day 57. For some final touches to the exterior, I added a door, bushes, windows, a small seating area, and lanterns to light the whole thing up. Moving to the inside, I got rid of all of the grass blocks and replaced them with a birchwood floor. We're going to need a bunch of bookshelves for our enchanting setup, so I started gathering up all of the materials that we need. We already have a bunch of sugarcane from before, so it's pretty much just leather that we need. I want to breed the cows one more time before we sacrifice them to the bookshelf gods, so I harvested a bunch of wheat and also filled in the last empty carrot patch while I was at it. After breeding the cows, I did what had to be done and collected a bunch of leather. Using the leather, I made tons of books and then crafted 15 bookshelves. While I was at it, I also crafted the actual enchanting table as well. We should have everything that we need now, so I got to work placing everything down inside of our enchanting house. It's pretty cozy in here, but we can still get level 30 enchants with this setup, so we're all good. For some extra detail, I put some flower pots on top of the bookshelves. I also added a grindstone, as well as a bunch of chests for storage on either side of the house. And it took me pretty much all of the iron that I have, but I also made an anvil. Since I have 30 levels, I decided to enchant my pickaxe and ended up getting Fortune 2 and Unbreaking 3. It's not the best, but at least it'll help us get more diamonds when we find them. I spent the remainder of the day connecting the house to the rest of our builds with a path. On day 59, I also added a path leading to the seating area behind the house. To blend everything together, I used bone meal to add grass and flowers. I did remove most of the tall grass though, as I don't want the area to look too overgrown. This side of the island is really starting to shape up, and I think we can fill out the rest of the space using a bunch of trees. I'll most likely add a few more details here and there, but I'm feeling really happy with how it's looking right now. I did feel like this one section of the dock was looking a bit out of place though, so I decided to just remove it. Most of the oak trees in our tree farm had grown, so I started day 60 by chopping them all down. Weirdly, none of the birch ones grew, so I think I'll need to rework those at some point to get them working. After cutting down the trees, I spent some time organizing my items because my inventory is an absolute mess right now. Once my items were all neatly put away, I harvested a bunch of wheat and then used water bottles to create mud blocks. Combining the wheat and mud, I was able to make some packed mud, which I'll need for my next build. And that build is going to be a boat. I mean, come on, we can't build a giant dock but not make any boats. I made it primarily out of birchwood, just so that it would contrast the oak dock a little bit. And for the sail, I used diorite walls, similar to this design that I found by SV Gravity.
I don't really build boats too often, so I'm actually quite happy with how this one turned out. For a final little detail, I placed some ladders on the side, which honestly helped a lot. After finishing the boat, I noticed that the birch trees still hadn't grown, so I removed the slabs above them and hopefully that'll fix it. On day 62, I went down into the quarry and used moss blocks and bone meal to collect an azalea. I used it to make an azalea tree and then collected all of the leaves so that we can use them for future builds. I also went back down into the mine and collected the moss, which I then used to add even more vegetation around the quarry entrance. After that little distraction, I spent the rest of the day terraforming the hillside to make room for our next build. Since we found pumpkin and melon seeds in the skeleton spawner all the way back on day 44, I think it's finally time that we make a dedicated farm for them. After doing a bit more terraforming on day 63, I first planned out the perimeter of the farm using oak slabs. With that in place, I then divided the area up into 2 wide sections, again using slabs. To hydrate the farm, I waterlogged a bunch of the slabs and then created a more decorative trim using trapdoors. I then added rows of fences on top of the slabs to further divide up the different sections. After tilling the ground, I planted all of the melon and pumpkin seeds that I have. It's a pretty simple build, but once the crops grow and add a pop of color, I think it's going to look really nice. With the farm done for the time being, I connected it to our pathway system the same way that I've been doing with all of our builds. While doing all of this building, our trees had time to grow, so I cut them all down on day 65. And I'm happy to say that the birch trees finally grew. After cutting down all the trees, I started gathering up all the materials we're going to need for our next build. It looks like I'm going to need some more tough blocks though, so I guess it's time for another trip down into the mines. I gathered a bunch of tuff on day 66 and even found a few more diamonds while I was at it. Since I was down here, I also did a bit of strip mining and ended up finding even more diamonds. After heading back to the surface, I dropped off my items and then crafted a full set of diamond armor. I mean, hey, it only took us 67 days, but we're looking really snazzy now. I'm back up to level 30 again, so I enchanted my axe and ended up getting Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. Not too bad at all. I spent the rest of the day crafting all of the blocks that we'll need for our next build, as well as expanding the melons since a couple grew. On day 68, I started building a house that I want to hide a vine farm in. Am I really going to use this vine farm that much? Probably not, but I want an excuse to build a cool house, and that's the best that I could come up with. And I've been calling it a house, but honestly, it's going to be more like a mini castle. I built the main structure out of a bunch of different tough, stone, and cobblestone blocks, and then for the second floor, I tried to incorporate a lot more moss, as I felt like it fit the theme of a vine farm quite well. With the exterior finished, I got to work inside by first replacing the ground with birch planks. I'm keeping the interior really simple, since I want to leave space to grow vines, but I did add a ladder to get up to the second floor. I want to store all of the vines up here after we collect them, so I got to work detailing the room by first fixing up the ceiling and adding a few lanterns. To fill out the rest of the space, I just used a bunch of barrels and chests. We can also access the walkway that goes around the build from here, and it's really cool to look down at all of our builds. To finish the interior, I spammed vines all over the walls on the first floor. They should spread down the walls, and then we can collect them whenever we need them. The build wouldn't be complete unless we connected it to our path system, of course, so I spent a few minutes putting that together. After that, I checked in on our pumpkin and melon farm, and was almost able to get the whole thing filled in. To end off the day, I used bone meal to add more greenery around our builds, as well as help fill in some of the empty spaces. On day 71, a wandering trader spawned, and I bought some dripstone off of him that we can possibly use to set up a lava farm. That's a future project though, because right now I want to build up a sugarcane farm. I set up some simple rows bordered by path blocks, and then hid water using oak slabs. I planted all of the sugarcane and then got to work building a path leading to the farm. And since it's kind of on this lower part of the hill, I had to build a small staircase leading down to it. After finishing the path on day 72, I got the rest of the pumpkin and melon farms filled in and then cut down all of the trees. Continuing with a few other chores, I harvested some wheat and then checked in on our animals since it's been a while since we've seen them. Plus, it's always a good time spamming chicken eggs at the wall and seeing the baby chicks go flying. We're quickly approaching day 100, so I need to lock in if I'm going to be able to fill our entire island with builds.
So after crafting up a bunch of materials, I got to work building a watchtower on the side of the island. I started by creating a strong foundation using a variety of tough, deep slate, and cobblestone blocks. On top of that, I made a wooden tower with an open area underneath it, where we'll have a 360-degree view of the island and ocean. With the outside finished, I got to work on the interior by first adding a door, and then putting in a floor using oak slabs. We of course need an actual way to get to the top of the tower, so I added a pillar of oak logs with ladders on the side of it. Now that we have an easy way to get to the top, I added a lantern to light up the lookout area, and then took a quick break to soak up the sunset. On the start of day 76, I finished the build by adding a pathway leading to the entrance. After that, I decided to fill out this empty space by the dock with dried kelp blocks and melons. I like how this also creates some storytelling, like people are delivering goods to the island. In preparation for my next build, I tore down the tree farm as this is where I want to build my nether portal. But of course, we can't just build some basic portal, so I got to work putting together a platform that it can sit on top of. I was inspired by the Aztec pyramids that you can find in Mexico. To add a bit of color, I used the flowering azalea leaves that we got back on day 62. After adding the portal itself, I lit it up with some flint and steel, but I'm going to hold off on going inside for the time being as I want to gear up more. So to procrastinate going into the scary nether, I did what I do best and created a path leading to the portal. After that, I checked in on the bee nest that we preserved a while back, but I think all of the bees have since disappeared. I still broke it with my silk touch axe and moved it over to the large tree beside our starter house. Who knows, maybe a miracle will occur and some bees will appear. I spent the rest of the day planting trees all over the island, which should help it feel a lot more lush and alive. On day 79, it was finally time to face my fears, so I grabbed everything I thought I would need, made some gold armor, and went into the nether. And of course, I got one of the worst spawns ever right in the middle of a basalt delta biome. After fighting off magma cubes and having a close call with a ghast, I finally made my way to safer ground. I spent a good amount of time mining quartz, as it's a really easy way to get a bunch of XP. I also gathered up a bit of glowstone so that we can use it around our base. I continued exploring and found a crimson forest, so I collected a bunch of wood, fungus, and roots, which will be fun to decorate with. I was hoping to find a bastion or fortress, but I didn't have any luck, so I went back to mining quartz and got even more XP. On day 81, I decided to not push my luck any further, so I carefully made my way back to the portal and went home. Since I have a bunch of levels now, I enchanted every single piece of my armor as well as my sword. The best enchants that I got were probably Feather Falling 4 on my boots and Looting 3 on my sword. I'm in the mood for more building, but I need to gather some materials first. First off, I hopped back into the nether to grab some lava to use as fuel. After that, I collected some clay from the bottom of the ocean that we can smelt into bricks using the lava that we got. We're also going to need a bunch of azaleas, so I used moss blocks and bone meal to gather a bunch up. On day 83, I continued gathering building materials such as sand for sandstone, stripped birch logs, and flower pots. After getting the last of the materials I need on day 84, I finally got started on our next build. I want to create a map of our island, so I think it'd be fun to have a house where we can display it. I started off with a foundation made of tough blocks, and then built up pillars around it using oak logs. For the second floor, I used a combination of birch and sandstone blocks, as I think they go pretty well together. For the roof, I went for a diorite trim, and then filled in the rest with a combination of deep slate blocks. For some final details, I added lanterns to light up the area, as well as a bunch of vegetation using azaleas, flower pots, and leaves. With the exterior finished, I of course had to connect the build with a path, and then I began prepping the interior by removing all of the grass blocks. This was the perfect excuse to use the blocks that we got from the nether, so I used stripped crimson stems to create the floor. And for just a bit of texture variation, I also mixed in a bit of the crimson planks. For the ceiling, I used quartz, which is a little bit bright, but I actually kinda dig it. After adding a ladder for access to the second floor, I used some lanterns to light up the room. For some final touches to the main floor, I added a planter box, random storage, and a small table. I'm ready to display a map of our island inside of the house, but I need more iron to craft maps, so it's time for a trip down into the mines. After finding a bit of iron, I stumbled upon a mine, which eventually led me into a mine shaft. I gathered all of the loot that I could find and even got more diamonds while I was at it. The good luck didn't stop there though, as I also found a spider spawner where I found even more resources. And I couldn't help myself, so I continued exploring on day 89 and found even more diamonds. We still have a lot to do before day 100, so I figured I better not get too carried away and made my way back to the surface. I was able to get close to a full stack of iron, 17 diamonds, and a bunch of other loot. After smelting down the iron, I used it to craft some maps. It turns out that our island will perfectly fit inside of 2 maps, which is actually really nice. However, I don't love that the weird sandy area that we spawned on shows up on the map, so I want to get rid of it. To make my life easier, I decided to do some enchanting, as I still just have my regular diamond shovel. The first shovel I enchanted only gave me Unbreaking 3, which is nice, but obviously not really helpful for digging faster. So I enchanted another one and got Fortune 2, Efficiency 3, and Unbreaking 3. Still not the best, but way better, so I'll take it. With a better shovel obtained, I removed all of the sand and then updated the map. I think it looks so much better now. It took a while, but we can finally display our map in the house that we made for it. Our island is looking super cool from a bird's eye perspective. The second floor of this house still needs some love, so I got started on its interior by building the ceiling. With that in place, I built a seating area using crimson stairs and extinguished campfires. To add some greenery, I created plants using azalea leaves. I dotted a few barrels and chiseled bookshelves around, which really helped fill out the space more, and then for this last empty area in the middle of the room, I made a planter box with crimson roots in it. It's pretty simple, but I'm really happy with how the interior of this house turned out, especially because we have a dedicated spot for a map of our island now. With the house finished, I think it's finally time that we take on the trial chamber that we found all the way back on day 9. I've never explored one of these before, so I gathered everything I could possibly think of that I might need, and then went down into the mines to find it again. I began exploring and fought off countless mobs and collected a bunch of really cool loot. I continued into day 94, and honestly, I was having a lot of fun and probably could have stayed down here until the 100 days were up, but there's still some work that needs to be done on the island, so I went back to the surface. I'm going to do a tour of the island on day 100, so I want it to look as good as it possibly can. So after putting away all my loot on day 95, I got to work adding grass all over the island using bone meal. It might not seem like much, but this is really going to help the entire island look a lot more put together and lush. Luckily, I can make tons of bone meal from the bones we got down in the trial chamber, so that actually worked out really well. By the time I was done, the sun was already beginning to set, so I used the remainder of the day to replace the torches around our pumpkin and melon farm with glowstone. I really don't like having torches all over the place, so I think this makes it look a lot cleaner. The island is looking really green from all of the bone meal, which is awesome, but it could use some color, so I started day 96 by adding small flower patches all over the island. I also used moss blocks and moss carpet to add even more variety to the terrain, especially in the areas where we have paths carved into the hillsides, as I feel like it helps blend them into the environment better. After adding more moss on day 97, I went down into the mine to grow azaleas, which I then planted in front of our starter house. I want to upgrade our path by mixing in some packed mud, so I harvested some wheat and converted dirt into mud blocks so that I could craft some. With some packed mud obtained, I then got to work adding it into our pathways. We don't have much, so I'm using it quite sparingly. I continued into day 98 and also started incorporating just a little bit of granite as well. My hope is that this will make the granite slabs that we used for the slopes not stand out so much. With the path looking super snazzy, I went around looking for other ways to polish the look of the island. I noticed a tree was kind of encroaching onto our nether portal, so I started removing it. Of course, I got interrupted by some pillagers, and low-key, my health got kind of low when I was killing them. I seriously got scared for a second that I was gonna die on day 98. It was all good though. I finished cutting down the tree and then moved it over a couple of blocks. It's a lot less in the way here. The last thing that I did on day 98 was replace my boring white bed for this cool green one that I found down in the trial chambers. On day 99, I went into the mine again to make more azaleas. Once I had a few, I used them to detail this hill by our watchtower, as I felt it was still looking kind of bland. I spent the remainder of the day bone mealing any remaining empty spaces that I spotted. With our island looking really put together, I ended off the day by organizing my items in preparation to tour the island.
Alright, here we are on day 100 to tour our island, and we're gonna have to be a little bit fast because we built so much stuff in this world. I think we'll just start from one side of the island and work our way over to the other end. So on this side is our enchanting house. Pretty simple in here, but it has everything that we need, so honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. And then beside our enchanting house is our barn. I really love how the roof came out on this one, especially just like incorporating just a tiny bit of the birch logs. It looks really cool, really happy with it. We have our little pond here, pretty simple. I probably should have put some bone meal or something in the bottom there, but oh well. Over here is our little boat. Such a cute little just simple design. I'm really actually happy with how this came out. Don't often build boats. And then over here is our starter house. I just went for a really simple starter house for this world. We didn't really need anything too crazy. Up here is all of our storage, furnaces. Like we seriously did all 100 days with just 4 furnaces. It was all good, all we needed. We can check out our quarry next, I guess. It's pretty simple, but I'm happy with it. I really like how the boulders turned out. And then we have these like, supports holding up the actual ceiling. And then this is where we went down to, make all of our moss and get all of our diamonds, all of that good stuff. I'm pretty happy with how this portal came out. I maybe could have made this entire thing bigger, done more than just a regular sized portal. But overall, I'm really happy with the, just shape and the vibe of it. Over here is our wheat and carrot farm. I was able to gather a lot of good stuff from here. It looks super satisfying with like the different rows. Over here is our map house where we are storing our map. And I actually want to quickly update that together with you. So this is what it's looking now. We didn't really add any buildings, but we did do all that, terraforming, added all of that grass. So you can see it's just looking a little bit more filled in, a little bit more lush. Update this one too. And yeah, that's looking really cool. I love just like the shape of this island and the layout that we came up with. You can see the docks on here. It all just looks super cool. I love it. Okay, over here is our pumpkin and melon farm. Just pretty simple. I mean, I didn't really need pumpkins and melons for anything, but just built the farm anyways to fill out the space. Over here is our vine farm that I actually haven't been in here since we first built it. Okay. It's kind of working. A lot of the stuff got blocked. I don't know why this isn't grown in here, but anyways, we have our vines here, good stuff. And then we'll take the path over to our watchtower. Actually, before the watchtower, let's check out our sugarcane farm. Again, I built this, never even harvested the sugarcane once after, but it's here if we want it. And then last but not least, let's check out the tower. Head inside here and go all the way up to the top. We should have a really good view of our island from up here. So let's just take a look over the edge. We can see all of our farms, all of our builds, and of course, we have the dock down there.
Kicking it off on day 1, I found myself on a barren island overlooking the ocean. Since there were no trees nearby, I made my way across the ocean with the very kind help of a dolphin. After reaching the mainland, I punched some trees and made our first wooden pickaxe. I dug a small mine where I gathered up some cobblestone so I could make a stone pickaxe. Using our new pick, I gathered up even more cobblestone and crafted the rest of the basic tools that I needed. My main objective right now is to get some food as well as find sheep so I can make a bed. After wandering around for a couple of minutes, I found some sheep that I promptly killed for their wool. I continued exploring for more resources and stumbled upon some copper as well as some coal, which was super convenient. I was getting pretty hungry at this point, so I stopped to make a furnace and cooked up some of the meat that I had collected. And while I was waiting for it to smelt, I mined more coal that I found at the surface. I went back to the furnace to grab my cooked food, and it felt so much better to not be hungry anymore. I continued exploring and found a ruined nether portal where I obtained my first iron. I noticed that it was getting dark, so I crafted a bed and dyed it pink. I quickly slept the night away before any mobs could spawn, and I thought about just how happy I was to have survived the first day. Right at the start of day 2, I used the iron that I found to create a shield, and it's not much, but I definitely feel a lot safer now. I spent the rest of the day mining all of the surface level coal and copper since it was easy to get and I knew it would come in handy in the future. On day 3, I climbed this snowy hill to get some spruce wood and saplings. I used spruce in pretty much all of my builds, so I was stoked to be able to find some. As I continued to explore, I found another ruined nether portal, which had pretty basic loot, but it was better than nothing. I stumbled upon one of the new dogs, which was super cute, but unfortunately all I had to give it was some raw chicken, so I'll have to come back with some bones later on so that we can make this dog our friend. After that, I found a nearby cave and it had a skeleton spawner in it. I spammed torches as fast as I could since I'm pretty under-geared right now and I don't want to take on a bunch of skeletons. In the spawner chest, I found more iron as well as a saddle, which was a sweet find. My inventory was full at this point, so I went back to the surface where I found a pumpkin, and since I had no space, I just decided to sacrifice my pick for the pumpkin cause. On day 4, I tamed a horse and used my newfound saddle. Sadly, it was like the slowest horse I've ever found, but hey, we have a horse, so I guess that's cool. And right beside where I found the horse was an open area on the hillside, and I think this will be the perfect place to call home. I started off by making a small pen for our horse so he doesn't escape. After that, I crafted a new pick using the iron that I had found. I also planted a few spruce trees so I can start collecting wood for our starter house. I spent the rest of the day organizing my items and covering these cave entrances. The last thing that I want is to fall down one of these and die. On the start of day 5, I cut down the spruce tree that had grown and collected the saplings so that we can keep expanding the tree farm. One of my main goals right now is to get a level 30 enchanting setup, which is going to require a lot of paper and a lot of leather. I gathered some water using the water bucket I found earlier in the skeleton spawner, and then started collecting some wheat seeds. From there, I set up a simple sugarcane and wheat farm that we can keep expanding as it grows. I still had a bit more iron, so I made some more tools and then decided to go exploring the caves down below. I found a decent amount of iron and decided to keep exploring into day 6. As I got deeper into the caves, I found my first diamonds. At first, I thought it was only one, but fortunately, there were a few more hiding behind the wall. I continued mining where I gathered a bunch more iron, coal, and redstone. I even found 2 more diamond veins, which was pretty awesome. I got a little bit carried away mining and ended up getting lost, so I just started staircasing up to the surface. And when I finally did get to the surface, the sun was just starting to rise on day 7. I was a tad bit disoriented from being in the caves for so long, and of course, I forgot to write down the coords of my starter area. While looking for my base, I found some sweet berries, which was a sweet find. Pun intended. I also had a close call with some powdered snow, which made my butt clench a little bit, but I managed to get out of it. And after finally finding where all of my stuff was, I unloaded all of my new goodies. I then spent the rest of the day expanding the wheat and sugarcane farm, as well as cutting down and replanting the spruce trees. On the start of day 8, I set up a simple cow pen and then used the iron from my mining trip to craft a full set of armor. It feels great to be a bit more geared up now. At this point, the cow pen was missing the most important thing, the actual cows, so I went searching for some. I found one pretty far away and slowly made my way back. And I only found one cow over there, so I went searching in the other direction and was able to find another cow not too far away. And now that we have 2 cows, we can breed them and finally get this cow farm going. As the sun rose on day 9, I decided to use my diamonds to craft an axe as well as a pick. Using my new axe, I cut down all of the spruce trees. I was kind of scared of cutting down the big ones, since if I fall from the top, I'm pretty sure I'll die. After cutting down the trees, I harvested all of the wheat that was ready and then expanded both the wheat and sugarcane farm. I gathered some obsidian from the nearby ruined portal and then used it to craft an enchanting table. I'll probably wait until I have some bookshelves before I enchant anything, but at least we have the enchanting table. Day 10 was pretty uneventful. I sort of felt like just exploring the surrounding area, and while doing so, I gathered up some of the sugarcane that I found, as well as dug up clay from the bottom of the river. I also found a few more caves nearby, so I did my best to light them up and collect any valuable resources that I found. Moving right into day 11, I continued to expand the wheat and sugarcane farm. After that, I bred the cows, and then I spent the rest of the day cutting down spruce trees in preparation to build our starter house. Because I'm dumb, I let it get way too dark while I was cutting down the trees, so I had to hide in the side of the mountain and sleep the night away. On day 12, I cut down the last tree that was still remaining, and then did my farm chores by expanding the wheat farm and breeding our cows. I want to build a decently sized starter house, so I'm going to need a lot of materials. A lot of the blocks that we need will be coming from under the ground, so I thought a fun way to get them would be to build a mine entrance. I went down to this lower area on the hillside and started designing the mine entrance. I started building and kept experimenting until I got it looking the way that I wanted. I added a simple spruce ceiling inside, as well as some torches so that nothing spawns.
To blend the build into the surrounding area, I added some cobblestone into the ground around the entrance. And for some extra details, I put barrels and chests on both of the walls. This will also be practical since we'll have a spot to drop off materials as we're mining. I spent the rest of the day digging the hole further as I eventually want to extend the mine all the way down to diamond level. On the start of day 14, I harvested all of the crops that were ready and expanded the farm a bit. I also bred the cows while I was at it. And I wanted to make our mine entrance look a little bit more natural, so I used some andesite stairs and slabs to get rid of all of the hard edges. Once I was happy with how it was looking, I started staircasing down until it got dark outside. I began day 15 by doing our chores, which was of course expanding the farm and breeding the cows. I was determined to make it all the way down to diamond level today, so I grabbed all of the items that I thought I would need and started digging down. I found a cave on my way down and couldn't resist exploring it. I gathered up a bunch of resources and even found a skeleton spawner that had some name tags and gold horse armor. I continued exploring the caves as well as extending our staircase down on day 16. While doing so, I got super lucky and found a bunch of diamonds. A lot of them I just found while staircasing down, so I didn't even have to do any extra work for them. On day 17, I finally made my way all the way down to Y-53, which according to Google is the best strip mining level for diamonds. While I was here, I decided to strip mine a bit for some more diamonds, as well as collect some tough and deep slate that I want to use for our starter house. My inventory was full, so I figured it was time to head back to the surface. I also placed down staircases, so it'll be easier to come back down here in the future. And it was dark once I reached the surface, so I slept at the top of the mine entrance. Afterwards, I dropped off all of my items and started smelting the ores that I had gathered. And while I was in the mine, our farm had time to grow, so I did a big harvest and collected a bunch of wheat and sugarcane. And of course, I replanted everything because I'm a good farmer like that. While breeding the cows again, I accidentally opened the gate, and I may or may not have slaughtered the ones that escaped. I had quite a few diamonds from our last mining trip, so I crafted a new pickaxe and nearly a full set of diamond armor. All I need now is some leggings. I still needed more materials for our starter house, so I went back down to the mines again to gather more blocks. I mined a bunch of tuff and even found 2 more diamond veins while I was at it. While I was down here, I also grabbed some gravel that we can use to craft coarse dirt. While strip mining, I ran into a cave that had another skeleton spawner in it. The best loot that it had was a couple of music discs, diamond horse armor, and a saddle. As day 19 rolled around, I gathered a bunch of the mossy cobblestone from the spawner room while I had the opportunity. I went back to the surface to drop off my items, and then equipped our horse with the diamond armor that we found. Using the diamonds that we got, I crafted some leggings, and we now have a full set of diamond armor. I spent the rest of the day chopping down oak and birch trees in preparation to build our starter house. I began day 20 by breeding the cows, and then I thought it'd be fun to try and tame the dog that we found all the way back on day 3. It took me a while to find the little doggo, but it was more than worth the search to have one of the new dogs by our side. After bringing him home, I made some glass bottles, since the last thing that I need for the starter house is some packed mud. Using water bottles, I turned dirt into mud, and then combined that with some wheat to get our packed mud. As the sun began to set, I finished the day off the same way that we started, by breeding the cows. On day 21, I finally began construction on our starter house. I started off with the walls, which I built using a combination of a bunch of different blocks, like blackstone, deep slate, tuff, and cobblestone. For the windows, I used the new copper grates, which honestly I'm kind of obsessed with. I made the second floor out of primarily stripped birch logs and stripped spruce logs. I feel like this gave the house a Tudor style, which I definitely wasn't complaining about. For the roof, I made the trim out of spruce wood and then filled in the rest using a combination of cobbled deep slate and deep slate bricks. I also added a horse stable attached to the side of the house, which will be super convenient. And to give our dog some shelter, I added a small covered area to the side of the house. And it may seem like a small detail, but I really love how the texturing on the chimney turned out. By the time I finished the exterior of the house, it was already day 27. With the house done, I spent the entire next day terraforming. This area on the hillside is super cool, but it generated a little bit weird and can definitely use some love. I hardly had any dirt to my name though, so I killed 2 birds with 1 stone by removing the blocks where I didn't want them, and then using those blocks to build up the areas that needed it. On the start of day 29, I removed all of the wheat and sugarcane since this temporary farm is starting to look pretty ugly next to our starter house. After that, I chopped down these 3 big spruce trees as I want to start gathering up materials to build up the interior of our house. Once all the trees were cut down and replanted, I decided to check in on our cows. Our pen is getting pretty cramped now, but at least that's a good sign that we should have enough leather to make 15 bookshelves. I spent the remainder of the day adding flowers around the outside of the house, which gave the build a nice pop of color. On day 30, I decided to finish detailing the horse stable. I started off by hanging some lanterns from the ceiling, and then I replaced the ground with a combination of coarse dirt and regular dirt. For a final little detail, I added a bit of short grass dotted around the area. And now that the stable was complete, I finally took our horse over to its new home. I was really liking the look of this coarse dirt inside of the stable, so I extended the same design over to the main entrance. I also added some coarse dirt patches in front of both of the side entrances, as well as underneath of the dog shelter. After doing a bit of basic terraforming, I added a lantern underneath of the dog shelter, and our little pup is looking super happy here. Moving into day 31, I chopped down the old horse pen as we didn't have a need for it anymore. The terrain around our house is still looking pretty jank, so I spent some time terraforming and got it looking a bit better. After that, I wanted to get started on the interior of our house, so I started by removing the ground and getting the floors in. On day 32, I walled off this section of the house, which is going to be our smelting room. To get inside of the room, I added an entrance out of polished and chiseled tough blocks. I continued detailing the room by adding a ceiling using stripped spruce logs and spruce stairs. With the ceiling done, I added a couple of lanterns to light up the area. And since this is our smelting room, I added some furnaces against the wall, and then created a small seating area using birch stairs and a crafting table. I added one last detail to the smelting room, and that was an armor stand where I displayed our original armor from this world. With one of the rooms done, I continued working on the interior by adding in a staircase to get up to the second floor. Of course, we actually need to build the second floor, so after experimenting with a few different blocks, I decided on a combination of stone and stone bricks. I ran out of blocks though, and had to finish putting in the floor on day 34 after more of my cobblestone had finished smelting into stone. Next, I fixed up the walls on the second floor so that there wasn't a weird gap anymore. After that, I continued the interior by dividing up the main room on the first floor, and then I moved over all of my items to some different chests just so that they weren't so in the way anymore. I was determined to get the interior done, so I continued working on it on day 35. I added a wall beside the staircase, and as a result, we created this secret room under the stairs. I love it a lot, it's giving me major Harry Potter vibes. I even added some hidden storage where we can hide our valuables. Unfortunately, the wall we added landed right where one of the windows was, but I was able to just move the window over a couple of blocks, and it still looked totally fine. Heading back inside, I added a deep slate tile trim to the bottom of the interior walls, which really helped break up all of the gray tones. I spent the remainder of the day reworking our storage area. I rotated all of the chests by 90 degrees, and I think it fits the space a lot better. On day 36, I continued working on the storage room. I created the ceiling by placing alternating rows of spruce slabs and oak trapdoors. I placed in more chests, as well as some functional details like a crafting table and a stone cutter. We still had this blank wall near the entrance, so I thought it'd be fun to use one of the new paintings that we got in the latest update. The next area that I wanted to work on was the bedroom. I started by creating a plant using a composter and oak leaves, and then I made a small shelf above the bed. To bring some color into the room, I created a rug using blue carpet and lapis blocks. One of my favorite things to do in this game is to create maps, so I spent the rest of the day crafting maps and item frames so that we can display a map of the area in our bedroom. On day 38, I walked around and revealed the 4 maps that we just made. After getting back home, I placed the maps on the wall, and it's really cool to see how our starter house looks from a bird's eye perspective. I spent the remainder of the day adding in final touches to the bedroom, like a lantern, a book inside of the chiseled bookshelf, and another flower pot on the shelf. And with that, I'm happy to call the bedroom finished. Moving up to the second floor, I started planning where I wanted things with some dirt. I want to put an enchanting setup in here, so I kind of have to plan the rooms around that.
Once I was happy with the general layout, I placed in a wall using spruce planks. I also added a railing for the staircase using some oak trapdoors. I'm addicted to copper right now, so I had to place in a copper door, and then after that, I added a stripped spruce trim to the bottom of the wall. I made the ceiling using deep slate bricks and cobbled deep slate with a stripped spruce log beam in the middle. I really like adding beams into my ceilings so that way I can hang lanterns from them. On day 40, I completed the first room on the second floor, and I'm quite happy with how it came out. Moving over to our enchanting room, I copied the same ceiling design that we used on the other side. After that, I went outside and bred the cows, and then it was time to go on a killing spree to collect a bunch of leather for books. I started day 41 by crafting 15 bookshelves for our enchanting room. Now we can get rid of all of this temporary dirt and replace it with our actual bookshelves. I also added the other blocks that we might need for enchanting, like a smithing table, grindstone, and anvil. I spent the rest of the day adding final details to the room, and I think it turned out quite well if I do say so myself. On day 42, I crafted a diamond sword, and then since I had over 30 levels, I decided to do some enchanting. First, I enchanted my pick, and I got Fortune 2, which I was pretty happy with since this will help us get more diamonds in the future. After that, I enchanted my boots, and I got Feather Falling 3. This is going to be super helpful for not taking unnecessary fall damage. After enchanting, I started organizing all of my items since my chests are an absolute disaster right now. I continued organizing into day 43, which I'll quickly skip past since it's not the most entertaining thing in the world. I did add item frames to the sides of the chests though, which will help me remember where things go. By the end of the day, my chests were all organized, which was super satisfying to see. And with that, I'm comfortable saying that the interior of the house is finished. It took a while, but I'm really happy with the result, and I'm excited to get started on the next project. On day 44, I went into the mines to gather more tough blocks, as well as look for more diamonds. I found 10 diamonds, and then stumbled upon a zombie spawner. While I was here, I gathered up all of the mossy cobblestone, which I'm sure will come handy in the future. I went back home after that, and crafted a diamond axe with the diamonds that we just found. And since I was back to level 30, I also enchanted my shovel and ended up getting Silk Touch. I wanted to make our mine easier to get to, so on day 45, I built a staircase on the hillside using spruce stairs. After that, I created a path leading from our house to the staircase, and then from the staircase over to the mine entrance. I thought it would look cool to make the hill around the mine entrance look more like a solid cliff face. To accomplish this look, I started replacing the blocks around the entrance with a combination of tough, cobblestone, and mossy cobblestone. I continued on day 46 by scattering some large boulders on the hillside. This also adds to the story of where the resources are coming from that the house is built out of, and it's always just kind of fun to add these little elements of storytelling. With the boulders done, I proceeded to spend the next 7 days terraforming. There's lots of weird holes for caves and whatnot scattered around the area, and I'm getting really tired of almost falling in them. I patched them all up, and then did my best to smooth out any awkward lines in the terrain, and make the whole place look more natural. Even though this took almost an hour and a half for me to do, I definitely think it was worth it if we take a look at the before and the after. We also have more space for builds now, which I'm sure is going to come in handy. And to celebrate making it past the halfway point in this challenge, I think it's mandatory that we take a break to pet my cats. I'll also use this as an opportunity to remind you to subscribe and like the video so that I can afford to keep feeding them. Jokes aside, I started day 55 by killing a bunch of mobs since I stayed up too late on day 54. Once they were all dealt with, I spent the rest of the day cutting down oak trees. On day 56, I thought it'd be fun to add a tiny pond beside our mine entrance. This will also give us an infinite water source nearby, which will definitely be nice since up until now I've been running down to the river whenever I need water. While digging the hole for the pond, my shovel broke, which really sucked, but I grabbed a new one and then continued the build by replacing the bottom with stone and then adding a few slabs. After that, I filled it up with some water and then added a few decorations around the perimeter. I only had 2 sugarcane left after crafting all of the bookshelves, but as it continues to grow, I'll expand it around the area. With the pond finished, I went back home to repair our Silk Touch shovel, and then gathered up some podzol since I want to use it in our next build. I had the fun idea to build a sweet berry farm, so I started putting it together, and then finished it on day 57 by connecting it to our path system. This new addition is pretty simple, but I think it really helped bring some life into the area. I wasn't done building farms yet though, as I want to add a wheat farm in front of our house. I started by creating a border out of oak leaves, which I also hid some water sources under. After tilling all of the dirt and filling the area with wheat seeds, I dotted some spruce fences around to look like some branches. On day 58, I finished the wheat farm by adding some short grass and flowers scattered around the area. We really need a more permanent place for our cows, so the next thing that I want to build is a barn. Without wasting any time, I did a bit of terraforming to make room for it, and then started by creating some pillars using barrels and stripped spruce logs. I continued on day 59 by extending our pathway to the build and then creating the entrance. After that, I started building up the walls more, using mainly deep slate and tough blocks. To get some airflow into the building, I added some simple window designs using spruce fences and spruce trapdoors. I started adding in some larger window designs, and then for some color, I thought we could add some oak leaves with flower pots on top. On day 60, I added the same window designs to the back of the barn, and then got started on the roof. I built the trim out of spruce wood so that it would match our starter house. I also added in some pillars that look like vertical slabs using my classic double trapdoor trick. I want to use packed mud for the roof, so I took a break from building to quickly expand the sugarcane around our pond, and then I spent the rest of the day turning dirt into mud. After making a bit more mud on day 61, I crafted up all of the blocks that we'll need to finish the roof. I thought a combination of oak and packed mud would look interesting, so I went for it. To be honest, I wasn't really sure if I liked it at first, but it started to grow on me the more blocks that I placed down. After finishing the roof, the sun was beginning to set, so I went to sleep and planned to finish the interior of the barn on the next day. Before actually getting started on the interior though, I added a couple of decorations by the door, and then placed lanterns all around the barn to stop mobs from spawning. Getting started on the interior now, I first want to make the ceiling more presentable. I added a few beams stretching across the top, and then filled in the rest of the gaps using spruce stairs, slabs, and trapdoors. Next, I hung some lanterns from the beams, and then added a crafting table and chest, which are always good to have around. I created a pen on either side of the barn using fences and fence gates. After a few more minutes of reworking things and adding a couple of final touches, I was happy to call the interior finished. However, we're missing something kind of important for a barn, and that's animals. I actually got rid of our old cow pen when we did all of that terraforming earlier, so I had to run around and find a couple of stray ones to bring into the barn. I was running low on wheat, so I harvested our new farm and then placed the wheat inside of our pen to have on hand. On day 63, I went back to our pond and used some string to control the heights of the sugarcane. I feel like having them at different heights makes it look a lot more natural, which I really like. After that, I saw that some grass had spread into the path near the sweet berry farm, so I fixed it up and got it looking good. I thought a diagonal building near our house would look cool, so I spent the rest of the day building it up. I spent the next 2 days working on it as well, but I just couldn't get it looking the way that I wanted, so I'm gonna be honest, I just tore it down on day 66 and acted like the whole thing never happened. I felt like I needed a small break from building after taking that L, so I decided to go on an adventure. I stumbled upon a village, which didn't really have anything too crazy, but I did find a brewing stand as well as some carrots. And it's also nice to just know that we have villagers nearby in case we ever want to do some trading. Next, I collected a bunch of sand so that we can use it for glass in future builds. I also saw a bee nest, which was awesome, so I waited for all of the bees to come home and then chopped it down. On day 68, I went back home and dropped off all of the items that we got. I also placed the brewing stand that we found upstairs, as I felt like this was the perfect spot for it. After that, I spent the rest of the day working on a new sugarcane farm. After planning where I wanted my water sources to be, I added all of the water and then covered them with slabs. I put in pathways in between to make everything easy to access, and then I planted all 4 sugarcane that I currently had to my name. I continued building the farm on days 69 and 70 by first adding a wall out of cobblestone surrounding the entire thing. To detail the wall, I mixed in some mossy cobblestone and also added leaves, flowers, and grass surrounding it. We still need to fill in the rest of the empty crop space, but after adding some lanterns to light it up and connecting it to our path, I was happy to call the farm finished for the time being. The next thing that I want to build is a greenhouse, so I spent all of day 71 down at the river collecting sand. I do wish we had a desert nearby, since that would be a lot easier, but I guess this will do for now. I need coal to smelt all of this sand, but I'm almost completely out. So after planting some spruce trees on day 72,
I went down to the mines to gather up some coal. While mining, I also found my first emerald in this world, which I guess was a bit exciting. And after gathering close to 4 stacks of coal, I went back home. Once I was home, it was day 73, and I started by smelting all of the sand with the coal that we just gathered. Our spruce trees had grown, so I chopped them all down since we're going to need a decent amount of wood for our greenhouse. After that, I checked in on our sugarcane farm and continued to expand it. I also harvested the wheat farm and bred the cows before calling it a day. On day 74, I started gathering up all of the materials that we'll need to build our greenhouse. I thought we had everything we needed, but I totally forgot about the white dye in order to make white stained glass. My idea to solve this problem was to go to one of the skeleton spawners that we found earlier and farm skeletons for bones. Using bones, we can make bone meal and then turn that into white dye. Everything was going to plan, and I almost had enough bones when of course my shield broke. I thought, it's fine, I have full diamond armor, no worries, I'll be careful. 10 seconds later, a skeleton spawned with a fire punch bow. I'm telling you, I went down to 1 heart trying not to die. It was truthfully one of the scariest moments of my life. With my butthole clenched harder than it's ever been clenched before, I managed to dig into the wall and hide before I died. After healing all the way back up, I carefully gathered the rest of the bones that I needed and then went back home as fast as possible. By the time I got home, it was day 75, and the very first thing that I did was make a new shield. After that, I started crafting and organizing all of the blocks that we need in order to build the greenhouse. And that's when I realized that I'm a big idiot and misremembered the recipe for dyed glass. I thought you needed 1 piece of dye for each block, but you actually only need 1 dye per 8 blocks. So basically, I just gathered 8 times as much white dye as we actually need, and I almost died for it too. Oh well, we're alive, and I guess that's what matters. I continued the day by removing grass and prepping the area that I want to build the greenhouse on. With all of my materials organized and ready to go, it was finally time to begin constructing our greenhouse. I went for a simple wood frame design, and then used a lot of glass, which is perfectly fitting for a greenhouse. Next, I connected the build to our path system, which made it look a lot more in place. I spent the rest of day 77 building a pathway down the middle of the greenhouse, lighting up the inside with lanterns, and adding flowers all around the outside of the building, which really gave it a nice pop of color that it was missing. The reason I actually wanted to build this greenhouse in the first place was to have an area for a bee farm. So on day 78, I started planning out where I wanted all of the beehives to go. After hiding campfires in the ground and covering them with trapdoors, I used stripped birchwood to indicate where I eventually want the beehives to go. In total, we're going to have 12 beehives, which I think should be more than enough for the time being. At the back of the greenhouse, I added some storage and a crafting table, as well as a few decorations just to bring the build to life a little bit. After that, I added a bunch of flowers all around, which are required for bees to produce honey. Just as I was finishing putting down the last flowers, the bees came out of their nest, so I used the opportunity to breed them. To make our life easier, I placed some bottles and shears in one of the chests so that we can easily collect honeycomb and get honey bottles. I spent the rest of day 78 blending the greenhouse into the surrounding area using grass and flowers. I started day 79 by breeding our bees again, and then I also placed a bunch of flowers in the chest to have handy when we need them. Our greenhouse was finished now, which felt really motivating, so I immediately started preparing for our next build by crafting a bunch of copper blocks that we're going to need. I want these blocks to be on the later stages of oxidation, so I started placing everything down on the ground 4 blocks apart. By the time I was done placing everything down, it was already day 80. It's going to take a while for all of this copper to age, so I decided to go check on our bee farm. I collected our first honeycomb and then used it to craft a beehive. I replaced one of the stripped birchwood blocks with the hive, and will continue this process until eventually we have 12 of them. Our sugarcane farm could use some love, so I decided to tackle that project next. My original plan was to have this entire area be sugarcane, but I thought we could also use this space for a pumpkin and carrot farm. I started by adding the pumpkin farm in the middle, and then the right section can be used for carrots. Sadly, we don't actually have enough carrots to fill the entire thing yet, but we'll continue expanding it as it grows. The next build that I want to make is a couple of silos, so I started gathering up all of the materials I'll need on day 81. I determined that the main thing that I need is bricks, so I went down to the river and started collecting a bunch of clay. For the ones that weren't too deep in the water, I used my fortune pickaxe to get more clay balls per block. I continued collecting more clay on day 82 and then went back home once I thought I had enough. Back at home, I started smelting everything, as well as turning the clay blocks I mined with my shovel into clay balls using my fortune pickaxe. While the clay continued to smelt, I went to check on our bees. After breeding them and collecting some honeycomb, I was able to craft 3 more beehives, which was great. Another block that we're going to need to build the silos is granite, so I went down to the mines and gathered some up. On day 83, I turned the rest of our clay into clay balls so that we can continue to smelt them into bricks. After that, I gathered the rest of the materials that we'll need to build the silos. We have everything that we need now except for the copper that's of course still aging. To finish off the day, I bred the bees, and we have quite a few of them now. Since the copper still needs a few days to age, I decided to distract myself by building another crop farm. I had all the materials to build the farm except for birch leaves, which I quickly collected with some shears. I began constructing the farm in this open space beside the greenhouse. After tilling the ground, I covered the water sources with slabs and lit up the farm using lanterns on top of some walls. To enclose the farm, I used a combination of oak and birch leaves with spruce gates in between the gaps. After that, I filled the farm with wheat seeds and then connected it to our pathway. On day 85, I finished detailing the farm by adding some shortgrass and flowers surrounding it. I continued the day by breeding the bees again and collecting more honeycomb. I really like the look of the boulders near the mine entrance, so I added a few smaller ones on the hillside behind the greenhouse. I also had the idea to exchange the torches on the mine entrance with some lanterns, and I'm really glad I did because I think it looks a lot better. I spent the rest of the day collecting spruce leaves as I want to build a custom tree while I continue to wait for the copper to age. All of day 86 was dedicated to building our first custom tree in this world. I thought a spruce tree would fit the area quite nicely. A little detail I tried to incorporate was using birch leaves to look like highlights or some sort of new growth on the tree. Finally, our copper had aged enough, so I started day 87 by collecting it. And using the honeycomb from the bee farm, I also waxed some of the weathered copper just so that it doesn't fully age down. I think having a bit of variety in how aged the copper is will make the silos look a lot better. I spent the rest of the day doing some basic terraforming to make room for the silos. I spent day 88 and 89 building 2 silos. I got the idea to build these when watching Disruptive Build's Ultimate Farm video. I thought they looked really cool and helped fill out the space in a fun way. For the main tower part of the silos, I used a combination of bricks, granite, terracotta, and just a tiny bit of packed mud. And then the roofs are made using the aged copper that we waited what feels like 10 years for. For some details, I added some spouts to the sides as well as ladders so that you can reach the top of the silos. I'm really happy with how these turned out, and I think they added a lot of atmosphere to the area. I want to build more custom trees, so I gathered a bunch of spruce wood and leaves on the start of day 90. After that, I spent some time expanding the carrot farm, and I was able to get the whole thing filled in, and it's looking a lot better now. We also needed more birch leaves to build custom trees, so I spent the rest of the day running around and collecting some with my shears. I spent the next 2 days building 5 more custom spruce trees. I used more or less the same design as the first tree that we made, but I made sure to vary the trees a bit in height, size, and shape, just to make them look a little bit more natural. I annoyingly got interrupted by pillagers, and it started to rain, but I pushed through and got all of the trees built. On day 93, I was back up to level 30, so I enchanted my chest plate and got protection 4, thorns 2, and unbreaking 3. I went to check on our bee farm, and after collecting the honeycomb and breeding the bees, I was able to make 4 more beehives. We only need 3 more now to fully finish the farm. I harvested the carrots next, and decided to expand them into the lower farm beside the greenhouse as well. I continued the day by doing a few more odd jobs, like breeding the cows and smelting down our iron and gold. Day 94 also consisted of more odd jobs. First, I converted a bunch of dirt into mud so that we can craft more of our packed mud. After that, I bred the cows again, and then went on to add patches of coarse dirt and grass underneath of our custom trees. I feel like this somehow makes them look a little bit more in place. As we're quickly approaching day 100, I wanted to get our area looking as polished and put together as possible. So after adding a small flower patch, I went around and mixed in more of our packed mud into the pathways, which really helped add more texture and color variation. I started day 95 by gathering a bunch of honeycomb and breeding the bees. After that, I ran around and did a bunch of basic terraforming all around the area.
I was doing my best to smooth out any of the weird terrain that I was seeing, as well as adding more shortgrass and flowers scattered around the area. I ended the day the same way that I started, by collecting more honeycomb and breeding the bees. I began the next day by adding a few more flower patches around the greenhouse. After that, I harvested the carrots that were ready and finished filling in the remaining sections of the farm. I thought it'd be interesting to update our map and see just how much has changed since day 38 when we made it. It looks so cool now, and it's super rewarding to see all of our new builds on the map. I was almost completely out of diamonds at this point, so I repaired my pickaxe a bit and then went down into the mines to try and get some more. I continued mining into day 97, and by the time I was done, I managed to get 27 diamonds. Not too bad at all for just 2 days of mining. I started day 98 by making and enchanting a brand new diamond shovel. I was super lucky and got Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. After that, I went to the bee farm and collected even more honeycomb. Using that honeycomb, I waxed a bunch of copper trapdoors so they wouldn't oxidize. I then replaced all of the oak trapdoors around our sweet berry bushes with our brand new copper ones. It's a simple change, but I think it looks so much better now. I spent the rest of the day doing basic terraforming beside the sugarcane farm. I can't believe it's already day 99. I want to do a tour on day 100, so it's our last day to add any finishing touches that we want. I started off by placing some glow lichen around the wheat farm to hopefully stop mobs from spawning. After that, I filled in this open space in front of the barn with a cart, which also adds a nice element of storytelling since it explains how people here would be moving things around. The last thing I did on day 99 was collect more honeycomb so that I could make the last 3 beehives that we needed in order to finish our bee farm. I'm really happy that we could fully finish that project before the 100 days were up. But with that, I think it's time to slow things down a little bit and take a tour together on day 100. Alright, so I thought we'd start the tour at our starter house here. I'm really happy with how this came out, all the texturing in the walls and everything. I often struggle with interiors, but I think this one came out quite well. It's also really functional. Take a look at our little map here. I really love how our area turned out, and we'll take a quick look upstairs as well. For this area, I didn't really know what I wanted it to be, but kind of turned into this little storage room. Also put the brewing stand here. Taking a look at our enchanting room. Pretty simple, but functional. Did a lot of enchanting in here. The barn, honestly, I think it's not my best build ever, but I think it turned out all right. It's pretty simple, but it's also pretty practical, which I guess is the important part. And our silos, oh man, okay, I was waiting so long for this copper to age, but I'm really glad we went through the trouble. I think these really add a lot to this area, really help with that farm vibe, I guess you could say. We have our farm over here with the 3 little sections, our sugarcane, pumpkins, and then our carrots over here. Heading over to the lower section, I love this view coming down the stairs where you can see our greenhouse and our little farm down there. I think let's go check on the bees first. I really love how this greenhouse came out. It's pretty simple, but it's also I don't know, it just kind of worked. I know it's a lot of spruce and maybe it's a little bit basic, but I'm happy with it. Added a few nice details in here, some nice texturing. But let's go check on the actual bees themselves. This is actually my first time ever experimenting with bees in survival. It was a lot of fun though. I love the little, the baby ones. They're super cute. And then over here we have our carrot farm. I think it filled out this area and just added a nice little pop of color as well as more, nature, life, whatever you want to call it. We of course have our sweet berry farm. I'm really glad that we swapped out the trapdoors. I think these copper ones just look so much better than the oak ones. I really love what we did with the texturing in the cliff face and adding these larger boulders. I did try to keep with the vanilla terrain, but just sort of make it look better, I guess. And of course we got a lot of blocks from down here that we used to build all this stuff. So it was also pretty practical. And then over here we have our pond. I think it added a nice little pop of blue over here, as well as giving us an actual water source, because before that I was having to run down all the way over to this lake river area. And it's just a pain going up and down this hill all the time. So I thought having a water source closer by would be a good idea. We have all of these custom spruce trees that I made. In the past, when I've made custom spruce trees, I put a lot more leaves than I did with these ones. You can actually kind of, see through them, which I like. And I think these really help just kind of fill the area in around our builds. Kicking it off on day 1, I did something that you've probably never seen before and punched a tree. Using the wood, I crafted a pickaxe and then dug a hole to gather some cobblestone. With the cobble, I crafted all of the basic tools as well as a furnace.
and after collecting a few nearby pumpkins, I killed some pigs for their juicy pork chops and then went exploring. I ended up finding a cave, so I took a few minutes to mine a bunch of coal. And a creeper tried to surprise me on my way back to the surface, but I took him out and then went on the hunt for some sheep so that I can make a bed. Luckily, there were a bunch not too far away. I was getting hungry, so I started cooking some food in the furnace and then crafted a bed. A basic white bed is a bit boring though, so I used a dandelion to dye it yellow. I finished off the day by eating some food before I starved to death and then slept away the first night. On day 2, I spotted some spruce and dark oak trees, so I gathered some saplings for both of them. These are my 2 favorite wood types, so I'm super stoked to have already found both of them. I continued to explore as it started to rain, and I was able to find some sugarcane, which is going to be essential for eventually setting up an enchanting table. I spent the remainder of the day doing some surface mining, and I was able to collect a bunch of coal, copper, and a bit more iron. And using that iron, I crafted a new pickaxe since my stone one broke. I found a cave with some iron, but there was a skeleton guarding it. I thought, no biggie, I can take on a skeleton, so I jumped in and took him out. The joke was on me though, because there was actually 2 skeletons and I nearly died. After barely escaping with 2 hearts, I healed up and then went right back down. There's no way that I'm admitting defeat. I killed the second skeleton and then finally mined the iron. And of course, it ended up only being 1 single piece of iron, so I nearly died for pretty much nothing. Oh well, we have better things to do, like find the area that we want to build in. I spotted this hillside near a river, and I think this would be the perfect area to settle down. After unloading my inventory, I started cooking more food, and then went down to the water to plant all of my sugarcane. To make room for future builds, I cut down a bunch of trees. I also flattened the area a bit by removing grass blocks. I ended off the day by planting a large spruce tree as well as a dark oak tree. I'm in desperate need of more resources, so I geared up a bit by making a shield and then went down to explore a nearby cave. I ended up finding a skeleton spawner super close to the entrance. This is an awesome find because we can set up an XP farm really close to all of our other builds. That's a project for the future though, because I really need to focus on getting more iron, considering I still just have stone tools and absolutely no armor. Somehow this cave had no iron, so I went back to the surface and found another one, which, surprise surprise, also had a grand total of 0 iron. I still gathered a bunch of coal and copper, which is nice, but not exactly what I'm looking for right now. I went to a third cave on day 6, and finally this one had more iron. After gathering a bunch, I found a large cave down in deep slate levels, which I really want to explore, so I took a pit stop to smelt all of the iron and then made a full set of armor. While I was at it, I also made a brand new set of tools. Now that I'm more geared up, I went down into the larger cave system where I found even more iron. And shortly after that, I spotted my first diamonds. I continued to gather more resources while fighting off hordes of zombies and countless other mobs. It's a good thing we stopped to make that armor, or I would for sure be dead by now. On day 7, I found an area with tons of iron. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen this much so close together. After mining it all up, I spent the rest of the day searching for more diamonds. I was super lucky and was able to find a bunch of them. My iron pickaxe broke, so I decided to just make a new one with the diamonds that we got. After that, I continued exploring and collected all of the iron and diamonds that I found along the way. I came across a spider spawner, and the best loot that it had was a saddle and name tag. After finding a few more diamonds, I ran out of food, so I figured it was finally time to head back to the surface. Luckily, I have some rotten flesh to tide me over in the meantime. While I was making my way back to the top, a spider knocked me to the ground and my hearts got pretty low. I was able to clutch it up and box myself into the wall, and after healing back up, I carefully made my way back to the top of the cave. I spotted a geoid on my way back, which is pretty cool, but sadly my inventory is full, so I'll have to come back here later. Overall, it was a super successful caving trip. I got 30 diamonds and close to 3 stacks of iron. After getting back to my starter area, I unloaded all of my items and then began smelting the iron that I got down in the mines. We're in desperate need of a better food source, so I collected a bunch of wheat seeds and then planted them along the bank of the river. And I also planted a carrot that I got from killing a zombie earlier down in the mines. After that, I expanded our sugarcane farm and then ended off the day by crafting a full set of diamond tools. With my brand new axe, I cut down both the dark oak and spruce tree. Using the spruce, I crafted a bunch of fences and fence gates, and then set up 2 simple animal pens. One of them will be for sheep, and the other one for cows.
I don't actually have any wheat to lure them into the pens right now, so I bone mealed a bit of the stuff that we planted earlier because I'm way too impatient to wait for it to grow. With that in hand, I first brought over a sheep and put him in his pen. After bringing a couple of cows over to their pen as well, I took a minute to replant the spruce trees. That's also when I realized that I forgot to pick up the dark oak saplings before they despawned, so now I don't actually have enough to replant another one. Kind of annoying, but oh well, we can deal with that issue later. After that little distraction, I got back to work bringing a bunch of cows over since there was still a lot nearby. I also brought a few more sheep to their pen as well, and then finished off the day by breeding the cows. I started day 11 by cutting down some of the nearby oak trees, and then I went down to the river to expand the sugarcane farm again. Since I want to use a bunch of dark oak for my starter house, I decided to just head back to the forest and cut some down. I continued on day 12 by cutting down even more dark oak trees, as well as collecting all of the coarse dirt and mossy cobblestone that I saw. I also made sure to grab a bunch of saplings so that we don't accidentally run out again. By the end of the day, I had over 6 stacks of dark oak logs, 4 stacks of coarse dirt, and a little over a stack of mossy cobblestone. With a lot of really good resources obtained, I made my way back to our home base and then dropped off all of my items. I want to build my starter house, so I scoped out a good spot for it, and I think this area closer to the river is going to work perfectly. I began prepping the area by cutting down all of the trees. With an area now cleared out, I started terraforming the space to make it easier to build on. I'll need to terraform the side of the hill that's sloping down into the river better, but at least we should have enough space right now to build our starter house. On day 15, I began crafting the items that we're going to need to build our house. I realized I needed more cobblestone, so I ran over to this cliffside to gather some up. I crafted more of the blocks I was going to need, and then got completely distracted terraforming the hill near the river. It's just way too ugly right now, so I can't help but fix it up a little bit. I continued terraforming on day 16 and got the hillside smoothed out pretty well. With that eyesore dealt with, I then harvested the wheat and sugarcane and then expanded both farms further along the river. I also widened the farm in some spots to make it easier to walk on since I keep falling into the water. We're going to need flower pots for our starter house, so I mined some clay I found in the river on day 18. I started smelting the clay and then continued crafting more of the blocks I'll need for the house, like campfires. After that, I took a minute to breed both the cows and sheep, and then went right back to gathering more blocks like shortgrass as well as oak leaves. Our clay is done smelting, so I crafted the flower pots, and I also made some glass panes while I was at it. As always, I need more spruce wood, so I cut down one of the big ones. I then used the wood to start crafting all of the different spruce blocks that I need. I cut down a second spruce tree and then stripped all of those logs on day 20. With pretty much a full stack of stripped spruce logs obtained, I then went down to the river and harvested all of the wheat and sugarcane. After that, I bred the cows and sheep again. I also sheared all of the sheep while I was at it because you can never have too much wool. The rest of the blocks that we need for our starter house are going to come from underground, so I went back to the cave we explored earlier. First off, I mined a bunch of calcite from the geoid that we found all the way back on day 8. After that, I gathered some granite as well as diorite, which we're going to need as well. I then went lower into the mine and began mining tough blocks as well as deep slate. That should hopefully be everything that we need, so I made my way back to the surface on day 22. Once I was back at our starter area, I smelted some cobblestone into stone and then used it to craft a couple of stone cutters. I started day 23 by harvesting our farms again, as well as breeding the animals. I think it'll be fun to use some blue carpet inside of our starter house, so I dyed the sheep and collected their wool. After that, I used a stone cutter to begin crafting all of the different tough and deep slate blocks that I'm going to need. I noticed a horse wandered over to where I was working, so I took a minute to tame it and then gave him one of the saddles that we found. And this horse is actually pretty fast, which is pretty awesome. I made him a simple pen using fences, but I think it would be a lot of fun to eventually build him a proper stable. On day 24, I harvested the wheat and sugarcane again, and then I went back down into the mine since I'm a big dummy and didn't get enough deep slate and tough when I came down here last time. I began collecting more and found a couple of diamonds while I was at it, so I guess that was a nice reward for my troubles. I also stumbled into a trowel chamber while digging, but I'll definitely wait until I'm more geared up if I decide to explore it. While I was down here, I also found some lava that I could use to make some obsidian, and then I mined enough for an enchanting table as well as a nether portal. I made my way back to the surface on day 25, and finally we should have every single block that we need to build the starter house. I decided to go for a darker sort of medieval theme, which is one of my favorite styles to build in. For the main floor, I used a combination of tough, deep slate, and cobblestone blocks for some really nice texture variation. To create the second floor walls, I used calcite, diorite, and just a little bit of birch logs. To contrast the white walls, I made the roof using one of my favorite block combinations, which is dark oak and deep slate. With the main house finished, I added a small covered area to the side of the build, which I think really helps give it some personality. For a couple of final touches, I added leaves and short grass in the corner near the front entrance, and then at the back of the house, I placed in a few hay bales for a nice pop of color. The sun was beginning to set, so I went inside and slept away the night in the comfort of our starter house. I started day 28 by doing a big harvest of all of our sugarcane and wheat. And I also expanded our little carrot patch while I was at it. After that, I bred the cows one more time and then killed all of the adult cows for their leather. I thought this would be enough, but I still need more leather in order to make 15 bookshelves, so I wandered around and killed all of the stray cows that I saw. While I was looking for cows, I also gathered a bunch of tall flowers, which will be nice to decorate our base with. I only needed one more leather and couldn't find any more cows, so I did something that I'm not very proud of and killed a horse. We have everything that we need now, so I crafted an enchanting table and 15 bookshelves. I want to set up our enchanting area inside of the house, but before we can do that, I need to get the floors in. After a bit of brainstorming, I created a staircase leading to the second floor using dark oak wood. For the actual floor itself, I built it using spruce slabs. Once that was in place, I added a horizontal beam of logs stretching across the top of the ceiling. I then filled in the rest of the space with dark oak slabs. To light up the room, I hung some lanterns off of spruce fences. With the second floor looking pretty good now, I finally placed down the bookshelves and enchanting table. I began day 31 by crafting a new diamond shovel and axe, as well as boots and a chest plate. I have enough levels for enchanting 2 things, so I started off with my shovel and got efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. After that, I crafted a new diamond pickaxe and then enchanted it. I only ended up getting unbreaking 3 on it, which is a little bit lame, but I guess it's better than nothing. Using my brand new shovel, I removed the grass blocks on the first floor and then began placing in a proper one using oak wood. For the smaller room on the side, I instead used polished granite and tough blocks, which I've never tried before, but I think it kind of works. I also fixed up the ceiling in the smaller room using deep slate slabs. I continued working on the interior on day 32 by adding some lanterns to light up the area, and then I built a simple fireplace next to the chimney. Heading back to the second floor, I added a railing around the stairs so that I don't accidentally fall down. After that, I started adding a bunch of chests for storage. I took a quick break from building to cut down a spruce tree, and then I got straight back to it by adding a couple of campfires and iron bars to the fireplace to make it feel a bit more finished. For a nice pop of color in the room, I created a large rug using blue wool and carpet. And to help fill out the room more, I built a simple table design next to the fireplace. I really like how the rug turned out, so I added one on the second floor as well. After adding a few more details, I finished off the bedroom area by adding another rug, but this time made out of white wool and carpet. After that, I added the remaining chests to our storage area. I also surrounded them with some spruce trapdoors to make them look more in place. I added a few decorations on the back wall and then placed a painting above the staircase. I also added 2 of the really big paintings on either side of the enchanting table. It's my first time using these ones, and honestly, they look really cool and helped tie the room together. The final area that we have to detail is going to be for smelting, so I started by adding a bunch of furnaces. For some details, I added barrels for storage, as well as an armor stand. Finish off the room, I created a small shelf using oak trapdoors, and then displayed some flowers on it. And with that, I'm happy to call the interior of our house finished. It's simple, but it's practical, and that's the most important thing to me. Now that the interior is done, I got to work bringing all of my items inside since they're currently all over the place. I took a quick break to breed the cows and then continued moving items over. Once I removed the final chest that was outside, I killed some of the cows for leather. Using it, I crafted a bunch of item frames and then placed them on the sides of the chests. We can now display items to help us keep everything organized.
Organizing is exactly what I did all of day 36. And by the time I was finished putting everything away, it was already day 37. It was a little tedious, but it's always super satisfying to see all of my items neatly put away. I continued the day by adding a patch of coarse dirt underneath of the covered area beside our house. For some vegetation, I added some short grass, as well as pink petals that I got in a nearby cherry blossom biome. After that, I placed a few lanterns around the outside of the house to hopefully stop mobs from spawning. I also added a patch of coarse dirt in front of the entrance, and then began planning out a staircase that leads down to the water. I want to build a dock at the bottom, but as always, I'm out of spruce wood, so I cut down another one of the big trees. After that, I got back to building by widening the staircase to 3 blocks. At the bottom, I extended a dock leading into the water using spruce slabs. I then created smaller docks using trapdoors, which I extended off of the main one. After creating some supports using fences, I added a final touch by placing down a couple of boats. On day 39, I used the dock to take a journey down the river, which leads directly into the ocean. Down at the ocean, I gathered up some kelp, which I want to use to build a skeleton spawner XP farm. One of the other essential materials I need to build the farm is soul sand, so it's time to go into the nether. I got to work terraforming a section of the hillside where I want to build our nether portal. When I had a big enough section cleared out, I began building up pillars to frame the portal. I'm sort of going for the vibe of a mine entrance, which I think will look pretty cool. I started day 40 by adding the actual nether portal using the obsidian I mined back on day 24. It's looking really cool now, but I think we can elevate the area by doing some terraforming. First off, I created large boulders using tough blocks, which I think really helps sell the idea that this is a cliff. I also added a small path in front of the nether portal and then blended everything together using bone meal. Honestly, I'm loving the vibe in this area. That's enough building for now though, as it's finally time to take on the nether. I geared up by enchanting a bow and also made sure to put on some gold armor. I was feeling nervous, but I went into the portal to see what's on the other side. And of course, I got one of the sketchiest spawns ever directly above a giant lava lake. I quickly bridged over to safer ground and then went on the hunt for some soul sand. After exploring for a bit, I spotted a fortress, which is a bit intimidating, but since there's a high chance of finding soul sand here, it's worth the risk. I fought off a bunch of mobs and then made my way deeper into the fortress where I eventually found some soul sand. We got what we needed and I didn't want to push my luck any further, so I made my way back to the portal and went home. After dropping off all of my items, I crafted the blocks that I'm going to need to build the XP farm. Once I had everything that I needed, I went down into the cave and found the spawner again. I started off by making the room a bit bigger, and then added some water, which is eventually going to move the skeletons when they spawn. Next I built the kill chute, which was a little bit awkward to make since the spawner is so close to the surface. Once I got that in place though, I used the kelp we gathered earlier to turn the water into a bubble elevator. After that, I built the collection area where the skeletons will drop down. I got rid of all of the torches and the farm should be fully functional now. Sure enough, skeletons began falling down, which I can easily kill with just one punch. I decorated the farm a little bit just while I was waiting for more skeletons to spawn, and honestly, it's super ugly, but I think I'm okay with that for now. I used the farm until I was level 30, and then I made my way back home where I enchanted a brand new diamond pickaxe, and I ended up getting Fortune 3, Unbreaking 3, and Efficiency 4. This is going to be so helpful for getting more diamonds when we're mining. I want to make our nether portal easier to get to, so I spent the rest of the day terraforming the hillside. I removed the trees that were in the way, and then cut back the hill a little bit. And I also started planning out where I wanted a path to go using coarse dirt. I continued terraforming into day 45 by extending the path all the way to our starter house. Our area is really starting to come to life by having all of our builds connected now. To blend everything together, I used bone meal to add a bunch of grass and flowers. The next thing I want to build is a bridge, so I went down into the mines to gather up some tough blocks. I stumbled into a few diamonds while digging, and since I have Fortune 3 on my pickaxe now, I ended up getting 14 of them from just one vein. While I was down here, I also took the chance to mine a bunch of gravel and deep slate. Once my inventory was full, I went back home. After dropping off my items, I crafted the last of the diamond armor that we need. It only took 47 days, but we're officially dripped out. I spent the rest of the day crafting all of the blocks that I need to build the bridge. As soon as I decided to settle down near the river, I knew I was going to have to build one.
I went for an older medieval look, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. For a final touch, I added a few lanterns to light the build up. I began day 49 by putting away my items, and then I went down to the XP farm and killed skeletons until I was back up to level 30. Using the levels, I enchanted my axe and ended up getting Unbreaking 3 and Silk Touch. To finish off the day, I started smelting a bunch of copper since I want to use it in some future builds. I eventually want to wax some of the copper, so I ran around and gathered some from nearby beehives. We're in a flower forest, so there's actually a ton of them close by. For the ones that were further away, I decided to chop them down with my Silk Touch axe and bring them closer to home. Using them, I set up a simple bee farm behind the house where we can easily collect wax as we need it. Since we've made it halfway through the challenge, it's time for the part of the video where I shamelessly show off my cats to guilt trip you into liking the video. Also, we're getting super close to 100,000 subscribers, so if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button too. Getting back to Minecraft on day 51, I crafted copper slabs and grates, and then placed them outside so they can age down. While I wait for them to oxidize, I decided to plant more spruce and dark oak trees, and I also cut down the ones that grew. The sun was already beginning to set, so I harvested more beeswax before calling it a day. Our bridge currently leads to nowhere, so I got to work terraforming the other side of the river to make room for some builds. My thought process behind terraforming lately has been to stick to the default terrain, but just make it look more natural by getting rid of weird jogs and random holes. Once everything was more or less smoothed out, I built a path through the area using coarse dirt. And if you've seen my other videos, you probably know that once I start terraforming, I have a hard time stopping, so I got carried away building a bunch of boulders along the edge of the river. It's a small detail, but I feel like it really helps make the area feel unique. To blend the boulders into the environment, I used bone meal, which also helps the area look a lot more lush. And for a small pop of color, I also added a few flower patches. After extending the path a bit further on day 56, I gathered up some of the oxidized copper that we placed down earlier. My inventory was a mess, so I put away my items and then went down to the river to harvest the carrots. My plan is to build a giant carrot farm on the other side of the river, so these are going to be essential. I got to work building by first placing all of the water, which will hydrate the farm. Once I was happy with the locations, I covered them all up with spruce trapdoors. Above those, I placed walls and lanterns to light the farm up. I started tilling the dirt and then planted all of the carrots that I currently have. I completed tilling the rest of the farm on day 58 and then planted a few oak trees to help fill out the remaining empty space near the bridge. We'll slowly fill out the rest of the area with carrots, but I'm really happy with how this area is looking right now. I was taking a look at the bridge, and I think it'd look a lot better with dark oak instead of spruce, so I took a couple of minutes to swap it out. I think this helps give it more contrast against all of the tough blocks, but let me know what you think. Do you like this better, or should I have kept it as spruce wood? After that little distraction, I spent the rest of the day crafting all of the materials I'll need for my next build. And that build is going to be a fishing boat. I really want to lean into the river vibe that we have going, so I thought this would fit perfectly. I built it primarily out of spruce wood, and then for a pop of color, I used the oxidized copper we gathered earlier to build a cover of sorts. For some final details, I added a couple of lanterns, and then a few copper grates, which kind of look like crab cages. I guess this doesn't really make sense for a river, but I guess maybe they're taking the boat over to the ocean. I don't know, I think it looks cool. On day 61, I went back down into the mines as there's a few resources that I need. First off, I mined coal, and I was able to get a lot of it really quickly with my Fortune 3 pickaxe. Once I had a few stacks, I went further into the mines where I found more diamonds. The last thing I need is more tough blocks, so I spent the rest of the day mining some up. I continued mining tough on day 62 and even found a few more diamonds while I was at it. I was able to get almost a full stack of diamonds in less than 2 days of mining, so not too bad at all. Fortune is just such an overpowered enchantment, I love it. After getting back home, I made a new axe, and since I have over 30 levels again, I enchanted it, and I ended up getting Silk Touch and Efficiency 4. Using my brand new axe, I cut down some trees to make room for a horse stable. We're going to need a lot of blocks to build it though, so I spent the rest of the day crafting all of the materials that I'll need. I then spent day 64 building up the stable. It's a pretty small design with only 2 stalls, but honestly, that's going to be more than enough for my needs. To finish off the build, I added a few dark oak saplings in flower pots, as well as lanterns to light the whole thing up.
I then spent the rest of the day connecting the build to our path system. I went down to the bottom of the river and did a big harvest of all of the wheat. While I was in farming mode, I also went across the bridge and expanded the carrot farm. I got a good chunk of it filled in, but we still have a long way to go. After that, I used bone meal to add grass and flowers around the path leading to the stable. And to finish off the day, I went to the horse we found all the way back on day 23 and brought him over to his new home. He still needs a name though, so be sure to let me know if you have any ideas. I'm feeling bad for our neglected cows and sheep, so I think it's time we build a barn for them. We need a spot to build it though, so I got to work cutting down a bunch of trees as well as doing some terraforming to make room for it. My shovel is about to break though, so before that happens, I went back to the house to repair it. I made an anvil and then got distracted killing some pillagers that spawned outside. After that little distraction, I decided it would actually be a good idea to enchant another shovel and then combine the two, so I made my way over to the XP farm and killed skeletons until I was back up to level 30. Back at our house, I enchanted a new shovel and got efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. I combined my two shovels and we now have one that has efficiency 5 on it. Using my overpowered shovel, I finished terraforming the area where I want to build the barn. We still need some materials before we can build it though, so I spent the rest of the day cutting down spruce trees since you already know we're going to use a lot of it. I cut down more trees on day 68 and then started to craft all of the materials we'll need. I moved all the blocks over to the build site on day 69 and then started building. I went for a pretty similar block palette as most of the other builds as I want everything to look good together. For a pop of color, I used copper for the windows as well as a highlight on the door, which I think helped a lot. It's still looking a little bland though, so I brought the build to life using hay bales and a bunch of flowers. After that, I connected the path to the bottom of the stairs and then from the top of the stairs to the inside of the barn. Next, I got to work on the interior by building a ceiling out of spruce wood. I used lanterns to light the inside up and then divided the barn in half to create 2 large pens. Also, I forgot that I wanted to add leaves around the outside of the barn, so I took a quick detour to add those in. After that, I created a small storage area on the back wall, and then I was happy to call the barn finished. Finally, we can bring our animals over to their new home. I first started with the sheep, and then brought over the cows next. I'm so glad that our animals aren't stuck in their boring temporary pens anymore. I continued the day by harvesting all of the carrots, and after replanting, I was able to get the entire farm filled in. On day 73, I extended the sugarcane further along the river as I felt like it ended in an awkward spot before. For an extra detail, I added a couple of large hay bales beside the stable. I then decided to make use of our horse for once and go on a short adventure over to a savanna biome that I spotted earlier. Once we got there, I cut down a bunch of acacia trees as I have a fun idea of something we can do with the logs. After making my way back home, I started terraforming the hillside even more. I mixed in a whole bunch of tough blocks as well as the acacia logs we just gathered to create texture variation. I used bone meal to blend everything together with grass and flowers. Luckily, we have lots of bones from our XP farm. I really like the vibe that I was able to create with this building technique, so I created a similar boulder closer to the river where our boat is. In front of our house, I added just a couple of small boulders and then filled in the rest of the area with tons of rose bushes and lilacs. This added so much color to the riverfront, and honestly, I love it a lot. I also used bone meal to create some grass in between the flowers, which helped give it a fuller look. On day 77, I combined my 2 diamond axes to make an even better one. Using our upgraded axe, I finally got around to removing the old animal pens since we don't have a need for them anymore. With that eyesore gone, I then cut down all of the spruce and dark oak trees that we previously planted in this area. With all of the trees gone, I got to work filling in this weird cave entrance that generated, as I think it looks really out of place. And while I was at it, I also removed all of the podzol and replaced it with just regular dirt. After patching up the final areas on day 79, I planted a bunch of oak trees so that this area can turn back into a lush forest. I noticed another cave entrance behind the house, so I patched that one up too so that I don't accidentally fall down it. We've been doing a lot of terraforming, and I'm in the mood to make an actual building, so on day 80, I began crafting all the materials I'll need for my next project. Once they were all crafted, I got distracted reworking the nether portal a little bit. I swapped out the fences for chains, as well as added a couple of stairs, and I think this improved the shape of the build a lot. Getting back on track on day 81, I started building a tower next to our portal. For the base of the tower, I used a combination of deep slate, tuff, and cobblestone blocks, as well as just a little bit of smooth basalt that I gathered from the geode back on day 21. I created a pointed roof for the tower using dark oak so that it'll match the rest of our builds. Heading inside, I created a dark oak floor and then placed ladders on the back wall. After creating a couple of floors using slabs, I patched up the ceiling using deep slate and then added some lanterns to light everything up. And after adding some final decorations to the first floor, I went to the top of the tower and took a moment to watch the sunset. On the start of day 82, I harvested all of the wheat along the river and then used a water bottle to convert dirt into mud. Combining the two, I was able to craft a bunch of packed mud. I then used the packed mud in combination with a bit of granite to add texture variation to our pathways. I also tried mixing in regular dirt where I could. It's just a bit tricky since I have to make sure it's far enough away from the edges to not be converted into grass blocks. After dealing with some pillagers on day 84, I finished adding texture variation to the pathway that's on the other side of the river. I really want to light up the area around our buildings to make it safer, so I went to the cave by our XP farm and made some glow lichen using bone meal. I then dotted it all around our base, especially on the boulders since it blends in pretty well. It's not the perfect solution, but this should help stop mobs from spawning. It's a real pain to get over to our XP farm at the moment, so I had the fun idea of creating a railway to get there that starts from the tower that we made. First, I started digging a hole that leads all the way there. It's almost a straight shot, there's just a small jog and slight elevation difference that I have to account for. Now that we have a hole underground connecting the two builds, I replaced the ground with polished deep slate. I only had enough gold to make 12 powered rails, so I planned where I wanted those to go first, and then filled in the rest with regular rails. With that in place, I dug underneath the powered rails and used levers to turn them on. After making sure the railway worked, I started digging the tunnel bigger so that we can decorate it. I don't really want anything too fancy, so I just ended up using spruce. I finished the tunnel on day 87 by using dark oak for the roof, and then I hid lighting in the walls using torches and spruce trapdoors. The tunnel itself is done now, but I want to decorate the XP farm, so I started putting something together just using the blocks that I currently have in my inventory. Again, not really going for anything too fancy here. I completed decorating the farm on day 88, and I'll quickly show you how we're able to go from the tower all the way over to the XP farm now. Finally, I don't have to run through the forest and go down some sketchy cave to get here anymore. I left a space for an enchanting table, but I'm going to need more leather to make a second one, so I finished the day by breeding the cows. On day 89, I did some lower level enchanting inside of the house and got feather falling 4 on my boots, which is really nice, and then I also got looting 1 on my sword, which will help me get more leather. I then went down to the river and harvested all of the wheat and sugar cane. After breeding the cows one more time, I killed all the adults with my looting 1 sword, and honestly, it was kinda sad just seeing the babies left. Using all the resources we just gathered, I crafted 15 bookshelves, a new enchanting table, as well as another grindstone and anvil. I made my way over to the XP farm on day 90, and then placed in everything for the enchanting setup. It's going to be super handy to have this here so that we can farm to level 30 and then easily enchant our tools and armor right away. I used the farm until I was level 30, and after putting my sword through the grindstone, I enchanted it again. I got sharpness 4, which is good, but it would have been nice to get a bit more on it. After getting back to level 30 again, I enchanted my leggings and only got unbreaking 3, which kinda sucks for armor. I enchanted my helmet next and got protection 3, respiration 3, aqua infinity, and unbreaking 3. Finally, some good enchantments. I enchanted my chestplate next and got fire protection 3. Only getting unbreaking 3 on my leggings annoyed me so much that I put it through the grindstone so that I can try enchanting it again. This time around, I got unbreaking 3 and protection 3, which is definitely an improvement. Now that all of our armor and tools are enchanted, I made my way back home and organized my inventory a bit. On day 93, I planted oak trees in any of the awkward open spaces around our builds. I want this area to feel really lush and green, so I also used bone meal to add lots of grass and flowers. I found a small crater of sorts near the nether portal, so I spent the rest of the day patching it up and smoothing out the terrain. Once I was happy with how it was looking, I added a few trees on top and bone meal to the area to make it look natural. My goal right now is to get the area looking as polished as I can, since I want to do a tour of the area on day 100. One of the details that I added was some pumpkins on the other side of the river for a nice pop of color. I started day 95 by cutting down some cherry trees since I want to use the wood for a new build. We sorta just left our bees in the middle of the forest, so I want to give them a more permanent spot in our world. After removing the old farm, I started planning out an area inside of the tower where I can hide the new farm. I dug out a decent sized room and then began decorating. I used the cherry wood we gathered to create a bright floor and then added some grass blocks where we can plant flowers later. I continued building the room on day 97 by adding the ceiling and getting the walls in. At the back, I created a couple of shelves that we can use for storage. The room is looking pretty good now, so I started adding all of the beehives. I'm a few short though, so I gathered all of the honeycomb and then used it to craft enough beehives to fill out the rest of the room. To finish the farm, I added a bunch of flowers so that the bees will produce honey. While I was at it, I also bred all of the bees. The farm is done now, so I continued the day by breeding the cows, and then I killed a few for some leather. I then made 4 maps and revealed them so that we can create a large map containing all of our builds. Using the leather, I made some item frames and then displayed the map above the staircase in our house. It's always so cool seeing the stuff that we built from a bird's eye perspective like this. It's the last day before I tour the world, so it's time to add any final touches. First off, I grew an acacia tree and then gathered all of the leaves. I then dotted them around to look like some small bushes or vines, especially on the rock cliff faces just to break up all of the gray. After that, I used bone meal to fully grow all of the crops along the river since we just harvested everything not too long ago. I placed down a few final pieces of shortgrass and then put away my items in preparation to tour everything that we've created in the first 100 days in this world. Here we are on day 100, and I'm really excited to just slow things down for a minute here and take a look at everything that we've created so far in this world. I think we'll just kind of start on one side and work our way over to the other. So all the way down at this end is our horse stable. A building technique that I tried was not overhanging the roof by 1 block. You can see it's actually like flush here. Not something I normally do, but I actually kind of like the look that it created and definitely something that I'm going to experiment more with in the future. Next to our stable is our starter house. Again, really happy with how this one came out as well. Let's actually go take a look inside at the interior. For the interior in this one, I went for something like pretty simple. You can see it's really open in here, but I also like how functional that made everything. So if we head upstairs, this is where all of our storage is, our enchanting table. I really love these new paintings that Minecraft has added. Honestly, they just add so much more life into this build, so really glad we were able to include those in here. We have our map above the staircase. You can see we still have so much room to expand along the river, so I actually really want to keep playing in this world. So let me know if you have any ideas of things that we can add to keep expanding this world. Moving right along, because we still have a lot of stuff to look at, let's head up these stairs and go check out our barn. I really like how we put this up kind of at a higher elevation. I think it really just makes this entire area more interesting. Let's go say hi to all of our animal friends. We have our sheep on this side and our cows over here. Really like this design. It's, nice and open, lots of space for the animals. Really happy with how it turned out. Heading further along the river, we have our bridge. I'm really glad that we swapped out the spruce for dark oak. I think it just fit the build a lot better. Really makes the whole thing feel just like a lot darker and more grand, I guess. Heading further down, we have our tower as well as our nether portal. And of course, we have to actually go inside of the tower because we hit a lot of builds in here. So if we go through the pink door, this is over to our bee farm. They all seem to be kind of in their nests right now. I know we have a lot more bees than this. Of course, the tower is also how we get to our XP farm. So let's just hop in this minecart here, press the button, and off we go. It was really fun hiding this in here. I'm really glad that we actually got something kind of connected up to our XP farm. Because before, I was just running through the forest. It was, pretty lame. So now we have just a super easy way to get here. Skeletons drop down, we can kill them. Collect all of the loot, and I also put some stuff in here just so that we can keep enchanting as we move along. Whenever I see a spawner, I'm always like, I'm gonna build an XP farm, I'm gonna do it, and then I just never do. But this time I actually followed through, and I think it really helped us as well since we got all of our armor and tools enchanted, which helped us build a lot of really cool stuff. That's pretty much everything on this side, so let's go take a look across the bridge. This is where we have our giant carrot farm. I wish we had more time to add stuff on this side of the river. To be honest, it's just kind of this carrot farm and not much else. But we also should have a really good view of our boat that we built from over here. I really love how this boat came out, especially the blue on top of the roof here. I think just really tied the whole thing together. And it also really helped with the river vibe that I was going for. As you can see though, the sun is already beginning to set just because of how much stuff we built in this world. It took a while to get through all of that. But let's go to sleep on day 100 here. And with that, we actually survived the entire challenge.
Alright, here we are in a brand new world, and check out this spawn. There's like a crazy mountain over there, and I also see a desert pyramid, which I definitely want to check out. I want to check out this pyramid, but look at this. There's a creeper guarding it. Okay, let's maybe try to go get some tools first. Alright, sweet. There's some trees over here, so you already know what time it is. Time to punch some wood. Got ourselves a few logs, so let's turn all of those into planks, and holy, wait, this crafting menu is so different than Java. What is going on right now? Okay, I'm getting distracted. Let's just go ahead and make a crafting table, and I guess I'll make a few sticks while I'm here. You know, why not? Alright, that's what I'm looking for, some wooden pickaxes. I just need one though. Okay, perfect. And there's a bunch of exposed stone over by this beautiful waterfall, so let's just go ahead, mine up a bit of cobblestone, and then we can make ourselves some better tools. I got a decent amount of cobble, but I also noticed there was a bit of coal here, so you know, might as well just grab that. Are you serious? Is it just one piece of coal? Alright, okay game. Oh no, all good. There's some more coal over here. Okay, I'm gonna grab this too. Back at our crafting table, let's go ahead and make ourselves a better pickaxe. And I'll also make a sword, an axe, and of course, a shovel. And you know what? I might as well just make a furnace while I'm here, you know, why not? But now that we're ever so slightly more geared up, let's go check out this temple. And I'm really hoping that creeper isn't around anymore. I'm not trying to get blown up right now. Okay, here's the creeper. Get out of here, creeper. Okay, oh, sorry, I was stressing. The mechanics in this version are a little bit different. Okay, any other bad guys in here? Okay, there is a spider. Get out of here, spider. Oh, I'm hearing scary noises. Owie. Get out of there. Okay, whew, we're good. All right, let's dig down. Try not to get blown up. That'd be perfect. Wait, what is this? It's glitched. Where's the bottom of this pyramid? There's nothing down here. Are you kidding me? Bedrock, more like bug rock. All right, and I don't have any food, so this is actually kind of bad. Oh, maybe it just blew up already. Maybe that's what happened, but I don't know how that would happen. That is really weird. Oh, no way, and it's already getting dark. Is there any sheep around here so I can make a bed? It is not looking like it. Oh my goodness, why is this? Oh, get away from me, dude. Oh man, it is getting dark. I am scared. I am actually getting scared. There's a million skeletons over there, and I know their aim is better in Bedrock. I have got to get out of here. Okay, you know what? This is kind of embarrassing, but I'm building myself a box and just hiding there throughout the night. I don't care, honestly. And yeah, hopefully I don't starve to death because I have absolutely zero food right now. It's finally the morning and I haven't starved to death. Please tell me there's no mobs out here. Okay, I think we're good. That was a pretty scuffed first night, I'm not gonna lie, but you know what? We survived and that's what's important. No way, check this out. We already got a wandering trader. That's insane. Let's see, what trades do you have for us, Mr. Wandy T? It's not looking like anything too crazy, plus I don't even have any like materials right now, so I couldn't even trade if I wanted to. Well, I'll take a free lead though, that's sweet. I think we need to stop messing around with Mr. Wandering Trader and try to find some food. That is our top priority right now. Oh, finally, there's a cow over here. Come over here, Mr. Cow. I'm sorry, but it has to be done. And we already made a furnace earlier, so let's place that down, get our steak in there, as well as our coal. Snack time, oh yeah. Okay, now that we can finally sprint again, I think let's take a look around, try to find more food, maybe even a few sheep so we can get some wool, make a bed. That'd be pretty sweet. Oh, no way, check out what I just spotted. There's a second desert pyramid down there. Do we even bother checking it out? We had such bad luck with that last one. You know what? I think we gotta redeem ourselves. And do you think I can make this jump? Let's try. I can make it! Oh, wait, it's actually gonna be close. Okay, no, I'm good. Alright, this one has to have some loot in it, right? Please tell me it has some loot. And there's a spider in this one too. Get out of here, Mr. Spider. No, please, not like this, I can't die this early. Okay, whew. Okay, down to our last steak. This thing has to have some food in it. Okay, this one actually has some loot at the bottom. Let's just get rid of the pressure plate right away. Okay, got rid of the pressure plate. We should be good. Got ourselves a density 1 book, a golden apple. I would definitely take that. And you know what? I'll take all of this other stuff too. You know, why not? All right, what do we have over here? Okay, a bunch of gunpowder. We have some copper horse armor. Okay, that's cool. A bunch more gunpowder in this one, some leather, more bones, just kind of some junk to be honest. Okay, the final chest, please have something good. Yes! Okay, 2 diamonds, let's go. And what's this book? Unbreaking 1 and Knockback 1. Okay, not too crazy. And I'll just take the rest of this stuff, you know, might as well. And I'm gonna take this TNT, you know, might be useful. I was really hoping for some food, but at least we got some diamonds. That is absolutely huge. And no way, is it already dark again? You're kidding me. Instead of hiding in a hole, I have another idea. Let's just first place down our crafting table, and then what am I looking for? A boat. And I think let's just spend the night on the water. Oh, what's attacking me? I don't know what that was, but that scared me pretty bad, and I'm out of food, so I'm gonna resort to eating this rotten flesh. You know, it is what it is. This is kind of a brutal start to a world, but we'll make it work. Okay, now that we have a boat, we can explore the water, and I'm really hoping we could find like some shipwrecks. That would be huge early game. Okay, well now it seems like this is scripted since I totally just found a shipwreck here, but I do see 2 drowns in the area, so I'm a little bit scared. You know what? It should be fine. And where's this loot chest? There's no chest in here? Are you kidding me? I think this is another classic bug rock moment, maybe. There's not a single loot chest in this thing. Oh well, I guess there's not really a whole lot we can do about it. Let's just keep exploring. I'm on the lookout for any more shipwrecks, and I would also love to get out of this desert. Like, this is the biggest desert I think I've ever seen. It's just never ending. Look how bright this lava is with these vibrant visuals. That looks crazy. I don't know if it's just these vibrant visuals, but it is super dark down there. It's really hard to see if there is any shipwrecks. I feel like I've probably passed like 10 of them at this point. I wasn't able to find any more shipwrecks, but check this out. We have Desert Pyramid number 3. And this one looks a little bit dangerous. We have a creeper down there. Definitely have to be careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why are you blowing up? Okay. Alright, there's a zombie down here too. Owie. Alright, let's get rid of the pressure plate right away, and I'm also just gonna get rid of all the TNT. I don't want any risk. Let's check out the loot. First chest, and okay, nothing too crazy. This book is efficiency 2. Alright, I'll take it. Chest number 2, let's take a look, and impaling 1, alright. Chest number 3, and yes, okay, more diamonds, let's go. Also a ton of bones, look at this, we almost have a full stack of bones already, that's crazy. And the final chest, let's take a look. We have, okay, a couple pieces of horse armor and some other junk. It's day 2, and we already got ourselves 4 diamonds. Things are really starting to look up. Check this out, finally a biome that isn't a desert. I was getting so sick of all this sand. And there's some more animals too. Finally we can stop eating rotten flesh. And I mean, this is a jungle biome, so we might as well chop down some of these trees, get some jungle wood, and a few saplings. I'm also really hoping that there's some sheep around here, as I would love to make a bed. There's a dog over here, and we have all these bones. Come over here, Mr. Dog. I want a pet. Oh yeah, got ourselves a doggy friend. Let's go. There's gotta be some sheep around here, right? It's already getting dark again, and I really don't want to struggle to get through the night again. Oh, there we go. There's some sheep. There's a sheep there. Okay, finally, there's a sheep. There we go. Got ourselves some wool. That was only 1 piece of wool, though. I still need more. Okay, good thing. There's a sheep right here, too. Oh, it's getting so dark. We have 2 pieces of wool. Okay, we just need 1 more. Just 1 more piece of wool. Oh, there's so many mobs. Come on, I just need 1 sheep. Okay, it's not a sheep, but I just spotted a village. Let's take a look over here. Maybe we can find a bed. Okay, sorry villagers, but I really need to borrow a bed, and of course there's not one in there. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's see. Does this house have a bed? It does. Okay, perfect. Come on, come in here, doggy. Finally, we can sleep through the night. I am so happy. Having a bed now is going to make these nights so much easier. I'm pretty sure I have both leather and string, so I would love to make myself a bundle so I can fix up my inventory. It is an absolute disaster right now. Okay, I got a bunch of our stuff packed into this bundle, so our inventory is a lot more manageable. But anyways, just while we're here, I did want to make ourselves a diamond sword, since, you know, we do have some diamonds, might as well. And along with that, I also wanted to make ourselves a hoe. And using the hoe, we can gather up all of these hay bales, which is going to be an awesome early game food source. And we might as well just loot the rest of this village. They got some melons. I'll definitely take those. And they also have a blast furnace that I can borrow. Sweet, I'll take it. Oh, no way, look at this cat. It's like stuck behind the water here. I feel so bad for it. Let's see if we can give it a push out. Come on, get out of there, kitty. No, don't go back. Why are you trying to go back? Get out of the water. Be free, little kitty, be free. I got it out of the waterfall, but now it's just stuck in this corner. Oh, let's put a full block down. Okay, just ate my full block. Okay, bug rock, bug rock, bug rock. Oh man, this cat is struggling right now. Okay, let me see if I can block the water. There we go. Cat is free. Be free, little kitty. But you know what? That reminds me, we need to check in on my real life cats. I am constantly using my 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, to guilt trip all of you into liking the videos, and this one is no exception. For real though, taking a second to like the video and maybe subscribing if you haven't already is one of the biggest ways to support these videos, so I greatly appreciate all of you taking a second to do it. Okay, but getting back to Minecraft, let's keep looting this village and see if there's anything cool to find. Maybe this chest has something. Okay, some leather armor, I'll take that. And I'll take the bread too, of course. And you know what? Let's just throw that leather armor on right away. You know, it's definitely better than nothing. Oh, and wait, there's some cauldrons in here. That just totally reminded me of something. Oh, I'm so excited to try this, but before I can, I need to find something that can give me some dye. I think this dandelion will work. Let's grab that. And we'll just go ahead and turn that into some yellow dye. I'm not even sure if this is exactly how it works, but I'm so excited to try this. Let's try. Oh, no way. We just dyed it yellow. That is crazy. Holy, that is insane. They got to add that to Java. That is so cool. All right, we got another house here that I haven't checked out, and sweet, it has a bunch of bookshelves in here. I'll definitely grab these. Even more on this side. Wait, is this 8 bookshelves off the rip? That is nice. I'll definitely take all of these. And I'll even grab the lectern too. There we go. Even got ourselves a brewing stand, thank you very much. Look at what I just found in this chest. I don't know how rare this is, but there was some tall grass in there. I think that's like super rare, isn't it? I'm gonna take it, why not? I think it's also about time to make a second bundle. My inventory is a disaster again. I love bundles though, they seriously save so much space. They are awesome early game. Got ourselves a grindstone inside of this house, I'll take that. This village has so many hay bales, I'm just gonna take them all. These are gonna be super useful. Like, look at this, a stack plus 12 hay bales from one village. I have never seen that in Java before. I don't know if that's just a coincidence or an actual Bedrock thing, but you know what? I will take it. I'm pretty sure I've explored this entire village though, so let's keep exploring. It's been a couple of minutes and check this out. I just spotted a pillager outpost. That is super cool. It's probably a pretty dumb idea to try to loot this thing with 2 pieces of leather armor and a diamond sword, but it should be fine, right? Only one way to find out, right? Let's loot this thing. Okay, I'm scared. Let's quickly go up this staircase, make it to the top. Oh my goodness, there's a guy up here. Get out of here. Why am I not using my diamond sword? I don't know. No, I'm trying to golden apple. Oh my goodness, the dog just clutched. The dog just clutched. Get out of here. Whew. Okay, what's in this chest? Okay, that was stressful, but we got ourselves 2 sentry armor trims. That is super cool. Also a bottle of enchanting, some potatoes, some dark oak, a bunch of arrows, and a crossbow. Let's go. Okay, that was really close. You know what? Let's not risk it anymore. Let's get out of here. Okay, there's one right on me. Owie. Oh, okay, no, we're fine. Let's just get out of here. Just get out. Oh, that was a little bit stressful, but I think we survived. But you know what? More importantly, our little doggo survived. He did a great job. Here you go. Have some cooked chicken. I feel like we're making some great progress, but I do want to try to upgrade our tools since they are still stone. And check this out. I just found this massive cave. Oh, it's a little bit scary down here, but check this out. I just found our first iron. Let's mine this up. There's also a bunch of coal, so I definitely want to grab this too. I just made it down to the bottom of this ravine area, and there's a bunch of lapis, so I've just been grabbing this up. Gonna be super useful as well. Even more iron. I like it a lot. I'm also definitely gonna pick up all of the copper that I find since we are in the new update, so we can make some of the copper tools and stuff. And you know what? I am so excited to try these out, so let's just place down our furnace and start cooking up all of this copper. I want to get as geared up as possible before we explore deeper in the cave, so maybe let's just make ourselves a second furnace, and then we can place that down, maybe just grab like half of our coal back. We'll go back over to here, place down our coal, and then we'll start smelting up all of our iron as well. It's been a couple of minutes and our iron is ready, and I think, yeah, okay, perfect, our copper is ready as well. And I want to use this copper to make some leggings as well as some boots. As for the iron, let's first make ourselves a shield that is going to be super useful, and then I think I'll also make ourselves an iron pickaxe. And let's just throw that shield in our offhand, and then we can put our copper leggings and our boots on, and you know, it's pretty basic, but we at least have ourselves a full set of armor now. Oh, you know what? There's actually one more quick thing that I want to make, and that's a bucket. Let's just go boom, 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 and boom. There we go. Got ourselves a bucket. And very conveniently, I think there's some water just out here, so let me just grab that real quick. And moment of truth, can I water bucket clutch in Bedrock? Let's see. Okay, no, I can't. Editor, cut that one out, please. Okay, enough messing around. This cave is really weird, but hopefully we can find some more diamonds. Another difference I just found out between the two versions is that in Java, to use the shield, you right click, but in this one you have to like actually crouch, which is kind of interesting. Get out of here, skeleton. Get off my dog. No way, I just found a spawner. Okay, gotta remember to crouch, not to press right click. Okay, we're good. Okay, does this thing have any good loot? We got ourselves, okay, a second bucket. I'll take that. Let's see what's in the second chest. And okay, wait, a name tag? That is super sick. We can finally name our dog. I'm gonna throw that in our bundle for sure. Oh, and also some pumpkin seeds. That's nice. Another crop unlocked. I'll take it. My inventory is already a disaster again. It's time to make bundle number 3. Carrying right along, I found a bit more copper, so let's definitely grab this. Okay, it looks like the cave goes quite a bit deeper over here, which is a good sign. Hopefully there'll be some diamonds soon. Oh, look at this zombie. He's wearing a copper helmet. That is super cool. Okay, baby zombie, we gotta be careful. Holy... baby zombie. Where are all the diamonds at? I've been searching for a while. I can't find a single one. Do they just like not spawn in Bedrock or something? Well, I'm definitely not going that way, that's for sure. That looks a little bit scary. Check out what I just spotted. Our very first diamond. It's a little bit dangerous. I just want our dog to sit right there. Please do not move. Okay, our dog should be safe, so let's just block off this lava just like that. And then we should be able to just go right ahead and mine up this diamond. Let's go. Are you kidding me though? Was it really just one diamond? Oh, this game, come on. I guess one diamond is better than none though, so come on little doggo. Let's keep looking around. I'm sure we can find more. Any more diamonds? Come on, there has to be some around here. It's not diamonds, but I just spotted some gold. I'll definitely take this. I'm sure it'll be useful for something. Check it out, I just spotted another diamond. Come on, be more than one though this time, please. Please be more than one diamond. Looks like it was just one diamond again, but you know, not really much we can do about it. And this is why you never give up. I just found more diamonds, and finally it's not just a single one. Let's mine these up. Oh, and it looks like we hit the mother lode. This is at least 5 diamonds. Let's go. With those 5 plus the 2 we got earlier, we're now up to 7 diamonds in total. That is huge. As much as I love diamonds, we should try to get anything else useful that we can find, like for example, this redstone. That also means I'll definitely take this gold and this iron. Thank you very much. Also, while we're down here, I did just want to grab some tough blocks. This is one of my favorite blocks in the game right now, so I definitely want to use it once we get around to building our base. Oh, and there goes my pick. I mean, we do have quite a few at this point, so we might as well just go ahead and make ourselves a diamond pickaxe. It should speed up the process of our mining at least. That is way faster with a diamond pickaxe, so I'm just going to grab a little bit more tough, and then we can keep looking for more resources. Okay, I managed to get 3 stacks of tough blocks, which is a lot, so let's keep exploring. Whoa, look at this zombie. He's carrying a slime ball. That's cool. I'll take those. Sweet, free slime. Thank you. Check out what I just spotted up there. More diamonds. Let's go. Let's see how many this one is. We have 1 diamond. Can we get 2 diamonds? Maybe not. It ain't looking good, I'll say that much. Oh, okay. Oh, sweet. Let's go. 2 diamonds. I'll take it. Thank you very much. I mean, it's only 2 diamonds, but I really can't complain since most of the ones we've been finding have just been 1 diamond. So you know what? I'll take it. Alright, I'm definitely done complaining as I found even more diamonds. Let's go. No, you know what? I'm back to complaining. That was only 1 diamond again. I can't take this no more. No way. It seems like the more that I complain, the more diamonds I find. Let's go. Got ourselves another one. And I guess just saying another one is accurate since I just dug this giant hole and there was just 1 diamond here. Look how much glow ink sack is down here. Or is that what this stuff is called? Yeah, glow ink sack. There's so much down here. 13 there and a bunch more here. 21 glow ink sacks. Crazy. I don't know why saying glow ink sack sounds kind of sus, but anyways, I am going to take all of these. Why not? Sorry, Mr. Zombie. You can't have them. They belong to me. Get out of here, dog. Don't get blown up. Don't get blown up. Oh, dude, he's just chilling there. Like, what is going on? Help me out. Get him, dog. Get him. There we go. We got ourselves a bunch more iron here. I'm definitely grabbing this. Can never have too much iron. Even more iron over here. Thank you very much, game. I'll take it. I think I maybe see a few more diamonds over there, but it also looks like there's some mobs, so we'll have to be careful. Get out of here, spider. Get out of here. Whoa, whoa, the spider jumped so high. Wait, is that a bedrock thing? Did you see that spider? It just jumped all the way over me. That was crazy. Okay, but at least I was right. There are more diamonds over here. Let's go. Okay, and thank goodness it is more than 1 diamond. I was about to crash out. No, get off my dog. Don't hurt my dog. Get out of here. Get out of here, skeleton. I really want to keep exploring, but I'm completely out of torches and I have no more coal left, so I think that's our sign to head back up to the surface. But you know me, I'm of course going to grab anything useful that I find along the way. Oh, the slime. Dude, the slime is on me. Oh man, these slimes and the skeleton. Get out of here. Oh! Oh, dude, if I die to slimes right now, I am never going to hear the end of it. Oh, get off me, slimes. Oh, okay, I think I got them all. I think we're good. Looks like I just found another spawner room, got a bunch of this mossy cobblestone, but where actually is this thing? Wait a minute, is this another bug rock moment? Where's the actual spawner room? I think it's not real. What the heck? Well, that kind of sucks. I guess no spawner room for us. All right, moving on. And I'm trying to find my way back up to the top, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit lost right now, so this might take me a few minutes. Look at that. It's a little bit hard to see, but I can see the sky up there. Finally, let's get out of here. I am just going to grab a tiny bit of coal before heading back up to the top though, since I am completely out. Finally, we're out of this cave. That place was way too scary. We almost died like 1,000 times, but you know what? We got a lot of useful resources and, you know, diamonds and whatnot, so that was definitely worth it. And check this out, another wandering trader. Do you have any cool trades? Nothing too crazy. This pickaxe, unbreaking 2 and efficiency 2. I can pass on that. Okay, but distractions aside, you can see that my inventory is like completely full at this point. So I think that's our sign to keep exploring and find somewhere to kind of, you know, settle down and build a base. I feel like I usually have a pretty good idea of what sort of base I want to build when starting these challenges, but for this one, I just went in completely blind. So I think my plan is to just run around until I find somewhere that looks cool, and then, you know, we'll use that as our base location. I'm not even kidding, I've been running around for like at least 20 minutes, but check out this absolutely majestic base location that I just found. There's like a giant cave over there, there's a couple of mountains on either side of us, and then this like giant lake right in the middle. Oh, it is so cool over here. And I even see some spruce trees off in the distance. Okay, yeah, this place is meant to be. Oh no way, I just spotted a second dog. I would love a second dog. Yes, be my friend please, thank you. Oh, look at this, we have 2 dogs now, our OG dog that has been through it all with us, and our brand new dog to celebrate finding our base location. And I definitely want to get started on building like a proper house soon, but just for now, let's set up a bit of a temporary base. And I'm super excited to finally unload all of my items. My inventory is an absolute disaster right now. It ended up taking 2 double chests to store everything just because of how many items we had inside of the bundles, but as you can see, everything is nicely organized, which is a really nice feeling to have. And we still have 13 diamonds left, so I just want to grab a few of these so we can finish our tool set. So let's just head over to our crafting table, and then we're going to make ourselves an axe, perfect, and then I also want to make ourselves a brand new shovel. Goodbye, old stone tools, I no longer want you. Full diamond tools are such a great feeling, but we could use some better armor, so I want to start smelting up some of this iron. And check this out, we already got our 3rd wandering trader in this world. This is crazy, this is such good luck. What do you have for us this time, Mr. Wandy T? Anything useful? Okay, maybe we're not that lucky, since all of his trades absolutely suck. No worries, Mr. Wandering Trader, you can just stay in the water, I have no need for your services right now. Okay, distractions aside, I want to get started on gathering up some materials for our starter house, so I think it's about time to hunt down some of those spruce trees. So I guess it's time for a little bit of hiking, you know, maybe a little bit of parkour to get ourselves on top of this mountain, as that's where the spruce trees are. I made it to the spruce trees, but look at this, the leaves are completely white. I don't know if this is because it's snowing or like one of the vibrant visual things, but that looks so cool. Anyway, let's get what we came for and chop down some of these spruce trees. Ah, I love me some spruce. And the nice thing is we do have a diamond axe now, so that should really speed up the process. I managed to get close to 3 stacks of spruce logs, plus a bunch of saplings so you know we can plant trees closer to home, but just while we are in tree chopping mode, I want to cut down some of these oak trees as well. And I mean, I guess if we are going all out, I might as well just chop down some of these birch trees too. I'm still hard at work chopping down some trees to get, you know, wood for our starter house, but I just got totally distracted taking a look at our base location from a bit of a bird's eye view. This looks so insanely cool with the vibrant visuals. Oh, I love this. But yeah, I'm getting distracted. Let me continue chopping down some trees. Alrighty, it's been a few minutes, but check this out. I have almost 3 stacks of oak, birch, and spruce logs. And I think that should be plenty of wood to, you know, build our starter house, so let's head back to our base. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot, we were smelting some iron, weren't we? Yeah, okay, 60 iron ingots, let's go. I think with that in hand, let's just go ahead and craft ourselves a full set of iron armor. So we got ourselves a helmet there, a chest plate, we'll need some pants of course, as well as some boots. Check it out, day 18 and we have full iron armor as well as full diamond tools. We are making some great progress. Goodbye, old armor, you're no longer needed. You can drown. Okay, that's enough stalling though. I want to get started on our house, and I was thinking we could have like the front here so that it's kind of overlooking the water. I think that'll look really, really nice. And let's just start off with the foundation. Maybe we can go like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 blocks across. And then maybe this way we go like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And just to switch up the shape so it's not a perfect, you know, like rectangle, let's come maybe 3, 4, and 5 blocks. And then we can just get this connected back up to where we started. Ah, can these zombies just let me build my house? This is so annoying. I adjusted the shape of the foundation ever so slightly, but I think I'm happy with it now, so I just want to get started on building up the walls a little bit higher. Something just like that is a pretty good start for ourselves. I think I do want to mix in some cobblestone into the walls though, but you know, there's a bunch of stone right here, so let's mine some of this up and then we'll mix it into the walls. Over a stack of cobblestone has been obtained, so let's just throw that into our offhand. Wait a minute, can you not put blocks in your offhand in Bedrock? There's no shot, right? Wait, that's actually crazy. Let me try some logs. No, can you really only put a shield in your offhand in Bedrock? That is really weird. Alright then, I guess we'll just have to do it the old school way, break the blocks, you know, kind of one at a time, switch to our other hotbar slot with the cobblestone, and place that back in. Is this really that big of a deal? You know, not really, but am I still gonna complain? Oh yeah, you bet that I am. Alrighty, I got all the walls textured up, and as you can see, I also started planning where I want the roof peaks to go. However, before we get started on the actual roof itself, I did have one more idea to make the walls a little bit more detailed. And that's just to swap out the corners with some logs. I think just some spruce ones will look pretty nice, and I do want to strip these as well, as I think that'll look a tiny bit better. Yeah, you know what? I do think I like that. And what is flying around? What is that? Why is there a bat here? What is this game right now? Okay, let's not get too distracted by the bat and just tear out all of these corners. And then I think I'm going to just replace all of them with the spruce. All right, sweet. I have all of those in place now. And you know, it's a small detail, but I think it does really help just to, you know, break up all of the gray of the walls. Okay, but with that taken care of, I want to get started on the actual roof now. So first things first, let's just make a bunch of spruce planks. And then with those, I'm going to make a bunch of slabs. And I'll also make a bunch of stairs. And I'm planning on using these spruce for the outline, but for the actual inside, I think I want to use some oak. So same thing, let's make a bunch of slabs. And of course, a bunch of stairs. And then let's just start right at the front of the house, and I'm thinking we do like a slab like that, probably double slab actually, and then we'll go same thing here, and then we'll simply just like staircase up with these slabs until we reach the very center. And I'm just repeating the exact same thing on the other side, so yeah, perfect. We should have reached the very center there. Let's just hop down and take a look. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that definitely works for the front of the house. However, we do have these other sort of like sticky uppy bits on the sides, and I was thinking we could switch this one up a little bit by using some stairs instead. And I just want to keep it super simple, so we'll just do alternating upside down stairs and regular stairs. And then in the very center, let's just do an upside down stair, and on top of that, a slab. And here's a little look from the ground. What do you think, Mr. Wandering Trader? Do you like it so far? Just give me any sign of life if you like it so far. Alright, he's trying to avoid eye contact. Maybe he doesn't like it. You know what? I don't care if Mr. Wandering Trader likes it or not. I like it, and that's what matters. Anyway, let's get back to work and finish building up the rest of the roof. And just like that, we have the entire outline of the roof in place, so I'm just getting started on filling in the rest of it, just using some oak. And voila, our roof is done. Also, why is there a trident guy over here? That is pretty dangerous. Get out of here. Please don't hit me. Okay, whew, we're good. Right here at the front is where I want the main entrance of the house to be, so I was thinking we could just create a bit of an arch using a couple of upside down stairs and a slab. And then right behind that, we can just go for, you know, my classic door design. I feel like I use this in all of my builds, but it just looks so good. And that design, of course, just involves using a bunch of trapdoors just like this. Gotta remove these very two in the center though. And then we can just simply replace that with a door, and there we go. Really nice entrance design. Wait, no shot. Did a fourth Wandering Trader just spawn inside of our house? There's no way, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a different guy than before. Let's check his trades. Yeah, this is a different guy. What? Oh, and check this out. He's selling some pointed dripstone. I definitely want to get my hands on that. And I don't have any emeralds, but luckily we can trade a bucket of water with him. And let's see, I'm pretty sure that I have one inside of this chest here, which I do. Perfect. And I also have an empty bucket as well. Okay, so let's just fill this one with some water as well. And Wandering Trader, where did you go? Don't die. Okay, you're good. I thought he was drowning down there, but I think we're good. So let's just go ahead and trade a water bucket. Okay, perfect. And can we do another one? We can. Okay, awesome. 4 emeralds. And let's go right on ahead and trade that for some dripstone. Okay, how much is that? 8 dripstone. Let's go. That's going to be seriously awesome for building a lava farm later, but as for right now, I think we should focus our energy on finishing our starter house. And you might have noticed we have a bit of a back entrance here, so I was just thinking we could do an upside down stair in each of those corners. And then similar to before, we'll fill this gap in just using some spruce trapdoors. And then we can fill in the rest of the space with a door and another door. But I think with that, the main kind of like base shape of our house is finished, so I want to get started on adding some of the smaller details to really bring this thing to life. Also, look at this. Why is there so many drowns in here? 2 of them with tridents as well. Is this like a bedrock thing where more of them spawn? This seems kind of ridiculous. Anyways, I should take them out before I get, you know, sniped out of nowhere and die. I really don't want that to happen. Get out of here, guy. Get out of here as well, drowned. You are not my friend. And the third drown is just over here. Come over here, guy. Oh man, one more hit from that guy and I think I was gonna die. Oh, that was actually scary. Anyways, I think one of the first things that we can do to kind of spice up the shape of this house is to add a few windows. So maybe just a couple of tall ones here, and for filling them in, I just want to use some of these oak trapdoors. And then I want to add some shutters to these, just using some of these spruce trapdoors, just like that. And maybe on this side, we can have this one like be open. So let's just start off with some temporary dirt, and then we'll swing to this side, do trapdoor, 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 flip all of those up. And then another detail that I wanted to try to add was some signs on here, which, okay, you can do this in Bedrock. Let's go. Okay, Bedrock is finally acting right. Let's go. I went ahead and added windows all the way around the house. You can see like there's another one right there. And I feel like it especially helped at the back here, just because this wall was looking really flat before, but with a few windows in here, it's looking a whole lot better. Anyway, one of my go-to details is adding flowers in some flower pots, but I don't have any clay yet, so is there any in this water? Here we go. I think this is some clay. Perfect. Let me gather some of this up. I managed to get over a stack of clay balls just from that small little patch, but anyways, let's just head over to our furnace here, get this copper out that I was smelting earlier, and start smelting up some of this clay. And the reason I was actually smelting up that copper was so that I could try to make some of the brand new copper lanterns. Okay, so I need these copper nuggets. I see. I can make copper nuggets just like that. Okay, let's make a few of these. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I just need some copper torches, so let's go back to here, make, I don't know, maybe like 8 of those. And then with that, we can finally make some copper lanterns. I'm excited to see what this looks like. Let's maybe just throw one right above the entrance, and ooh, that is kind of cool, I can't lie. Maybe we can add another one right here, maybe just hop over to the back and do another one right about there. Oh, and it's getting dark, but let's do one more here, and then I just want to hop over to the front again and do our last one right there. That is so cool though, copper lanterns, what a great addition to the game. Alright, I'm hoping most of our clay is ready, and okay, 51 clay, that should be enough. I guess what I should be saying is that our bricks are ready, but anyways, let's just go ahead and turn a bunch of these into some flower pots. The only issue is that I have absolutely 0 flowers to put inside of them, so let's go on a little adventure and find some. Alright, sweet, found myself some poppies, I'll take those, thank you very much. There's also one single dandelion, I'll take it. Can't put them in flower pots, but I did find some rose bushes, so you know, I'll take these, might as well. Oh, and there's some lilacs too, very nice, I love these things. And there's peonies too. How come I can only find all of the tall flowers? Where's the small ones at? Well, I found more poppies and dandelions, so I guess that's gonna have to do for our house. You know, these are still nice. Alright, but now that we have both flower pots as well as, you know, actual flowers, I want to go ahead and put some of these in front of all of the windows. So same exact thing at the back, we'll go bing, bing, bang, and boom. And then maybe we just do poppy, poppy, and then in this other one, we can do a couple of dandelions. Got a skelly just chilling in the water? Get out of here, guy, I'm trying to decorate. I think we just have a couple more windows to decorate, those being the ones on either side of the entrance. So let's just hop over to the other side where our dogs are here, do flower pot, and one more poppy. Okay, but with those flowers in, I think I'm finally happy to call the exterior of our house finished. It's a pretty simple house, but you know, it is a starter house, definitely beats just having some like dirt box, so you know, I think I'm happy with it. Okay, but I want to get started on the interior, and first things first, this stone floor has got to go. I am pretty tired of looking at this. I just got done removing the old floor, but look at this. Look at this. This is our 5th wandering trader. Are you kidding me? We're averaging like a wandering trader every 5 days. This is absolutely ridiculous. This has to be a Bedrock thing. I'm convinced it is. Anyway, I shouldn't be complaining. Let's see, what trades do you have for us, Mr. Wandering Trader? Ooh, some dark oak saplings could be really good, but there's no way I'm gonna have enough emeralds to get 4 of these. Yeah, you kind of disappointed me this time, Mr. Wandering Trader. Just leave me alone, or I'm gonna have to use this shiny blue diamond sword on you, alright? No, get out of my house. Okay, you know what? You're done. Get out of here, bro. I'm done. You two llamas, I can't take this no more. Every few days I'm getting harassed by this Wandering Trader. He's gotta take a hint. With that annoying solicitor taken care of, we can finally get started on placing in our proper floor, and for this one, I was thinking we could just stick with some birch, and I'm just saving a little bit of materials by using some slabs instead of full planks. This should be the last couple of slabs right there, and there we go, got ourselves a floor. Next up, I want to get started on the ceiling, and first things first, let's just do a horizontal beam of spruce logs going all the way across at the very top. Yeah, I think I'm liking that, and then we can probably continue the same thing going off in this direction over to the entrance. So last few logs just like that. And with that beam in place, I feel like we should be able to just use stairs and slabs to smooth out the rest of the ceiling and get it looking pretty good. And there we go, I feel like the ceiling is looking pretty good now. And I did want an excuse to use more of the copper stuff, so I was thinking we could do a copper chain, which looks so sick, and then below that, a copper lantern. So let's maybe just do another one over on this side as well. And then it is looking pretty dark over by the entrance, so maybe let's do one more copper chain and one more lantern. Okay, next up, I want to tackle this sort of temporary base that we had before, so I think it's finally time to tear this stuff down and get it a bit more organized inside of the house. And I think let's begin by setting up a bit more of like a permanent storage area, and I was thinking this corner could work. Let's just go ahead and turn all of these into double chests though. And because our house is pretty much mirrored, I think I'm just going to add some chests over to this side as well. But then just to enclose these a little bit more, I think we can use some spruce trapdoors. I think that should be looking pretty nice for ourselves. And we'll of course do the exact same thing over to this side as well. Okay, with that taken care of, let's just grab our crafting table as well as our bed. And then I was thinking we could do a bit of a bedroom in this corner, so let's place down our bed and do our crafting table right beside that. And then to decorate the crafting table itself, let's do a flower pot with a cactus in it. And I did find a lectern in that village we looted, so maybe we can just place it down like right there, and then we can do a jungle stair to look like a bit of a chair. So, you know, little desk setup right here, looking pretty cool. We're for sure gonna need an area to do some smelting, so maybe we can do like furnace, and blast furnace. And then right above that, let's create a shelf using trapdoors, and on top we can do a brewing stand, as well as this grindstone, which again we found in the village earlier. I reckon some indoor plants would look pretty good, so first things first, let's just grab up some of these leaves right here. And then with those in hand, we can make our classic indoor plant design, which is of course a composter with a couple of leaves on top of it. And I feel like we might as well just go ahead and add a couple more right beside the entrance. You know, why not? A bit more greenery never hurt anybody. I had enough wool to make 2 paintings, so let's just throw one on the wall maybe right about there. And then let's do the second one right above our desk. Okay, yeah, I like that one. Let's just get rid of this dirt though. This area is really starting to shape up, but let's tear down these old chests that are, you know, kind of getting in the way now. I'll get this sorted into our proper storage room. I got a little bit carried away organizing, but as you can see, everything is nicely put away now. So we have like all of our greenery blocks right there. This is all of our minerals. Like this chest over here is all of our wood. And speaking of wood, I actually wanted to grab some of these birch logs right now. And that's just so that we can add a little bit of texture variation into the floor. Like if we do some logs just like this, strip those, they should blend in pretty nicely and just add, you know, a little bit of texture variation, which helps break up the texture of the floor. I'd love to add a carpet inside of the house, so maybe let's just run around to see if we can find any sheep. There's a sheepy boy right here, and I did bring some lapis with me, so let's turn that into blue dye. And then come over here, sheep, you are blue now, and give me your wool. Thank you very much. Okay, but one piece of blue dye is not gonna quite cut it. Is there any other sheep around here? There's a pig, but that's not what I'm looking for. I need some sheep. Where are the sheep at? Oh, finally, another sheep. Come over here, guy. Boom, you're blue. And once again, give me your wool. Thank you very much. Look at this cursed generation. There's a fallen log floating on top of a flower. Okay, classic bug rock moment. Love to see it. Ooh, and check out this cave that I just spotted too. We definitely got to check that out. That looks so cool with these vines coming down like that. Ooh, I like that. Well, I've been looking around for more sheep, but it looks like this guy got his wool back, so I'll take a bit more. Thank you. It also got super dark out here, and I'm kind of far away from our house. Owie! Okay, just get back to the base. Get back to the base. There it is. Home sweet home. Let's get inside. Okay, we should be safe. Well, it's really not a whole lot, but I was able to get 6 blue wool, so let's just go ahead and turn all of that into carpet. And then I still do have a decent amount of lapis, so let's turn that into blocks of lapis, and then we can use that for our carpet as well. And then I was thinking the carpet could look good somewhere in this area, so maybe we just come like 5 carpet like that. Then we can probably go like 1, 2, 3, and then another 3 over on this side, and I'm out of carpet already, so let's get rid of those, and then we'll do lapis and lapis. And then let's maybe mix in some lapis throughout the rest of it, just to kind of make it feel a little bit more balanced. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that carpet design, and there is one more thing that I wanted to do, and that's bring our dogs inside, so come over here, doggos. There we go. They can hang out by this carpet. I think they'll like that. There you go. Welcome to your new home. But I think with that, I'm finally happy with the interior of our house. It's nice and spacious in here, has all the different functional blocks that we need, so, you know, I'm happy. But I think with that, it's finally time to get started on building some more stuff out here. I would absolutely love to kind of like transform the entire edge of this lake. I think that could be really, really cool. The next thing I want to build is an animal barn, which means we need some materials, so I first planted several large spruce trees. I then checked out one of the nearby caves where I gathered up several stacks of diorite. With that in hand, I then went deeper into the cave on the hunt for some deep slate, but of course I got completely distracted mining more diamonds. And let me tell you, there were a ton of them, so I'm definitely not complaining. Once I was done getting distracted by the shiny blue stuff, I could finally focus on what I came down here for, deep slate. I ended up mining so much that my pickaxe broke, so I made a new one and then started collecting some smooth basalt and calcite from a nearby geode that I spotted. My inventory was full of blocks at this point, so I started making my way back up to the surface on day 36. After arriving at our starter house, I noticed all the spruce trees had grown, so I chopped them down. And with several stacks of spruce, I was finally ready to begin building our barn. I started off by outlining the foundation using tough bricks and then flattening the area inside of it. And once it was flattened, I filled the whole thing in with dirt and then made the foundation a little bit fancier using some upside down stairs. Unfortunately, I needed a few more materials to build up the actual walls, so I spent most of day 41 cutting down both oak and birch trees. I ended up breaking my axe in the process, so I made a new one, and then I got busy building up the walls of the barn. I mixed both stripped logs and planks together to give the whole thing a really rustic feel. As for the roof, I wanted to create the outline using diorite, so I used a stone cutter to make a bunch of stairs and slabs. With those in hand, and after a bit of experimentation, I was able to come up with a nice looking curve at the front of the barn. And now that I had the base shape of the barn figured out, it was just a matter of building up the rest of the walls and getting the roof patched up and looking good. Oh yeah, and to contrast the white outline of the roof, I filled in the rest with deep slate. It was looking a tad bit blobby though, so I added a couple of dormers to the side, which helped break up the shape a lot. Along with that, I also added a covered area sticking off of the side of the barn itself. I even added some decorations underneath in the form of hay bales, barrels, and a couple of the new fancy copper lanterns. Feeling pretty happy with the exterior of the barn now, so I jumped inside and got to work in there by first adding a horizontal beam of logs going across the ceiling. And similar to our starter house, I also added some copper lanterns hanging off of that, but I did include some of the new chains as well to make them hang down a little bit lower. I couldn't help but noticed it felt a little bit stuffy inside of the barn, so I decided to go back and add a few windows to increase the airflow inside of the building. But with that taken care of, I finally started planning out the actual animal pens using some fences and fence gates. All that was left to do at this point was bring some animals into the barn, so I ran around until I eventually found a sheep as well as a cow. After getting them into the barn, I went back out into the world and was able to find a second cow, so I brought him into the barn as well. All we needed was a second sheep, but it low-key took me forever to find one. Once I finally did though, I of course brought it to the barn, and then I bred the sheep as well as the cows. With the barn finally finished and filled with animals, I got to work on some chores like planting more large spruce trees, setting up a temporary sugarcane farm behind our house, and I also ran around breaking short grass to get some seeds so we can set up a wheat farm. And once I had a few seeds, that's exactly what I did, and I decided to just set it up right beside our sugarcane farm. I noticed quite a few of the spruce trees had already grown, so I got busy chopping them down. If you're wondering why I need all this spruce, I want to make a giant dock surrounding the lake, as I think it'll look super cool as well as make it easier to traverse the area. Anyways, once I had cut down and replanted all of the trees, I turned a bunch of the logs into slabs and then got to work building the actual dock. And I just started off with some support pillars using logs, spaced about 5 blocks apart. Once I had all those in, I used our slabs to build the actual platform of the dock. And I built it about a block above the water, which should hopefully act as a bit of a barrier against the absurd amount of drowns. And somehow, I used up all of my spruce wood already, so I went back to our little tree farm and cut down all of the trees again. And with that harvest, I had enough wood to get the rest of the dock built up. Even then, it still took a couple more days to build up, as it's an absolutely massive dock. And to show you exactly how big this thing is, let me give you a bit of a tour. As you can see, it extends way past our starter house and our barn, goes all the way around this corner, and extends even further. And I also included some of these extensions, like right here for example, and I think we could like eventually build something over here, just we'll make it a little bit easier to access. Right here's another example, and you can see this one is actually built right into a boulder, so I was thinking we could probably make like a custom mine entrance here eventually. I think that could be really fun. But as you can see, this dock extends even further. This thing is so big, like holy, look at this is crazy. Oh, you know what's even crazier? Look what I just spotted out of the corner of my eye. There's like a hanging llama there and a wandering trader stuck. Oh my goodness, what is this game right now? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna ignore that. Moving right along, you can see that the dock kind of ends here, but then I did add this extension going all the way into this cliffside. And I'm thinking my plan for this one is to build like a giant nether portal built right into the cliff. That could look really, really cool. Okay, but I still think I'm not quite done with these docks. I wanted to add some like smaller bits kind of coming off of them, so maybe we do like slab. You know what? We'll do one more and then we'll get ourselves down and then we'll, owie! Okay, dude, can I please just let me build my dock, please? These bedrock drowns, man, are destroying me. Oh, they're crazy. Anyway, I was thinking something just like this could be pretty good. Just a bit of a smaller dock coming off the main one, just to make it a bit more interesting and also help us get on and off of the dock. So I think I'll just add like a few more of these, just kind of, oh my goodness, dude, these drowns. Whoa, these drowns, man, leave me alone. All right, I went ahead and added a bunch more of these smaller docks, and I think we can do the last couple just right here in front of our starter house. And you know what? Now that we have these docks in place, let's go for a little bit of a boat ride. And that's because I can't help myself. I think I want to build one more dock kind of around this curved boulder right about here. And it's a little bit hard to access, from the actual land, so I think the main way to get to and from it is going to be, taking a boat. But before I get too carried away though, let's take out this creeper. I do not want any surprises. No way, did a drown just try to take my boat? Get out of my boat, guy. Anyway, we've been doing an absolutely absurd amount of dock building, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead, get this one in place, and then I'll show you what it's looking like. It took a couple of days, but there we go. We got ourselves a brand new dock built into that cliffside. We also have an insanely good view of our original dock from up here. It looks so cool going all the way around this lake. Okay, but now that we have an access point to this area over here, I want to get started on building some like tiered crop farms going up this hillside. I mean, it should look a whole lot better than our current wheat farm here. Like, look at this thing, it's a little bit basic. Okay, but while we're in this area, we should do our other chores, which are, of course, gathering our sugarcane here. And it might be a little bit overkill, but I think I'm just going to extend this further along the edge of the water here, might as well. Along with that, we should also take a second to breed all the animals, especially the cows, because I really want to get an enchanting table soon. But come over here, sheep, I'll breed you guys too. Oh yeah, and I also totally forgot to replant my spruce trees. What was I thinking? I'm gonna need more spruce for sure. Like, come on, I need more of this stuff. With those chores taken care of, let's prepare a little bit for building these new farms by first making a bunch of iron hose. We're definitely going to need those. And I'm going to need to do a ton of terraforming as well, so you know what? I'm just going to make ourselves a brand new pickaxe. And then just one more thing, let's head over to our stone cutter, throw our diorite in there, and make a bunch of these... Wait, why did I think that there was polished diorite walls? Am I tripping? Okay, I'm definitely tripping. Let's just make these regular diorite walls. Okay, that should hopefully be everything we need, but look at this. Another wandering trader. What is going on? How come come so many of these guys are spawning? Okay, you know what? You don't have anything useful. I'm out of here. Okay, but I'm super excited to get started on these new farms, so I think let's just hop into our boat here and head over to our new dock. Alrighty, here we are. Let's just hop out. Boom, nailed it. And I think I want to build the first layer of the farm a little bit higher, so let's dig out a spot for a staircase. Okay, that should be good, and I brought a bunch of stone stairs with me, so let's just place these all in so we have an easy way to get up and down. Now it's time for the fun part, or maybe I should say the tedious part, as I need to flatten this entire area so we can build the first layer of the farm. And I mean, I guess it is all stone here, so I'm gonna have to replace this with dirt. Okay, give me a few minutes, this might take a little while. It took a few days, but I got this first layer flattened out and replaced with dirt, and the next thing that I wanted to get started on was adding a bit of a border using spruce wood. And then just so that it encloses the farm a little bit better, let's do a row of slabs right on top, and yeah, I'm liking that. And with this in place, the next step is to add a bunch of water sources to, hydrate the entire farm, so let's just start off by adding an infinite water source right about here. And now that we have a super convenient spot to grab some water, let's get all of these water sources placed in, and I'm gonna try to hide as many as I can, kind of like underneath of this cliff, just to make the whole thing a little bit neater. So I'll just skip like, I don't know, 4 or 5 blocks, dig another hole right about here, and add a bit more water. And I think you get the idea, so let me get the rest of these placed in. And those hidden water sources should cover most of the farm, but still, I think I'm going to need to add a few closer to the inside of the farm as well. And for these ones, we'll of course fill them in with water, and then I want to cover them up using some of these spruce slabs. And then on top of those, we'll do a diorite wall and a copper lantern, so same exact thing over here, diorite wall and copper lantern. Pretty simple design, but I think it looks pretty nice, so I think we'll have like one more there, probably a second one right here, and a third one, I don't know, maybe right about there. So let's get those all filled in with our wata. Wait, what is that? Is that another wandering trader? There's no way. I saw a llama over here. Am I tripping? Dude, no way. Is this another wandering trader? What is this game? Like, is this a Bedrock thing where so many of them spawn? This is so crazy. Okay, let's see. Do you have any good trades? Oh, Nautilus shell. That's kind of cool. Honestly, though, I think I'm good. You can just stay on this dock, okay? I'll spare you this time. We've gotten so many wandering traders, though. Like, seriously, I've lost count of how many. It feels like we've gotten like 10 or 20. I'm not even kidding. Anyway, distractions aside, let's get the rest of these placed in. And I guess we should patch up these hidden ones while we're at it, too. Okay, but now that all of those water sources are in place, let's get to work tilling all of this dirt. And for some reason, this feels so much faster in Bedrock. It's like way more instant. I like this. The entire area is now tilled, so all that's left to do is plant all of our seeds, and unfortunately I don't have that many, but as the farm grows we can keep expanding it. And I do also have 4 potatoes, so might as well plant these too. It's looking super awesome from a bit of a distance as well, and keep in mind I still want to add 3 more tiers. Once we do, it's going to be looking absolutely epic. And there's no time to waste, so let's get right to work building tier number 2. Alright, 3 days later and tier 2 is in and looking good. A few days later once again and tier 3 is now complete. And there we go, the 4th and final layer is now in, and I am super happy with how these tiered farms look. And we still need to get the whole thing filled in with crops, but I'll continue to work on that in the background as we tackle some other projects. And the next thing I want to get started on is building a mine entrance right here. We're gonna need some materials to build it though, and I just remembered that they added these shelves to the game, so I want to try making some of them, and I'm pretty sure to craft them we need some of these stripped logs. So I think I'm just gonna strip and cut down this entire tree, and then we can try to craft some. I'm not gonna lie, I almost forgot that they added these to the game, but let's see. Okay, yeah, we can make some of these shelves. That is so cool. I'm really excited to try these. And now that we have a few materials, let's just start off by digging a bit of a hole where the actual mine entrance will be. I think something like this should work, but maybe let's just do like a slab in each of these corners to kind of smooth it out a little bit. And then just so that it's a bit of a smoother transition, maybe we go like stair, stair, and stair, just so we can easily walk up and down. And then let's try to create a bit of an arch using wood as well, so maybe we do like stair, stair, and then in between that trapdoor. And then let's see, this is probably where we could use our shelves, so let's do that. Ooh, that looks so cool already. But then let's just finish it off by doing trapdoor, trapdoor, flip those up, and let's see. And maybe we beef up the top a little bit as well by doing trapdoor, trapdoor, and a slab. I don't know if I super love it. It's looking kind of interesting. Maybe we can actually swap out these ones with trapdoors. I want to see what that'll look like. Yeah, I definitely like that a lot more with just the trapdoors on the inside and then the shelves on the outside. I think that creates a really cool look. But let's just add one more detail, which is going to be a couple of lanterns on either side of the entrance. And with our entrance now complete, let's get busy digging a staircase going all the way down to deep slate levels. It's been about a day and I finally hit deep slate, and I think there's also a cave down here, so this might actually be a pretty good ending spot for us. That's if this cave isn't a completely dead end though. Please continue. Well, it's not a dead end, but there is like some deep dark down here. I don't know if this is the way that we want to go. Yeah, you know what? Forget that. I'm just gonna keep digging lower down. You know, forget the deep dark. I'm not messing around with that. I just finished digging all the way down to Y-58, which I think should be a pretty good level for strip mining, but look at this, right at the bottom I already ran into some diamonds. I think I'm gonna be smart for once though, and wait until I get a fortune enchant on my pickaxe to mine these ones up. Anyway, let's place some stairs on our way back up so we can easily come back down here in the future. And there we go, we now have a nice staircase going all the way down to deep slate levels. I did have to kind of like divert it right here because I ran into some water, so this is the main pathway that goes all the way down to deep slate levels. And I want to try getting some obsidian from down there, but before we get too carried away, let's take a second to breed our cows again. And if we're going to do some chores, I might as well go ahead and harvest our sugarcane as well. Also, another bedrock thing I noticed is that when you're standing in sugarcane, it goes kind of like invisible or like transparent like that. That is such a cool little feature, I like that. Anyway, I'm getting distracted, let's also harvest our wheat farm here. And I think it's also a pretty good idea to expand our tiered crop farm as well. And let's see, how many more diamonds do I have at the moment? Okay, lucky number 13. I just want to use those to make ourselves a new axe as well as a new pickaxe, because look at ours right now, they are both about to break. Okay, but with our tool situation taken care of, let's hop down into our mine and do something that you will totally never guess. That's right, I want to do some mining. And check this out, I did bump into this big cave over here, which I think could be a promising location for, you know, more diamonds, iron, and a lot of other good stuff. Yeah, there we go, just like that, we got a bit more iron, thank you very much. Got even more over here, sweet. And I finally found a big pool of lava, which is awesome since I want to grab some obsidian for an enchanting table as well as our nether portal. And as I mentioned a little while ago, I want to make a really big nether portal, so I think I'm going to mine an entire stack of obsidian, which might take a little while with, you know, an unenchanted pickaxe, but I will say it does seem a little bit faster in Bedrock, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Anyway, I'm going to shut my brain off for a little while and mine this up. Surprisingly, that didn't take quite as long as I thought it would, only about like 15 or 20 minutes, and we got ourselves a stack plus 8 obsidian, so let's get out of here. I really would like to find a few more diamonds before heading back up to the surface though, but I haven't been able to find any yet. Come on zombie, tell me, where are the diamonds? Finally, some diamonds, let's see, please be more than one. Please, okay, we got two diamonds, let's go. We got 3 diamonds, is there any more? 3 diamonds? You know what, 3, I'll take 3. Oh my goodness, there are so many mobs over here. I'm out of there. I'm out of there. I just spotted more. Let's go. Please be more than one. Oh my. Okay. Oh, sorry. That scared me so bad for some reason. Okay. Ooh, I'm good. This gravel man, and look at it. It was hiding some diamonds. Ah, this gravel's out to get me. More diamonds. Yes, I love to see it. And we got 2 this time. Why is there water up there though? All right. Looks like it was just 2 more diamonds, but I'll take it. Y'all think I can take a witch with only iron armor? Only one way to find out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Well. The witch couldn't even get a shot off at me. That's a little unfair, I guess. Alright, you guys know me, I could definitely continue searching for the shiny blue stuff all day if I wanted to, but you know, the main thing that I came down here for was the obsidian, so I think it's about time to head back up to the surface. Alright, here we are, home sweet home. And now that we're here, let's go ahead and start smelting up a stack of this iron. Okay, sweet, and I did find a bunch of books in that village earlier. Yeah, we have 24 books, so let's just grab one of those, and then we can use that to finally make ourselves an enchanting table. Unfortunately, we're still gonna need a few more books to be able to make 15 bookshelves, which is of course the requirement for getting level 30 enchants, so let me just quickly breed all of the cows once again. And I'm pretty much entirely out of wheat, so let's take a second to harvest and expand our farm again. Anyway, while we continue to work on getting all the materials we need to make 15 bookshelves, I want to get started on making a dedicated house to put our actual enchanting table, and I was thinking up here could be the perfect spot. So let's just get started by building a bit of a staircase, and then I'll probably have to like flatten a little bit of an area where we can actually build the house. Alright, I think I got a big enough spot cleared out for the staircase, but look at this. Look at this. Another wandering trader. Alright, let's see what you have for me this time, and pretty much nothing. Also, look at these leads, how it's just kind of going through these slabs. That is so weird. Alright, you know what? I'm ignoring you, wandering trader. Let's just keep decorating this area. I want to do a couple of lanterns right here. And then at the moment, it's a little bit hard to get up the staircase, so let's place in some actual stairs. And it was a little bit too steep, like right here, so I had to do a bit of a 90-degree turn. So let's just do some stairs here as well. So this should be the last row, and perfect. We can get ourselves up here, and we have a pretty nice spot to build. And just so that we can kind of plan this out, I want to place down our enchanting table, and then I'll just plan out where I want the bookshelves to eventually go using some dirt. So we'll probably have like something like that, and then the dirt will come over like this, and same thing on this side. And with the location of the enchanting table and the future bookshelves kind of in place, let's get started on building the actual house. And I was thinking we could just begin by doing some pillars in each of the corners. And I'm just using some spruce, you know, because I can't help myself, and I'm just going up about like 4 blocks tall. I think that should work. And I've been looking for excuses to use the new shelf block, so maybe we can just do one at the bottom of all of the pillars. I think that should look pretty good as like a bit of an accent. And then we got a bunch of this calcite earlier from a geode, so I was thinking we could use this as kind of the main block for the walls. So let's just get this placed in, going all the way around the house. All of the walls are filled in, so let's just create a bit of an arch at the front using a couple of upside down stairs and a slab. And then the calcite is looking a little bit harsh, so maybe we can tear out some of this calcite and replace it with a bit of diorite just for, you know, a bit of texture variation. So let's go ahead and texture all of these walls, and I was thinking we could even mix in some of these birch logs. I think it actually blends in pretty well. And you know what, let's also add a window using some trapdoors. As you can see, I got all of the walls textured, and I think they're looking pretty decent now. So let's get started on the roof next, and I was thinking we could make the outline out of deep slate. And to give our enchanting house a bit of a fantasy look, I want to try going for a pretty tall peak, so let's also include some full blocks in here as well. And let's just mirror the same thing on the other side, and then right on top in the middle, let's do a wall. I think this will work for a roof. I quite like that shape. They did create a bit of a gap at the top here though, so let's get this filled in. Okay, but now that we have the roof shape figured out, let's get the rest of this built up. The outline of the roof is done, and since we did use deep slate, I was thinking we could contrast it with a brighter color, and I'm thinking some birch will look pretty good. So let's just go ahead and get this all filled in. I got the entire roof filled in, it's looking pretty good, but I did want to add one more detail at the front, and that's a couple of logs, a chain, and then right below that, a lantern. Definitely helps make it feel a little bit more detailed, plus it lights up the area too. Moving to the inside, let's get the ceiling kind of smoothed out using some of these upside down birch stairs. And then as I've done for pretty much every building in this world, let's add a beam going across the top. Then maybe we just add like a lantern here and a lantern there, and we should be good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid ceiling, so all that's left to do now is replace this dirt with some actual bookshelves. So back at our barn once again, let's hop into our cow pen, and come here cows, time to be bred again. And then sorry adults, but I need some leather, so goodbye. And we got over a stack of leather, so I think that should be enough. Alrighty, now that we have a bunch of leather, let's also grab some sugarcane, and I have a ton here in storage because, you know, we've been harvesting it as we've been going. And then what else? Let's also grab all of the books that we already do have, and then we're gonna need a bunch of wood, which I should have in here. Maybe let's just grab this oak and this spruce. Over at our crafting table, let's make a bunch of paper, and then I think we just need 22 more books, so let's go like that. And then we can turn all of those into bookshelves. And the really nice thing is that we got a bunch of steak from those cows, so here you go dogs, have a little bit of a treat. And we should cook this up, so let's grab our iron from before and put our steak in here. And now that we have a bunch of iron, let's make a few blocks of iron, and then we can make ourselves an anvil. Okay, but with all of that in hand, let's head back to our enchanting house. Finally, we can get rid of all of this temporary dirt. And we're of course going to replace those with our bookshelves, so let's get these placed in. And you know what, instead of our original design, maybe we can do like bookshelf, and then in between that we can do our anvil. And I also brought some other essential stuff for enchanting, like a grindstone, a chest, and we should also place down a crafting table, maybe, I don't know, just right there. And we already do have 31 levels, so let's do some enchanting. And let's see, what if we did our pickaxe, what would we get? We'd get Silk Touch. I mean, that's pretty good, but I would like Fortune, I think. How about we try our sword instead? What would we get? Smite 4, not the best. Maybe let's try the axe instead. Wait, also smite? I didn't even know you could put a smite on an axe. Maybe that's a bedrock thing, I don't know. Okay, and our shovel is also Silk Touch, I see. Alright, you know what? I was hoping for Fortune, but Silk Touch is still good, so let's lock that in. Okay, and let's see, anything else? Okay, Unbreaking 3 is good, and Efficiency 3 is, you know, kind of mid, but I will take it. Alright, we'll definitely be back once we have more levels. For now, let's just throw our lapis in this chest. And before I forget, I want to run back down here and grab those diamonds that we left. My plan was to get them with the fortune pick, but you know, at least with Silk Touch we can bring them back to the base. Alright, let's see how many diamonds this is. It's at least 3, okay, maybe just 3. I'll take a dig around though, you never know, there could be more hiding. Okay, it looks like it was just the 3, but you know what, 3 more diamonds, I'll take it. And I just realized, now that we do have an anvil, we can finally use this name tag to name our dog. And I'm not even kidding, this dog saved us so many times that I have the perfect name for him. We're gonna call him the Goat. I think that's perfect, let's lock it in. Alright, come here little doggo, you are now the Goat. It's official. I think it's about time to finally use all the obsidian we gathered earlier, and I still do plan on building it right into the cliffside here. And I think we should be smart with this and plan it out with a different block, so maybe we just start off with some cobblestone, I think that'll work, and then once we're happy with the shape, we can replace it with obsidian. I spent way too long shaping this, but I think I'm finally happy with it now. And you can see if I just hop in here, I have the actual portal location just planned out using the cobblestone. And look at this, while I've been building, we got another wandering trader. Like, this isn't even a joke anymore. I don't know what's going on. And checking his trades once again, he doesn't really have anything that I'm that excited about, so just leave me alone, please. Anyway, getting back to work, let's tear out this cobblestone and very carefully place the obsidian in. I don't want to misplace any of these as it's a little bit painful to have to tear back out. Also, I'm really hoping that I have enough. I could have done my math wrong, but I guess we'll see. Okay, I guess I could have made the whole thing quite a bit bigger. As you can see, it's all placed in, and I still have 28 obsidian left over. But before we actually light the whole thing up, there's just a few more details that I want to add. And we're just going to need a few materials, like for example these vines right here. And I also want to grab a bunch of leaves. And you might have already guessed, but I want to drape these over the portal just to give the whole thing like a really ancient and mysterious vibe. So let's also get some of these vines in here, and as they grow, it's going to look really, really cool. Maybe even do some like right here, maybe get a little bit more leaf action in here, you know, why not? I messed around with it for a bit, and I think something like this works. I'm trying really hard not to overdo it. Okay, but enough stalling, let's finally light this thing. And holy, that looks so cool. I'm really happy with how this came out. Okay, and just one thing before heading inside, let's just throw on these gold boots, make ourselves a little bit safer. Alright, but with that, let's jump in. And we got ourselves a pretty decent spawn in a crimson biome. And my main reason for coming in here was so that we could mine some quartz for XP so we can do some more enchanting. And I think I'll just mine until I'm level 33, that way we can enchant 2 different things. And while we're in here, let's also grab a bunch of lava, as I want to set up a lava farm later. But anyway, distractions aside, let's keep mining some quartz. And there we go, we're finally level 33, so let's get out of here. That's if I can find our portal though, I'm a little bit lost. Alright, let's get out of here. But now that we have some levels, let's try our luck with some enchanting. Maybe we can try like our shovel, that would give us unbreaking 3. What about our axe? Efficiency 3. Why does that seem like, that seems so bad. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna try this pickaxe. Let's see. Okay, unbreaking 3 and, oh my goodness, just unbreaking 3. Alright. We still have enough experience to enchant one more thing. Our sword is still just unbreaking 3. Let's try our axe. That'd be sharpness 3. Okay, interesting. What would our shovel get us? Fortune 2. Okay, I'm good on that. I'm gonna be honest, I am gonna put our pickaxe that we just enchanted through this grindstone, and then I want to try this again, I think, so let's put our pickaxe back in there. Fortune 2. Okay, Fortune 3 would be better, but I will definitely take Fortune 2. Okay, this is pretty nice. We can use this to break down those diamonds that we got. Where are you, diamonds? I think in this one. Yeah, okay, there we go. Let's just place those down and then make sure we use our Fortune 2. Okay, let's break these down. Let's see how many we get. Are you kidding me? No, wait, that was... Yeah, that's the Fortune one, right? What in the world? I didn't get any extra. Are you kidding me? This game does not like me right now. All right, let's just throw those back in there with the rest of our diamonds. And no way, look at this. Look at this. What is this game? Another wandering trader. This is so crazy. I hope somebody's been keeping track of how many we've gotten, because it is an absurd amount at this point. Like, what is going on? All right, you know what? I'm getting way too distracted. We only have a few more days before day 100, and there's still a few things that I want to tackle. The first of which is our tree farm here. This thing was kind of meant to be temporary, but it stayed here for a while, so I think I want to clean it up. So I think the first thing we should do is just cut down these trees, and then we can kind of see the area that we're working with a little bit better. All the trees have been chopped, so let's go ahead and get rid of these podzol dirt patches as well. I got the area all cleaned up, so I'm just getting to work on digging out some spots for some more permanent dirt patches. I'm liking the look of this. We have 8 spots cleared out for some trees, so let's get these filled back in with dirt. I have no idea why I didn't just do something like this to begin with, but anyways, there we go, tree farm is done. Even though it's already day 97, there's still one more thing that I want to make, and that is a building for our lava farm, and I'm thinking over here could be really good, but we just gotta flatten out a bit of a spot for it, so let me get that done. Okay, so I got the area flattened out, and I'm just working on building up the kind of like main shape of the walls. It's gonna be kind of small, but I want to go for almost like a castle look. I think that'll look really, really cool, especially for our lava farm. Okay, a bit of an issue though, I'm completely out of stone. That is not good. I have no time at all to build this thing. Okay, it should be okay. Let's just hop down into our mine, and I think we can just take out like a chunk of stone right here, and then we can use that to make our building. Okay, I got 4 stacks of stone. Let's get back to it. Oh man, we are going through this stone so quick, but I just want to build up these walls a little bit higher. And then this other part kind of sticking off of the side of it, I think can stay like a little bit lower, maybe just by like 1 block. Okay, and then let's turn maybe a stack of this into stone bricks. And then I think I just want to replace all of the corners with these stone bricks to make it look a little bit more reinforced.
And I'm just going to do this for all of the corners. I feel like I'm speedrunning right now, but let's get these all placed in. Okay, there's no way that it is already day 99, but that's okay. I think we can do this. Just right now, I'm doing every other block, like alternating full blocks and slabs, just to give it that classic castle look. And of course, it's raining too, but anyways, let's do the exact same thing to this lower section as well. Oh my goodness, it's not just raining, it's thundering too. Okay, you know what? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Okay, let's just hope none of our houses burn down. I honestly cannot afford to sleep right now. I need the time, I need the time. Imagine we just get struck by lightning right now and the challenge ends just like that. That'd be so funny. And I'm getting attacked by skeletons too, please. Okay, I'm just working on the entrance of the building right now. Of course, there's an Enderman in here too. Oh my goodness, and I'm falling down. What is this game right now? Okay, I just want to add a classic, you know, crypto door design. So let's do some trapdoors just like that. Flip those. And we'll pop out here and we'll do door and door. And let's also just add a couple of lanterns in here to light up the area. What's up, Mr. Enderman? Do you like our castle? Yeah, you like it. Okay, so we're gonna need some cauldrons for the farm. So let's grab some of this iron. And then we'll of course turn that into, you know, actual cauldrons. And then I also need my dripstone, you know, the one useful thing that we got from one of the wandering traders. Okay, but back in our castle, let's get this set up. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then right above that, we need a row of full blocks. And then we'll do our dripstone right below that. And then just to hold in the lava, once we add it, let's do a row of slabs going right here. And then the last step, let's place in all of this lava that we got from the nether. Okay, there we go. It is super simple, but our lava farm is done. But with that, let's sleep. I am so scared. This thunderstorm is insane. Okay, here we are on a much more peaceful day 100, and I just want to slow things down for a little bit and take a tour of everything that we built. So we of course have kind of the first thing that we built, which is our starter house. This thing is kind of basic, you know, but it was like the perfect size for us, and the interior came out super cozy. We of course have our little doggos, the goat over here, and our unnamed dog, but you know, maybe we'll give him a name eventually. Then right over here is our desk, and our bed should be here. I was just kind of carrying it on me for right now. But then we have our storage on either side, which is, you know, plenty for us. And then if we come out the back entrance here is where we have our giant sugarcane farm. I mean, this thing is so overkill. I don't know why I expanded it so much, but hey, you know what? It's a lot of sugarcane, so we'll never run out. Okay, and then right beside our starter house is probably my favorite build. I absolutely love how this barn came out. I've never tried adding like double doors like this, but it does look pretty cool. The interior itself is kind of on the basic side, but we have our cows over here and our sheep on the other side. Right next to our barn is our simple tree farm, and then right beside that is the castle that we just built. Okay, and I have to be honest with all of you, this is probably the worst castle that I've ever made, but you know, we built it in like what, 1.5 days, so I think I'm okay with it. And I mean, we did just build it, but of course we have our lava farm inside, and hey, look at this, it's already filling up, so it is working. But anyway, a little bit past all of that, we have this staircase right here, which of course brings us to our enchanting house. And now that I'm looking at it, this is probably another one of my favorite builds that we made. It's super cozy, but you know, also really functional. And then pretty much directly underneath of our enchanting house is where we have our mine entrance, which was super fun, especially using these shelves. I really like how those look. And further down the dock is where we have our nether portal, which is looking super awesome. As you can see, the vines have started to grow, so it's looking extra overgrown. And the sun is already beginning to set, but there was just one more build to point out, and that's the tiered crop farms on the other side of the water, and of course we have that dock that we built right below it. But now that it's dark, let's take one final sleep, and we'll have officially survived all 100 days. Usually I start all of my worlds by punching a tree, but there's really not a lot of those around here, are there? All we have is our little bamboo raft, and if we take a look inside here, all we have to start this world is a single grass block, a sapling, and a pink bed. So I think our best course of action is to get like 1 or 2 dirt blocks and try to start building some sort of platform that we can get building on. Let's hopefully do this without drowning, that'd be pretty nice. Okay, we got 1 block there. Can we get a second one without drowning? Okay, give me that. Come on, back to the surface, and okay, just in the nick of time. Okay, I might be 2000 IQ here, but I think we can place this like on top of kelp. Oh, wait, we can. Wait, I'm actually kind of smart. What the heck? Okay, so let's just do our second dirt block right there then. Then let's just bring our little bamboo raft over here, and boom, base is done. I'm only kidding, of course. Let's just grab our starter items out of this chest. Okay, but with those in hand, let's place down our grass block right there. That can kind of spread, and then we'll do our sapling right on this block. Okay, and while we wait for that sapling to grow, let's see if we can get a few more dirt blocks. It'd be really nice to expand our platform a bit. I managed to get 2 more dirt blocks. Let's just go boop and boop. And I guess I'll just keep repeating this process until the tree grows, you know, not really much else to do. Maybe I can get 3 without drowning? No, okay, I'm trolling, don't, okay, whew, close one. Can you please grow up, little sapling? I would love to get some wood materials. Oh,
No way, our tree already grew? That's insane. Okay, let's just place down that dirt that I just grabbed and chop this tree down. Oh, and I got a sapling, let's go. Okay, actually getting a sapling back was huge. If we did not get one of those, we'd be kind of screwed. All right, but let's punch this tree down, get ourselves some logs. We got 4 saplings back from that one tree, which is kind of crazy, so let's just plant those down maybe just like that. And then we of course have some logs, so let's turn those into planks and make ourselves a crafting table. And might as well make a few sticks while we're at it. Okay, but let's place down this crafting table just like that, and we can make ourselves, oh yeah, our first wooden pickaxe. And we might as well just make ourselves an axe as well as a shovel too. And I'd make a sword, but I only have 1 plank left. And the nice thing is, now that we have a shovel, we should be able to dig up this dirt a little bit faster, which should speed up the process of expanding our platform. Okay, I managed to get 5 dirt blocks there instead of just 2, which is kind of what we've been getting before, so let's expand this. And somehow the sun is already setting. I don't know where the time went, but that's alright. Let's just sleep away the first night, and honestly, pretty good progress. Already on to day 2, which is kind of crazy. I would love to get some cobblestone though, and I think we should be able to get some right here. I'm not sure. Can we mine this up without drowning first? Let's see. Please give this to me. Okay, we got 1. Let's go back up to the surface, catch our breath. I maybe should have made some doors or something instead of all these tools, just so we could breathe under the water. You know, might be a little bit painful, but we're gonna have to get these one at a time, I think. Okay, just need 1 more cobblestone, and then we should be able to make ourselves a faster pickaxe. Okay, we've got 3 cobblestones, so let's just place down our crafting table and quickly make ourselves a better pick. Now that we have that though, is there any iron down here? I'm not seeing any. I will definitely take this coal though, I'm sure it'll come in handy. I'm drowning. Oh, why did I do that? I should have been more careful not to take damage because I'm starting to get hungry now, but there's quite a few fish down here, so should be some pretty good early game food. Maybe not the best, but you know, some raw fish, I guess it's sushi time. With our food situation sorted for the time being, I locked in and mined up more cobblestone as well as coal. After breaking one of the coal blocks though, it revealed a cave hidden below it. Without thinking, I hopped down into it, and of course, a skeleton instantly started no-scoping me. And with no armor, I got down to just 2.5 hearts. With my booty cheeks just slightly clenched, I managed to box myself into safety. I mean, thank goodness I still had a couple of fish, so I crafted a furnace and cooked them up. And after eating the fish to heal up, I also took a second to craft myself a slightly better stone sword. I was nervous to leave the safety of my box to say the least, but I wanted to get my revenge on the skeleton, so I took my chances. But weirdly, after searching the entire cave, the skeleton was nowhere to be found. I was a little anxious about the skeleton's whereabouts, but decided to just carry on and mine up all the iron that was down here. I ended up getting 13 iron, which was pretty good, and I also grabbed all of the copper as well as more coal. Back at our base, I expanded our little floating island using some cobblestone, and then I started smelting up all of our iron. While waiting, I figured I better go get more food since I was completely out, so it was back to hunting down some cod in the water. After getting a decent supply of fish, our iron was done smelting, so I took it out of the furnace and started cooking up our food. I also noticed some of the trees had grown at this point, so I took a minute to chop them down. After that, I crafted a shield and chest plate, as well as an iron pickaxe and shovel. As the sun was setting, I finished off the day by replanting the trees, and then enjoyed some of our cooked cod as a bit of a bedtime snack. I began the following day by making a few doors, and then I went down to the ocean floor to gather up more dirt. And with the help of our doors, I was able to breathe underneath the water, which allowed me to get a decent supply of this stuff. And why did I gather up all this dirt? To expand our platform, of course. My hope is that once the grass spreads, some animals will spawn, but I guess we'll see. Our platform is pretty basic, but you know, it's getting there. Even got our saplings spread out, so it's a little less claustrophobic. Anyway, I want to continue upgrading our gear, so I located a new cave that was exposed in the ocean and started mining up anything useful I could find, like coal, copper, iron, lapis, and gold. But of course, what I was really after was diamonds, and before long, I found my first diamond vein. Unfortunately, it only ended up being 1 diamond, but it was all good because shortly after that, I found 4 more shiny blue diamonds. The good times didn't stop there, as on day 6, I found even more. Eventually, my iron pickaxe broke, so I decided to just go ahead and make myself a diamond one. With that in hand, I continued exploring the cave for any other valuable resources I could find. I also had to fight off quite a few mobs, which was a little scary, but at least one of the spiders I killed dropped a couple of string, which is actually huge since we can use it to make a fishing rod later. I was starting to get low on food though, so I figured I better start making my way back up to the surface. Along the way though, I took a few pit stops to gather up more coal and even more iron. Back at the safety of our floating island base, I organized my goodies, and here's a quick look at everything I got. I started smelting the iron, and while waiting, I cut down the trees since pretty much all of them grew while we were caving. Afterwards, I turned a few bones I got from skeletons into bone meal and then used that to make some grass, which I then broke to get some wheat seeds. Using a hoe, I tilled a section of our base and got a simple farm going. Really glad we got that set up, and even better, all of our iron is done smelting. With a big supply of the stuff now, I crafted an entire set of armor, and with our diamonds, I also made some new, better tools. And while I was in crafting mode, I made a fishing rod with our string. Since fishing is low-key, kinda cozy, I decided to lock in and fish for the remainder of the day. All I got was more fish, which isn't bad since I'm in desperate need of more food, but I was really looking for something more interesting, so after cutting down all of the trees once more, I got straight back to fishing. I got completely carried away and kept fishing all the way into day 11 until my fishing rod broke. But sadly, even after all of that, I didn't get anything super rare or exciting. Oh well, we'll give it another shot once we get more string for a new fishing rod. In the meantime, let's chop down all of the trees again. My hope is that with these logs, plus the ones we gathered earlier, we'll be able to start expanding the base soon. Oh yeah, I also noticed some of the wheat grew, so I took a second to harvest it. Anyway, to expand the base, we're also going to need an absurd amount of dirt, so I went back into the caves to look for some. It's true that we can continue to get dirt from the ocean floor, but I thought this might be easier. And after shoveling up a few patches of the stuff, I could definitely confirm it was easier. The only problem is that I was really struggling to actually find the dirt patches to begin with. And yeah, I eventually just gave up and went back to our old method of getting more dirt from the bottom of the ocean. A little bit more tedious dealing with the water, but at least it's easier to locate the dirt. After a couple days of that though, my shovel was about to break, so I went back to our base and unloaded my inventory. I was doing some math though, and for the base I want to build, I'm going to need over 8,000 dirt, which equates to almost 4.5 chests full of dirt. I'm also going to need a lot of oak planks, close to 4,000, so I took a break from dirt gathering to chop down all of our trees again. Afterwards, I replanted all of the trees and then moved my logs into a separate chest to stay organized. With that taken care of, I made a brand new diamond shovel and then continued the dirt gathering grind. Kinda questioning my life decisions right now, but I'm just gonna trust the process. My second shovel was already out of durability, so I made my way back to our base, unloaded my haul of dirt, and made 3 new shovels since I figured we'd need them all. Before getting back to it though, I took the opportunity to chop down the trees once again. Okay, but with 3 shovels in hand now, I locked in and dug dirt for over an hour. I burnt through all 3 of our new shovels and even broke one on accident like a noob. After digging all that dirt though, I took a second to swing by our base to check how close we were to filling all of the chests with dirt. We're honestly pretty close, just need to fill 1 more chest, so I made 2 more shovels and locked in for the final dirt gathering session. It took a few more days of grinding, but finally I was able to collect the last of the dirt. With every single chest filled with dirt, we should be good to go. Only one last thing to do before getting started on the base, and that's chop down all of the trees one final time. As you can see, I have over half a chest filled with logs now, so I took a second to craft them into both planks as well as slabs. But finally, with everything we needed obtained, I got started on piecing together a huge platform for our base to sit on. After getting the outline in place using oak wood, I started filling in the various sections with all of the dirt we gathered. And I would have kept going, but I got interrupted by something absolutely legendary. A wandering trader. I made a few water buckets to trade with him for emeralds, and then purchased both moss blocks as well as acacia wood, which are going to be seriously awesome to decorate our base with. I also noticed I could sell some water bottles to him, so I started cooking up some sand and then took out a less desirable interruption, a pillager patrol. Once those villains were taken care of, I got back to making the water bottles, which I of course then traded for more emeralds. I used the emeralds to buy a bit more acacia wood, and then I saved the final one for future purchases. Resources are so hard to come by in this world, so I figured I better grab the leads too, and I even hitched up the llamas to a fence post. I'm sure we can make them a more permanent home in the future though, but for now this works. Anyway, we've gotten way too carried away, so let's get back to work and finish filling in the remaining sections with dirt. Kinda nuts, but it took a few days to get the rest of the area filled in. Really hoping once the grass spreads we'll be able to get some animals though, because we still haven't had a single one spawn yet. Anyway, after getting the entire thing filled in, I added a few docks sticking off the side of the base just to switch things up a bit since the entire platform is pretty much symmetrical. I was totally not expecting it to take 40 days just to get the platform in place. That was kind of insane. As you can see though, I tried to get a little bit organized. All of these chests have our remaining items in them. This one has, look at all of these shovels that I went through, plus I broke one. Oh man, we dug so much dirt. And surprisingly, we had quite a bit of dirt left over, but that's pretty good. I'm sure we'll use it for something eventually. And this final chest right here just has all of our oak materials, as well as saplings, flowers, and our apples and wheat. And you know what? Let's go ahead and grab some of these oak materials right now, since I'd like to build some more permanent wheat farms. What else are we gonna need? I guess these wheat seeds, of course. Definitely need that for a wheat farm. I'll take these water buckets and, I don't know, maybe a stack of dirt. As you can see though, we have all of these smaller platforms kind of branching off of our main island, so I was thinking we could turn maybe like 2 or 3 of these into wheat farms, starting with this one right here. And let's just start off by adding a few water sources. Maybe we just come in like 5 blocks, we'll place a water source right there. Same thing on this side, come in 5 blocks, we'll do one right here, and then boop and boop. Okay, that's awesome. All we should have to do now is just till all of this dirt so we can plant the actual seeds. Got the entire area tilled, so let's plant these seeds. The final 3 right here, and boom, got a giant wheat farm now. Awesome. And we don't really have a whole lot of blocks to work with at the moment, but maybe we spice it up just a little bit by surrounding the entire thing with an oak fence. Something just like this is looking half decent. I feel like we should light the area up as well though, so let's just throw a few lanterns on top of the fence. And we don't need to go too overboard, maybe just one here, another one probably right there, and a final one, I don't even know, sure, right here. And yeah, there we go, got ourselves a wheat farm. I'm actually quite happy with this thing. No way, check this out, we finally had some animals spawn. We got chickens over here, we got a pig, we have 1 cow over there, and sheep. We have like all 4 of the main animals. No way, that's sick, let's go. Maybe we can use some of these mini islands for some animal pens as well. Let's just grab some materials real quick. I think maybe we can switch these ones up a little bit and use, yeah, probably some cobblestone. So let's just go here and turn these all into walls. And then let's see, maybe we can go like wall, 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 and wall. And if we do a fence post there, I think we can walk through, but the animals won't be able to. I mean, I could be wrong, I guess we'll see, but in the meantime, let's just continue placing our walls going all the way around. And I am out of walls. Great. No worries though. I think one of the caves that we explored earlier is, yeah, just over here. So let's hop down here. Oh man, the dolphins make me go crazy. Okay, yeah, we got this cave right here. Let's just go over to this wall and mine up a bunch of cobblestone. And honestly, I feel like I'm gonna need so much cobblestone for future projects in this world. So while we're here, I'll probably just grab a few stacks to, you know, tide us over for the next little while anyways. There's also a ton of gravel down here, so I think I'll pick up a little bit of this just so we can craft coarse dirt if we want to. Alrighty, I cleared out this entire section right here, and that got us, let's see, a little over 7 stacks of cobblestone, which is honestly pretty good, so let's get out of here. And I think it'd be pretty worthwhile to get ourselves a stone cutter, so I started smelting up a bit of this cobblestone. We'll just grab that, come over to our crafting table, do a line of stone and an iron ingot, and there we go, got ourselves a stone cutter. Can go ahead and place that down, and then let's just make ourselves maybe, I don't know, like 2 stacks of cobblestone walls. That should be good. But now that we finally have more walls, let's continue extending this all the way around so we can finally finish up this animal pen. And I did grab a bit of gravel while I was down in that cave, so let's just turn some of this into coarse dirt. But with this coarse dirt, I was thinking we could add a tiny bit of texture variation. I think I want this animal pen to be for pigs, so you know, they like it nice and muddy, so I think it makes sense. It is going to be fairly subtle, but if you know anything about me, I absolutely love texture variation, so I can't help myself. And similar to what we did with the wheat farm, let's just throw a few of these lanterns on top to light up the area. I did have one more decoration idea, so let's grab these bones as well as these shears. First things first, let's just turn these bones into bone meal. Then if we bone meal some grass here, we can gather up some of this short grass. Okay, sweet. With this in hand, let's just dot a tiny bit of it around the animal pen itself. I think it'll just add a tiny bit of greenery, help liven it up a bit, you know, just a bit more detail. And I just had one more fun idea, which is to throw a few stone buttons in here, just to look like some small rocks, you know, just a little bit more detail, can never go wrong with that. Alrighty, but with that, I think our animal pen for our pigs is ready to go. And unfortunately, I don't have any carrots or potatoes to lure the pigs over, so I'm just gonna have to box off these llamas and steal the leads from them. Okay, sorry llamas, but I need these leads back, thank you very much. And then there's a couple of piggies over here, so come over here pig, and come over here pig, thank you. Alrighty, come in here pigs, welcome to your new home, I hope you like it. Had to quickly remove this fence to get them inside, but I think with that they shouldn't be able to get out, and there we go, got ourselves a pig pen. Of course I stayed up too late and stuff started spawning. Get out of here zombies, get off me, get off me, get out of here. This guy definitely needs to get out of here. I do not want any surprise explosions. With the pig pen now done, I do want to get started on some pens for the rest of the animals, but I really would like them to be grass on the inside of them, so I think we need to bridge this over so we can get the grass to spread. So something just like this, a bit of a dirt bridge, eventually the grass will spread all the way over and convert this entire thing to grass. And honestly, I feel like I'm going to want a bunch of these to be grass, so while we're in dirt bridging mode, let's just extend a bunch of these over to the outer islands, and eventually the grass will spread all over the place. It maybe looks a little bit weird right now, but I got dirt bridges extending to all of the mini kind of outer islands. And while waiting for the grass to spread, I built 3 more pens, which will eventually be for the cows, chickens, and sheep. I was really hoping the grass was going to spread a little bit more during that time. As you can see though, it's probably only like, I don't know, a quarter of the way there, so I guess we'll have to keep waiting. In the meantime, I was thinking we could build a more permanent spot for the llamas, because I do feel kinda bad for them just stuck in this boring dirt box. And I thought this mini island right beside the wheat farm could work perfectly. Maybe let's just begin by getting like a bit of an outline in for the foundation. And this area really is not that big, so I think we can just divide it into like 2 pens just like this. But yeah, now that we have the foundation in place, let's build up the rest of this thing. I found it pretty tricky to design something that I liked with such limited materials, but after a couple of days of trial and error, I think I came up with something pretty cool. Alright, here it is. Just ignore our dirt bridge. I'm still just trying to let the grass spread, but you can see it turned out decently. I tried to do a bit of texture variation on the walls just using gravel, tuff, and cobblestone. And I also added this kind of like cover on the side, and I was thinking we could just put a few hay bales under here and maybe just mix in even like some wool to look like some other type of hay bale. I don't know, it's maybe a little bit bright, but I think it works. And I did bring a few poppies with me as well, so maybe we just hide a few back here, you know, just to spice it up a bit. As you can see though, the actual stalls for the llamas themselves aren't looking too bad, you know, fairly basic in here, but I got a lantern lighting up the area and just a bit of like a fence sort of wall design dividing the 2 different sides. I think it's gonna look a whole lot better once the grass eventually spreads, but you know, while we continue to wait for that, let's actually bring the llamas over. So come on llamas, you can... Wait, what? Wait, am I tripping? Where did our llamas go? I left them in here, did I not? What the heck, man? I just built that entire thing for these llamas. Now they just disappeared? I'm actually depressed. What? Like, there's actually no shot. I just finished building them this thing and then they disappeared, right? Like, what is going on? I'll get rid of their dirt box anyways, and I don't know, hopefully some like horses or something spawn and then we can put them in the stable instead. Oh man, that's actually, I'm so sad now. But you know what? On a way brighter note, it's day 50 and you already know what that means. It's time to go check in on my cats. I cannot believe we've already made it to the halfway point in this challenge, and if you're enjoying the video so far, maybe consider giving it a like, and if it's your first time here, maybe subscribe too, you know, why not? Alright, but with that said, let's get back to Minecraft. The next thing I want to get to work on is building a starter house, because right now we're just kind of storing everything right here and it's a little bit scuffed. The only issue is that I'm like completely out of wood, so I was thinking we could turn this larger island over here into a tree farm. But anyway, I've already kind of marked out where I want it to go using some path blocks, so let's just go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then on top of that I'll place a slab, and then I'll just extend this going all the way over. And my hope is that these slabs will stop the big trees from growing. While those ones look cool, they're kind of a pain to chop down, so if we can just have like a row of the small ones, that'll be much easier. I marked out where I want it to end too, so we'll go one more slab there, and yeah, should be good to go. Let's just jump down, try to hit the water. Boom, nailed it. And then we can just get rid of that temporary dirt pillar just like that. And we have so much space on this thing, let's add one more row, I think. So once again, let's just extend our slabs going all the way across. We've got 2 rows of slabs in place, so all that's really left to do now is plant all of the saplings. Of course, I didn't have enough saplings to get the entire thing filled in, but you know what? This should be our basic tree farm good to go. While we wait for the trees to grow, let's get started on gathering up all the other materials that we're going to need for the starter house, and I do want to use a bunch of regular stones. Let's make a few more furnaces, throw some cobblestone in there, and all we got to do is wait. Something else I want to use is a bunch of bricks, but I think there should be a decent amount of clay just at the bottom of the ocean right here, so let's just place down our door, do our underwater breathing trick, and gather up a bunch of this. Got a whole lot more right here, perfect. It's been a few minutes and I got quite a bit of clay. Let's take a look. Okay, a little over 5 stacks of clay balls to be exact, so I think that should be enough. I am worried though that I'm not gonna have enough coal to smelt this all up, so let's grab any that we see. Got a bit more right here, I'll take that, thank you very much. Just hit the mother lode right here, look how much coal this is, let's go. I was able to get over a stack of coal, which is fantastic, so let's get this stone out of here, throw some of this clay in, and start smelting it up. And you know what? I also want to use a tiny bit of terracotta, so let's turn some of this into regular clay and smelt that up as well. Let's carry on though, as there's still quite a few other blocks that I want to use. So back down in this cave once again, I want to place down one of the moss blocks that we got from the wandering trader, use some bone meal on that, and then gather up a bunch of these moss blocks. And the nice thing is, we should also get a bunch of azaleas as well as moss carpet and stuff like that. A lot of really nice things that we can use to decorate the base with. But the main thing that I want to use the moss for is to make mossy cobblestone, so just while we're down here, let's grab a few more stacks of cobble. Get out of here, skeleton, you're interrupting my resource gathering. Oh, I got a bow. What's this bow? I'm breaking one. Okay, that sucks. I got a little bit carried away and spent quite a while mining cobblestone. I got, what is this, like 7.5 stacks, and I even broke my pickaxe in the process. But anyway, let's take a stack of this, we'll take a stack of our moss blocks and turn that into mossy cobblestone, and I don't know, maybe just make like 2 stacks of mossy cobblestone and should be good. Alright, but with that in hand, let's make our way back up to our base. And since I broke my pickaxe, how many diamonds do we have? Okay, we only have 1 diamond, let's just grab some iron instead, I guess. And it kinda sucks we're back to using an iron pickaxe, but you know, that's all we really have. We're definitely gonna have to go do some mining soon. But anyway, let's continue with the material gathering grind, and I'll just take these bricks out of here, put the sand in there so we can get some glass, and I'll take these bricks as well, and this terracotta. Alrighty, but with these bricks, let's just make some of these brick blocks, you know, the bigger ones, and then let's maybe just turn those into a couple of stairs and a couple of slabs. And then we still do have a decent amount of bricks left over, so let's make a few flower pots. It looks like all of our trees grew, which is awesome, and none of them turned into those annoying to cut down large trees, so that's perfect. Before we chop these all down though, I am just gonna grab a few leaves, as they could be pretty nice to decorate the house with. Alright, got a little over a stack of leaves there, so let's get to chopping these trees down. Also, my diamond axe is gonna break any second now. We definitely gotta do some mining soon, as we need more diamonds for sure. And yep. There goes the axe. Good thing I came prepared and brought an iron one with me as well. You know, not as fast, but it is what it is. I got all the trees chopped, and while we wait for all of these saplings to drop, let's take a second to harvest our wheat farm, as another block that I want to use inside of the house is packed mud. Why is gathering wheat so satisfying? Oh, I love this. And of course, let's be a good farmer and replant all of this. Just like that, the whole thing is replanted. Nice. And before I get too carried away, let's also replant all of these saplings. As I mentioned though, I want to use some packed mud, so let's just place down some regular mud first and then convert all of this into mud blocks using a water bottle. And I don't know why, but I also find this super satisfying for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's just the mud breaking sound. It sounds so nice. Alrighty, let's just pick up all of this mud, and then since we already harvested all of our wheat, we can just take that, take our mud, and boom, packed mud. We're getting pretty close to having everything that we need. There's just a few more things, like for example, the sand that we smelted should be glass now, which is perfect. But I did just want to take this one step further by turning it into some glass panes. Another block we need is just a little bit of white wool, and luckily there's a lot of sheep around here, which I do want to move into their pen still, but I am still waiting for this grass to spread. As you can see, like for this one right here, it's still only halfway. Kind of painful waiting, but it is what it is. Something else that I forgot that I wanted to use is stripped oak logs, so I'm just back at our tree farm chopping a few of these trees down. Got a decent amount of stripped logs, and I just want to go ahead and craft a few final things that we're going to need. For example, a campfire, and then we're also going to need a bunch of oak trapdoors, barrels, and chiseled bookshelves. Low-key though, I am kind of worried that that is not going to be enough of these wood materials, so I'm just going to chop down these trees as they grow to, you know, get a bit more wood, and we'll go from there. Alrighty, a couple of days of chopping down trees later, and I got a bunch more wood, so let's just turn all of this into barrels. And then I've just been putting everything into this chest right here, and I think with all of these materials now, we should be good to go to build up our starter house, so you know what? Let's do it. For the foundation of the house, I mainly used stone and stone bricks for a strong look, and then I mixed in a lot of the oak wood, mainly just because that's the only wood type that we have, but I think it contrasts with the stone pretty nicely. As for the roof, I went with oak wood once again for the trim, and then filled in the rest with cobblestone and mossy cobblestone. I also did just want to show you in a little bit of closer detail that for the second floor, I used chiseled bookshelves for like a trim, which I've never tried before, and then I also mixed dirt and packed mud together for the walls. I don't know, it's kind of crazy. As crazy as it is though, I do think it works, and I also did add a chimney on the side just using bricks with a bit of terracotta mixed in for texture variation. Now it's time for the fun part though, where we can add some of these smaller details, and because I did include like a covered area on the side of the house, I thought we could just
just throw some barrels and chests under there, just, you know, for a bit more detail. Moving right along, we have this open section right beside the entrance, so I was thinking we could do a few hay bales like that, maybe one more on top, and yeah, just adds a bit of color and fills out that space. Carrying on with the idea of adding more color into the build, I was thinking we could do a flower pot in front of each of these windows and inside a dandelion. And I'll do the exact same thing at the back of the house, and honestly, dandelions aren't my favorite flower in this game, but we don't really have a whole lot of options, and I still do think they look nice. Also, if you didn't know, you can use the backside of barrels to almost look like spruce, which is exactly what I did up there. You can see it's a barrel right here. It's a little kind of, you know, crazy building technique, but I do like using it from time to time. And the wall on the right side of the house is still looking a little bit basic, so maybe we just throw even more hay bales here, you know, why not? Maybe just something like that, and one more right there, and yeah, I think that looks pretty good. We still gotta move all of our junk inside, but I am really liking the look of the starter house so far. Before we get too carried away on the interior of the house though, I did want to check some of these bridges to see if the grass is spread. Okay, wait, it's spread by one block there. Let's go. That means we can get rid of this one. All of these dirt, or I guess grass bridges at this point, are kind of starting to bother me, so I want to get rid of as many as I can. And let's see, this animal pen one has spread all the way, which is great. Let's get rid of this one. Oh, and check this out. It's reached all the way over to the tree farm. That is awesome. Let's get rid of this one. And the grass has also reached all the way over to our stable, which is, you know, supposed to be for the llamas. Unfortunately, it's a little bit empty. Oh man, I'm still cheesed that those guys just like despawned. I don't know what happened to them. Dang it. Anyway, let's get rid of the bridge. Unfortunately, the grass is still spreading over to a few of these outer islands, but you know what? A couple of the animal pens are good to go. The grass is all in place there, so let's lure the animals over. And I was thinking the first of the two could be for sheep, so yeah, come over here, sheepies. How do you like it, sheep? You like it? Yeah, you like it. There you go. You can breed. Hey, yo! Okay, sweet. The sheep are in place, and I was thinking this one beside it could be for chickens, so let's go find some. Come on, little chicken. And we got a second chicken over here. Come on as well. Be careful, don't fall in the water. Sweet, you made it. I think these guys are liking their new animal pen as well, so there you go. Breed up. I'm super glad the sheep and the chickens have a proper home now, and once the grass spreads into this pen, I'll move all of the cows over here. No way, check out what just spawned. We got ourselves a second wandering trader. Please have some good trades. Let's see. Ooh, some pale oak, not bad. Okay, actually not too great. I was really hoping for like some saplings or something like that, but you know what? We do have these water bucket and water bottle trades again, so we should get some emeralds while we have the chance. And I'm pretty sure I do have some in here. Okay, I have a bunch of buckets, and over here, yeah, some water bottles. So let's just quickly grab a bunch of water, and then come over here, Wandy T, give me some emeralds, thank you very much, and I'll get some more emeralds like this too, thank you. And then I guess we'll buy all the pale oak that we can, you know, I'm sure we can find some sort of use for it. And you know what, I will buy a blue orchid as well as some of this brown dye. We could probably dye some of the sheep brown and get some brown wool. But you know what I just realized? We can finally fill our stable with some llamas. So come here llama, come on guys. Finally we can say that we did not build this thing for nothing, so come on in here guys, and I'll just hit you right up to here. You know what, let's actually divide them into the two different stalls, you know, just to spread them out a bit and fill up the space a little bit more. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't tame them before, that's probably why they despawned, huh? Okay, but there we go, hopefully the disappearing llama curse is now lifted. Okay, but you know what? I think it's finally time to get started on the interior of our house. And first things first, let's just patch up some of these walls. There's a bit of a weird gap like at the top of them, so I just want to get these patched up. Something just like that is looking quite a bit better, and next up I just want to get rid of the floor, and of course that's going to reveal the ocean right below us, but yeah, let's get rid of this so we can place in a proper floor. And I just had a crazy idea. Since we can see the ocean right below us, what if we make the entire floor out of glass so we can still see it? Oh, I think it'll look really cool. Just getting the last few blocks in place, and check this thing out. It looks awesome. Moving on to the ceiling next, I was thinking we could use some of the pale oak that we got from the wandering trader. I mean, we got it, so we might as well use it. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit on the bright side, but I think I like it. As for this larger area of the house that has 2 floors, we're definitely going to need a staircase, so maybe let's just see if we can put one over in this corner right here. Maybe something just like that, and then underneath we can do some upside down stairs as well, just to make it look a little bit more supported. And then hopefully we're actually going to have enough, but I want to use pale oak for the second floor as well. Alright, sweet, it looks like we have more than enough pale oak, which is great. And the ceiling of the second floor itself is looking pretty boxy, so I'm thinking we can just kind of smooth it out a little bit using some upside down oak stairs.
I also added like an oak beam going all the way across at the very top, and I think it's looking a lot better in here. No way, I just popped my head outside and look at this. We got a third wandering trader just days after we got the second one. This is crazy. Okay, let's see. What do you have for us, guy? Oh, spruce wood. Spruce wood. It's not a spruce sapling, but spruce wood. Oh man, let's go. Oh, and check this out. We could also unlock the wildflowers. That'd be pretty cool. I just grabbed some stuff to trade with him, so come over here, guy. Let's get some emeralds by trading some hay bales, as well as more water buckets. Okay, but then with that, I'll definitely buy all the spruce wood that I can. There we go. Oh, 32 spruce logs. That is beautiful. And then we still do have one emerald left, so I'll just buy one of these wildflowers. We keep getting distracted by these wandering traders, but anyway, let's get back to work on the interior by adding a few lanterns to light up the area. So let's maybe just do another one like right about here, boom, and that should be good for the second floor. So let's try to find somewhere to add some at the bottom here as well. A little bit tricky since we can't hang them right off of these slabs, but we definitely could do one right there, place a lantern there, and then we can get rid of probably that torch. Okay, maybe to light up beside the entrance, we make a small shelf and just throw a lantern right on top right there, and then we can get rid of that torch. And then maybe we'll do the exact same thing on this side as well, so just do a shelf and boom, lantern. And I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's do one more shelf and one more lantern. Okay, but honestly, the interior is looking pretty sweet, I think, you know, just basic, but we got all of the floors and the walls and stuff in place, so I think it's about time that we bring all of our junk from outside into the inside. So yeah, time to break down all of these chests. It took me a little over a day, but I managed to get everything put inside. As you can see, there's a bunch of chests on the back wall now, and I did go ahead and organize all of these. So like that's all of our wood, this is our dirt, this is our vegetation, and yeah, you get the idea. And I did try to add just a few decorations, like we have our stone cutter here, our crafting table, and our bed is over here as well, and then on this back wall is our smelting area. There was just one more thing that I wanted to add to the shelf though, and that's a couple of flower pots, and here we can do an oak sapling and our single blue orchid. Over on this other wall, we have all of the pillager banners that we've gotten, and we do have this shelf right here, so I was thinking we could do another flower pot and a dandelion. Kind of a simple interior, I'm not gonna lie, but you know, I think I'm fine with it for now, and we can always add more decorations once we gather more materials. I was taking a quick look around, and I think grass has finally spread to all of these outer islands. It took way too long, like I don't even know how many days ago that I started this, but you know what, finally we can get rid of all of these bridges. Now that those bridges are out of the way though, we can finally decorate this cow pen. And the first thing I wanted to start with is just getting rid of some of this grass and replacing it with coarse dirt. So something just like this, and surprisingly, a block that blends in really well with coarse dirt is oak logs, so I think just adding a few there will add a tiny bit more texture variation. And then to bring a bit of color into the area, let's just dot a few of these hay bales around, maybe another one here, here, and maybe one more right there. I was thinking we could also make some sort of like water troughs, you know, so the cows can drink some water, and I would make these normally out of spruce wood. Oh wait, I guess we do have spruce wood, don't we? Oh, that's fine. Let's do the pale oak anyways. All right, and we got two of those built up, so let's just fill them in with some water. So boop, and there we go. This place is looking pretty nice, I think. Maybe one last thing we can add is just a bit more short grass, just to, you know, kind of blend the different elements together and make it look a little bit more lush in here. Okay, but finally we can gather up all of these wandering cows and bring them over to the pen. All right, there we go. We got 5 cows in here, which is honestly pretty awesome. So there you go. Breed up, guys. Yo, look at this dude spinning. What is going on? Woo! Hey, yo. I am super happy with how this cow pen turned out, and honestly, I sort of want to revisit some of our other animal pens and add even more decorations. So for example, our pig pen here is looking not bad, but I was thinking we could add a few more larger rocks just using some mossy cobblestone slabs. Yeah, something just like this is looking pretty good, honestly, and another idea I had was to add some kind of like logs laying around, and I thought this could also be a perfect opportunity to use some of the acacia logs that we got. That first wandering trader did hook us up, so you know, we had to use it somewhere. Check out this pig right here. He absolutely loves this log, don't you, buddy? Yeah, he likes it. And even this one over here, he loves his mossy cobblestone slab rock. Let's go. Okay, but yeah, I'm really happy with this pig pen now. I think it's looking a whole lot better. And next up, let's go detail the chicken pen a little bit more. There's just one material I'm missing that I want to use though, and that's some granite, so I'm just back down in that cave again to gather a bit up. And of course, when I got back to the surface, it was completely pitch black out and a bunch of stuff spawned, so let's get rid of all of these creepers. I really don't want to get blown up. Get out of here, creeper. Alright, but let's get to work on decorating this chicken pen because right now it is pretty basic to say the least. And whenever I think of chickens, I think of chicken coops, so that's exactly what I want to build here. And let's just start off with this first one by stacking up some logs about 3 blocks tall. And then in the very middle, let's do a plank, and then all around we'll do some upside down stairs. And then to make the thing feel a little bit more enclosed, I want to use some oak trapdoors just kind of on 3 of the sides, just like that. And we'll leave this open so the chickens can get in and out. And to add to that even more, we can do some rails here to look like a little bit of a ramp that the chickens can walk up. Last but not least, let's just throw the roof on using some alternating granite and brick slabs. It looks like the chickens like the design though, they're all hanging out right by it. Are you gonna go in there, chicken? Come on, go in. Alright, he'll go when he's ready, But anyways, I do like this design, so let's build one more right over here. Okay, sweet, we got 2 coops now, they're looking very nice, and I also did mix in just a little bit of moss blocks into the ground for a tiny bit of texture variation. I think our chicken animal pen is looking a whole lot better, if I do say so myself, so I was thinking we could get started on spicing up the sheep one next. And I've been thinking, what do I want to add for the sheep pen? You know, what would fit for that theme? And I was thinking some like super mini trees could be pretty fun. And maybe let's just do the first one here. We'll just come up not even that high, probably just like 3 blocks. And then we can just surround this top one with leaves going all the way around. Then maybe we just keep it super simple. We'll do like a plus shape and then probably one more leaf on top. Let's take a quick step back. And yeah, it's super small, but I like that. It's pretty cute, honestly, and I think maybe let's just build another one like right about here. I got that one in place, and I made it a tiny bit taller just to switch it up a bit, but we do still have a decent amount of space in here, so let's just do maybe one more tree right about there. And there we go, we got 3 super cute mini trees looking absolutely awesome. I'm sure the sheep are going to enjoy the shade. I do want to add a tiny bit of texture variation to the floor. Ooh, that sheep almost just fell in there. I do want to add a tiny bit of texture variation just using some mossy cobblestone. And then we can surround that with a little bit of moss just to kind of blend everything together and, you know, add even more texture variation because I'm addicted. And there we go. The ground is all textured up. The trees are looking good. So I'm happy to call the sheep pen done. With all of these animals that we have, we're going to need a lot of wheat to breed them up. So I want to harvest our existing farm and then maybe expand it onto 2 more of these outer islands since we still have quite a few empty ones. So yeah, let me just finish gathering up all this wheat and then we'll get to building. I kept it super simple and converted 2 more of the outer islands to wheat farms as well, just using the exact same design as our first farm. Alright, sweet, I am super glad that we got those in place. It's just going to be super nice having, you know, access to a ton of wheat, but to celebrate getting those done, I think it's time to breed our animals. And this guy is straight up staring me in the face, so I'll start with you. There, have some wheat, you guys as well. There you go, and you as well, and boom. Alright guys, breed up. And unfortunately, we still don't have a way to breed the pigs yet, as we don't really have any like potatoes or carrots or anything like that, but that's alright, these guys are chillin'. Alrighty, but let's also breed the sheep, and while we're here, let's also just shear them, as I would like to use some wool in some future builds, so it's probably a good idea to stockpile a little bit. And last but not least, let's just breed up these chickens. So here you go, have some seeds. And we got 1 egg. Let's see, can we get lucky? Nope. We have most of the outer islands filled with builds now, still just have a few of them to fill in, but that's alright, we'll get to those later, because right now I want to start tackling the main kind of like island area in the center, as right now it is super empty. And the first thing I want to build is a mine entrance, because let's take a look in this chest. You can see all of the stuff that I have. I have 1 diamond left and like 12 iron. It is looking pretty grim, so we definitely need to go mining. I'm pretty sure I have most of the things that I need to build the mine entrances, but I do want to use just a bit of andesite, so I'm back down in this cave once again to gather some up. I really don't need that much. After these 2, I should have an entire stack. Yep, there we go. So let's get out of here. Back at our starter house, let's just throw this into a stone cutter and make some polished andesite. I'm also going to need some cobblestone walls, so let's grab some right here. And I'll also take some oak planks, some stairs, and these slabs too. And to really sell the mine look, I want to use some rails in the build. You know, probably a dumb idea to use like the last of our iron pretty much to craft these, but you know, whatever, it's for the build. And if we're going to be done with our iron, we might as well just go all out and turn the very last of it into some lanterns. Like, I'm not even kidding, look at this, we have 17 iron nuggets left in here. Oh man, we are so cooked. I went ahead and got all of the other materials kind of, you know, put together. As you can see, they're all in my inventory right here. So you know what, let's just get straight to building. I roughly based my design off of the gold mine that you can find in Clash of Clans, and just because the design itself is kind of on the smaller side, I went ahead and built 3 of them just to fill out the space a bit. Alright, these mine entrances are looking pretty decent. I think it'll look better once we add some like pathways and stuff, but I think I want to do that later once we have some more builds here, and I'll just connect everything all at once. But anyway, you can see I tried to add these like rails, which I mean, it doesn't really make too much practical sense, it's not really going anywhere, but if you look at it from like this angle, it looks like it's kind of, you know, winding down there or something. I don't know, I think it looks alright. And I didn't really have a whole lot of options, so I just threw a bunch of raw copper in front of all of the mines. I mean, I did have enough gold to make one raw gold block, so you know, there you go. But anyway, I thought it'd be fun to maybe hide a ladder kind of like somewhere maybe here, which is going to be a little bit tricky. Like it'll be this block right here. So we're going to have to build, I don't know, maybe we just use some oak planks to create like a bit of like a chute. Let's just build these going all the way up, something just like that. We of course have the issue though that it's all water. So first things first, let's just fill this in with some dirt. And then if we get rid of all of this dirt going all the way back down to the bottom, the water should be gone. And yeah, there we go. We're back down into stone layers. And then of course we need a way to get out. So let's just place a ladder going all the way back up to the top. So now hopefully we shouldn't have to, you know, jump into the ocean whenever we need to go mining. The only issue now is that this doesn't really lead to anywhere. So I'm going to keep digging down. Okay, maybe straight down's not the best idea. Yeah, I'm just going to keep searching until eventually I bump into a cave. All right, there we go. I just bumped into a cave. Let's go. That's perfect. And honestly, I really want to explore down there and find some more iron and diamonds as we're in desperate need of that. But before we get too carried away, let's just place down our crafting table. And that's just because I don't think I have enough ladders to get all the way back up to the top. So let's do that, make a bit more ladders and go like that. And boom, more ladders. And then let's just get this connected up, going all the way back up to the top. Last few ladders, and there we go. Okay, we got a way to get all the way down. Okay, that was a little scary. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, but now that our escape route is kind of in place now, let's explore this cave and hopefully find more iron and diamonds. And already there's more iron here. Let's go. Guess I'll take this gold too. Why not? I'd prefer not to get blown up. Get out of here, creeper. Heck yes, we got a bunch of iron here. Let's pick this up. Oh, and there goes my pickaxe. Of course my pickaxe broke, so I'm just making a few furnaces. Then we can just place these down like that and throw some of our iron in here to get it all smelted up. And you know, I'm impatient, so let's use all of these furnaces. Alright, it's been a few seconds, let's go. The iron is ready, let's take that, take this, and take this. Then all we gotta do is just make ourselves a few more sticks, go like that, and there we go, brand new pickaxe. There's a ton of iron here, which is, you know, pretty nice, but hopefully this cave does go deeper, as I really do want more diamonds. Okay, there's a bit of coal here. I should pick this up because I'm pretty sure I'm getting kind of low on this stuff. Ignore the arrows here. I was just getting my booty cheeks clapped. Oh, they just despawned. Okay, anyways, what I was trying to say is that, check this out. Deep slate coal ore. Isn't this stuff, like, super rare? I mean, I don't have silk touch. Should I just... Ooh. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do it. I did it. I finally made it down to deep slate levels, and check this out. Right off the bat, more diamonds. Let's go. Are you kidding me though? Is it only one diamond? Oh man, this game's a cheapskate. Okay, fine, maybe not that much of a cheapskate because there's more diamonds right here. Let's mine these up. And this is a massive cave. There definitely has to be more diamonds down here. I'm just a little bit scared though. I still only have iron armor. It's a little sketchy. Get out of here, Mr. Creeper. What's attacking me? Oh, invisible spider. What is this? What was that? Am I tripping? What was that? Man, there's some diamonds right there, but it's guarded by like a million mobs. Get out of here. Oh man, those skeletons over there have aimbot. Let's just make ourselves a new shield. I really don't want mine to break in the middle of battle. That'll be pretty bad. Alright, skeletons, come get this smoke. Yes, just fight each other. Fight each other. Yes. Boom, get out of here. Dude, look at this. Whoa, there's so many zombies over there. What is going on? And look how many zombies this is. What the heck? Okay, I think I dealt with most of the mobs in this area, so let's get these diamonds. And oh, this is a huge vein. Let's go. I just want these diamonds, and there's like a million mobs here. Oof. Thank you, creeper. Got the diamond for me. Thanks, bud. Holy, there's so many mobs there. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. No, forget that. Forget that. I already managed to get 13 diamonds, which is pretty crazy. So let's just go ahead, make a few sticks here, and make ourselves a new diamond pickaxe just to speed up the process a bit. I feel like we've gotten a decent supply of diamonds, and I'm kind of scared of dying down here just because of how many mobs there are, so I think I'm going to call it quits on the diamond adventuring, at least for now. But just while we're down here, I was thinking we could grab a few materials that I'm going to need for building, and of course I'm getting interrupted by a zombie. Get out of here, Mr. Zombie, please, thank you. As I was trying to say, I do need some materials for building, for example, this deep slate that I'm mining right now, so let's get this as well as a few other materials and then get out of here. I got a few stacks of deep slate, and next up I'm just grabbing a bit of this granite. Probably I'll get like, I don't know, 3 or 4 stacks. That should be lots. And you know what, while I'm down here, I'm just gonna lock in for a few minutes and gather a bunch of cobblestone as well. Let's see how much that we can get. I dug out this entire room, and despite my inventory being pretty full, I managed to get, 7 stacks of cobblestone, which is pretty good honestly, so let's carry on. And there's just one more thing that I want from down here before we go back up to the surface, and that's some obsidian so we can make a nether portal, so let's get some of this too. And as always, this takes way too long to mine. I swear on my life, I have been mining obsidian for like 10 years, but let's see, how much is that? 31 obsidian. And believe it or not, I actually do need that much as I want to build a pretty big nether portal, but anyway, let's finally go back up to the surface. Back at our house, I began smelting a few stacks of the cobblestone in our furnaces, and then got to work crafting a variety of different blocks so that we can build our nether portal. After that, I used bone meal and shears to gather more short grass, and while I was at it, I also grabbed more oak leaves from our tree farm. All I needed at this point was the smelted stone from the furnaces, and just like that, we have everything we'll need to build our nether portal. Getting right to it, I tried to make it look like some sort of ancient ruin or monolith with lots of moss and leaves growing around it. And I really like the shape with the pointed top. All in all, came out great. Before heading into the scary nether, I took a moment to dye all the sheep white, shear them, and breed them. And also quickly made some gold boots as well as some bread just in case we get low on food. But with that, I stepped inside the portal to see what was waiting for us on the other side. Luckily, we got a pretty safe spawn, so I started looking around, and right away I found a warped forest, so I began gathering all of the different blocks that come along with the biome. Since we still have a few empty mini islands around our base, I think it would be absolutely epic to make some miniature versions of both the warped and crimson biomes to bring a ton of color into the area. That means I also had to locate a crimson forest, which turned out to be way more dangerous because of how many hoglins there were. But I did my best to stay focused and collected all of the different blocks for this biome as well. As much as I'd love to continue exploring the nether, we're quickly running out of time to finish our base, so I made my way back to the overworld on day 87. And with a bunch of materials gathered up in the nether, I got straight to building, beginning with our custom crimson biome. I tried to stay true to the vanilla generation, but added a little bit more flair to make it feel unique. And it was the same exact story for our custom warped forest biome. I've always wanted to try making microbiomes like this, to be honest, and I'm glad I did because they were a blast to put together. Moving right along, I wanted to get started on building some pathways, so I made a brand new diamond shovel and then spent an entire day at the bottom of the ocean digging up gravel. And I still had a decent supply of dirt in storage, so I combined that with the gravel we just dug up to make a bunch of coarse dirt. All that was left to do at this point was dig out the area for the actual pathway. And shockingly, it ended up taking like 2 days to dig out the entire area. I even had to take a pit stop to craft a second shovel, which is kinda nuts. But once it was finally cleared out, I placed in the path. Along with the coarse dirt, I also mixed in regular dirt and granite for a bit of, you guessed it, texture variation. For real though, pretty happy with how the path turned out, and it makes the area feel a lot more connected. There's still a few large open areas in between the paths though, so I got started on getting together some materials to build another house. I crafted some deep slate slabs and stairs, oak materials, and I even used our extremely limited supply of spruce to craft a decent supply of trapdoors. Oh yeah, and I also made some copper grates too. Unfortunately, I didn't have everything in our storage room though, so first I went to the ocean floor once again to dig up a few stacks of sand. Once I had quite a bit of the stuff, I turned a few stacks into sandstone, and I even started smelting a stack of it into smooth sandstone. And while that cooked up, I ran over to the tree farm and got close to 2 stacks of stripped oak logs. Okay, but with that, we finally had everything we needed, so I started building the new house. Do we need a second house? Not really, but it helped a lot with filling out the space, and they're my favorite thing to build, so I figured why not. By the time I finished the house, it was already day 97, and we still had several open areas remaining, so I locked in harder than I've ever locked in before and created a campsite and a small well. On day 98, I harvested one of our wheat farms and then checked in on our sheep again, shearing them for their wool in the process. After that, I hopped into the ocean and unalived some squid for their ink sacs. I want to use the wool we got to make some market stalls, so I dyed it black and a few other colors, and then I built the actual markets. The striped designs are pretty simple, but nice looking, I think. We have pretty limited blocks to decorate with, but I turned one of the stalls into a flower shop, just using a bunch of flower pots. The next one is probably my favorite, a colorful painting stall. And I barely had any armor to display, but I made a small armor shop too. With the markets detailed, I only had minutes to spare before the sunset, so I used all the bone meal I had to my name to try to fill out any remaining empty patches around our base, and I also planted as many flowers as I could. But with that, let's throw on some shaders and take a look at everything we were able to build in 100 days. This challenge flew by. It feels like just yesterday I was digging stacks upon stacks of dirt from the bottom of the ocean to build this entire platform, but holy cow, here we are, day 100. Of course, there's pillagers right here. I don't even have time for those guys. Let's just head into our starter house. Owie, owie, stop, ow. Okay, I just want to take a look in here. So of course we have our starter house. It's looking super cool with the shaders on, like our floor like this. Oh man, this is sick. This interior ended up pretty simple, but you know, it was quite functional and was able to do everything that we needed it to do. Right on the other side of our starter house, we have this other building that we made. Both of these houses were pretty tricky to design just with how limited blocks that we had, but I think it came out pretty nice. We have these like oak beams, and then for the foundation I used cobblestone as well as like tough and mossy cobble. And then for the second floors, just used a bunch of the different sand blocks. All right, I want to continue my tour, but this pillager has got to get out of here. Get out of here, guy. On the main kind of island in the center, we also have this campsite that I think came out pretty cozy. Very nice to just relax here. And then we of course have all of these mine entrances. You know, probably doesn't make too much sense on a floating island to have a, you know, mine like this, but I think they look cool, so let's roll with it. And then we also just have this well, which is, you know, a simple design, but it looks pretty nice with these pots kind of scattered around it. One of the most useful things we built was definitely this tree farm. It's pretty basic, but it helps so much with getting tons of wood. Right beside the tree farm, we of course have our llamas. I'm so glad that we got more llamas in here. After the first ones disappeared, I was so depressed, but you know, it's looking pretty nice now. This one's still kind of growing back, but we of course have all of these wheat farms scattered around. Super handy to have and definitely helped out with breeding our animals. I think this next one might be my favorite build on our entire base. This nether portal came out super sick. It has this like mysterious ancient vibe to it, which I absolutely love. Right next to our portal, we have our custom crimson biome, which looks pretty cool, especially with the shaders on. And I do wish we could have put like the crimson netherrack at the bottom, but without silk touch, I don't think it's possible. Anyway, moving right along, we have our sheep pen over here. These micro trees are looking so cute. Really happy with how this one turned out. Same thing for our chicken pen. The little coops in here are just super cute. I've always wanted to build a coop like this with rails for like a ramp, and I'm glad I did it. Got another wheat farm right there, and then beside that is all of our market stalls. I wish I could have detailed these ones a little bit more, but I had such limited materials to work with. I do like this painting stall though. I think this one's pretty cozy. I feel like we're already running out of sunlight, but I really do like this custom warped biome. It looks especially sick with these like vines, just adding a lot of like vertical height to the build. And then right beside that is our cow pen. These guys are still spinning. I don't know what is wrong with these things. And then we have one more wheat farm, and right beside that is our pig pen. Unfortunately, even after 100 days, I still was not able to obtain any carrots or potatoes, so still haven't been able to breed these guys. And then the last build is just these simple docks kind of on the side of our base, which, you know, probably should have built some boats or something, but, you know, maybe in a 200-day video. The sun is already setting though, so let's hop inside of our starter house, take a sleep, and with that, we've survived all 100 days. I really hope you enjoyed this video, and as always, if you want to explore this world for yourself, you can get the world download on my Patreon or by becoming a member right here on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching, happy building, and I'll see all of you in the next video.